Naxita clearly saw the Skyfrost nail descending straight toward Buer, the Great Tree King, while Buer, pinned by the heavenly principle's sudden suppression, could not move away. The other gods were all blocked by the heavenly principle's sudden outburst, and could not come to help. Naxita had schemed so long just to keep them alive, she would never allow the Tree King to perish like this. Buer, with a bitter smile, looked at Naxita. No longer hiding her emotions, she used the last of her strength to cry out for her to leave. Little grass. Take it. Run. Run. False memories told her that Naxita had killed many people and gods. But how could she believe it so easily? The memories of Teyvat were never reliable. A bracelet was tossed toward Naxita. It was a gift she had promised long ago, delayed in her hands for years because of an accident. The bracelet was caught firmly. But no. Naxita had done all this not to watch her shrieking mother die. Damn heavenly principles. We had an agreement, but you directly used the Skyfrost nail. So dishonorable. The Skyfrost nail descended at an alarming speed, yet it seemed deliberately controlled to allow Naxita to swap the trapped one out in time. At the fastest speed of her life, she constructed elemental chains, and hurled Buer out of the nail's very center. A violent explosion and blinding light blazed. When vision returned, Naxita, in the original spot, had somehow disappeared. Only a small branch of a tree remained from which warm particles of power continuously gathered into the air. At last the cluster of warm energy burst open, without causing any harm. The gift of grass. In her first life, on the Blue Star, she had nothing, not even a whole home. But during this time as the little grass deity, she had been happy. She didn't want everyone to be worn away by erosion. Her power was strong, but not enough to change this. After the branch's energy drained away, it began to wither, its green leaves drying up. Then, losing all strength, they were about to fall. It was caught tightly in the hands of a crying Tree King. Teyvat began to experience a life-giving rain. In every corner, the once broken borders began to rapidly repair themselves. The heavenly principles watched the scene of the world being nourished and returned, then after a moment, returned to the celestial island. Only Buer, the Tree King, remained crying in place, along with several gods, whose expressions were solemn. Another mysterious place. Outside was the endless starry sky, inside was a dark sealed laboratory. The ceiling was covered with countless display screens, each recording data as needed. The screens were connected by colorful cables to one giant mainframe after another, and at the very center was a biocultivation pod filled with nutrient liquid. In the cultivation pod, the green-haired little girl soaked with her eyes closed, wearing a simple white undergarment, various colored sensor lines attached to her body. This seemed to be a private laboratory. The signal light above the central cultivation pod blinked in a steady rhythm. All the other cultivation pods were shattered and dark. In the living area, a computer that should have been turned off began to hiss with static, like an old television. Then a pixel game screen automatically loaded. On the screen, a turquoise pixel figure danced on a stage it had created. Then a white pixel figure flew in and appeared. Accompanying it were 7 pixel figures of different colors. Around several of those pixel figures, a layer of small dots in the same color swirled. The pixel figures displayed their power. The one on the ground smiled with its pixel face. Turquoise pixels swirled around it. The white pixel figure ordered the others to attack the turquoise one. The others didn't genuinely attack it, so the white pixel figure chose to act itself. A green pixel figure in the same color as the turquoise one was sneak attacked. The turquoise pixel figure blocked the blow for it. The turquoise pixel figure's health bar ran out. Text appeared on the pixel screen: blank avatar, your little grass deity sacrificed 1 life. Drop XXX after death. The broken world of Teyvat received the little grass deity's death gift. The broken world has been repaired. The world's time has been extended. Life in the broken world received blessings. Erosion greatly reduced. Your little grass deity has died. The little grass deity's consciousness has been collected for you in the dark room. Please confirm whether to revive the consciousness. Yes, no. You chose to send a gift to your little grass deity. You chose to add elemental attribute points to your little grass deity. Because the character has died, she will obtain all points after rebirth. You have chosen a new world as the revival point for your little grass deity. Do you want to select? Error. Error. Error loading world. Honkai Star Rail. Red warning. Windows kept appearing all over the screen. After the announcements for a long time, a woman with messy gray hair and a melancholic expression began to type rapidly on a keyboard. The screen began to reload. Loading world Naruto loading successful. Now, before the following text finished loading, the gray-haired woman who had returned with a cup of coffee, her hair slightly messy, wearing a white lab coat, closed the screen. She held the cup in her hand, the coffee that her past self would have found terrifying. She sipped it carefully. Still, it had no taste at all. Expressionless, she lifted her gaze to the cabinet in the corner of her resting room. On the wall hung a great red sword. On the coat rack were a mismatched hat and a peculiar bow. A walking cane, a drone adorned with fiery red accents, and a long spear named Jian rested quietly there. Outside the window the endless starry sky remained. On a side table stood a family photo. Beside the family photo was a small train model. After a moment, the gray-haired woman typed again, reopening a chat window with someone, while also making a new experiment record. The program ran perfectly. Experiment record. The experiment went smoothly. The things she gave from that time have fused well. As long as the next steps are completed, my family, you will come back too. The proposal of the golden-haired man she had picked up had been tested and indeed proved sound. Finishing the self-murmuring record, she watched the screen and touched the last memento left behind by the bad woman who had abandoned her. That pair of dual pistols engraved with spider symbols. The gray-haired woman's face for once showed a trace of tenderness. On the wall a mask that had appeared at some unknown time, a smiling face upturned and an exaggerated expression. Its hollow eye sockets, though empty, seemed to be watching the woman at the keyboard. A soft fluffy bed. The little winged wooden bed carried Nahida through clouds wrapped in sweet cotton candy. Nahida casually picked a piece and put it into her mouth. So sweet. It's cotton candy. A thought occurring to her, Nahida reached out to one side. Big tree, you try it too. After she thought of that person, a woman who looked like a grown-up version of her appeared on the little winged wooden bed, leaned in, and took a bite of the cotton candy in her hand. Then she looked at her with a gentle gaze. Through the screen, Blank watched the scene before her. Boundless white clouds shrouded the entire space, and on one of the largest clouds lay a little girl in a cyan white dress. Warm light fell onto the girl. That drifting cloud, like the most luxurious bed, cradled her comfortably as it floated along. The girl talked in her sleep on the cloud bed without knowing it. Blank waited a moment, then thought of something. Above the sleeping girl, ripples suddenly spread through the air like water. Her gaze turned over here. A compass-like object appeared. The compass needle began to jump on its own, finally stopping at a picture of a crying cartoon face. The sleeping girl's eyelids twitched inexplicably. She seemed to have dreamed of something strange. In the little girl's dream, above Sumeru, she was riding a flower carriage with the Tree King halfway through the ride, when the scene suddenly shifted. In front of Nahida appeared a person in a red suit with light bulb eyes, calling out to her. The suited person's mouth did not move, but she could still understand him. Nahida. Nahida. I am the Cosmic Superman. Wake up. There is a new world waiting for you to save. Then, as the scene continued to shift, she somehow fell out of the flower carriage, and the Tree King and the carriage vanished. So it was a dream. She, who often visited her people's dreams, would wake herself whenever something felt off. The dream began to fracture. Her consciousness began to fall. Nahida felt as if her consciousness were leaping from Celestia toward the ground, and the sudden weightlessness nearly startled her awake. The instant heart-stopping weightlessness made Nahida, asleep atop the clouds, struggle to wake. But the compass above her had vanished again, unbeknownst to her, just as it had appeared. Her body felt so heavy. The scene before her was warm, but it had lost much of its clarity. Sensing that her body was no longer obeying her, Nahida did not force herself to break free. She knew this footage. It was the original Nahida's PV. The flower carriage bounces along. Nahida opens her eyes. She says she just had a dream, dreaming that Nahida's family was right beside her. In the dream, Mother Tree King led her friends to find her. They said, "Little grass, we finally found you. Everyone has been waiting to meet you." The image shattered again. The people surrounding her disappeared. Only another self was left behind. Nahida, sitting duck-style on the ground, watched a self that had appeared at some unknown time, holding a little girl with gray hair. The Nahida who had been holding the child set the little one down on the ground. "Be good, Meteor. Grandma is recording a video." Only then did she turn back to face the silent other self. "Hello, my other self. Don't overthink it. I am not in this world. To make a long story short, don't worry about Teyvat. Just do what you want to do. There is only one thing you need to know. You must become strong enough by the day you meet the blank you speak of. Strong enough that the outcome from last time will not come to pass in the future." When she finished speaking, the image holding the little girl disappeared. Nahida blinked atop the cloud. Looking around, this was not the familiar island. The Tree King isn't here. I'm dead, aren't I? It seems there was a strange person in my dream. And what did that other self mean? Nahida pressed her hand to her heart and spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Would problems arise in the future? After calming down for a moment, she looked around again. This was Blank's pocket dimension. She had been brought inside again. Sure enough, she was now in a state of pure consciousness. Nahida noticed that her body was somewhat translucent. But because she had long known the outcome of the sacrifice, she was not alarmed. She hadn't thought about it too much. Even if the heavenly principles had used too much force and erased her completely, she was already satisfied with so many years of peaceful and happy life. Those who should be saved had been saved. She had also asked Blank to hide away the companions she had rescued, the ones fate had bound and forced to die, until the day the traveler would appear when things could change, and then awaken them. All Nahida could do was stake her own life for a chance at her loved one's future. She raised her head toward the light screen before her. On the light screen was a chat interface, its cursor blinking. As if sensing that Nahida was watching it, words began to appear on the screen. "Congratulations, Nahida. You have successfully completed the whirling dance step mission to save Teyvat." On the screen, the sound of firecrackers and fireworks played perfectly in sync with the scene. "Mission briefing, Teyvat. This broken world is already in tatters, like a ship with a shattered hull. The ship's manager is frantically preparing to destroy everything that might burden the ship too much, so it can struggle to stay afloat a little longer. Those burdens are what you Nahida are meant to protect. Go save them. When you die, your body will be the final gift to the world where your loved ones live. Mission objective: sacrifice your body to completely restore the fall sky over the entire world." Completed. How wonderful. I succeeded. Big Tree must be crying her heart out right now. Thanks, Blank. She looked around. This space felt like being hundreds of meters up in the sky, wrapped in endless layers of white clouds. Only the floating island under her feet was clearly visible. A few large words appeared again on the communication screen in front of her, replying to Nahida's thanks. A dividing line between worlds. The gray-haired woman named Blank was still in her sealed-off laboratory, watching the words in the bubble above the pixelated little figure on her screen. She moved her fingers and typed 3 words on the keyboard. Don't mention it. This cloud space was one Nahida had entered long ago, when she was first born into Teyvat, and spent a day playing in the dreams of Sumeru's people. She had loved visiting her people's dreams in those days. She had been moving from one dream bubble to another. But suddenly her vision flashed, and Nahida felt as if a familiar symbol had flickered before her eyes, and then she was in a strange place. She could be sure it was not the dream of any of her people. Still observing this unfamiliar place, Nahida noticed a light screen suddenly appear before her. It was just like the Akasha terminal, except it was not emerald green. It was very similar to the plan she had recently been considering developing with the Tree King. Text appeared on the sudden screen, and an unknown presence began to communicate with Nahida. It claimed to be the intelligence of this space. At first Nahida thought it was one of the Tree King's pranks, so she pretended to be taken in, and praised how magical the space was. Almost no matter what Nahida asked, it could explain it to her, telling her many things that obviously did not belong to Teyvat. At times it would deliberately play dumb. Nahida, of course, also played dumb. Those strange things she simply regarded as foreign items that the Tree King had collected from outsiders while strolling around. Only later did she discover the truth by accident. It seemed she had been wrong. She had only guessed part of it right. The part about it calling itself the spirit of the space was indeed a lie meant to fool a child. But the latter part, thinking it was one of the Tree King's pranks, was where she had been wrong. Afterward Nahida started to worry a little, wondering if it might be the malice of some unknown god. But as more time passed it did nothing harmful, and she gradually let her guard down. She probed cautiously several times. Although she was afraid that openly exposing the other's lie might make her fly into a rage and kill her, a voice in her heart kept telling her, "She is good." This person, who had become her online friend across space, meant no harm. Nor was it the kind of golden finger she had secretly fantasized about in her Shinobi days, a transmigrator who upon becoming the Lesser Lord Kusanali gains a space with its own consciousness. Then one day, at the right moment, Nahida directly called out her lie. After Nahida exposed the lie, she stopped pretending to be the space itself, and offered no explanation. It was just that in front of the previously bare light screen a few things had been added. Beside the cursor that appeared whenever text showed on the screen, there was now also a blank nickname, and a blank avatar that was only a silhouette of a woman. An unusual online friend whose name and avatar were both blank. Nahida unilaterally named her blank, and the other party silently accepted the name. Nahida had first been born into Teyvat like the other gods, and then the Tree King, sensing the birth of a kindred aura, brought her back to Sumeru. After Celestia declared the start of the Archon War, Nahida began to scheme. She felt sorry that she could not save the gods, who had simply wanted to live in peace. Being able to plan hard enough to barely change the predetermined fates of the Tree King and the others was already her limit. It was only later, after signing a contract with the heavenly principles, that Nahida found her direction. Deceiving fate. Blank, a being who existed outside the world, could help her hide away the people she had saved. Originally Nahida had planned to do everything in her power to seal those rescued people in certain places to dodge their fixed destinies. And so Nahida went to pretend to kill those who had been destined to die, deceiving fate and escaping fate's clutches. Though the heavenly principles looked fierce, it was only doing things by the book. The contract allowed it to turn a blind eye. Blank blank. My mission is complete. Where's my reward? Nahida had only meant it as a little joke. After all, from beginning to end, this was all something Nahida herself had wanted to do. She did not need any reward. Towards the stars and skip it, blank, pretending to be Catherine is fun, isn't it? Interesting. Though she could not hear the voice, Nahida could imagine the corners of the other person's mouth curling upward. It was only a joke by Nahida, yet blank, like a real system, golden finger began to broadcast with a series of dings. Mission rewards: growable branch of the Lesser Lord Kusanali's true body 1. Lesser Lord Kusanali's exclusive mini-world Vanarana. Lesser Lord Kusanali's wondrous tool 1. Available body detected. The Lesser Lord is about to be resurrected. The world leap is about to begin. Wait. Blank. Before she could say anything else, a vortex appeared in front of Nahida as she floated freely in the mysterious white cloud space, and she was quickly sucked in. A dividing line Nahida's crossing. A vortex split open the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Then a woman in a long green dress fell from within. Sensing that she had stepped into empty air, she flew instinctively. Where is this place now? It looks like there's a village below. Damn it. It had been a long time since she had seen anyone hurt civilians, so she was taken aback. Somebody dared to kill right under her eyes. Only then did she remember that this place was not Teyvat. She descended swiftly, ready to save people. Meanwhile, on the ground. You worthless scum. I'm a ninja. I only took a little of your money, and you dared to resist me. You must be spies from another ninja village. Let me interrogate you properly. Now die quietly. After hearing the voice from the sky, the jonin among the ninjas, who had been slaughtering villagers with sadistic amusement, looked up. What the hell just appeared? A woman who can fly. Could it be a newly awakened flying Kekkei Genkai? Heh. I'm about to hit the jackpot. You lot come with me. The ninja, struck by an idea, ordered the genin of his squad to capture Nahida. A woman! No forehead protector. You must be a spy from another country, right? The jonin's expression turned utterly lecherous at the sight of this breathtakingly beautiful woman. As for Nahida flying overhead, she saw several men, with bizarre running postures leering at her, leaping toward her, while ranting something unintelligible. Corpses lay scattered all over the ground. Houses had collapsed. The ninjas on the ground threw a few shuriken kunai, but they were deflected by the protective power around Nahida. Honestly. She didn't even tell me what the situation was in the new world. The level of civilization didn't seem very high. I'm here. But first deal with these fellows. I'll tell you later. What a rarity. Willing to find me outside of space. Naxida and Konbai communicate through thought alone without needing words. From now on you can reach me through the Void Terminal. Speaking of serious matters, Naxida ignored the sarcasm. Void Terminal. Naxida deftly touched the place by her ear, and sure enough a familiar pair of earphones had appeared there at some point. Alright. I'll get to work now. Bloody scenes of war-torn chaos were everywhere. A few hideous ninja charged at her, talking ceaselessly, but Naxida could not understand a word. But that was fine. She would understand soon enough. Seeing their ugly faces, she could roughly guess that they were saying something unpleasant. It sounded like the language of Dachi. The tone of this language made Naxida feel like sending them straight into death's embrace. It was exactly the same as a certain language from a certain well-off little country in her memories. They truly used the same nauseating tactics. Their murderous intent and the heavy stench of blood reached Naxida from a distance. She had no intention of letting those mongrels keep their miserable lives. The leading ninja curled his lips into a hideous grin. It seemed he could already picture Naxida being captured by them. And then? But there was no and then. They only saw Naxida's eyes glow. In an instant, they lost consciousness. Chain of wisdom. Linking to the ninjas' minds, she began searching through their memories. Their pasts were revolting. The memories of these ninja made Naxida feel sick. It was nothing but murder and more murder, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, preying on innocent civilians. My ninja, are you currently at war? Having received orders to kill everyone nearby to prevent so-called information leaks. And ninja, isn't this that thing? Naruto. Yes. It is this world. A certain Konbai interjected, watching Naxida discover the clue about the world. Village brawls. Legend of Eyes. What a terrible world ruled by bloodlines. Controlling these so-called my ninja to kneel on the ground before her, Naxida pondered the few Naruto plot points she still remembered. So I've been dropped onto the set of Naruto. A world where all they do is fight among villages. Konbai, couldn't you have chosen a better one for me? Burning, killing, looting. Chaotic systems. Twisted. Naxida. Once you establish your own country in this world, you will be able to unlock a new world. You can cross into a new world from the space where you stayed before, but you must have sufficient foundation. I cannot guarantee that the next world will be Teyvat, but I can guarantee that there will always be a way back. Alright. Then it's decided. Let the glory of the 7 gods of Teyvat illuminate this entire other world. After the communication, Naxida's consciousness enveloped the whole village, checking for survivors. She had descended a bit too late. A few poor little ones have survived, haven't they? Naxida muttered to herself as she approached their hiding place. Upon hearing Naxida's words, Mi Yin and Xiao Nan's hearts pounded wildly. Behind Mi Yin, the unconscious Chongmin was carried on his back. The three of them were not family, but they were fairly familiar with one another. Until this group of ninja appeared. Shouting that it was for their mission, they looted the villagers' grain, then killed everyone in the village to prevent any so-called information leak. Only the 3 little ones, who had been playing games, survived, hiding in a corner. Luckily, when they were first discovered, a portion of the ninja had been killed by the power that suddenly burst out of Chongmin. But Chongmin quickly became exhausted and passed out, which also made the others searching for surviving villagers discover them. They had discovered something special about Chongmin. Come out! Those villains are already under my control. Hello there. I mean you no harm. Do you want to take revenge with your own hands? If not, I will kill those ninja myself. From the crack in the corner, where the little ones were hiding, Naxida lowered her head and looked in. This gave the little ones inside a shock. But fortunately, Naxida's beautiful face and warm temperament were reassuring enough. The orange-haired little boy gathered his courage and squeezed out from the gap. Because if Naxita truly intended harm, the three of them would die today, no matter what. Mi Yen was a little nervous. But he looked at the ninja, who were kneeling on the ground deliberately controlled by Naxita. When the little ones realized that the murderous devils no longer moved, instead kneeling blankly behind the sudden Naxita, the older orange-haired boy plucked up his courage and walked over to Naxita. Then from the gaps of the collapsed houses the remaining two little ones poked out their heads. They were a little worried. There was a little boy and a little girl. The little girl's dirty head peeked at Naxita in fear. But fortunately Naxita was beautiful and her dress was nothing like those cold-blooded beasts. That first impression alone set their minds at ease. The older red-haired little one woke from his faint. Though exhausted, he still watched Naxita warily. Mi Yen, be careful. She might be a ninja. It's fine, Changmin. I don't know why, but looking at her, I don't feel she is like those ninja who love to kill, said the orange-haired boy named Mi Yen, smiling at his companion. Mi Yen, be careful, the blue-haired little one also softly reminded him. The orange-haired boy named Mi Yen stared at the bodies of the my ninja that Naxita had subdued. His body trembled violently with fury. He drew closer step by step. His hands clenched tightly in anger. But he glanced at Naxita, afraid that she might be angry at him. Naxita reached out her hand, signaling that the three of them could do whatever they pleased with these men. As for the saying that children shouldn't be involved in such things, well, that had to depend on the situation. The grudge against the murderers of their families was something they had to settle themselves. In such a chaotic world, there was no way to keep children from seeing blood. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. But where was their home? Changmin stared blankly. After seeing Naxita's gesture, he no longer felt like being on guard. Whether Naxita was deceiving them, or might suddenly attack them, what mattered now was to make these enemies die. Even if she killed all three of them later, it would be enough. The three filthy children in their tattered clothes no longer cared about the falling rain. Their home had been destroyed by those cold-blooded beasts. So what if they got soaked? Beasts! You beasts! Die! Die! Father, mother! I can avenge you now! Summoning all their strength, they picked up stones and hurled them wildly at those bodies as a vent for their rage. These so-called my ninja, trapped in dreams under Naxita's unbreakable control, offered no resistance at all. Watching the rain fall harder and harder, Naxita raised her hand and tapped the air. Above the entire ruined village, a faint cyan dome appeared. The three little ones, exhausted from venting their hatred against the dazed ninja, also noticed Naxita's motion. Emboldened by the fact that she had done them no harm so far, they basically let down their guard. The little blue-haired girl took the initiative to speak to Naxita. Thank you. You are so beautiful. Are you a goddess? Naxita gently patted the little one's head. She smiled gently. However, she did not immediately explain anything. The other two children also wanted to say something, but they were only a few years older than the little girl. All the adults in the village had died. All the children had died too, leaving only the three of them. For a moment, they stood there lost in uncertainty about the future. Ah! Naxita actively approached the three little ones. Without the slightest dislike for their dirty appearance, she hugged each of them in turn to soothe them. The little girl named Xiaonan pressed her face against Naxita's palm. So warm. Then, as if reminded of something, she began crying again. Mom. It was because she had just extracted the memory of language from the my ninja that Naxita could understand and speak the local language of this world, although it was not a pleasant one. Don't cry. Xiaonan. Mi Yen and Changmin right. My name is Naxita. If you are willing, from now on I will be your mother. Will you come with me? Perceiving the confusion of the three little ones, she put on her divine robes. And just as Xiaonan asked earlier, yes, I am a god, the god who presides over grass and trees. Do you think this world is a terrible one? Do you think people killing people is right? Do you think it is right for the nobles to enjoy the hard-earned fruits of the common people? Are you willing to join me in changing this world? No need to answer me right away. Because they were children, she did not brush them off. Naxita bent down halfway and spoke earnestly, word by word. The three little ones, dazed at the divine and motherly Naxita now in her sacred robes, nodded their tiny heads. Mother, in unison. Let's go! To change the world you need time. And many things to learn. You need to grow up. Before that, I will teach you everything you should know. Again she affectionately touched each of the three little heads. Naxita opened a door in front of herself. It was the door leading to her own little world. Vanarana. This is my divine kingdom. It was a dreamlike world unlike the state of the ninja realm where Miyan Chungman and Xiaonan had just been. This place was indeed dreamlike. Wow! So beautiful! No war fires. No murderous demons. Little Lamaluo had prepared a lot of fruit on a stone table. 3 colorful fungal beasts were summoned by Naxita and lowered their bodies to carry the children. The reassuring atmosphere here together with the dreamy scenery dispersed much of their grief over the loss of their families. Leading the way ahead, Naxita continued to think about the days to come. It seemed there were still many things to do. This world was rather terrible. And as for the plot, who knows? It had been far too long. Back then she had known little about it. She wondered if Kanbai would spoil some of it for her. Naxita, slightly troubled, propped her chin on her hand. She brought the rescued Xiaonan Chaman and Mi Yin into Vanarana. She let the 3 little ones ease their hatred and at the same time wash and change out of their blood-stained clothes. Fortunately, the things she had stored inside before were still there. There were clothes of all colors and styles from the 7 nations, seasonings, and so on. She rummaged through and picked out a few pieces that would fit them. She then took the 3 to bury their fallen families. Was the ninja world at war now? Would these ninja ever stop? They presumptuously thought her a suspicious person and tried to probe her memories. Naxita's patience was nearly worn out by the ninja's rash approach. Forget it, I'll just seal you here. Be careful now, this will hurt. Green elemental chains coiled those ninja, who couldn't understand human speech, tightly into a ball. Naxita turned around. She saw another 3-man squad launching an attack at her. Speechless, she pressed her forehead. Then she swiftly moved in front of Chungman, who had been about to use the power of his eyes. Because the ninja approaching this time wore the headband pattern the children would never forget. Chongmin! Be a good boy and obey! The plants faithfully answered Naxita's call, sealing the ninja in green vests where they stood. To keep the ninja from ruining her mood, Naxita took the rescued refugees and left the areas where the skirmishes were taking place. The number of brawlers was not large, at least not for Naxita, who had formerly participated in the Archon War. The battles weren't large in scale, it was just that whenever the ninja arrived at a place, they brought tremendous harm to the lives of ordinary people. Rogue ninja ran amok amid the disorder. The nobles, of course, remained completely unharmed. It was time to check other places. Naxita traveled through the ninja world, saving people wherever she went. Along the way she also saw a burly man who used the lightning element being swarmed to death by sheer numbers. Naxita always felt a strong sense of estrangement from this world. She let the homeless children she had brought back call her mother, as a way to forge a connection to this place. As for this world, at this moment she cared not to think of other matters. Though a nation was yet to be forged, these children were enough. Perhaps in time that too would change. Time flowed swiftly. The ninja wars had come to an end, leaving only a devastated land, and the laments of refugees mourning those they had lost. Many children who had suffered in the war were left with deep psychological wounds. At first Naxita had considered directly intervening in the ninja wars and ordering them to cease. Yet, since she had only recently arrived in this world, and was still unfamiliar with its strongest being, she held herself back. She did not consider herself unmatched under heaven. She saved refugees, educated the war orphans, and guided them. As days went by, the children, who had first followed Naxita, had grown considerably. At Vanarana, Naxita sat upon a tree limb gazing down at the little ones on the ground. Ding dong. The void terminal reminded her it was time to return. She had to go back to class. With a step, a slide formed beneath her feet, condensed from cyan light. She let her body glide down the slide, the place where the children had class. As she slid around and around, Naxita gradually grew larger from her usual form. If she taught the children in her juvenile form, she would lack some authority. At the same time, a bell hung from another great tree. 2 Lanalua were vigorously ringing the bell. Hearing the chime the little ones brought back by Naxita quickly stopped playing, walked into the classroom, and took their seats. A minute later Naxita, having put on a pair of glasses to add an air of authority, stepped briskly into the classroom. "Come. Read after me." Oh. In this open-air classroom, filled with natural vitality on the surrounding grass, trees, and those peculiar mushrooms. In twos and threes the Linaluo blinked their small eyes curiously, watching the queen of grass spreading knowledge. Naxita's silky hair swayed gently. Behind her floated a blackboard on its own. "Little ones, have you learned what we covered today? How do you read these?" "Which good child can tell teacher Naxita?" Xiao Yu raised her hand. "Don't the others know?" "It's all right. Then let's have Xiao Yu read it first." "Very good, Xiao Yu, please sit. This is your reward." As she spoke, a cyan crystal butterfly landed in Xiao Yu's hair, then transformed into a beautiful hair clip. The children's eyes were fixed on that hair clip with intense longing. Their gazes sparkled with desire. "Does Xiao Xian want to try as well? Then come and read a bit." Holding the teaching pointer, Naxita pointed at the blackboard letter by letter. Xiao Xian's voice was a little shaky. During recess the roughhousing hadn't bothered her. But in such a quiet setting with everyone's eyes upon her, her voice grew increasingly uncertain. Xiao Xian, well done. This is for you." Naxita snapped her fingers, and another style of hair clip appeared on Xiao Xian's head. Class time passed very quickly. Naxita's purpose in teaching this course was to help the children learn the common language of Teyvat, that is the speech of Liu. She added pinyin because some of the children, due to their age, had already mastered the local language of this world, and some found it difficult to learn the Teyvat common tongue. If you were to ask why she wanted to change the children's language, it was because their current language grated on Naxita's ears. She could even accept the Shumi dialect. But as for those who spoke this tongue, for some reason Naxita felt her fists tighten. She wanted to punch whoever spoke it. After finishing the children's lessons, Naxita once again found a quiet corner by herself and began to organize the records of the ninja world she had gathered during her travels, uploading them into the Void Terminal for safekeeping. These records allowed her to fill in the fragments of the fragmented history of the ninja world. While traveling and exploring ninja villages, Naxita extended a helping hand to every refugee she encountered. They were people from small nations forced to leave their homelands by the frequent incursions of ninja and samurai from larger powers. Naxita also tried asking them about their views on life. This gave her a deeper understanding of the state of the ninja world. These wandering refugees begged for Naxita's protection and offered her the only loyalty they had. Among these displaced refugees, the children carried by the adults were still full of innocence, not yet hardened like the grown-ups. That was why Naxita had arranged for all the children under her care to study at Vanarana. To live in the ninja world, martial skills were certainly indispensable. Naxita also taught martial arts whenever she had free time. She knew nothing of the chakra cultivation method that Mi Yin and the others spoke of. But as for martial arts, she had studied for a long time with the old martial god of Liu. The old man had not held anything back and had taught her a great deal. Over that long period, she had comprehended many techniques that incorporated local ninja world styles. She flew out from Vanarana. High in the sky, Naxita transformed into elemental form and glided through the air. A trail of emerald light streaked across the sky. From her senses, which continuously extended down to the ground, she detected once more yet another group of ninja. Below lay a forest. A group of people in coarse cloth were running for their lives. But the two figures at the very rear stopped. "Run. Don't worry about this, old man. No, Grandpa, I won't leave you." The old man in coarse clothing desperately pushed the little one who was holding on to him. The old man's leg, pierced by a ninja's kunai, made it difficult for him to move, and the little child, still too young, could not possibly carry him. The other villagers in coarse cloth, panting heavily, kept fleeing without waiting a single moment. Behind the fleeing villagers, several figures were leaping and darting about. On their faces were bizarre patterns painted with pigment. They were playing a game of cat and mouse. They were a band of rogue ninja. They were of low skill and low character. Ha ha ha. Run. If you don't run, we'll start cutting you down. A smirk of extreme arrogance twisted their lips as they continued to hurl threats. These men were ninja, but they were merely rogue ninja who had by sheer chance learned a scrap or two of ninjutsu. Ordinarily, when they encountered ninja from the great hidden villages, they could only bow their heads and endure beatings and curses. So they would go out and vent their frustrations on ordinary folk. As for nobles, they were not people rogue ninja could afford to provoke. Even a minor noble could hire ninja from hidden villages to have them killed. If nobles were harassed by rogue ninja, they could hire help, but poor peasants had no choice but to run with resignation. The nobles ruling the land would not care whether they lived or died. The noble lords only kept squeezing ever more grain from the peasants beneath them, and hired ninja to fight and kill one another for their amusement. Run. Truly worthless insects. We've barely played a while, and they've already stopped moving. The chain weapon in the rogue ninja's hand hooked around the old man's neck and pierced a hole through it. The old man went silent in an instant. The child was knocked to the ground, and watching his grandfather's death his eyes welled with tears. He desperately hurled a picked-up stone at the rogue ninja with his small body. Then he was kicked to the other side. Why? We have no grudges against you. Why do you hurt people? Ha ha ha. Brothers, look. This stupid little brat is asking why. The man whose face was covered in painted patterns grabbed the child's thin neck. So fragile. Why? Ha ha ha. Because that's how this world is. Big villages bully small villages bully us, so we naturally bully you. If you have the power, hire ninja to kill us. Ha ha ha. As you wish. A clear, crisp female voice suddenly rang out, followed by a loud bang. Before the rogue ninja could make sense of what had happened, they were blasted into the ground, forming human-shaped craters, so deep they could not be pried out. As the dust dispersed, the little boy stared in amazement at the figure standing in the large pit. She was a beautiful little girl. She wore no shoes. Beneath her fair jade-like feet green vines were spreading. On her ears hung green ornaments, and atop her head was a leaf-shaped hairpin. The little girl, one finger pressed to her lips, looked at the boy and extended her small hand. Many specks of green light flew from the little girl's hand into the boy's body. It doesn't hurt anymore. The boy quickly thought of something. He ran in front of the little girl and kowtowed several times. Please, save my grandfather. I beg you. He tried to kowtow again, but was stopped. Two grass chains appeared from nowhere and held his shoulders. Looking at the boy's pleading eyes, the little girl nodded, helped the old man up, and sensed his condition. Fortunately, she had not arrived too late. Naxita began to glow on the spot and grow larger. Then she lifted the old man again, intensifying the life force of the grass element in her hands. The bleeding hole in the old man's neck began to heal rapidly. Not long after, he coughed and gradually regained consciousness. What happened to me? His eyes opened slightly. He heard someone calling to him. Hello, elder. Feeling better? Naxita bent down to look at the old man. I am Naxita. I can be considered a deity of sorts. As she said this, she released a hint of her divine pressure. An overly gentle appearance could easily lead mortals to look down upon a god. Gee, god. A god. Before their eyes, Naxita's silhouette grew immense. One must not look directly at a deity. The old man quickly rose, wanting to kneel and thank Naxita. The grass chains that had held the boy had been released by Naxita at some point, and the old man, taking the boy's hand, thanked her together with him. As for kneeling and thanks, Naxita did not think she was unworthy of it, but she also did not want them to keep prostrating themselves before her at every turn. Rise. From now on you need not perform such great rites. Just showing respect is enough. My kingdom is called Shumi. As long as one does not break the law, one need not kneel to anyone. Since you are not my subjects, all the less reason for this. Besides, you may call me the Queen of Grass. The old man and the boy listened quietly. However, upon hearing Naxita call herself the Queen of Grass, the elder asked a question. Oh, great deity! You say you are the Queen of Grass. Then is this grass country also your kingdom? This place is called Grass Country. Yes, Queen of Grass, the old man answered truthfully. It is not yet, but soon it will be, Naxita said mysteriously. Then she changed back into her small form. Ahem. Well then, deity time is over. Now it's Naxita time. She cleared her throat, her face no longer maintaining that fully divine expression. "Little one, do you have a name? And this elder, what is a name?" The little boy tilted his head, blinked, and looked at Naxita in confusion. The old man then spoke, "Oh deity, my name is Yuan Ban Mao. As for the little one behind me, he has no name. He was someone I found. I have no children, and he seems to have no family. I adopted him. As for that pair of horns, I was very astonished when I first saw them. I was also afraid that he might be the child of some monster. But after time passed, and we lived together, he was just a child who had somehow grown horns." Seeming afraid that Naxita would think the boy was a monster, the old man rambled on at length. "Elder, do not be afraid. I will not harm you or him." Naxita looked at the little boy who had been holding the old man's hand all along, and her gaze also turned to the top of his head that the old man had mentioned. Because she had noticed that many people in this world painted their faces with odd patterns, she hadn't paid attention to that place. Indeed, the little boy's head differed from ordinary people. Small horns grew there. The old man probably thought the boy's disguise had fallen off. It was seen by her. So she took the initiative to explain to Nahida that the child had horns. Ding dong. On the terminal at her ear, a message suddenly arrived from a certain blank, who had not been seen for days. Detected that the Lesser Lord has encountered a special NPC eligible to be registered as a vassal. Special NPC unnamed race Yiksha. What? There are Yikshas in this world too. Blank stated bluntly that information was lacking. But how to put it? Nahida sensed the power within the little boy's body. Even for a child, this Yiksha was a little too weak. After all, between worlds there could be existences or races that resembled one another. This was nothing to make a fuss about, and Nahida stopped dwelling on pointless thoughts. Looking at Blank's prompt, she thought of old Zhongli's short fungus, and she had always coveted having such a cool subordinate. This was not the original plots. Nahida, whose mind had been addled after Greater Lord Rakudavada was erased from the world tree, and whose only subordinate was that foul-mouthed boy Third Bro. Nahida had asked before why Blank helped her at all, and why he always appeared suddenly at certain moments. Most of the time when Nahida encountered trouble, Blank would appear guiding her, and bringing her aid from beyond this world. In return, all she received was blank silence. In the end, only a few words came. "I can only tell you that I will not harm you, but now is not the time for you to know." Nahida shook her head, dispersing her somewhat overly straying thoughts. If Blank didn't want to say it, then so be it. After all these hundreds of years, she could at least be certain that Blank truly would not harm her. Everyone had their little secrets. No worries. Nahida placed her fair, delicate hands on the little boy's head, and casually stroked the tiny dark green horns atop it. This made the little Yiksha blush. While satisfying her urge to touch the horns, she also checked the Yiksha bloodline inside the little boy's body. But more importantly, she had long wanted to touch the horns of that short fungus. Yet every time that short handsome young man saw her, he would shoo away in a windwheel, as if he had seen a ghost. After wiping his face, Nahida touched the Yiksha horns of the little boy, whose features were extremely similar to that certain short fungus, and spoke. "Little one, you are not human. You belong to a special race called Yiksha. The most important thing is, never mind. I'll tell you about matters of lifespan later." Seeing how stunned the little one was by the sudden revelation, Nahida decided not to say too much at once. Not to mention the long lifespan of a Yiksha, even an ordinary human, like Yuan Banao, would eventually die of old age before his eyes. Even as she thought this, she remembered those fools who had died defending Sumeru, never once mentioned in the game. A hint of loneliness crept over Nahida's face, but she soon rallied her spirits. Because she had saved all those people, and brought them out. "Child, would you be willing to let me give you a name, and learn immortal arts from me, so that in the future you may protect those you wish to protect?" Nahida had learned many things. Back in Teyvat, whenever she wandered into other nations, she would pester people into teaching her. Even if she couldn't learn it, she would force herself to memorize it. Yiksha. Yiksha. So his beloved little grandson was not human after all. No wonder he had always been so short. He had originally thought the child's growth had been stunted from enduring hardships with him. The boy heard that Nahida was going to teach him immortal arts. He did not know what immortal arts were, But he knew that once he learned them, he could protect Grandpa, so he moved to kneel again. I told you here you don't need to kneel at the drop of a hat. You don't need to feel you owe me anything. I will teach you the wondrous immortal arts, and in return you must guard my nation for 1,000 years. After that, if you are unwilling, you may leave. From now on your name is Xiao. And in the future you will be the guardian Yiksha of my grass country. A sphere of divine vassal power coalesced in her hand, flew out, and merged into him. Congratulations, Lesser Lord, on gaining a vassal. Vassal Xiao. Contract established. The vassal bloodline begins to awaken. You two go stay in my divine kingdom for a while. You too, Xiao. Oh, take this. Someone inside will teach you how to use it. Nahida tossed a knowledge capsule to Xiao, and opened the gate of Vanarana. The world before the grandfather and grandson seemed to split open. From this cruel world, they looked toward the split-open corner. Little spirits with flowers spinning above their heads, Aranara, swayed their tiny bodies. Resplendent, tranquil, full of hope. Translucent jade-green crystal butterflies fluttered their wings in flight. Yuan Banmao with one final bow to Nahida led Xiao inside. Nahida continued her elemental flight. She needed to find a larger town and get a map. Grass country. Humph. Since it was called grass country, wasn't this simply her territory? This country certainly had little recorded history. After a few moments of thought, Nahida settled on how to sweep away all the nobles with perfect legitimacy. In the distant past, gods still walked the world. Then, for certain reasons, the gods fell asleep. Now filthy rat nobles had occupied the nation and fooled the people. Backstory complete. According to the intelligence she had obtained, the so-called 5 great ninja villages had been quiet for quite some time, greatly reducing the number of orphan refugees for Nahida to take in. She still wanted to visit these great ninja villages, but there wasn't enough time. She had yet to visit the last one, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Although Vanarana could accommodate any number of people, refugees would disturb its residents. The Aranara were her vassals, and her people, and so were the other living beings within. Moreover, confining humans in a peaceful life was ultimately not a long-term solution. She really needed to go and take a look and beat those mercenary organizations that only knew infighting into recognizing good sense. If they truly refused to be sensible, then they were simply blind. It wasn't that she couldn't kill. During the Archon War she had followed her dear mother, the Tree King, and fought all over the world. Dried bones? Slaughter? Without missions, ninja would starve to death. That was the true thought of the ninja she had controlled after taking over quite a few of them. Only by listening to the so-called daimyo could they obtain funding and such. Should she praise the daimyo for brainwashing them so well, or blame the depravity inherent in this race? Everywhere along the way, homeless children looked at her with pitiful eyes, making her compassion overflow. A god loves all people. Even though they were not her people, sheltering them was no great problem for Nahida. Most of the refugees were caused by battles between ninja villages, as well as the nobles' forcible seizures and oppressive taxation. The jutsu these ninja used were quite interesting. Those strange bloodline powers were also intriguing. As for that power called chakra, Nahida had carefully sensed it. Chakra allowed ninja to use jutsu, but they could not command the elemental power directly in the air. Moreover, she had yet to find anyone with particularly large chakra reserves in their bodies. On top of that, by overdrawing chakra through cultivation, they all ended up fragile and seemingly short-lived. Nahida did not think about whether this world had a main plot or not. Hot-bloodedness belongs to the protagonist's past and life story in the tale. But in reality, in the places where the protagonist is not, the number of children who have lost their homes keeps multiplying. Suffering kept repeating itself. More and more people were being taken in at Vanarana. Nahida wanted to establish a nation outside. It wasn't that she feared being unable to defeat a bunch of ninja, rather she had forgotten the plot, and apart from herself not many people in this world understood how state institutions could operate normally after the nobles were cast aside. The new nation would continue Teyvat's tradition of uniting divine and secular power. As long as the supreme deity at the top never met with misfortune, this form of government would be the most perfect, and would see no major upheavals. While saving children, Nahida also never refused shelter to ordinary adults who sought it. Little stone radish houses rose one after another in Vanarana. Yahiko Nagato, and the others also made many new friends there. The Vanarana. Compared to the ninja world outside, life here was simply paradise. Although there were quite a lot of children, food was nothing to worry about. If it wasn't enough, she would catalyze it with divine power. Nahida, who ruled over grass and trees, would never let them go hungry. Every day Nahida split into 7 clones to teach the children the common tongue of Teyvat, and the principles of being good people. Looking at the Zhongli Vini Raiden Yahiko before her, as well as her own greater Lord Rakadavada Buer, she had mischievously shaped her clones in the likenesses of the 7 Archons. Perhaps she also missed them. Playing split personalities, she even made the clones recite her friends' catchphrases. Her true body meanwhile would go out into the world searching for a suitable place to rebuild Sumeru, and picking up children along the way. She also wanted to find the way back, though Blank had said she would know naturally when the time came. Where should I go today? Aimlessly Nahida picked a direction and flew, familiarizing herself with this new world, while keeping an eye out for poor little ones to bring back. Then she flew to a ninja village. When she saw several grown men biting a little red-haired girl in that shabby hut, Nahida standing outside angrily summoned Dendro Vines, and dragged the rotten ninja straight out. The moment they were out the door, the vines strangled them to death in the most agonizing way. Inside, the little red-haired girl was still blankly waiting for those rotten men to bite her, not understanding what had happened. The sun outside shone through the window. The frightened little girl witnessed an unforgettable scene. The one entering was not the group but The little red-haired girl looked at Nahida through tears. She would remember this image for the rest of her life. Walking through the doorway was not one of those vicious grass ninja, but an incredibly gentle woman stepping toward her, one careful step at a time. The woman's gait was light and graceful as if strolling across clouds. The woman's eyes were full of tenderness and concern, making her feel infinitely safe and at ease. Nahida crouched down gently to meet the little girl's eyes, at the same level reached out, and softly stroked the red-haired girl's hair. The corners of her mouth lifted into a warm smile. But the little red-haired girl summoned her courage, and said to Nahida, "Can you save Mommy? Mommy is going to die. Come on. Let's go save your mother." Hearing that the little one's mother was still alive, she did not delay. She immediately scooped her up, and learned what was going on. Holding the little girl, Nahida asked, "Little one, do you know where your mother is?" "Pretty sister, I know. Mommy is over there. She's in a lot of pain right now." Walking out of the house, Nahida began to call out, summoning her vassals. The Vanarana. "Dendro Archon, what are your orders?" "Take the civilians of this place to somewhere safe." "Yes, Dendro Archon." Sumeru ruined graders began cleansing this place. With that, Nahida tossed out several modified elemental-type ruined graders. Holding the little girl, she stood in the hand of one of the ruined graders, gazing at the massive machines. This was technology borrowed from Kenria, a nation that belonged solely to humanity. Human wisdom had its own unique merits, and she never underestimated it. As for how she obtained the technology, please, she and her greater Lord Rakadavada were both administrators. Other gods were not allowed to know, but that didn't mean the two of them couldn't look for themselves. A long time ago, Nahida had modified the energy furnace. She had originally planned to use it in Sumeru to lighten people's labor. However, after a certain god warned her, she realized that using it would consume too much of the world's already scarce elemental energy, so she had never intended to take it out. I wonder how Ether and the others are doing now. At least they should have been on guard after that time, right? Touching the abyss would make Heavenly Principles Chan eliminate them without hesitation. Back then she had neither the power nor the trust to stop them directly. She had clearly told them to be careful, but in the end, they had not fully trusted her simply because of her identity. Enough. She wouldn't think about that anymore. It was time to clean out the trash of this world. Reaching out, she wiped the wounds and bite marks on the little red-haired girl's face. With Nahida's gentle brush, they quickly healed. Experimental Sumeru ruined grader flashed its lights, confirming Nahida's instructions. Begin cleanup. Mission Objective 1, clean up this place. Mission Objective 2, eliminate all attackers. Nahida sat upon the palm of a colossal ruined guardian, while beside her a severely injured woman with red hair was enshrouded in divine power, the fire of her wrath still burning within her heart. She gazed upon the scattered ruins without a trace of sorrow. The sins here were truly nauseating, preserving whatever remnants they once had served no great purpose. Aside from the pitiful souls subjected to torment, not a single innocent person existed in this so-called grass ninja village. Fortunately, the little one's mother had been rescued. The moment she entered, she overheard plans to butcher someone into mincemeat. These wretched creatures were truly no different from those on that island nation from the other world. "Little Koharu, your mother is fine. She'll wake up later, I promise." She gently stroked the little girl's unkempt hair, neglected from the harsh conditions of survival here. Watching the elderly and young brought forth by the Rinaldo, all bearing wounds, their eyes filled with terror. "May wisdom guide you." Nahida spoke these words softly, and the divine power radiating from her palms began to ease their physical suffering and the brink of mental collapse. Seeing that these people had finally overcome their fear, Nahida continued. "I am not human, but a deity of flora and fauna. This place of sin has been destroyed by my hand, and I see you have nowhere to go. Then follow me." As she spoke, vegetation around her rapidly grew and leaned toward her, as if paying homage to the great deity. The dawn sunlight illuminated Nahida's figure. "O deity, we accept." One by one, ragged and tattered people gazed at her with devoted eyes. They bowed toward her. Watching these pitiful souls finally respond, Nahida felt a wave of relief. Her greatest fear had been that they would grow numb. Only then would she need to erase their memories. No matter where she went, the title of deity proved invaluable. Once convinced of Nahida's identity, the common folk proved remarkably cooperative. "Do not be afraid," Nahida promised. "I will have the Sumeru guards escort you." For the first time in their lives safely carried by these strange iron sentinels, the people could only marvel in astonishment. Several days passed before Koharu's mother regained consciousness. She was a gentle soul, though upon waking she clutched her daughter tightly, her eyes wary of everything around her. Her body trembled violently. Only after Koharu patiently explained what had transpired word by word, did she prepare to kneel before Nahida once more to express her gratitude. When Nahida used her divine power to help her stand, the woman still appeared constrained and formal despite Nahida's immaculate appearance and fine clothing. After some explanation, she learned this dwelling was a treehouse fashioned from Nahida's divine power, while outside people bustled with energetic activity. Nahida released all who had remained at Hananalan, and once positions were confirmed, construction began. Nahida's departure. A clone should suffice here in her absence. Establishing Sumeru would likely take considerable time. After deploying the ruined guardians in sufficient numbers, she planned to use the remaining time to visit the last unexplored nation in the shinobi world, the Land of Fire. She retained only fragmented memories of this world, and never assumed circumstances would unfold exactly as she recalled. It was essential to verify how things had progressed. The remainder would serve as leisurely exploration. The absence of the Tree King and his companions filled her with melancholy. She was homesick. With a downcast expression, she crossed into the Land of Fire, and discovered a modest village nestled beneath a cliff carved with monumental Fey statues. Within moments of walking, she witnessed something that soured her features. Crowds of grotesque-faced individuals openly radiating malice toward a vulnerable figure at the intersection. Children were already exchanging blows, fists and feet flying in this ordinary, unremarkable street, nowhere ornate, barely adequate. No one intervened as multiple children harassed a single boy, while some adults watched with hostile glares at the huddled, battered figure. The tormentors were no nobility or aristocracy. They incessantly proclaimed their own twisted version of justice. The boy had done nothing to provoke them. He was simply the village's designated target for abuse. The onlookers watched impassively, pulling their own children away to shield them from the fox demons, ill fortune spitting at the boy as they departed to vent their resentment upon the innocent. "You evil fox demon!" sneered the rotund boy, his expression dripping with cruelty as he relentlessly stamped his foot against the victim. He reveled in it. This fox demon his parents warned about, reduced to such a wretched state. "Die, you orphan monster!" The other children joined in, with identical sadistic grins. Several adults emerged from the crowd, though not to intervene, and stopped the children from tormenting the blond boy. They feared the fox demon's progeny might drive the boy mad and harm their own children instead. With a few sharp slaps, the handful of brats dreaming of becoming leaf heroes fell silent immediately. The children with mothers present were taken away, but not all had that luxury. Those left behind, these rough-looking brats, just laughed recklessly unfazed. Since those troublemakers had been collected by their parents, the remaining few would have to play the hero themselves. The adults claimed this blond boy with 6 fox whisker marks was the fox demon's offspring, evil and dangerous. Bullying others would draw punishment, but targeting him earned praise instead. Being the kind of kids who enjoyed tormenting others, they wouldn't let this chance slip away. Attacking what the adults called a fox demon made them heroes. The blond boy, weak and overwhelmed by the group, stubbornly corrected them. "I'm not the fox demon's son. My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Yet when it came to lacking parents, he could only open his mouth and offer a feeble protest. "Humph. You dare talk back? Fox demon should just die quietly. It's all your fault." The grievances from being beaten by adults at home were all vented on the boy named Uzumaki Naruto. "Hold him down. I'll feed the evil fox demon something tasty." "Ha ha ha. Yes, boss." Despite being children from the lowest rungs of the village, they reveled in ganging up on those weaker than themselves. Nahida watched these children at the most innocent age, yet displaying such vicious nature, her expression growing cold. Beside her, the figure clad in leather, with fiery red hair, spoke first. "You want to help him? Then go ahead and do it." Nahida rolled her eyes, swatting away the restless hands of these embodiments of her rebellious side. "They're all just my avatars. Each one such a drama queen. Ha ha ha." The fiery red-haired person's locks ignited, laughing healthily. While some humans here might earn her approval, the overwhelming sense was that this world was far too distorted. Nahida sighed, unable to bear watching the scene continue. "Stop it! What do you think you're doing to my child?" Nahida couldn't endure watching those little bastards torment the boy named Uzumaki Naruto. She had assumed those figures she sensed guarding were protecting him. But when the ringleader attempted to force something filthy into the child's mouth, she intervened. Swinging a wooden stick, she struck the offending child's hand. "It hurts. How dare you strike me? Who are you? Mind your own business. He's a fox demon and will eat people." "Yeah, exactly." The bully children felt some fear toward this tall stranger. But when they caught sight of her face, revealing the same 6 whisker markings and matching hair color as their victim, they fled in terror, suddenly remembering the woman's earlier words about him being her child. She claimed the fox demon's offspring was her own. The wicked children snapped back to reality, screaming, with cold sweats pouring down their foreheads. Nahida opportunistically made the children see a fox head whenever they looked at her. "The fox demon's mother has come. Run!" The children scattered like a storm. The adults, who had joined in on bullying the fox demon's child, also fled after Nahida gave them a withering glare, their faces twisted with confusion. Bystanders merely assumed the ruffians had lost their minds again, 2 outsiders from another village standing up for the fox demon brat. The children fled in fright. Naruto remained curled on the ground, eyes shut tight, in terror, muttering repeatedly to himself. Nahida gently approached the frail boy and gathered him into her arms. As for the onlookers, she wove a fabricated memory with her divine power to explain the scene. Just as Nahida prepared to carry the pitiful child away, several ninja concealed in the area emerged, their faces hidden behind animal masks. "Put him down. Which village are you from? Oh, I nearly forgot about you lot." Nahida halted her steps. Rather than waste words, the remaining ninja began forming hand seals immediately. Nahida wouldn't tolerate such prolonged incantations beneath her watch. The 4-leaf clover pattern ignited in her eyes. The masked ninja were instantly frozen in place, their own eyes transforming to match her clover-like pupils. She deliberately spared the lead figure, not due to inability to control him, but because she intended to reveal herself and needed someone to carry word. The white-haired ANBU commander at the forefront resisted futilely, attempting to break the Jinjutsu on his comrades. But to no avail. Having dealt with the ninja, Nahida gazed upward. "Has no one taught you not to eavesdrop on others?" Sensing the surveillance, she shattered the observer's glass sphere with divine power alone. In the Hokage's office, the aged Third Hokage emerged from the shadows, surveying the scattered crystal fragments and the substitution wooden stake riddled with shards. His combat instincts had triggered the substitution technique in time. "Who is this woman? Send the A and B to locate where the Ninetales Jinchuriki has been taken. The Jinchuriki must not come to harm. The A and B stationed around the Hokage Tower moved swiftly on the order. In Konoha, the night passed in seeming tranquility. Daylight came again. Compared with the day before, a strangely styled treehouse had appeared in Konoha. No one knew when it had appeared, yet those who saw it felt as if it had always been there. Inside the treehouse, the golden-haired little boy asleep on the wooden bed twitched his nose, catching a delicious scent. His stomach aching with hunger, he slowly woke up. So fragrant. Huh? Where am I? Why didn't I wake up at home this time? He scratched his little cheek and looked around in confusion. Naruto looked at the unfamiliar place. I recovered even faster this time. Bandages. Did Grandpa Hokage come and wrap me up? There was a wooden bed and an ordinary wooden table with a few books on it. Could someone else have brought me here? Was there really someone in this village who did not hate him, the child of the fox demon? Rip. Feeling much better now, little Naruto tore off the bandages wrapped around him. A little shyly he placed the torn bandages in the corner beside the bed, then lifted the bedding that carried the pleasant scent of grass and leaves. Naruto could not quite understand what was happening or who had picked him up. Usually after he passed out, he would wake up the next day in his own messy, chaotic home. Sitting in front of the lovely wooden bed, not knowing what to do next, Naruto hung his head and thought hard. The fragrance in the room made his always hungry stomach rumble. You're awake, Naruto. If you're awake, come eat. Naruto, his head lowered, had not noticed the very gentle voice from the doorway. Following the sound, he saw a woman with long white hair dressed in a beautiful emerald green long skirt and wearing an adorable apron. Most importantly, her face bore the same 6 whisker-like marks as Naruto's. Who are you? Did you bring me back? His heart stirred at the answer. He wanted to believe, but he still asked in disbelief. Naruto, are you still sleepy? What nonsense are you talking about? Nahida narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, as she spoke softly. My name is Nahida, and I'm your mother. Then her expression suddenly turned stern. And stop dawdling, Naruto. Get up now. Come eat. Naruto's little mind still could not grasp the situation, but his heart instinctively answered. Mom. No longer hesitating, he called her mother with genuine sincerity. Naruto quickly stood up and followed behind Nahida. In the treehouse living room, a large heaping bowl of egg-fried rice was set on the other side of the table. Nahida pulled out a stool and beckoned little Naruto to sit on the special stool she had prepared. Rumble, his hungry stomach cried out again. Naruto's eyes fixed on Nahida. She sat down across from him and gave a faint smile. Why are you staring at me? Naruto. If you're hungry, eat as much as you want. There's more if it's not enough. Mom, I'm digging in. Munch munch. So good, so good. I want another bowl. Nahida did not refuse. She picked up Naruto's bowl and headed back to the kitchen. She had already probed how much he could absorb. That egg-fried rice had been imbued with her divine power. In essence, it was her own divine energy. So she was not afraid of the little one overeating. Nahida had originally planned to leave after reading this ninja village's records. But now she had met this little fellow Naruto. Watching him after he had eaten his fill, that cautious, clumsy way he looked at her, afraid that Nahida would say he had eaten too much. Or say she didn't want him. If she chose to leave him in Vanarana to be raised, this child would surely overthink it. In the end, Nahida decided to keep Naruto by her side and raise him herself. Teaching by word and example. The mindset of this ninja world was utterly rotten. It needed to be re-educated starting from newborns. The entire value system of this world was at a level that left Nahida speechless. The rulers called daimyo had trained those ninja of extraordinary power to be like dogs, manipulating them however they pleased. And the extraordinary ninja had also lost their minds. They became ninja to make money, and to make money they killed. Their so-called shinobi pride drove them to do nothing but kill, while the daimyos squeezed taxes from ordinary people to squander, and to use against those accursed ninja. She truly did not know what to say. It was as exasperating as the grand sage hauling back his hoarded wealth, and then trying to turn heaven upside down, ordering the Dendro Archon to do his bidding. At least in Teyvat, vision holders were either leaders in their own right, or at least not people ordinary civilians could casually disrespect. Yet ninja with extraordinary power here were toyed with like dogs by those bloated useless daimyo. And incredibly, they let ordinary people control everything, even sending children to fight and die on the battlefield for a little money. So she decided to raise this child herself, and let a foreign deity's new ideals correct the twisted thinking of a world full of people obsessed with killing. But all that was still far off. Rather than urgently teaching Naruto knowledge, Nahida decided to simply stay with him for now. During the night, while Naruto slept, she soundly thrashed the pursuers, who had come because she had forcibly taken Naruto away. Then she gave a certain old monkey in a bamboo hat, who still thought he could control her, a good beating. And ever considerate, she told that old monkey a certain person's name, a name she had seen in the memories of one of the ninja she had controlled while they were guarding Naruto. Thinking of this made Nahida even angrier. The rotten old man had stretched his poisonous hand even to a child for his own selfish desires. Another day passed. In the large treehouse. "Come here, wash your hands." Nahida took Naruto's hands and carefully taught him how to clean them. Naruto's old clothes covered in shoe prints and mud had long since been thrown away by Nahida. What he wore now had been bought on one of her outings. Making them herself would have taken time, not that Nahida didn't know how. "There. The first time mommy teaches you. Afterward you have to do it yourself." Mom." Little Naruto watched Nahida's movements with serious concentration. Then he imitated her step by step. How wonderful. Adults all liked obedient children. He would definitely listen carefully to his mother. That way she wouldn't suddenly disappear one day. Naruto had lost count of how many times he had stood by the roadside envying the sight of other families, and how many times he had dreamed of trying to see such a scene in his sleep. He could not bear to let go. Today, as always, Nahida brought out golden egg fried rice, and filled a heaping bowl for Naruto. Even though he had eaten it every day these past few days, Naruto never grew tired of it. "Wow! It smells so good." Little Naruto's face was full of expressions utterly adorable. "Mom, I'm digging in." "Eat slowly. There's plenty more." "Oh, and while eating you need to be quiet. Even at home we follow the rule no talking while eating, no talking while resting. As for the reason, look, this is mommy eating. If I take a bite and then talk, the food will spray everywhere." After serving herself a bowl of rice, she sat down beside Naruto and explained unhurriedly. These things were supposed to be taught one by a child's guardian, and Nahida, knowing Naruto's situation, naturally would not forget them. A knock sounded at the door. "Naruto, are you home?" An old-aged voice came from outside. "It's Grandpa Hokage coming to see me, Mom." Nahida narrowed her eyes slightly, and said to Naruto, "Go open the door. Let your Grandpa Hokage come in and eat with us." Outside the door, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing his Hokage robes, was still rubbing his bruised old face. When the door opened, the first thing he saw was not the detestable white-haired woman, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That woman had not lied to him, she really was living here with Naruto. Could this truly be the contingency Kushina had left behind, because she did not trust him? White hair could not be from the Uzumaki clan either. Or was the other red-haired woman the Uzumaki? But Hiruzen Sarutobi had no time to keep speculating. Naruto took his hand and pulled him some distance from the door. Before leaving, he called back to Nahida, saying he wanted to share a few secrets with Grandpa Hokage. "Grandpa Hokage, is that woman inside really my mom?" Compared with how he had been inside the house, little Naruto standing outside no longer wore that innocent expression he had shown Nahida. Although he liked this suddenly appeared mother very much, and this entire morning was a life he had never dared to imagine, it was all too sudden. Naruto hung his little head, lost in thought. After telling the third Hokage what was on his mind, he turned back to look at the treehouse. Hiruzen Sarutobi had wanted to use words to steer him this way, and that but the gaze from the treehouse was watching him, so he changed his words. The thing is, little Naruto, she really is your mother." Hiruzen Sarutobi could feel someone's terrifying pressure in the treehouse, locking tightly onto him. Somewhat cowed, he testified on her behalf. But the most important thing was that although Naruto had been taken away for an entire night, he had not been controlled, nor had anything been done like removing the tail beast's seal. Moreover, Konoha could not afford to offend this unknown, uninvited ancestor from nowhere. But no matter what, as long as the boy remained in Konoha, all was well. No one could resist the will of fire. Really? Having waited anxiously for the answer, the little boy felt the heart that had been hanging in his chest finally settle once, he was certain. His eyes lit up again. Then he grabbed the old Third Hokage and tried to pull him inside. Grandpa Third. Mom made food and it's really tasty. We've been out for so long, Mom must be getting anxious. His small eyes, once full of worry, brimmed with life again. Inside the treehouse, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was helplessly tugged in by the little boy. Forgive me for intruding. Naruto's M.O. He paused briefly, but as an experienced ninja, he did not let his slips show. The Third Hokage immediately saw Nahida inside, wearing an adorable apron, and taking a large cake out of the kitchen. Third Hokage. Come in and sit. I just baked a cake for Naruto. Come and try it. Nahida casually invited the third to sit down, and incidentally served him an extra bowl of rice. She had made too much, and it would be wasteful to leave it uneaten. It just so happened he could deal with the leftovers. After giving a perfunctory greeting to the third, someone who, if one did not know him, might be mistaken for a monkey demon, she turned her attention back to little Naruto. Nahida, still maintaining her tree king form, reached out and gave his head a pat. The small golden-haired boy was as docile as a kitten. Naruto, come have a taste. See if you like it. Nahida picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea for the third, and pushed the first slice of cake in front of Naruto. It's really good, Mom. The third could only watch as Nahida kept feeding Naruto, and as Naruto asked her in a scattered, curious way where she had been all this time. After hearing her answers, the suspicion growing in his heart that Nahida was a contingency Kushina had left behind to guard against him only grew stronger. After staying a little longer, Hiruzen Sarutobi took his leave, saying he still had important matters to attend to. Goodbye, Grandpa Hokage. Stay with your mother, Naruto. Grandpa will come see you again. Nahida's expression did not change. She watched Naruto with narrowed eyes and a gentle smile. After Hiruzen Sarutobi left, many of the low-ranked A and B around the area withdrew, though a few still remained. Nahida, however, paid no more attention to matters outside. She gathered the used dishes from the table and prepared to wash them. But before that, seeing Naruto contentedly stroking his little belly, Nahida kept a careful eye on him. Since he had been malnourished for so long, he could easily fail to control how much he ate when given good food. Naruto, stand up, take a walk with me. Mom, but the villagers. I know. You're afraid they'll bully me too, aren't you? Nahida reached out and stroked Naruto's hair. Then let's go somewhere with no people. Although if Nahida wished, not even Hiruzen Sarutobi could see her, let alone ordinary people. The sun was once again slowly setting, but this time Naruto was not alone. Led by Nahida's hand, he looked at her and walked home step by step. Naruto, are you happy? Today? Happy. I've already prepared a room of your own. From now on you'll stay there. Don't go back to your old room. After returning to the treehouse, Nahida guided the little one through his personal hygiene. Finally, when Naruto lay down on his small bed, just as he had once longed for, she gently covered him with a blanket and told him a bedtime story. Naruto, there's one more thing, but let's stop here for today. Good night. Nahida gently kissed the little one's forehead and said good night, giving him, as a mother, the dreamlike days he had yearned for day and night. Morning. Outside the window, the chirping of insects and the cries of street vendors began to rise. Naruto found himself in that exquisite room, so refined that he still could not believe it belonged to him. Naruto quietly turned over and got out of bed. The brand new bedding had no strange smell at all. The room was so clean and tidy that he felt dazed for a moment. After a long while he snapped back to reality, remembering that he had a mother now. He was no longer the son of the demon fox that no one cared for. It was so quiet. That. He looked around. Why could he not hear a single sound from outside? Worried, Naruto opened his bedroom door in his pajamas and looked toward the living room. He was afraid it was just a joke Nahida had played on him, that she would mock him mercilessly the next day, saying a monster like him had no right to call her mother. He hurried down the stairs. Little Naruto cautiously looked for a figure in the house. With one glance, there was no one. No! There was one. There was a little girl. A little girl was sitting on the sofa swinging her little short legs as she flipped through a book. The little girl on the sofa did not have the long legs of the mother he had seen yesterday, but she wore a dress of the same color, and just like her was not wearing shoes. Who are you? Naruto looked at the little girl, timidly afraid of seeing disgust in her eyes again, but to find that person, he summoned his courage and asked. This little girl, who looked so much like Mother, could she really be Mother's biological daughter? The little girl with four-leaf clover eyes was absorbed in her book on the sofa. Naruto did not notice when at some point she had stopped reading. Looking at the dazed Naruto, she tilted her head, smiled, and greeted him. Good morning, Naruto. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Naruto. Me. Nahida glanced at herself and understood little Naruto's confusion. Like this. Sitting on the sofa, she glowed for a moment, and turned back into that gentle, mature appearance. Do you remember what I told you before you went to bed last night? See. I am the mother you saw yesterday. First go get dressed, wash up, and eat something. Then we'll have a proper talk. Nahida tilted her head with an adorable expression. That peculiar voice made Naruto calmly obey, and return to his bedroom. When Naruto came out of the washroom again, he looked toward the living room. By then Nahida had turned back into the adult form Naruto was familiar with. She had also moved from the sofa to a seat at the dining table, flipping through a history book she had found in Konoha containing records about the shinobi world. On the other side of the table sat fresh hot milk and an egg pancake that had been prepared long before. All cleaned up. Nahida looked up and glanced at him. Seeing that Naruto had made a mess of cleaning himself up, Nahida pressed a hand to her forehead. Absorbed in her book, she had neglected him. My fault? She looked at Naruto's messy hair, and the face he had only wiped carelessly a couple of times. A first-time mother, Nahida had clearly forgotten that the little one had no idea how to properly take care of himself. Taking Naruto by the hand, she led him back into the washroom, and used her power to form a platform where the little one could lie down. Lie on it, and close your eyes, okay? Infusing her touch with divine power, she gently massaged Naruto's messy hair, while slowly nurturing his malnourished body. She softly hummed a tune she had learned in times past. Naruto, your hair is too long. Let me cut it for you. Naruto nodded his little head. The whole morning passed like that. After Nahida had tidied him up, although he still looked thin and frail, he was far more spirited than before. Sitting on the sofa in the treehouse living room, Nahida no longer kept the 6 markings on her face nor the strange look in her pupils. Are you full? Originally I planned to quietly raise you to adulthood and then tell you the truth. But after thinking it over, that was not necessary. With a more suitable haircut and outfit, Naruto looked as if he could attract a little girl's gaze. Nahida handed Naruto a glass of milk and told him to drink it every day, then continued. Naruto. Earlier you went with that monkey demon, well, your so-called Hokage grandpa, to ask if I was your mother, didn't you? Naruto, you don't need to rush to deny anything. I am not angry at your distrust. On the contrary, I truly am not your mother. Rather, passing by that day, I saw those people's cruelty toward you. I wanted to find some excuse to protect you. From the moment Nahida started explaining, Naruto had lowered his head and sunk into unease. He had tried so hard to convince himself that Nahida was his mother. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I might suddenly not want you anymore? There. Naruto. I'm telling you this because I want you to know that even if you are a child, you still have the right to know. If you are still willing to acknowledge me as your mother, I will still watch you grow up and teach you. It will be up to you to fix this world's utterly rotten values. But before that, let's solve the problem of the messy tenants inside your body. Hearing that Nahida would not abandon him, Naruto relaxed, but his little head was once again full of big question marks. What tenants? You'll know in a moment. Knowledge is shared with you. A cyan light appeared in her hand as she brought Naruto into the ceiling space. Inside the ceiling space, Nahida led Naruto to the Great Iron Cage. People from every world developed their own power systems. But this place really is like a sewer. Naruto, I didn't expect that you would have quite a few guests living inside you. Inside the Great Iron Cage, the enormous creature heard someone approaching and swiftly drew near. As the massive creature drew near, Naruto saw clearly. It was a gigantic fox. Ah! What a huge fox! Grr! The fox was bound tightly by countless chains, but upon seeing Naruto, it deliberately lunged forward to frighten him. You little brat! The Ninetales still wanted to trick young Naruto into removing the seal. But before it could take notice, another person had already torn off the sealing talisman, and a blond man appeared on the scene. Naru. A certain awakened little son, Minato had assumed the Ninetales was trying to trick Naruto into breaking the seal. But when he saw the unfamiliar Nahida, and was about to question her, a single slap sent him to Naruto's side. Ha ha ha. Foolish woman, you actually removed the seal. Excited to see the seal torn off, the Ninetales prepared to rush out from its prison. Then it met Nahida's gaze directly. The Ninetales, which had meant to crush Nahida with its claws, suddenly sensed something ominous. Noisy little thing. Settle down? Her four-leaf clover eyes stared straight into the Ninetales' enormous eye. Although dealing with you is simple, I have a feeling this thing may tame you better. Go. My collection. The cyan light in Nahida's hand shot behind the Ninetales, and a spatial fluctuation appeared. A huge shadow materialized behind the Ninetales. It was a colossal crystal-clear super mecha. A war mecha built by the entire academia with the wisdom of a god. Colossal Guardian 1.0. As for the name, well, it is basically a companion product modeled after the Akasha terminal, though Nahida would rather call it Grass Mech God. Behind the Colossal Guardian, many enormous arms appeared at Nahida's summons. Why is this old man's back cold? Did this woman behind me summon something? Why does it feel like a shadow has covered this old man? Sensing that something might be behind it, the Ninetales turned its fox head slightly. When did this huge thing appear behind this old man? It had just begun to gather a tailed beast ball in its mouth. Then the Colossal Guardian manually silenced it. In the end, all the Ninetales could see was many arms pressing down. And the feeling of losing consciousness. Damn. A familiar feeling. The beaten Ninetales quietly fell into unconsciousness and grew still. Meanwhile, a certain Fourth Hokage, known as the fastest, awkwardly stopped the Rasengan in his hand. Then he looked back at little Naruto, who had been watching him from the very beginning. Naruto, hello. I am. Before Minato could finish, Naruto hurried toward Nahida, took her hand again, and with his head lowered said, Mom, let's go back. Those were his words, but the tears at the corners of his eyes could not fool anyone. Minato looked at Naruto, and Nahida at a loss. No, Naruto, there is one more person you must meet. Her eyes turned to a still sleeping mass of consciousness formed from power radiating red light inside the iron cage of the ceiling space. She reached out and activated it. And just like that, Naruto was embraced by a woman with fiery red hair. Naruto. My child. Mom is sorry. When she awakened, the red-haired woman, Nahida, thoughtfully shared the memories she had gathered from the outside world of Naruto's suffering before she came. Then she walked over to the silent Minato and said, Come with me. Besides the two of you, Naruto has another tenet hidden even deeper inside him. Besides the Ninetales, there's only me and Kushina inside Naruto. Minato did not understand what Nahida meant, but at her request he still followed. He had also heard what Naruto had just said. He also understood that this woman was probably Naruto's current adoptive mother. Nahida led Minato's chakra consciousness body and began to move, while a certain chakra that had been locked onto began to flee in panic. Where do you think you're running? From Nahida's body, chain after chain of Dendro materialized out of thin air, shimmering with an emerald radiance, crystal clear and translucent like jade. They spread at tremendous speed, swiftly covering the entire sealed space, as if intending to bind everything within their grasp. Each chain emanated an uncanny undulation of power, allowing the Minato, who followed, to sense the immense energy contained within. Just who was this woman named Nahida? And Naruto was so close to her. The more extraordinary and unique Nahida revealed herself to be, the more guarded Minato became, fearing she had designs on the Ninetales sealed inside Naruto. Of course, if Nahida could read minds, she would have given Minato a disdainful eye roll, not the Byakugan kind, just a plain speechless one. Sealing the Ninetales was something that could actually get people killed. As the chains multiplied, the entire space was bathed in green radiance, forming a colossal palace of Dendro. That strange mass of chakra tried yet again to flee deeper into Naruto's mindscape. But the Dendro palace had already taken shape, and this time Nahida had left no gaps. The bizarre chakra mass slammed into the Dendro walls of the Hall of Knowledge, only to be tightly bound by elemental chains extending from behind Nahida. The chakra mass, radiating strange fluctuations and glowing with eerie light, caused Minato Namake's chakra form standing nearby to warp into an odd state. Minato clutched his head and began muttering to himself. "We humans should be kind to one another. We should forgive everyone in the village. Any harm they did to Naruto was simply out of their own considerations. We must use love. You golden-haired fool. What nonsense are you spouting? It seems this thing also carries mental contamination." Huh? Nahida, one hand supporting her chin, pondered briefly, then looked at Minato and made her decision. She delivered a wake-up slap to the afflicted Minato. "Snap out of it, big golden retriever." Nahida tried to call his name, but realized she actually didn't know it. "Hiss. Why do I feel like I've been hit? Was it some kind of genjutsu?" With that single slap, the brainwashed blonde was jolted back to normal. Minato held his cheek and asked, "Did you catch the thing?" Nahida chose to change the subject. She controlled the Hall of Knowledge to rapidly shrink its green elemental force, anchoring it in place within the space, then extended several long verdant light ribbons down to the ground where corresponding stone pillars rose up. Think of the pillar lighting mechanism used to seal the ruined guard in Sumeru. "Just now someone kept talking inside my head. You caught that thing right. This." Minato's chakra form clutched his head, trying to say something to Nahida. "You may call me Nahida. Fourth Hokage-sama. Let's head back and find Naruto first." Nahida addressed him by the words Fourth Hokage she saw on his attire, and said no more, for Minato's body had already begun to fade. When Nahida and Minato returned once more to the tailed beast sealing space, Kushina was anxiously clutching the unconscious Naruto. "What's wrong, Kushina?" The golden-haired figure rushed over the moment he saw his wife holding their son in distress. "Naruto suddenly said his head hurt, and then he fainted. It's because of that strange chakra mass we captured just now," Nahida explained. The chakra mass did not take human form the way Kushina's and Minato's chakra remnants had, but Nahida's eyes could still see it clearly. It was a gentle man in strange ancient garments. He did not struggle after being caught, but instead explained something only Nahida could perceive. Nahida didn't understand most of what he said about his endless cycle of reincarnation war against his brother, but one thing she did understand: the man said that expelling him would affect the current reincarnated vessel. Blank, what do you think? On her private channel with someone Nahida already had a firm notion in her mind, yet she still asked. The instinct of the god within her told her clearly she should not recklessly destroy this strange chakra being. Not because it would affect Nahida herself, but because little Naruto was prone to trouble. Nor could she simply leave it be. It was constantly radiating that saintly light, which could easily damage a child's intellect. Having finished reviewing the situation, Nahida continued picking out what was safe to tell Kushina. "Let me do it!" Nahida reached out her hand, and her power flowed into Naruto's body like scattered starlight. Naruto's eyelids trembled, then slowly opened. The first thing he saw was the two people dearest to him now, and it made him very happy. "Mom, I'm fine. My head feels so much clearer now. Mom, I'll make those people who bullied me pay for their sins myself." That was the last topic he had discussed with his mother. "Nahida mama, you're back too. Let me introduce you. This is my mama Kushina." "Hello, Kushina. I am Nahida, and I can be considered Naruto's foster mother now." Nahida and Kushina nodded to each other in harmony, though they had already learned about one another earlier. "Thank you, Nahida." Kushina looked at the gentle Nahida and hardly knew what to say, simply offering thanks again and again. Those clean, innocent eyes made Kushina feel that Nahida was like a deity descended to the mortal world, utterly out of place in this world. She then glanced at her own husband, who still wore an awkward expression. Naruto's feelings toward his father were complicated. For a long time in the past, he had hated why he was called a fox demon. A somewhat older Naruto might have been influenced by that chakra and turned out differently, but this little one was not like that. Like was like, hate was hate. And toward this village, he had nothing but nightmares, not a trace of attachment. Apart from the few people who were kin. Look at what you've protected. Our child is suffering. Kushina slapped Minato across the face because she could see he was still trying to make excuses for the village. Minato Namikaze, you're already dead. The fourth Hokage is dead. Your whole family died for this rotten village. Your child in the very place you died to protect lived worse than someone's pet dog. Minato, I'm not asking you to come back to life and punish those who bullied Naruto. But don't you forget, besides being the fourth Hokage, you are Naruto's father. Minato, if you dare speak another word on behalf of those people in that village, then get the hell out. Naruto quietly absorbed it all in the shelter of Kushina's arms, even though that motherly love was only a faint mass of chakra. Nahida silently refrained from intruding on this small family's strife. But their time was almost up. Minato, who was about to receive another slap, saw Kushina's form beginning to fade and cried out, "Damn it! Cuz!" Let us re-examine Nahida's current abilities, and the course she has chosen. Character identity blank. An existence seemingly entangled with the Nahida of the present, observing her by peculiar methods, and offering her much help. Withholding a great many secrets from her, yet certainly bearing no malice. Transit space. A special space through which Nahida can transit, its name remains unknown. Vanarana. Originally the dream world where the Aranara of Sumeru lived, when Nahida left Teyvat, it was bound to her consciousness, and carried along, becoming a small world attached to her. Nahida. Not a branch of the original Teyvat timeline, but there appears to be no great difference. Only she carried over a few fanciful ideas from that other world. The body born when she came into being in Teyvat appears special. When the body of a god dies, it leaves behind no lingering resentment of an Archon, only love for this continent. The route in the Naruto world. One, upon arriving in this world, surveying the chaos spreading across the land, Nahida took the first few children she met under her protection. After confirming what this world was like, she initially felt lost. Blank then issued her a mission to restore her sense of purpose, establish a nation. 2. As Nahida kept traveling through this world, inspecting possible sites for her nation, and searching for a new home, the more she saw, the less she could accept its systems and ideals, and so she decided to intervene. 3. Determined to brand all nobles as traitors, who had stolen a land belonging to gods, and to impose the full force of being erased from history upon them, Nahida began gathering the suffering. Nahida split herself into 7 incarnations, their appearances replicating those of the 7 Archons. The intensity of her power. Though the world of Teyvat was incomplete compared with the chakra system, the elemental power Nahida uses cannot be directly driven by the ninja of this world. To employ ninjutsu, they must refine chakra and combine it with hand seals. Certain cheat-level ninja aside, those who learn to sense sage chakra at the sacred lands of a few animals can control it at an intensity matching Nahida's command over elemental energy. Even so, ninjas still cannot wield it as freely as a god does. They must accumulate and learn to sense sage chakra. Because the ninja world is a complete world, Nahida's divine body continues to grow. It seems a certain protective existence has also sent her many gifts, all packed inside a huge gift package. Regarding the Dendro element, and the title of the Dendro Archon, the power she wields is Dendro, though some places call Dad, Mom. Little Naruto ultimately could no longer contain his emotions, and he screamed in heartbreak toward the place where his parents' chakra souls were fading away. Naruto could not bear to let go of the love of his mother and father that he had only just received all too briefly. He clutched desperately at the dissolving specks of light around his parents' bodies. Tears kept falling drop after drop onto the ground of the ceiling space. Perhaps I should interrupt the little one's grief. That couple simply wants to keep on dying so readily. But she refuses to agree. A child should be raised by his own parents. Still, that certain little grass has long been ready. Though Nahida is not entirely certain whether this world's chakra consciousness and the original consciousness count as one and the same. This is merely gathering and transferring consciousness. Nothing difficult for her now, that Celestia's suppression is gone. Nahida held two strange jars in her hands. Opening the lid, she collected the two masses of chakra consciousness that had already begun to scatter, drifting toward their original souls outside the seal. The little boy, sobbing uncontrollably, kept his head bowed, and was utterly immersed in his own world, unaware of what his newly recognized foster mother was doing. "Dad. Mom." He simply kept repeating. After collecting the consciousness, Nahida took out two familiar puppet bodies. Naturally, they were not that humiliating creation of the Raiden Shogun of Inazuma. They were the Catherine puppets that every blonde-haired traveler believed had been fleeced by middlemen. As soon as she inserted the two consciousness jars into the slots atop the Catherines' heads, the two Catherines wearing maid dresses awoke. The puppets' faces were fixed except for their hair, one red, one blonde. Nahida. Nahida. Kushina had no mood to examine her own condition, but she understood that Nahida had probably done something. Her entire heart was focused on her crying child. Minato, however, noticed. The golden-haired Catherine stared at her own finely articulated hands. Could this be Tsunagekyu's puppet technique? No, Tsunagekyu's puppets were never so exquisite. Nor could he sense any chakra threads connecting them. Since Nahida seemed about to speak, he put the matter aside, and moved closer to hear more. Not because he wanted to give his life for Konoha again, mainly he feared that no one would help a stranger for no reason. He still could not relax his guard around Nahida's kindness. "Naruto. Naruto. My child." Turning over and sitting up, Kushina, in Catherine's body, greeted Nahida, and tried to rush over and properly comfort Naruto, but Nahida held her back. As for Minato, also in Catherine's body, he was ignored once again. "There's no hurry, Kushina. Let Naruto cry a little longer. He has too much pressure pent up inside his heart. A good cry won't hurt him." Now aware of the circumstances behind Naruto's life, Nahida could not stand the deathly loyalty to the hidden village shown by men like Minato. She conjured two Dendro swings behind herself and Kushina, gesturing for Kushina to sit. Minato meanwhile stood behind Kushina. "Let the child cry a while. Nothing will happen. I have been watching over him." "What?" Despite her words, Kushina could not stop glancing at Naruto, who still knelt in place. "Your precious son has completely forgotten about me now that he has seen you too. I have been keeping close watch over Naruto's mental state all along." "Don't worry." Nahida explained one thing after another, her eyes gleaming. "I want to see when he remembers that he still has an adoptive mother." As she spoke, her fingers kept turning a flower string condensed from Dendro. Once a way to train fine control over her element, now simply a little game she enjoyed whenever she was idle. "Also allow me to introduce myself once more." Turning around, she changed into her divine robe. "Hello, Kushina. I am a god from another world. Although saying that sounds strange, it is not what matters. What matters is, do you believe this world is right? Children become ninja and learn the skills of killing. They are drawn into slaughter. If you want to change the entire world, will you come and accomplish this together with me?" "Wait. Let me catch my breath. A god? Does this world truly have gods?" Kushina felt she could hardly understand. What was a god? What did changing the world mean? "Ah. I suppose I did not think it through. Let me show you." "And Naruto, how much longer are you going to lie there?" Seeing that Kushina and Minato had not understood, or rather had dared not imagine such a scene, Nahida took the opportunity to expose a certain little one's situation. She had not lowered her voice in the slightest while talking with Kushina. Someone's crying had already stopped by then. Perhaps because his face was a complete tear-stained mess, he still stayed lying there, unwilling to get up. When they heard Nahida call out Naruto's name, Kushina and Minato noticed as well, and the weight on their hearts finally eased. "Then let us begin. Let me share knowledge with you." Several clusters of green light flew toward the three, carrying their bodies back to the treehouse, and pulling the family's consciousness into Nahida's memories. A long melody began to play. Countless stones soared into the air and gathered into a path, and at its end a stone gate appeared. For figures halted upon the stone road in the sky. Holding a small flag, Nahida led Kushina, Minato, and their family, all restored to their original appearances, toward the stone gate. "You have not been revived nor restored. The reason you look this way now is simply that this is not reality. It is my memory space. Come." I'll show you around. As for why Nahida had installed a game-like Stonegate startup screen in her memory space. She had told Kushina and the others that she came from another world. She certainly could not say that she had been killed and then resurrected in this one. Passing through the stone gate, the group turned into shooting stars and plunged downward. Instinctively, Minato tried to wrap his arms around his wife and child and use the flying thunder god, only to sense no power at all. They did not fall forever. After dropping some distance, Nahida halted their descent in midair. Ahem. Sorry for frightening you. This is my world, the world of Teyvat. I will introduce it bit by bit. In Teyvat, gods walk upon the mortal world. It is divided into 7 nations, each governed by one of the 7 elemental archons. But before I left, the affairs of every nation were mostly run by humans themselves. The gods have retreated behind the scenes. No one has to become a ninja to take part. Showing them mercy was practically giving those people too much face. Besides, the Akasha terminal in Sumeru came with a one-click button for reporting directly to the Dendro Archon. As for whether the reports were true or false, how could the World Tree's administrators, one big family, fail to know? Kushina and Minato were somewhat dazed as they looked upon this quiet, peaceful world. Here people with extraordinary abilities did not need to obtain money by killing. Whether it was the profession called adventurer or the soldiers protecting their nations, there were plenty of ways for many people to live. Compared with ninja, whom ordinary people feared, the warriors, the knights, the Millilith, felt utterly different to their family. Working people did not have to offer the vast majority of their harvest to the nobles. Minato even saw many commoners treating nobles with contempt. Without the nobles, the nation would not collapse. This sent a tremendous shock through the creed he had received since birth in the shinobi world to be loyal to the daimyo and revere the nobility. Kushina's eyes, however, grew brighter and brighter. Her heart had always hated the ninja world, but back then she had been weak and alone, barely surviving in Konoha. From being made the Ninetales Jinchuriki to the fall of the Uzumaki clan to her own child suffering, it all surged into one blazing conviction. By now Kushina and Minato had come to believe most of what Nahida said about being a god from another world. Naruto remained quiet throughout, listening as well. Although he was too young to understand, these strange new ideas kept hammering against his tender heart. But then, several figures in the memory broke away from their fixed patterns and approached the 4 of them. First here, this is Mondstadt, a place. Tornado. Do you regret it? When the ancient gods first emerged, there was little conflict among them in any land. Apart from sheltering their own small territories, few gods wandered as freely as the little grass. At that time Nahida was still giddy with the excitement of having just arrived in Teyvat. Although she had wanted to run everywhere, the moment she was born the Tree King dragged her back and only allowed her to travel after she had mastered her authority. That was why most of the gods came to know this tiny honey-tongued little god, a little one who charmed them with sweet words. Most gods of that age were blunt and lacking in knowledge. They simply loved according to their own understanding. Some of those ways of loving were quite terrible, but most gods still tried their best to make their people's lives better. When Nahida traveled, she would use her honeyed tongue to offer blunt gods her advice in roundabout ways. Though they stubbornly refused to listen, they nevertheless made some changes. For G. Regret? Little grass, haven't I told you? A king does not regret. Now that they have the freedom to choose for themselves, they should be living well. Nahida naturally knew what this question referred to. If Long Juanjuan had only been willing to listen to her and modify the plan back then, everything would have been fine. But he was so stubborn. Still, she had been cautious. When Long Juanjuan tried to kill himself, she had him abducted. Although Mondstadt's history recorded it as Long Juanjuan's death. However, she realized she had never asked Kombai where she had hidden him. Once this was over, she would need to ask. These humans are your subjects. Why are there only 3? Those 2 adult humans are missing a lot. Did something happen? Decoradian stopped ruffling Nahida's hair, rose to his feet, and gazed toward Mondstadt. While answering Nahida's question, he also asked about the current situation. Long Juanjuan, you stubborn thing. Why are you still so single-minded? I've grown up. I'm no longer little grass. Call me the Grass King. Chatting with an old acquaintance gave Nahida's heart, which had been low since arriving in this wretched world, A rare moment of ease, so she deliberately bickered with the solitary king of the high tower word by word. Decarabian extended a finger. A wind sphere with a force so slight that it could not hurt anyone, but could just turn one's fair forehead a little red, struck Nahida's forehead. This was of course merely a tiny punishment from the Sundra solitary king toward the little one, who had called him stubborn. Nahida covered the spot where she had been hit, plopped down into a duck-sitting posture, and soon the sound of sobbing with tears came. As for the Minato family, Naruto was looking around this novel world, while Minato focused on listening to the exchange between Nahida and that Anemo deity, seizing the chance to gather more useful information. Naruto, still cheerful, wanted to greet Decarabian, but after looking at Nahida for a long time, he did not step forward to disturb. Kushina's gaze was mostly on her child, and only then on the peculiar scenery of Teyvat.
Cut it out, little grass. That force could at most make you a bit red. Even with all the power of this residual image of the past I carry, I doubt even a full force blow could do you much harm.
After being seen through, Nahida did not keep covering her forehead. She lowered her small hand, revealing her smooth forehead without any trace of injury.
Little grass. You're still that sly little one.
With that he reached out once more and ruffled the hairstyle that Nahida had just tidied.
I am but a phantom of the past. Only you would still bother to say so much to me. They're here too. I'll be going now. Ah.
Before the words to keep him could be said, his figure had vanished. 7 figures descended from the sky. At the sight of them, Decarabian dissolved into wind and dispersed. Before Nahida could withdraw her hand, she was embraced from behind by another warm emerald aura, and warm teardrops dampened her back. The great kind tree king hugged her little daughter tightly in her arms.
Little grass, you little rascal. We're all here. You don't have to risk your life for us. Never do something like that again.
Nahida could clearly feel the tree king's body trembling continuously, her speech stuttering. For a deity to lose composure so completely showed how stirred the tree king's heart was.
I wonder what kind of being has led us here, but it seems the other party has no ill intentions.
Nor had it deceived them. Here they had truly found Nahida, who had already died. This last line was spoken only in his heart.
You seem to know something. Some things are inevitably hard to speak of. There's no need to agonize over whether to tell us. Just remember to protect yourself and not let yourself be wronged.
Morik's arms crossed, his pupils mirroring the Geo symbol, looked at the familiar scenery with a trace of nostalgia, speaking still in that reassuring tone. After Morix finished, the other deities nodded at Nahida as well. After holding her for a while, the tree king finally eased her emotions. The Minato family quietly served as a background, not daring to make a sound. These were yet more people whose true depths they could not fathom. Actually, it was only Minato who dared not speak. Kushina's and Naruto's eyes were sparkling with stars. Kushina's excitement came from the shock of sensing those powerful presences, and the impatience to see the great ninja villages brought down a peg. Naruto meanwhile looked at the reassuring aura of the deities surrounding Nahida, and had already set a
"Let me introduce you to a family I've just met."
In the memory space, Nahida gave a slight adjustment, and they arrived at Sumeru's reception hall. 2 long rows of sofas. In the middle were many foods that one could smell but never feel full by eating. On one side sat Nahida, Kushina, and the other women. On the other side, the few male gods among them began chatting once more with Minato, the 4th Hokage. After they settled down, they listened to Nahida speak of the other world.
Such an unworthy world. Mere survival. Once the world is pacified, what isn't possible in life? The people of that other realm also yearn for freedom.
The more they listened to Nahida, the colder the expressions of the deities grew. The goddesses gently patted Naruto, as he was feeling timid among so many people. Minato unconsciously tried to say something in defense of the ninja village system. But whether in theory or practice, the man at the very center, steady as a rock, quick.
So don't be angry, okay? Mom.
Nahida tried to act cute and nuzzle the Tree King's hand. But the Tree King was not easily persuaded to forgive her. She kept her face stern, glaring at her rebellious daughter. The Raiden sisters, the Hydro Archon, the Pyro Archon, and the Cryo Archon laughed heartily, watching the exchange between Nahida and the Tree King. Nahida's death had made their 7 Archon gatherings feel so cold and cheerless.
How wonderful!
Then he, having fetched some wine from who knows where, took a sip, and then stepped forward to begin playing. In the memory space, after discovering that everyone from Teyvat was truly real, Nahida hugged them excitedly. When Zhongli and the others pointed to the people behind her, she remembered that she had brought others into this place. Somewhat embarrassed, she quickly extricated herself from the greater Lord Rukkhadevata's embrace. Clearing her throat, she began the introductions anew.
Kushina and... Yes, Mr. Fourth Hokage, let's continue. The Dendro Archon's flower carriage,
she said, willing the memory space to conjure a flower carriage for travel.
Don't be afraid. Those are my mother and my friends. They don't have bad tempers. Though we call ourselves gods, we are merely beings a bit stronger than ordinary mortals.
Hearing Nahida call her mother the greater Lord Rukkhadevata reached out and pinched Nahida's cheek. Minato looked at the 7 Archons. Their eyes were gentle only when they looked at Nahida. Those gazes were fraught with an awe-inspiring majesty. The mere sight of them pressed down on him far more heavily than the 9-tailed fox. It was a feeling that there was no escape. He forced himself to believe Nahida's words, that they were all good people.
Nahida, the time during which our consciousness remains linked with Teyvat in your memory space is running short. Take this.
From the hands of the 7 Archons, 7 glass beads of different colors flew toward Nahida and merged into her. After that, the 7 elemental Archons' bodies in the memory space returned to their original fixed positions. Having met the 7 Archons of Teyvat, Nahida's anxious heart finally settled. Although Blank had said that its own power would nourish Teyvat, she had not seen it, and she could not stop worrying.
Booer! Greater Lord Rukkhadevata! We will meet again!
With her spirits restored, Nahida began to travel with Naruto's family from Mondstadt, the freedom-chasing nation of Wind, to Snezhnaya, the land that believed not in tears. In the memory space, they had plenty of time, more than enough for Nahida to correct the already influenced views of the couple, and little Naruto, or perhaps to use other means. The scenes she had once recorded in her memory were mingled with the shining pasts of humanity from every nation she had seen in her travels. All of it was recreate. Stripped of their false masks, what remained was only an ugly, disgusting posturing. These nobles who everywhere boasted of their bloodlines and inherited names were no different in behavior from the daimyo in Minato's memory, or the nobles in those images. Along the way, Nahida very carefully untangled these things bit by bit for this 4th Hokage, who was clearly steeped in the outdated notions of the shinobi world. Because if Nahida remembered correctly, the education those ninja villages provided taught them nothing but killing and a little ninjutsu, nothing else. So perhaps this 4th Hokage did not even possess the cultural literacy of a modern student. So it was possible to live without taking missions after all. How wonderful! Because under the gods' ultimate protection, they would not share the fate of her Uzumaki clan.
Ahem, you have seen just about enough. Simply watching cannot make you understand anything. Next, I will change the approach. Go and live it yourselves and feel it firsthand.
With a crisp snap of Nahida's fingers, the scene before Kushina, Minato, and Naruto scattered apart like ripples on water. When Minato Namikaze came to again, he was holding his head.
Hey, brother Minato, you all right?
Did you hit your head?
Shinobu, why don't you take a look at our brother Minato?
Before him stood a burly man with strange horns on his head, talking to him with a bizarre laugh. There were also 3 brothers, who looked like absolute geniuses, and a carriage. The people in the carriage also came out when they heard the voices. Among them were a green-haired girl wearing an oni mask, his wife Kushina, and his son Naruto.
Minato, are you all right? We came here precisely so Naruto could receive a better education. You can't let anything happen.
Under the worried gazes of his wife and child, Minato quickly said he was fine, just a little tired. The green-haired girl named Shinobu stepped forward, examined him, and reported to the burly horned man.
Boss, he's fine. He probably hit his head when you saved him. A little rest is all he needs. Good, Shinobu. Hey, brother Minato, I think you're too frail. When you're free, come join our Arataki gang and train with us. Look how skinny you are. You ask who I am? I'm Arataki Ito.
As he spoke, his large hand clapped Minato's shoulder with great force.
Brother Minato, why don't you go sit in the carriage with the others? It's fine. Our Shinobu is a vision holder. She's not some ordinary girl.
The green-haired girl seemed about to say something, but in the end, she simply told Minato to board the carriage. Minato, are you all right? Really, how could you be so careless? Kushina supported her man, who was clutching his head onto the cushion inside the carriage, while Naruto also helped support Minato with concern. Once Minato was inside the carriage, Arataki Ito outside shouted in his bold, distinctive booming voice, "Brother Minato, sit tight. According to Shinobu, we've reached Sumeru, but there's still a stretch to go before our destination. We need to speed up." "Alright. Brother Ito, we'll leave it to you." Minato made an effort to rouse himself. After the headache faded, he finally remembered they were from Inazuma. Now that Naruto had grown up, Minato didn't want him to suffer the same hardship of running deliveries everywhere like he had, so he and Kushina had saved some money and planned to settle in Sumeru so Naruto could attend a better school. Though Inazuma had schools too, when it came to education none could compare to Sumeru's academia. Naruto's young eyes had no idea of the grueling competitive days that lay ahead. After seeing that his father was all right, he relaxed and went back to watching the passers-by outside the carriage window. As for Arataki Ito and the others, he remembered them now. They were street loafers disliked by everyone in Inazuma City, but they had a fairly good relationship with Minato's family. When they heard the Minatos were going on a long journey, and since Kuki Shinobu of the Arataki gang also needed to visit Sumeru, they agreed to travel together. In every nation's main city, public order was basically fine, but in the wild monsters appeared, so traveling alone across Teyvat was still quite risky. They hadn't expected to actually run into a monster, a stone-hide Lawitral. Thankfully that big brother Ito was quite skilled in combat. As a Geovision wielder, he could break through the shield. Not like Minato himself. One blow of his only scraped off a little of the stone-hide Lawitral shield. And then, he was ruthlessly charged down by the stone-hide Lawitral. So how did I dodge that strike from the stone-hide Lawitral? I can't remember clearly. It seemed like a beam of cyan light knocked it slightly off course. Honey, if your head hurts, don't think about it anymore. You've worked hard today. Come over and rest. We still have to move tonight. Kushina didn't wait for Minato to refuse. She firmly pressed her husband's head onto her lap. Naruto very obediently closed the carriage window and lay down on his own soft cushion. Although the place his father now occupied, mother's embrace, should have been his own spot, seeing Minato hurt today made him feel quite sorry for him. Kushina softly hummed a nursery rhyme for the father and son of her little family. Though there was always some strange feeling lingering, this kind of life was wonderful too. When the family woke up again, their destination had already arrived. Kuki Shinobu, wearing her Oni mask, was haggling non-stop with the owner. And their big brother Arataki Ito was leading his 3 underlings in carrying the luggage off the carriage. You're awake. Perfect. I just finished haggling down the price. You can pay with confidence. The boss and I checked it over. There's no problem with the house. At that moment, Kuki Shinobu also settled the price with the owner and confirmed with Kushina the Mora needed to buy the residence. Why didn't she ask Minato? Because all of their family money was managed by Kushina. Then thank you, Shinobu. If I'd handled it myself, I probably would have wasted plenty of needless money. This is the Mora for buying the courtyard, and this extra bag is my personal payment for hiring the Arataki gang. Don't refuse it. Kushina leaned close to Kuki Shinobu's ear, and the 2 women suddenly whispered together. Kuki Shinobu had originally wanted to refuse this job from acquaintances, but looking at the boss and underlings of the Arataki gang, thinking of the bail money she spent every time she picked them up from jail, and the boss, who loved organizing events, she accepted the Mora after all. After all, the Arataki gang didn't have many ways to earn money. Minato, go buy some food nearby. Don't worry, there's still plenty of Mora left. Everyone helped a lot. We can't leave them hungry. If the shops have already closed, just buy some ingredients and bring them back. Minato, do you know the commercial street here? If you don't know the way, we'll go together. It'll also let you 2 get familiar with the route. Minato scratched his head sheepishly. He had grown up in Inazuma City and knew it well from running deliveries, but he had never actually stayed in Sumeru. Then we'll trouble you, Shinobu. The things are all moved in. Let's go out and take a stroll together. Outside the treehouse, Mabuka, Nahida's avatar, had been standing guard when she noticed some small things drawing near. Some insects. And some death-sworn warriors. She squared her stance, raised her greatsword, and her hair began to burn. One slash cut down the attacking ninja, who burst into smoke and vanished. Without the slightest hesitation, the other ninjas had already arrived, and fighting them one by one was dreadfully dull. As she activated elemental sight, a towering flame giant appeared behind Mavuka and launched an area attack at those root ninja who had long been numbed into puppets. The blast covered an extremely wide area, sparing only the treehouse. A sinister old man wrapped in bandages watched in terror as the overwhelming flame surged toward him, and the root ninjas shielded the bandaged one-eyed old man with all their might. "Tisk, you're still alive. As expected, an avatar's power is still too weak. Then let me fire one more. Wait, please don't unleash such a large-scale jutsu again. We're sorry. It was the Umbu's failure that led to you being attacked. Konoha will give you the answer you want." Several surviving Umbu ninja quickly appeared and tried to appease her, prostrating themselves in a perfect display of bowing etiquette. Humph. Let this be the last time. Mavuka Nahida's avatar felt that one had escaped. However, her true body had taken Naruto off to do who knows what, and had not yet awakened, so she wasn't prepared to openly break with him just yet. The bandaged old man stumbled back to his root base, furiously kicking aside the root ninja who had come to attend him.
"Hiruzen, no wonder you agreed so readily. Damn it. That wicked outsider cost me another Sharingan. I need to figure something out. Hiruzen, is this the reason you're too afraid to make a move? Too weak-willed. Konoha's Jinchuriki cannot be lost."
Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the aged gorilla, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already received the Umbu ninja's report. He took a deep drag of his pipe.
"Very well. I understand. You may go. This woman, where did she come from? Possessing such power, yet her name has never been heard in any ninja village."
After returning, Hiruzen Sarutobi had the Umbu investigate and gather intelligence on Nahida.
"Go give me the certificates for those places. I need to go out."
These were property certificates left by Naruto's parents. Since he felt Naruto was still young, he had the Sarutobi clan manage them, taking a small handling fee as compensation. The test of force had indeed failed. His instincts were right. That woman was truly dangerous. So he had no choice but to try another method. First, he would take the assets left by Minato and Kushina and go see for himself.
"Blank, you're the one who arranged the situation with the Tree King and the others in the memory space, aren't you?"
Nahida sat atop the great tree in Genshin Palace, the dream world, with herself as its core. This dream was meant to give Naruto the love he missed from his family, and to let them experience a proper life. She input the identity settings she had designed for Minato's family. Sitting in Genshin Palace within the dream world, a screen appeared before her displaying images of Minato and his family over there while she sent messages to Blank. But to Nahida's surprise, Blank replied very quickly.
"Yes. Also, there are a few things here for you. Oh right, the people you saved in Teyvat are sleeping in the deepest part of the space where you stayed before. That space has also been perfected. If you want to enter, just call for the gate leading there in the terminal, and it will open."
A small rift in space-time tore open before Nahida, and 7 stones of different colors tumbled out. Through her connection with Blank, information about the stones quickly appeared before her eyes.
"Hersher's Core, a specialty of the sealed Honai world. Fusing with it will grant a second personality for free, and speaking the login password grants special bonuses. Note: use with caution. This thing. Why would you give me something so dangerous? And it's full of negative effects. You'll need it."
Blank didn't explain why, nor did she listen to Nahida's muttering, and walked away from the screen.
"No way."
Nahida threw the Hersher's Core onto the ground, but after a moment of fear, she quickly picked it back up. The energy in the air here was far richer than the dying state of Teyvat, and there was no suppression from the heavenly principles. As long as she lived well, she would keep growing stronger. Honkai energy was far too dangerous. If it attracted the gaze of the Honkai who knew whether this world was outside the tree's system. No matter where she put it, Nahida felt uneasy, so she kept it on her. They wouldn't even let her return it. That wretched Blank forced a sale on her, sending it over for no reason at all. Seeing that Blank wasn't replying, Nahida also prepared to leave. Since it was a dream world, There was plenty of time for them to experience family life. She also had to go awaken her sleeping friends, the demon gods, immortals, and monsters she had killed in Teyvat. A stone gate emerged from the ground before her. Nahida stepped inside after a few paces. When she opened her eyes again, it was a very quiet place, a small hilltop. The hill was not very deep, and inside the recessed caves several patterns were painted in yellow pigment. In the distance stretched endless white clouds, and nothing else was visible. Beneath her feet was solid ground, but it was only a small patch. Beyond the ground stood two gates made of stone bricks. One had fallen into a gray state, while the other was glowing, showing the tree house where they lived outside.
If this one is the gate I came through, then that one must be the gate to Teyvat. How is this place? It's much better than before, isn't it? It's nice. The previous pitch blackness always made me uneasy. Have you seen those caves over there? That's a gift left for you. Also, the people you saved in Teyvat are there too. As for those two gates, they are indeed as you imagined, and a new gate will open. As for the extinguished gate, it will light up again.
A few clusters of candles lay on the ground, their purpose unknown. In the void terminal, she pressed Blank's avatar. Nahida had long been used to Blank's sudden log-offs. She began to explore the caves. When she tried to enter, a transparent barrier appeared before her, prompting her to confirm whether she wanted to enter. She touched it again, and the transparent barrier no longer blocked her advance. She entered. What was inside the cave? How exactly had Blank preserved her friends? And what was the price she had spoken of back then? Inside was a claw machine. Beside the claw machine stood a signboard.
Friend claw machine.
Do you want to awaken them? Go ahead and grab. Once you catch them, they will truly begin to awaken. Note 90 grabs are guaranteed to yield one friend. Friend claw coin. How to obtain. Everything has a price, and this can pay the price for you to win back your friends. It will randomly appear in the hands of those in need in your current world. As for how to obtain it, equivalent exchange or. After Nahida read this, the signboard suddenly glowed and transformed into a coin stamped with her chibi avatar. Blank stepped away from the screen, took a cigarette from her pocket, and lit it.
Cough, cough. No matter whether you or not, I will continue.
In the dim room, the pixelated little grass god on the screen was playing with a claw machine. The tiny pixel figure had a bubble above its head, with an emotional icon that kept changing. As a light flashed beside the pixel figure, another pixel figure appeared. Inside the claw machine were capsules, each containing a miniature figurine of a familiar companion. Could this have been left behind by Blank? Is this the price? Isn't this just gotcha? What kind of price is this? Even after being sent to another world, I still have to grind commissions like a noob. Acting so carefree as if it were just a game. Can one truly pay the price for change? Through the glass of the claw machine, she gazed at those shrunken familiar figures in eternal slumber. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're still alive. It was my weakness that forced me to resort to such a method to protect you. I wonder what expression little Ingzi in the abyss would make when she discovers that her backstabbing friend has perished. It's only natural to save people. It's all right. It's all fine. Nahida comforted herself with these words, though her eyes betrayed a deep loneliness. This wasn't even as terrible as playing the rebellious child in front of Mother Tree. The matter from back then, that she was small in stature but possessed an unyielding courage wanting to save everyone and everything, had ultimately been made possible only by Blank's assistance. Without his help, the consequences of her meddling would likely have ended with the heavenly principal standing outside her home, pinning her to the ground with a frost nail. By that time, the Archon War had long concluded. She had meticulously orchestrated a deception, and it was only when she recalled Ying's expression of utter disbelief, watching Nahida order the slaughter of Kaguya's elderly and children, that the weight of her actions truly struck her. Before the heavenly principal arrived, she had to conceal Kaguya's last vulnerabilities, if only to shield them from the heaven. Naruto woke once more in his own room. His father Minato stood in the kitchen examining a map and discussing something with his mother, but soon Minato was ushered out for being in the way.
Morning, Dad. Good morning, Mom.
Another ordinary day for the family had begun. Due to Sumeru's unfamiliar cuisine, Kushina's cooking skills had improved rapidly, and the members of the Arataki gang had already bid farewell, and returned to Inazuma. With the companionship of family proper guidance, and free from corrupting influences, Naruto had grown into an exceptional young man. From his days at primary school in Sumeru, he had been praised as the exemplary child, all knowledgeable, composed, and gentle in his manner toward everyone. Well-fed and healthy, he had grown tall, no longer the scrawny little boy. With a face inheriting his father Minato's sunny disposition, he found himself pursued by Sumeru City's young ladies, though he politely brushed them off, saying they were too. In a moment of utter despair, a boy who had come with his father to experience adventure appeared like a ray of light, bringing her back to life. All ever heard was a cry of Rasengan. The scorpion's tail was severed, and she was caught in a warm embrace. Naruto, like his father Minato, bore the Anemo vision. The Rasengan was an elemental skill Minato had developed himself. As for when Naruto obtained his vision, it had appeared one day when he returned home. Knowing the legend surrounding the Anemo vision, Minato never pressed the matter further. After rescuing her, Naruto gazed at her leg, from which dark poisoned blood welled steadily. Against her stunned and bashful stare, he leaned down and began sucking the venom from the wound. Meanwhile, Minato assisted the mercenaries in clearing away the remaining scorpions. When he glanced back, he found his son collapsed on the ground, his face pale from poisoning, having sucked only a mouthful of poisoned blood. Naruto.
This time I brought Naruto to the area precisely so he could gain hands-on experience.
Minato took an antidote vial from his waist pouch, administered it to Naruto, and offered one to the desert girl before him as well. When Naruto awoke once more, it was already nightfall. He found himself perched on the back of a two-all beast with mercenaries drifting in scattered groups alongside as they trudged forward across the sand. Naruto sensed that he was being held, but made no move to turn and look behind him.
Dad, let me go.
Is there any water? My mouth tastes so strange.
Naruto, groggy and half-conscious, reached out blindly toward the figure behind him, groping for a water skin. The person behind said not a word, and Naruto, distracted by his own discomfort, failed to notice anything amiss. For instance, the water skin handed to him was not the one his mother Kushina had packed before they set out. Taking a great gulp, Naruto suddenly sensed something was off. This water skin carried an unfamiliar scent. He savored it on his tongue, puzzling over the oddity, when he heard his father approaching from the front of the caravan.
Naruto, you're awake.
Naruto's eyes went wide with shock.
Nani? If Dad's up front, then who exactly is behind me?
Naruto flailed, awkwardly trying to twist around, and his grasping hand brushed against smooth, soft skin on the person's thighs. Panicked, he nearly tumbled from the two-all beast's back, but the figure behind him swiftly wrapped their arms around his waist and steadied him. Throughout his life, aside from his own mother Kushina, Naruto had barely ever been physically close to a woman, and he could say with absolute certainty,
Yar. So your name is Naruto, then?
Thank you. My name is Abel, and I'm a child of the desert.
Abel deftly shifted her weight on the two-all beast's back, maneuvering until she and Naruto faced each other.
You wanted to turn around, didn't you?
I can turn around as well. The two-all beast is gentle enough, but changing direction on its back does take a bit of practice.
Now face to face, Naruto finally got a clear look at the person behind him.
Your leg is okay, right? Flushing with embarrassment over his bold earlier action, Naruto stammered out an explanation.
Teyvat. Abel. I wasn't trying to be a pervert or anything.
Meanwhile, Minato, deliberately overlooked by Naruto, quietly slipped back to the front of the caravan.
Ha ha. You're adorable.
Abel knew perfectly well that Naruto was no pervert. What kind of idiot lout would resort to sucking out poison as some kind of pickup trick? Still watching Naruto bow his head, with cheeks burning crimson, she stayed quietly amused for a few minutes, simply savoring the delightful sight of his flustered embarrassment. A red desert scarf concealed Abel's laughing eyes. Her twin spiral pigtails swayed with the rhythm of the two beast's steps. Her sun-kissed skin glowed with a healthy desert-taught radiance. The bold desert girl wrapped her arms around the flustered blonde boy.
Era.
I trust you, Naruto. You're my lifesaver after all. Don't make such a gloomy face.
Abel gently cradled Naruto's head with both hands, drawing him to eye level, and began opening up in earnest.
Naruto, you've never lived in the desert, have you? Sucking on a scorpion sting can do a little good, but the person sucking out the blood will absorb some poison in cells.
Abel chose her words with delicate tact, reluctant to deliver unwelcome news. Sucking blood did offer marginal benefit at best.
Naruto's face turned crimson all over again. It suddenly clicked. He'd been behaving like a complete fool.
Wah!
Naruto, your face is so red.
Abel poked his cheek with a gloved fingertip. Seeing the blush spreading from his face down toward his neck, she burst into laughter, and decided to leave him be. As for how she could tell it had spread across his whole body, well, she was watching his red neck and hands.
Hand the water skin back to me, please.
Huh?
Here you go. Thanks for the water. I'm sorry for using yours. If you...
Though Abel genuinely hadn't been teasing him, this time Naruto seemed even more flustered than before. Abel reached out and gently blocked his words.
It's all right. You're quite handsome, Naruto. A different kind of handsome from the desert boys. Abel wouldn't think less of you. Accepting the water skin, Abel took a sip. After all the talking, she was thirsty herself.
Abel is done. I'm going to find my dad now.
Naruto scrambled off the tool beast and hurried toward Minato, too shy to look back even once. Once they arrived in Sumeru City, Abel's sunny and effervescent personality stood in sharp contrast to Naruto, who, now older and burdened by an awkward distance between himself and his father, spoke very little. While chatting with Minato, Abel mentioned she still hadn't found a place to stay and asked if Naruto and Minato could help her out. The rest of her Golden Company companions had separate commissions and were only giving her a ride since they knew her family. Minato refused Abel's mora as payment, instead telling her there was an empty room at their courtyard. If she wished, she could stay. As for Red, Minato waved it off generously, insisting she save her mora for school expenses. Having traversed the desert many times, Minato understood its harshness well. Those mora were likely saved by this girl over an enormous stretch of time. Adding one more bowl to the household wouldn't cost much anyway. And so, without either of them quite realizing when it happened, the desert girl had come to live with them. Neighbors often teased Naruto and Abel about it. Abel never shushed them, never offered explanations. She would simply blink those big innocent eyes at Naruto and walk beside him toward the house of Dina. Yet whenever they reached the main path, Naruto would pull a robe over his head and slip away ahead of her. There was no grand reason, merely the fervent admiration of the junior girls who surrounded him, which he found utterly unbearable. And so it remained the reason neither Abel nor Naruto's cohabitation ever came to light. Thus, it was that the girl who had emerged from the desert settled into their home, and no one ever suspected a thing. The world of dreams evolved at an astonishing pace. Minato and Kushina watched their sun tower over them with growing delight. Yet upon their own faces the passage of time had begun to leave its mark, fine lines and silver strands graying their hair. Minato's life as an adventurer, ever perilous and uncertain, had finally been called to an end, as Kushina and Naruto feared for him, braving wind and storm after wind and storm. Using Minato's hard-earned mora and Naruto's scholarship funds, they purchased a modest little shop in the city. They mainly sold inazhuman-style desserts and dishes crafted by Kushina herself, with Minato handling the simpler food delivery work. Well, as for receiving orders, by the grace of the Dendro Archon, the Akasha terminal in Sumeru under the Divine Lord's development had become extraordinarily versatile. Thanks to Naruto, orders flooded in from the female students of the academia. Quite a few times Naruto himself had delivered them while helping around the house, and the desserts were undeniably delicious, keeping their little shop quite prosperous. Minato and Kushina had raised Naruto well. Though they often worried he might come to harm, they never interfered excessively, always striving to give him room to grow on his own. They certainly never intended to spoil him into a useless man. Once Naruto came of age, Kushina's door began to see marriage brokers knocking. Though most neighbors kept quiet about it, since they had always assumed Naruto and Abel were already a matched pair. In such situations, Kushina would simply laugh it off with good humor. She may not have known exactly where things stood between the two young ones at home, but she was certain Naruto and Abel would develop genuine feelings for each other. As for the romantic entanglement between her desert girl Abel and Naruto, Kushina had no intention of meddling too heavily. The two children understood their boundaries. Matters of the heart should be left to unfold naturally. Recently the academia had released a long holiday. This was hardly a. Without a moment's hesitation, Kushina pushed Naruto right out the door and ordered him to accompany Abel back to her hometown. The reason, of course, was that it was unsafe for a young woman to travel alone. Clutching his bruised backside, Naruto looked at Abel, now dressed in traditional desert attire, and truly wanted to say, even now, were it not for Abel lacking a vision, in a one-on-one duel Naruto himself might struggle to best her. For though Abel fought without a vision, the distinctive combat methods of the golden tassels of the desert could easily overpower ordinary vision bearers. And so the old couple watched the parting figures of Naruto and Abel chatting idly about the children. Abel was someone she had watched grow up. It would be splendid if the two children ended up together. As for her own son, there was no need to fret. There were plenty of girls coming around daily to pay him attention. As for those addle-brained old busybodies pushing the children to marry at once, what in the world is the rush? Marriage won't grant them immortality. They'll grow old when the time comes.
But those two little ones seem as though they haven't yet crossed that threshold into true intimacy. Minato, do you know whether Naruto has ever spoken to you about such matters of the heart?
Minato, holding his thermos of health tea, had just taken a sip when he coughed.
Ah. Well, Kushina, regarding this, I seem to recall Naruto did once ask us about our courtship in days gone by. Oh, I didn't expect Minato to still remember that. Then come along. Since the children are not about, let's close up for the day and sleep in a little longer.
In a flurry, Kushina posted the notice, and then hoisted the reluctant Minato over her shoulder into the house. Outside, all continued in orderly fashion. Watching the sleeping Naruto family, Nahida sat upon a swing kicking her feet as she pondered her next move. She harbored no worries about Naruto's condition, for a lifetime spent in dreams was merely one day passed in reality.
False dreams. When they awaken, will they fall into despair? What if they remember that entire dream life?
Mavuka, the Pyro Archon's avatar clad in leather armor, returned after dispatching the root ninjas outside, and observed the Naruto family before her as she spoke.
Dreams. There is indeed such a possibility. But I do not intend for them to retain every memory of the dream after awakening. That shall become their past life. I will blur all other unnecessary memories.
Except, well, the matter of Naruto, the lad finding love, that wasn't particularly problematic. As long as Nahida deliberately blurred the rest, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, throughout the ninja clans of the Leaf Village beyond, various reports were circulating. 2 women had beaten the Hokage and slaughtered Miniumbu. Though they desperately wished to dismiss the intelligence as false, the grave expression of the messenger left them all plunged in deep contemplation. In Konoha, some bold ninja clan members disguised themselves as passers-by, creeping around the treehouse to spy. As for actually entering, they didn't dare. They didn't believe they could surpass the Hokage, and the courage failed them at that. The door of the treehouse creaked open. The strange onlookers nearby scattered at once.
Who's there?
Mavuka jumped down from the roof of the treehouse, holding a drink in her hands, as she heard the door open. With no shared memory to draw upon, she asked curiously. Nahida stepped out of the treehouse, first followed by 7 warriors dressed in different styles. These were the rearguard soldiers Nahida had awakened, warriors who had fought against the abyssal horrors across the 7 nations in the past. They were legion commanders from various nations.
It's the Pyro Archon.
A woman clad in Natlan warrior armor bowed to the bewildered Mavuka.
Emil, captain of Natlan's first guard, pays respects to the Pyro Archon. Emil, she is not the Mavuka you know, but my avatar.
Nahida explained, noticing Emil bowing to her incarnation.
These are people I saved back then. The others still need to be gradually awakened. You know that damn alchemist in Kinria released something before leaving. I don't want them to perish helpless and alone. I see.
Mavuka approached the Natlan Legion commander, who had met the true Pyro Archon.
Thank you for your defense of Natlan. Rest assured, Teyvat is safe now. We will return. Yes. AR.
Mavuka, whose attitude had suddenly shifted, reached out and pulled Nahida into her embrace.
Still smells the same. Boer is waiting anxiously over there. They're probably rushing over here now. This world is wonderful. There's absolutely no suppression felt at all. And Emil, what a pleasant surprise. You're still alive.
Nahida, somewhat at a loss for words, turned to the 7 legion commanders behind her and said,
There's nothing for you to do here for now. Return to Vanarana. Yes. Oh, King Off Grass. Mavika, let's go inside and wait for her to arrive.
I never expected those beads to have this function. But how delightful. Though only the avatar had come. Nahida watched as 7 figures came forward one by one, each receiving a hug. Annoyed by the ninja sneaking around, Nahida had placed several modified Sumeru guards around the treehouse. After serving them tea, Nahida began recounting the current situation in the ninja world. They expressed their support for Nahida's plan to purge the ninja world. Nahida, restless with eagerness, was ready to act.
Then, Elder, what do you think we should begin with? It can be done, but we cannot fully unleash our power. Although this body carries the consciousness we sealed within the beads, it is fundamentally an avatar form created by you. Perhaps it would be better to start from one place and develop gradually. Overturning the existing order is not difficult for you now, but people's deeply ingrained beliefs will significantly impact the establishment of your new order. Buer told me you already purged the Grass Nation. Why not develop there first? As for other matters, do as you please.
When they entered the house, they had changed their appearances back to Zhongli and Vinny's forms from their world. They carried themselves with a leisurely air of neighbors dropping by. However, regarding the state of Teyvat, they all maintained a guarded silence. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Danzo had parted ways unpleasantly after a confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Regarding his previous failure, Danzo did not believe he was inferior. However, this time, he did not plan to lead the charge himself. True to his goal-oriented nature, he colluded with outside forces once more. He had also uncovered important information. There was a little girl inside the treehouse, soft-spoken and frail-looking, seemingly an easy target. If they could capture her as leverage along with his eye. If he could use that eye on that damn red-haired woman, he would have a loyal dog at his command.
Go, all of you, take positions at that location. As long as that woman leaves or the little girl inside comes out, bring the child back.
Several ninja, their figures entirely obscured, glanced at the messages in their hands. Relying on the passphrase they had obtained, they slipped past the defensive barrier. They began moving toward the place where Nahida was residing.
Mountain, according to news from the village, this intelligence came from Shimura Danzo's men in Konoha. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being placed here, could it be a trap?
The ninja codenamed Mountain was the brain of this squad. He appeared thinner than the other two, though even so he was only thin by the standards of their own village. To the ninja of most other hidden villages, he would still have been considered quite tall. Before starting the mission, they intended to discuss the details of their infiltration once more. Mountain did not immediately answer his partner's question. He was thinking. The mission had no explicit requirements. Their Rikage-sama had no intention of using an impossible task to dispose of them. The objective of this mission was open-ended: infiltrate Konoha and gather as much intelligence as possible for the village.
The Lord did not demand that we capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at all costs. Above all, prioritize preserving ourselves. Only by staying alive can we continue to serve the village. We must never trust the words of that old villain Shimura Danzo. According to our mole planet in Konoha, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is now being watched by 2 women who don't belong to the village. And Konoha has no objections whatsoever. That's highly suspicious. Those 2 women are definitely problematic. So we won't go to the place above, we'll take another route and gather more useful intel in Konoha. After all, it was their own people who brought us in.
Squinting, Mountain finished deliberating and spoke, then pointed in a certain direction. Within his perception, that ninja emanating a corpse-like aura was highly conspicuous.
Let's take out those over there first. Since Konoha wants to use us as their dogs, let them see exactly what we are.
While Konoha's shadow Danzo was letting foreign ninja into the village, Nahida had already left days earlier with her people. Konoha was merely a gathering place for ninja. The ordinary people around it had long grown accustomed to living under the protection of ninja. Beyond that small patch of land, the hidden village deigned to shield countless more still awaited the dawn, and that was where her blessings were truly needed. Nahida left behind an illusion of herself and the Pyro Archon in the room, then took Naruto, still deep in sleep, and transformed into elemental form, flying toward the already conquered land of grass. Nahida had planned long ago, unwilling to rush into war. The land of grass now held only the people of Teyvat. She had brought along with the children she had picked up, even the oldest among them was still several years from adulthood. Expanding territory too quickly would be disastrous. Although the might of a god allowed Nahida to single-handedly handle all governmental affairs, and all governance and policies could indeed be implemented, that would be meaningless. A world and system changed in such a way would only become a game of her own making. The day Nahida's gaze no longer fell upon this land, its reversion to the old aristocratic system would merely be a matter of time. She could scheme slowly, guiding the little ones to complete the transformation of their own world themselves. After all, the ones who controlled nations in this world were merely a group of daimyo who were nothing but ordinary mortals. After Nahida learned about the shinobi world wars, she realized they were nothing more than skirmishes between a few ninja villages. Were it not for the ninjas' supernatural powers, the scale of destruction would likely have been even smaller. Compared with the ninja who died in the world wars, the civilians killed by ninja during their so-called missions seemed even more numerous. As the group flew beyond the borders of the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Grass, rows of neatly arranged Sumeru-style houses stretched across the ground below. Near the houses, along the conspicuous paths, many massive one-eyed ruin guards lay silently playing dead in the corners, ever ready to unleash a tornado that would demolish any foolhardy ninja who dared approach. Some specially designed construction guards, crafted by Nahida herself, were also working alongside the villagers to build new homes. Nahida slowly descended from the sky with her companions. Beholding this scene, she thought now no heavenly principles would come knocking to punish her. She could plan and research other things as well. The people living here revered her as their god, and thus they were her people now. All good things had to be prepared step by step. Fearing that their minds had not yet been reshaped, Nahida did not instantly elevate the commoners' lives into overflowing bliss. A happy future had to be earned by their own hands. What she could offer was ample protection and correct guidance. Unlike the gods of their traditions, Nahida required no offerings. Her only request was that her people celebrate her birthday, which was now also the national day of the Land of Grass. Behind her, the 7 archons quietly observed the state of Nahida's territory after landing. Then Nahida led the group to the central building. She sensed her avatar waiting inside. This place was the palace her people had built for her. The guard standing before the crude version of the sanctuary of Surasthana quickly bowed upon seeing Nahida.
I greet the Grass King, your majesty.
The guard saluted with clasped hands. The guard looked puzzled at those behind Nahida.
Is the Grass King receiving honored guests? I'll go outside and let them know to prepare. No need.
Nahida shook her head. A void terminal beside the guard's ear began explaining the identities of those behind her. His eyes shining with awe, he spoke again.
Greetings to the archons.
Then he obediently stepped aside. Nahida did not ignore the little guard's eager look of anticipation for praise. The guard was a native of this world, Nahida could be certain.
You're called Birkright. Your command of the common tongue is quite good. No need to notify anyone. These are my family. No need to be nervous. Why, yes, your majesty, the Grass King.
Burke relaxed at Nahida's words. The guard's role was mainly to block misdirected commoners and run errands. As for actual protection, that was why Burke was on duty alone. The crude wooden palace was nevertheless arranged with warmth.
It seems a bit crowded with this many people. How about I arrange for construction guards to expand the place? No need,
said one of the archons.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we have no need for food or sleep. The question of lodging is hardly urgent.
The group were all familiar with one another, so they casually found places to sit.
Seeing this scene reminds me of the past. Back then, they too were just as zealously contributing to the construction of their homeland. Little Grass, remember how you once said you wanted to overturn their petrified way of thinking? Then let us become teachers. Let us inscribe the thoughts and spirits of the 7 nations into the pages of this new world. That works. Go do whatever you wish. You have already given so much to Teyvat. This will of ours has crossed worlds only for you. And now they are your people. Little Grass, keep up the good work. Since you promised to protect them, you must strive to see it through. Go do what you want to do. And there's no need to rush a reunion feast. When you next return to Teyvat, I will prepare a grand flower god festival for you, said Rakudavada, the Dendro Archon, reaching out to ruffle Nahida's little head.
The other Archons nodded in agreement. Their love for humanity had long been devoted entirely to their own nations. They were no longer the young gods, who whenever humans begged for protection would readily accept the burden of sheltering new people. After Nahida brought Naruto back to the Konoha village, she settled his family in her residence. Afterwards, Nahida's main body decided to cease her travels, and remain stationed in the Land of Grass. As for the 7 gods, who descended here through her avatars after a brief reunion banquet with Nahida, and their old acquaintances saved by Nahida, they also joined the endeavor of correcting this world. A single individual, or even an isolated Archon cannot rescue all souls across this world. She must prepare, mobilize for war, consign the ninja and daimyo to the annals of history. Furthermore, according to the memories imprinted in this world's ley lines beyond their Teyvat originators, traces of otherworldly presence seem to have touched this very planet as well. Within the classroom of the Academic Institute in the Land of Grass, as the great bell atop the highest tower told once more, students clad in their respective academic uniforms gradually filed out, leaving behind only 3 individuals, and a man seated elevated at the lectern. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan gazed reverently at the figure before them, robed in brown and radiating an aura of profound security. Yahiko held deep admiration for the man named Zhongli, who had recently appeared in the Land of Grass, as an instructor dispatched by the Lord of Grass himself to serve the newly established academy. The institution was divided into 7 faculties, with Zhongli serving as the headmaster of the Liyue division.
Teacher, is it truly possible to achieve the world you described before? What if we simply slay those nobles and ninja? Wouldn't that be somewhat unjust?
Yahiko with his orange hair clung to his idealism regarding making the world a better place.
Yahiko, come sit. Konan, Nagato, you too as well.
Zhongli slowly sipped his tea, not in any rush to answer this question.
Yahiko, let me ask you, do you believe what the Grass King has done is righteous? The act of annihilating the daimyo of the Land of Grass along with their so-called ministers and all ninja.
Zhongli's tone was calm, his gaze, filled with countless experiences, fixated on Yahiko, the one positioned in the center among the trio.
The past deeds of these deceased daimyo and nobles are recorded in the books I gave you. Do you still recall them? Do you believe those accounts are true or false? They are true, teacher Zhongli.
Having themselves been oppressed by nobles in the past, how could they possibly deem those accounts false?
Yahiko, do you believe a nation belongs to the daimyo alone? The nobles believe that their status grants them the right to live without labor, appropriating crops grown by common folk and demeaning farmers as unworthy. A nation should not belong solely to one daimyo, yet commoners lack the means to govern it themselves. Teacher Zhongli, Yahiko, have you ever witnessed a nation governed well by a daimyo?
Zhongli's tone remained impassive. He would never hand the answer directly to Yahiko. Just as in Liyue of Teyvat, he would protect them and guide their understanding until they came of age.
Have you ever encountered a realm where the common people govern themselves? The daimyo ruled poorly. I've only seen the Land of Grass under the current god of grass.
Yahiko replied after a moment's thought.
The notion of ordinary folk governing a nation is unimaginable elsewhere. Those nobles and ninja are nothing but scum,
Konan said through gritted teeth. Though Nagato remained silent, his disgust toward the ninja was equally palpable.
Yahiko, you're not wrong. Common folks, who merely till the soil, indeed lack the capacity to govern their nation. And that is precisely why you must study. Pay attention in class, Yahiko. The daimyo have kept you kneeling through generations of hereditary privilege and bloodline supremacy. But now the god of grass will gradually. She will support you step by step as you grow. Now class is dismissed. I have matters to attend to, so I'll say no more. Explore the area and complete the assignments I've given you. Understood. Farewell then, teacher Zhongli. And we've already paid for your tea. I know you likely forgot your wallet again. Very well, then I thank you 3.
The development of Sumeru in the ninja world was just beginning, yet the strength and foundation of humanity remained exceedingly thin. Meanwhile, the ninja gatherings that had stirred turmoil across the ninja world were swiftly crushed into rubble by mechanical guards, dispatched to the former Land of Grass after investigating there. At the heart of the nation, Nahida inserted the reassembled voracious terminal server. Since this world lacked a world tree, or perhaps it existed but eluded her discovery, she employed that power once more to establish anchors throughout the realm. These anchors would both shield the people and extend the voracious terminal signal across the entire land of grass. The transformations within the nation had already drawn the probing gazes of more and more ninja. Within Konoha, Danzo angrily smashed the object in his hand. Damn it! He had been deceived after all. Even Danzo could fall for such schemes. Time flew by swiftly. After discovering Naruto's disappearance, Konoha grew furious and immediately moved to issue a bounty-wanted poster for both Nahida and Naruto.
Danzo, this entire situation is the result of your weakness.
Once the Jinchuriki is captured and brought back, I'll take him to root. A weapon should behave like a proper weapon. As for those two strange women with enough numbers, I doubt we couldn't kill them.
I will send Root Ninja to search for the Jinchuriki. Danzo, I won't display that incompetent and feeble demeanor like you did.
Hiruzen Sarutobi silently smoked, offering no reply, while tacitly accepting Danzo's plan, though he subsequently dispatched his own ninja to conduct the search. However, Konoha's elite combat forces had been largely depleted by this point. Given Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki, the village ultimately decided to personally dispatch ninja to search for him. As for his sudden disappearance within the village, who besides that Byakugan girl would even care whether Naruto existed or not? Oh wait, there was also that ramen shop owner. The other ordinary villagers would simply accept the Hokage's decree to kill Naruto the fox demon. As for the major clans inquiring about the Jinchuriki, that was entirely up to whatever Hiruzen Sarutobi declared. Years passed in search. Recently a merchant caravan brought news suggesting Naruto might still be alive. Someone claimed to have encountered a rather enthusiastic boy like a little son in the land of grass, along with rumors that the land of grass had undergone tremendous changes. For this, they dispatched Umbu Kakashi to lead the team.
What in the world? How has the land of grass become like this? Why hasn't Konoha received any intelligence?
Kakashi, with his pale white hair and perpetually half-lidded eyes, reviewed the clues about Naruto provided by the village once more. He recalled how the land of grass had been welcoming years ago, freely allowing ninja to enter, and then looked at the present state of the country, staring at a large sign at the border checkpoint reading entry checkpoint, with an enormous long queue. Among them were people dressed as merchants as well as refugees visible everywhere. Though these refugees wore tattered clothes, and many were skeletal from malnutrition, their eyes still brimmed with hope. The inspectors were uniformly clad in sandy yellow combat gear, each carrying a long spear tipped with white cherry blossoms. Most of the spear wielders stood constantly on alert, while a few verified identities through terminal devices. Among those at the rear of the inspection line, 3 people with distinctive hair stood out notably. Red hair. Could they be descendants of the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi noticed that beyond this entry point the rest of the border was lined with towering massive trees and sharp-thorn obstacles that ordinary people could scarcely scale. He mused that the land of grass had truly regressed. No wonder he hadn't heard news of it in years. Since they were reverting to a samurai path, it was none of his business. After forming several hand seals, there was a pop and his appearance became utterly ordinary. His ninja vest transformed into commonplace clothing. He then quickened his pace toward the back of the line, patting the broad, impressive back of the person ahead.
Hello there, big brother.
I haven't been to the land of grass in ages. What's the situation now?
The person ahead turned around with a booming voice. Who the hell is your big brother? I'm your big sister, you squint-eyed blind fool. If your eyesight's so bad, don't go out.
As she spoke, she prepared to deliver a devastating bear-like elbow strike to the startled Kakashi. However, a soldier maintaining the line's order immediately shouted,
Stop! What do you think you're doing? Leave if you refuse inspection. Warrior, sir.
This lad was the one being rude. We'll submit to inspection, we will. Here's a small token of appreciation, please accept it. The burly man, as massive as a giant bear, was the husband of this formidable woman. From a comfortable family, he grabbed a money pouch hoping to bribe them, and since he had never encountered the changes in the current land of grass, he mistakenly assumed these were martial cultivator samurai.
Sir, please maintain proper order and show us respect. We are not samurai, we are the Thousand Rocks Army, one of the 7 legions of the land of grass. As long as you abide by our country's laws, no one will cause you trouble in the land of grass.
The Thousand Rocks Army soldier declined with a wave of his hand, briefly explained the situation, and instructed them to rejoin the queue.
All right, Thousand Rocks Army, sir. We'll stand in line properly.
He guided his wife back into position and comforted her.
Hey, Hannah. It's not worth missing entry into the land of grass because of some blind fool. Just endure it today.
Those two burly figures displaying such mutual affection. The scene was so heartwarming that Kakashi promptly admitted his error and considered using the Jinjutsu of that eye to slip past. But someone acted even faster than he did.
Huh? You're merely a bunch of samurai unable to use chakra. How dare you block me, the wandering ninja iron legs floating on water? Today you shall all die.
This wandering ninja began forming hand seals, rapidly stamping his legs, as he launched into the sky. At a distance beyond bowshot, he grew even more reckless.
Ha ha ha. With just you pack of samurai you think you can stop a ninja? Keep dreaming. Before I leave I'll send you a few homemade little gifts.
The guarding soldiers remained expressionless, and not far from them, the creature everyone had always taken for a one-eyed statue began to stir. Its glowing single eye had already locked onto the wandering ninja, who was still flailing about like a great bird. Then a streak of cyan light slashed across the sky. Not even a scream was uttered, only ash scattered away with the wind. After confirming the enemy had vanished, the Sumeru one-eyed guard peacefully returned to its dormant state, awaiting the next blind fool, who dared not notice it, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Just stand in line properly. Wait until we gather more intelligence before making other plans. Having learned his lesson the hard way, Kakashi maintained his usual dead fish-eye expression, and posed as an ordinary refugee without using Jinjutsu. At the checkpoint, the captain of this group of Qianyan army soldiers saw the crowd was somewhat panicked, and took out a megaphone to calm them down.
All right, we'll continue the inspection now. Everyone don't push. ID registration will be quick. I know your concerns. Perhaps you've heard rumors about the situation in Grass Country. Once you cross into Grass Country's territory, there will no longer be any unrest. Those behind me are the mechanical guards of Grass Country. As long as you do not violate Grass Country's laws, they will protect your safety.
Is that one-eyed mechanical guard a puppet from the Puppet Master? The queue at the immigration checkpoint remained long, and throughout the wait, there were still a few impatient individuals, who, considering themselves superior, attempted to cut in line and cause disturbances. As for these Qianyan army soldiers, or not, several hidden ninja within the crowd believed that this peculiar group of warriors was merely relying on that puppet colossus. They were all A and Bu jonin from their villages, and as long as they used shadow clones to create diversions, handling these mere warriors would be child's play. You dare obstruct the ninja's duties. You warriors have sealed your own fates. Once again, clouds of smoke erupted within the crowd along with exploding jutsu. Several figures quickly launched attacks against the Qianyan army soldiers, but all of them collided with clanging metallic sounds. The Qianyan army's response was equally swift, swiftly forming battle formations according to their tactical arrangements. Traces of earth-yellow aura from their bodies converged in the sky above the formation, manifesting as a noble phantom radiating powerful presence. The phantom struck preemptively, and with a flash of a rock spear, those remaining ninja, including their clones, were all obliterated. Damn it! Those damned cold-blooded beasts are trying to enter Grass Country again. Many within the Qianyan army of the ninja world were individuals who had suffered at the hands of ninja, fully aware of ninja's cruelty and harboring deep disgust toward them. The battle formations and martial arts they employed were all taught by that Mr. Zhongli. Reinforcements were quickly contacted through the void turmoil. It wasn't the soldiers who were injured, but rather an unfortunate member of their group who had been caught in the crossfire. Quickly, company. At the border checkpoint, a large number of civilians have been injured. Requesting medical priests to dispatch. Please acknowledge. Acknowledged. The nearest priest corps has been contacted and dispatched. Estimated arrival time is 1 hour. Ella. Do your best to keep the severely wounded alive a bit longer. Priest reinforcements have been called. Understood, Captain. The Qianyan army's proper handling of the situation made the people in the crowd increasingly believe the rumors they had heard, that a deity had descended upon Grass Country, and that its people now lived in happiness and prosperity. Big brother Qianyan army soldiers, let us help too. Several somewhat dirty children from the crowd stepped forward to say this. The Qianyan army gave them a feeling far superior to those lackey warriors raised by nobles. Otherwise the people here would have already left during the first outbreak of unrest. The refugees who were not injured were enthusiastically and actively helping out. Although the Qianyan army remained wary of those queuing even as daily inspections continued, they were remarkably caring toward the elderly children, women, and infants. Moreover, it was clearly evident that the Qianyan army was significantly different from both ninja and warriors. In employing a unique martial art to address the disadvantage faced in combat against ninja through conventional means alone, the seven gods had each passed down the fairy arts of their respective nations. On Teyvat only immortals, and those with special aptitude, could wield these arts, a rule set by heavenly principles preventing those without a gnosis as an external magical organ from accessing elemental power. However, people in this ninja world possessed varying degrees of sensitivity to the unique elemental energy within the air. Aside from the established ninja path of chakra cultivation, there was no other method to harness it. Therefore, those teachable arts were passed down to select individuals under the seven gods' approval, while the military cultivation methods were transmitted by Morix, the ancestor of all immortals, after extensive experimentation and refinement. The former daimyo palace of Grass Country had been completely demolished, and at the very center of the entire Grass Country grew a colossal tree piercing the sky with a massive palace built upon it. Nahida stood at the summit of the colossal tree, seated on a swing formed from grass element, gazing at the town below.
Compared to when I first arrived here, it finally looks somewhat familiar. Someone is looking for me.
Tilting her head, Nahida sensed someone entering her office, and transformed into emerald elemental form, flying toward her office. Two women in very similar maid dresses entered with a blonde-haired boy.
Good morning, Godmother. Good morning, Nahida.
The woman bringing up the rear awkwardly extended her hand to greet Nahida.
Good morning. Naruto, how have you been recently? Are you getting used to things, Godmother?
Naruto scratched his hair awkwardly. He knew exactly what his godmother was asking about. In the world Nahida had specially constructed for their family, he underwent brainwashing to erase all memories of the ninja world and began a new life. Naruto, a talented child from a complete family who received proper education, had after such a long time of nutritious dietary supplements transformed his once frail body into one as sturdy as a typical 7- or 8-year-old boy. Moreover, through Nahida's separation of him from the Ninetales, the 6 paths seals on his face that had long haunted him were also gone. And the matter Nahida had just inquired about was precisely what made even Nahida somewhat at a loss for words. Originally Nahida would have waited for their family to awaken, and then blurred and shielded the people they met during their dreams, preserving only their life with family to prevent Naruto's lover in the dream from going mad upon discovering it was all merely a dream. But fate is so wondrous. Among those saved by Nahida, this girl indeed existed, and they happened to meet by coincidence. Those rescued by Nahida all had their lifespan stabilized through the help of blanks, preventing them from expiring immediately upon revival. Thus the newly awakened Avery was now roughly the same age as Naruto. That was why Nahida asked how things were when they met. Little Naruto, dressed in new clothes, lowered his head shyly when his godmother asked how things were going between him and the girl he liked. Nahida decided not to tease him any longer. His memories of Avril in the dream world had long since blurred. This was fate, yet not quite fate, so she would let them take their own course. Come sit. Kushina is today's shift over. Nahida took the lead and sat in the main seat, while the two Catherines flanked Naruto and seated him on the other side. That's right. The newly established Adventurers Guild has received an excellent response. Aside from the very beginning, when some of the other Catherines reported malfunctions because they were overworked. Recently everything has been back on track. Everyone approves of the new profession, Adventurer. From cities to villages throughout the Grass Nation, Catherines and branch offices of the Adventurers Guild have all been established. With the Adventurer rank system and its practical benefits, even children can post requests for the problems they need solved. The Adventurers Guild was Nahida's positive way to guide people's martial spirit. Compared with ninja, whose primary profession was killing people, adventurers, who dreamed of setting foot where no one had ever set foot and completing extremely challenging high-difficulty missions, were far more popular, and it was also a place where ordinary people could find work to make a living. Low-level quests were mostly things ordinary people could handle. That's good. Several Aranara appeared from nowhere balancing baskets laden with fruit on their heads. Kushina and Nahida took the fruit baskets. Try some, Naruto. These are hometown specialties cultivated anew in the Grass Nation. Do you still remember what they're called? Nahida stood up, stretched out her small hand, and held a cluster of Zayden peaches before Naruto. They're Zayden peaches. He stared at the fruit basket with burning eyes. That dream Nahida gave their family, was it a false compensation or what? Fortunately, judging by the results, it had turned out quite well. That brief brainwashing had been washed away by the later experiences in Teyvat. After waking, although part of it had been blurred, the fusion of his time in Konoha, with its despicable methods, and the memories of a right life in the dream world made Naruto grow up quickly. He clearly saw through the tricks of the so-called old man Hokage. He would settle accounts with that dear old man Hokage, and he would certainly not forget those who, sheltered by his father's protection, had laid their hands on him an orphan. His body was still too small now. Even though he had obtained a vision after awakening, that was not enough. The ways of ninja to cling to life were simply too many. Communing through his vision with the elemental power of this world, the elemental power of the shinobi world was natural energy. To nourish his body was not enough for him to complete his revenge alone. Today you came to see me. Before Nahida could finish, the door was pushed open again. An orange-haired girl, who looked only a few years older than Naruto, was now burst in a whirlwind hugging a fox. "And mother, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were entertaining guests. Forgive the intrusion." After offering a solemn apology, she made to leave while hugging the fox. "Not next time, okay? Little Karen, come sit over here." Nahida patted the seat beside her. That little one named Karen Uzumaki was a girl she had taken in when she first arrived in the Grass Nation, a girl who had begged her to save her mother. But in the end, she had come one step too late. That vicious visage of a ninja using human flesh and blood as healing medicine was also the reason Nahida resolved to sweep everything away. Karen obediently sat down beside Nahida. Nahida reached out and picked a fruit for her. Karen accepted it quietly and savored it. Kushina continued talking about the familiar people she had seen. "We encountered ninja from Konoha. It was Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan, and that lecherous old man Jiraiya, who was wanted by the city guard, along with traces of ninja from several other hidden villages." Minato Namikaze was listening to his wife's opinion of his teacher, and could only twitch the corner of his mouth awkwardly. As for Jiraiya, well, after all, he was his teacher, so he refrained from comment. As for Konoha, with that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the F4, and with that brainless slogan of theirs, even the treasure hoarders were more capable than they were. I already know of this. I will send people to deal with it." Nahida continued to listen with a calm expression, indicating in that distinctive voice of hers that she had taken note. After finishing the serious talk, Kushina did not stand on ceremony. She got up, squeezed close to Nahida, hugged the tiny Nahida affectionately, and asked the things she was eager to know. "Dear Nahida, when shall we set off and wipe out that bunch of bastards?" Nahida did not mind Kushina's clinginess. It was just that Kushina, as a mother, was overflowing with maternal instinct, and always wanted to hug a child so small. "Konoha. Yeah. I can't wait to punch those old bastards' wrinkled faces to a pulp." Waving her hand, she brushed away Kushina's fingers, which had been rubbing her elf ears. "The preparations have been ready for a long time. I just want to wait a while longer for them to grow." "What?" Nahida's gaze turned to one side of the palace. The divine power in her hand transformed into chains, and dragged out a certain thing that had been eavesdropping. A limp blob of a humanoid was dragged out. "Damn it. Looks like I got caught." Even while bound, this thing, which in Nahida's perception resembled grass more than a human, was still fooling around. Then Nahida took control of it. The humanoid's eyes turned into the symbol of Dendro. Nahida wanted to probe its memories, but saw only an ugly black humanoid that looked very much like it. That thing noticed her prying, and then under Nahida's chains, the controlled white humanoid began to swell rapidly, and was about to explode. Barrier cage. The Dendro chains immediately bound the creature that was about to explode tightly. In the end, there was only a soft sound about as loud as a firecracker. As for that black figure, it was not that Nahida was too weak and had been found out. Rather, the memories of these things seemed to be like a shared network. The black figure even seemed to have the highest authority over them, and it had actually manipulated the self-destruction. Still, she had managed to hear the names of these things. White Zetsu. Since that one was black, it should be called Black Zetsu, right? Kushina and Minato shielded the two children, and seeing that Nahida had stopped, waited for her next instruction. It's fine. That thing has already been dealt with. I'll check again. Nahida crossed her arms, linked to the central server of the Akasha terminal she had installed, and then reverse-linked to all the Akasha terminal earpieces. She began a full scan of the Grass Nation. As the Akasha terminal's progress bar reached 100%, red dots began to densely mark a bird's-eye view of the entire Grass Nation. Rin. With no more missions, Toby again sank back into memories of the past, constantly calling out the name. He was in a cave in the Land of Rain, the place where he usually rested.
Something's wrong. Toby. Someone was just using White Zetsu to spy on my location.
A black-faced pitcher plant poked its head out of the grass, speaking solemnly to Toby, who was still lost in his own world. Toby, wearing his orange spiral mask, instantly changed from a hollow, vacant state to a cold-blooded expression.
Black Zetsu, you better have something truly important. This rotten world is detestable even for one more second.
In Black Zetsu's heart there was nothing but speechlessness.
Good grief. If it weren't for the fact that your brain is addled and you're easy to control, someone else would have been killed by him long ago. That was the spike just now from White Zetsu. White Zetsu was taken over. That person also tried to use White Zetsu to find our position. Luckily, he wasn't familiar with White Zetsu, so I had the chance to make White Zetsu self-destruct. It was in the Land of Grass. Just now, all the remaining White Zetsu in the Land of Grass have been destroyed. Oh, so it seems that a remarkable person really has appeared in the Land of Grass, as the rumors say, the Grass Deity. I wonder who is stronger, him or the god of our organization now. No need to send any more White Zetsu to the Land of Grass. After I return from Konoha, I'll personally pay this Grass Deity a visit. By the way, I'll take back that vessel of Madara's eyes that has gotten out of our control.
Toby looked at Black Zetsu with his remaining single eye, and said in a cold tone, "As for gods, the shinobi world was full of self-proclaimed gods, like the god of shinobi, the demigod, and the leader of their own organization, all of whom called themselves gods. On the other side, in Konoha, after the disappearance of the tailed beast host, the darkness of Konoha, now holding evidence of Hiruzen Sarutobi's fault, completely ceased to care about the Third Hokage's prestige, and began even more ruthless measures. This was one of the few pieces of leverage not pinned on himself, and backed by very clear information proving it was a grave error by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Because of the loss of the Jinchuriki, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been completely controlled by Danzo, and no longer vetoed. Many of Danzo's ideas for a change had occurred. Inside the Hokage building, Danzo was once again blaming Hiruzen Sarutobi over the loss of the Jinchuriki.
Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki was lost because of your weakness. The Uchiha clan must be eliminated this time. For the sake of Konoha, these unstable factors must be destroyed. The Uchiha have already become quite restless."
After saying this without waiting at all for Hiruzen Sarutobi's opinion, Danzo swaggered back toward his lair, stroking the eye under his bandages. That terrifying power was only correct in his own hands for the safety of Konoha. When Danzo returned to the root base surrounded by several root shinobi, he received a man with 2 deep nasolabial folds on his face. The man used the body flicker technique to appear before Danzo, knelt on one knee, and began his report.
"I will begin tonight, Lord Danzo. I hope you haven't forgotten our promise."
Itachi Uchiha's voice was calm and utterly unchanged, as if what he was going to do tonight was as simple as picking up his brother and taking him home. Hearing this, Danzo tried hard to hide his disgust toward the Uchiha, and spoke to Itachi Uchiha in the tone of an elder.
"Of course, Itachi. You are an excellent inheritor of the Will of Fire. We will protect your younger brother Sasuke."
His ugly old face was covered with a fake smile, as he looked at this filial son, and readily agreed to Itachi. Nevertheless, for the sake of his brother's safety, Itachi made a few threatening remarks before leaving, then rose, and left using the body flicker technique. After watching Itachi leave, Danzo issued orders to the root shinobi.
Everyone from this base will go to the Uchiha compound. When Itachi makes his move, follow near him and bring back all the Uchiha eyes he kills. Yes, Lord Danzo.
The cold and motionless rude shinobi, who looked like the living dead, crouched down in unison and answered Danzo's command. Danzo graciously chose to forgive Itachi's rude threats. After all, when today was over, he would have many Uchiha apologies in his hands. He would reluctantly accept these compensations for the danger the Uchiha posed to Konoha. To think they refused to hand over so much dangerous power to him. The Uchiha were indeed evil by nature. At the Naka shrine in the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha members, all wearing clothes embroidered with the Uchiha crest, sat in neat order according to their standing from the clan head to the elders, filling the entire shrine. Because of the constant pressure from the so-called four prodigies of Konoha, the persistent rumors that the Uchiha were plotting a rebellion, and the endless complaints from the villagers toward the Uchiha police force, the Uchiha held another clan meeting today. Of course, even among the Uchiha clan, some people were born unable to become ninja, so those people were not present.
We should kill that useless Hiruzen Sarutobi and have the Uchiha lead Konoha. We can't. The village is already disgusted with the Uchiha's actions. We can't do this. There must be another way.
As the first proposal was rejected, the two factions began arguing. After a heated factional dispute between the hardliners and the moderates, today's clan meeting again ended without a conclusion, as the clan head Fugaku Uchiha tried to smooth things over. After leaving the shrine, Izumi Uchiha also walked to their usual meeting place with a heavy heart. Among the several Uchiha on commercial streets, there was a conspicuous figure, a girlish-looking boy who clearly was not an Uchiha. The boy's clothes were very different from those worn in Konoha. A feather stuck out from his hat, 2 braids hung over his shoulders, and he held a worn-out organ in his hands, humming a ballad they had never heard. Because of the deliberate public opinion in the village, it was rare for outsiders to appear on the streets that belonged to the Uchiha. Thus the strange boy's appearance attracted the attention of many residents, who had never seen anyone from outside the village.
Ah, Brother Venti, you play so beautifully. Thank you for the praise from our little audience. Hey, the poetry show is over. Friend, want to go grab a bite together? Miss Izumi.
The little kids watching had become somewhat familiar with Venti. This brother of unknown origin had been staying on the Uchiha street for several days now. Other than being slightly afraid of the cats the children were holding, he showed no unusual reaction toward the Uchiha at all. After routine questioning and checks that confirmed he was an ordinary person, the Uchiha police force did nothing more. As for Izumi Uchiha, she had happened to encounter Venti's performance when she first arrived. Through a series of coincidences, including mistaking Venti for a girl, the two became friends. Because Venti's music soothed her mood, she came to support him on time every day. With Venti's talent, he attracted many visitors every day.
Great. I happen to want to buy some dango balls too.
After thanking the watching audience, Venti ran toward the place where Izumi and a few little Uchiha kids were waiting for him. Laboratory. A woman with unkempt hair was tapping on the keyboard continuously.
Those strange codes. They are actively perfecting their own data. Could it be a virus?
On the pixel art interface, the normal picture began to flicker.
Damn it. No matter what you are, I won't allow you to hinder her revival. Since I can't clear you out, I'll just have to add an antivirus program.
Opening the drawer, she inserted the USB drive into the main computer connected to the central incubation pod. Then she once again became busy perfecting her program. Have a piece of candy first. Wait a little longer. Let us wait for your brother Wendy. Once Wendy comes, big sister will take you all to eat something delicious. Uchiha Kwan gave a wry smile, took out the 2 candies she had brought with her, originally meant for her to taste when troubled, and gave them to the 2 little ones clutching their empty tummies. Finally, after another brief wait, the familiar figure of the green-robed bard hurriedly appeared beside Uchiha Kwan. Seeing her bent down soothing and coaxing the 2 little ones, he cleared his throat and greeted her. Sorry to keep you all waiting. As an apology, my friends, today I am treating. Whether it was Uchiha Kwan, who was older, or the tiny children, seeing Wendy always made them feel his respect. Wendy's emerald green eyes noticed that something was off with Uchiha Kwan. He made a funny wink, trying to coax a laugh from her. As he announced he would treat everyone, afraid Uchiha Kwan might think he had no money again, he waved the banknotes he had just collected from today's tips. Uchiha Kwan stood up and brushed the dust off the hem of her clothes.
Wendy, you're here. We haven't waited too long. It's just that these two little ones look as if they're about to starve. Wendy, you little drunkard, save up the money you earn. Don't spend it all on wine again. I'll treat today. Keep yours. You depend on street singing. If one day you can't earn anything, you'll end up on the streets again. And go hungry. You have to listen. Save your money, okay? And after the meal is over and everyone has eaten, Wendy, you should leave soon. Getting too close to the Yuzhibo can hurt even a ninja, let alone a little drunkard like you.
The look in Uchiha Kwan's eyes darkened as she spoke, her tone icy, saying words that made the children feel how harsh reality was.
Sister Kwan.
The little ones looked in disbelief at Uchiha Kwan, whose attitude had suddenly changed. Their eyes seemed to speak to her. But Wendy still looked at Uchiha Kwan with that hey smile. Wendy, of course, knew exactly what was troubling her. He had stayed here precisely because of that. Uchiha Kwan's gaze drifted to the sky. Ever since returning from Nanha's shrine, she had been thinking. Today's clan meeting had made the situation clear. Within the next few days, because of the actions of those people in the radical clan members would leave those already enraged by the village's conduct into stirring up trouble. As for an ordinary person like Wendy, not a ninja, let alone a Yuzhibo, if I mistook him for an ill-intentioned spy working for Th. Uchiha Kwan sighed in slight frustration. These days, with Wendy telling her stories every day, she had rarely gone to talk to Yukuin. Her obsessive love for you had also cooled a great deal over this period. A man whose eyes held only his younger brother, she couldn't understand how she had fallen for him in the first place. Sigh. Messy, scattered thoughts, so chaotic they made her head hurt. After saying those harsh words to make Wendy leave, she had even forgotten that Wendy had not replied. She simply continued to sink into her own thoughts. Wendy did not let the little ones disturb her thinking. He just had them take Uchiha Kwan's hands while he led the way. The minds of the village's high-ranking members, and the clan's high-ranking members. Well, how to put it? They were clearly all people from the same village, so why was the conflict so great? There was still a long time before nightfall. While Uchiha Kwan was lost in her wild thoughts, the extremely outgoing and free SPI.
Sister Kwan, here are the dango for you. You kept spacing out just now. Brother Wendy had us buy them,
said the little Yuzhibo girl who had come with them, winking and speaking well of Wendy. Although the little ones were young, they already knew a lot. They also knew that Sister Kwan, like that foolish son of the clan head. But that man, apart from his silly little brother, had never had the slightest trace of Sister Kwan in his eyes. Only Sister Kwan herself was silly enough not to see it clearly. Unlike Brother Wendy, though not a ninja, he knew many things, and on the way here, he had specifically bought Sister's favorite dango. Wendy, however, had no idea what the little ones were thinking. He was still warmly greeting Boss Yao and introducing their group. If he knew their thoughts, he would surely be startled. He had approached the Yuzhibo only to do as he had done back in Mungda. The Yuzhibo, the clan of love, the cursed Yuzhibo. Their eyes, which gained power through laws, truly amazed him. Every one of them suited the wind element. Having learned of them through the wind, he had made a special trip to linger nearby, ready to choose someone to lead them toward freedom. With a towel over his shoulder, and wearing a Ninja World chef's uniform stained with oil, Yao spotted Wendy and called out,
"Oh, our little bard is here. Brought so many friends today. Are you here to eat? What would you like to order?" "Boss Yao, I've told you. As hard to believe as it is, I really am an adult,"
Wendy said seriously in response to Yao's nickname and concern.
"All right, so our greatest poet wants to treat us Friday. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Yao. Just give us each one bowl of your shop's specialty ramen. The extra can count as making up for last time."
Before long, the owner of Ichiraka had his daughter bring over several large steaming bowls of ramen, and he himself took a few plates from the prepared side dishes and set them on the table in front of Venti and the others. "Thank you, Boss Tucci. No trouble at all. Eat up. They're just a few side dishes. If you feel bad about it, you're welcome to perform at my shop anytime. Food and lodging are on me." "All right, Boss Tucci. When the need arises, I'll be sure to come." After thanking him, Venti smacked his lips. But looking at the little ones seated on either side of him, he did not take out any wine. As for choosing ramen for the gathering, it seemed a little shabby. Even in Mondstadt one wouldn't serve guests ramen. Well, it did feel rather petty, but the only decent foods in Konoha were ramen, and grilled meat. There really wasn't much else worth eating. After all, no matter how loudly it was praised, it was still just a ninja village. Ninjas spent all day thinking about nothing but killing, and ordinary people couldn't even fill their stomachs. How could they find the time to study good food? Grilled meat, on the other hand, was quite popular. Then he remembered that it was run by some ninja clan in Konoha, but by the time they had agreed on a meal, there were already no seats left. This gathering was simply meant as a small gesture for now. When the right moment came, Uchiha Izumi's mindset would be able to achieve its transformation. Right now, Uchiha Izumi still held within her heart the grand ideal of the Hokage of Konoha. If what the wind had told him did not go amiss, that way of thinking would change tonight. Or perhaps, at the right moment, let Uchiha Izumi have a dream of freedom. The ideas spread through the fragments of Venti's poems and stories would turn this girl into a worthy leader in the pursuit of freedom, just like Vanessa. The ninja village system was a cage that imprisoned the will of every ninja. Yet this imprisonment was not meant to restrain the danger of ninja. It was meant to condition them into believing that they should risk their lives for those mission fees and serve as faithful hounds of the daimyo and nobles. Even the treasure hoarders of Teyvat knew to seek only wealth, not lives. And then there was this so-called Hokage. He spoke of the so-called will of fire, but from his own actions Venti could not see the Hokage practicing what he preached. The so-called will of fire would not be wrong if it were truly carried out in earnest. But those who seize power like the Lawrence clan eventually forget their original convictions. The one who destroyed the Storm King became the next tyrant. Among the hidden truths of Konoha that the wind had told him, there were plenty of absurd matters that left even him, a bard, dumbfounded. He could not understand how they had ever come up with such ideas. Now the clan of the third Hokage of Konoha was called the Sarutobi clan. They had quite a lot of people, far more than the other openly prominent great ninja clans, and their storehouses were well stocked. Moreover, they already bore a strong resemblance to Mondstadt's Lawrence clan in its degenerate era. But none of this was for him, a wandering bard, to worry about right now. What mattered more was entertaining the friends seated before him. "What are you thinking about, my friend?" Venti blinked, then set the dango he had bought earlier on the plate in front of Uchiha Izumi. I'm fine, Venti." Though she said she was fine, Uchiha Izumi's eyes were full of exhaustion. "The food is here. Let's fill our stomachs first. You can't come up with answers on an empty stomach." Venti took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and looked at the tea in his cup. "Ah, I really am not used to being without wine." That's right, Sister Izumi. The dango will go to waste if you don't eat it soon." Uchiha Yuna, sitting beside Uchiha Izumi, also urged her elder sister to eat first. The little boy, however, had already started eating. Noticing that his older brother and sister had yet to begin, and realizing that he, unlike the little girl companion, had not politely urged Sister Izumi to eat, he did not know whether to swallow. Munch, munch. The sound of little Huji's eating abruptly stopped. After thinking it over, he struggled to speak the words that had formed in his mind. Venti, big brother. Izumi, big sister. Eat too. Little Huji, don't worry, eat your fill. Swallow before you talk. Little Yuna, you should eat too. When you're done, go home early. Big sister is just a little tired and doesn't have much appetite. Apart from Venti and Uchiha Izumi, the two children were just ordinary children from an ordinary family in the Uchiha clan. Because they had lost the adults in their household early, though the Uchiha said they would never abandon any clansman, the monthly orphan allowance was not enough to spend on nice food. They had to be frugal. The clan needed more of its money to train ninja, and they had understood this from a very young age. Thanks to Venti's thoughtful efforts to lift the mood, the meal gradually became lively after starting in low spirits. By the time they finished eating, it was already quite late. There was no nightlife to speak of, so each returned to their own home. Uchiha Izumi, living alone as a girl, could hardly offer Venti lodging, though of course our bard had never planned to stay over. "Before I leave, Mondstadt's best bard, three-time reigning champion, offers a farewell poem to his friend. Goodbye, my friend. Believing that Venti had taken her advice to heart, and was leaving Uchiha Izumi listened with relief to the parting poem of this youth, who was not a ninja, and had by chance become her friend. 8,000 years ago. The gods of that age still walked among mortals. The song passed all too quickly. The tale of the dragon and the boy came to an end. When the lyre's last note faded, Uchiha Izumi snapped back from the music, and looked at the youth still grinning before her. Goodbye. And may we never meet again. After saying this, she turned and walked in silence toward the clan grounds. The two little ones in her arms were still reaching out their hands saying goodbye to Venti. Goodbye. Goodbye, brother Venti. Okay. Izumi, and you two little ones, goodbye. Then he watched them go waving back. Once Uchiha Izumi had vanished from his sight, Venti sensed several presences drawing near. He walked toward a quiet corner, and then a few masked ninja leapt out. Without a single word, they attacked Venti the moment they saw him. Then abruptly a great gust of wind swept through. When they opened their eyes again, the only thing left was the kunai they had just thrown, still embedded in the ground, silently telling them one fact: the green-clad youth had run away. In Konoha, the Ninja Academy had a rare day off today. Many of those in the ninja clans, who knew something of the inside story, had already warned their people to stay quiet tonight, and not go anywhere. Itachi, you are a good child who inherited the will of fire. It is the village that has wronged the Uchiha. Wronged them all. His withered face seemed filled with love for the village, as he kept apologizing, then gazed at Itachi Uchiha with those kind eyes. A few crocodile tears rolled down. Hiruzen Sarutobi's performance before Itachi's strike was enough to dissolve the last shred of hesitation in Itachi's heart. Lowering his head, Itachi comforted the elderly Third Hokage in his low, subdued voice, an old man who even now had to worry over the Uchiha's restlessness. The Uchiha clan's thinking is far too narrow-minded. They are not worth your concern, and I will handle them. In his heart, his conviction toward his clansmen grew even stronger. Eliminate those who do not love the village. The time is almost here. Lord Third, I must go prepare. Please take good care of my younger brother in the days to come. With that he bowed and left. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew on his pipe as he watched Itachi go. Don't let the village down, Itachi. As for taking care of your little brother, go without worry. He's always been the best at caring for children. Though Itachi's brother is already grown, so it won't be easy to start from the beginning. Uchiha, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for being too restless. The village can no longer afford any threat. I gave you your chance. Night's gloom began to shroud the entire Uchiha clan compound. Wearing his umbu vest, Itachi Uchiha arrived at the appointed place, the Uchiha clan shrine. The space before him warped like ripples. A masked man wearing a tiger-patterned mask appeared. Is this a special space-time ninjutsu? The entire Konoha seemed to be a place this man could wander freely. Once this task is complete, I'll go undercover in the organization he mentioned as planned. I will not allow anyone to destroy the hard-won peace of Konoha. Itachi-kun, since you came as promised, let us begin now. The masked man drew a long blade from its sheath, and Itachi saw him stop in the middle of the motion, looking at him. More precisely, he was looking at the one who had followed him. Oh my, Itachi-kun. It seems you haven't made your move yet. You've been discovered. Then let's start with her, shall we? The masked man's long blade pointed at the figure peering from behind a distant tree. Looks like she knows you, Itachi-kun. Don't tell me you can't bring yourself to do it. Need help? Itachi knew exactly what kind of help the masked man meant. In the dim lamplight, the two nasolabial folds on his face cast a deep, ominous shadow. No need. Activating his Sharingan, Itachi Uchiha walked step by step toward the tree where the person was hiding. Izumi. Itachi named the person hiding there. The one concealed behind the tree was Izumi Uchiha, who had just parted with Venti after escorting two children home. Izumi had originally meant to go straight home, but she ran into Itachi, who looked heavy with worry. Even though Itachi was still wearing his umbu uniform and mask, Izumi recognized him clearly from familiarity. Itachi, lost in thought, didn't notice her. She couldn't sleep either. She had wanted to talk to Itachi about her views on the clan and Konoha, but what she couldn't believe was seeing Itachi colluding with a stranger. Itachi. Who is he? Izumi's face was ghastly pale. Still unable to believe that Itachi would become a traitor, she wanted to hear his explanation even as she kept making excuses for him in her heart. After a brief silence, Itachi said one thing, Izumi. Look into my eyes. For this girl who seemed to be fond of him, this was the greatest mercy he could offer. Itachi intended to use Jinjutsu to grant Izumi a false, beautiful life spent with him, then let her die by his own hand. Elsewhere, Venti, who had been sensing all along, could only say that people like him were something he had never seen in all his years as an old-timer. Meanwhile, the masked man, having left Izumi's fate to Itachi, vanished and got to work against the Uchiha patrol shinobi. Who's there? Careful. Enemies. Ah. The patrol shinobi didn't last long against the masked man. Cries of agony burst forth, then vanished just as quickly. The single eye exposed by the mask burned with endless madness. Itachi watched the girl trapped in Jinjutsu. With one arm holding Izumi, he slowly pressed the short blade in his other hand toward the heart of the girl in his embrace. But Izumi inside the Jinjutsu was not living through the scenario Itachi had set. Rather, a certain god of freedom had secretly seized the chance to make her experience an entire life in Mondstadt, a life lived for freedom and liberation. The time inside the Jinjutsu passed in a flash. In that illusory world, taking on the role of Vanessa, Izumi Uchiha endured the complete journey from enslavement to the liberation of Mondstadt under the Dendro Archon's guidance, and completed her transformation. She had come to understand that such absurd systems, the shinobi village and the clan, could only become the one-word rule of a few old men. She stood before the great tree of Mondstadt in the illusory world. Izumi was astonished to discover that the Dendro Archon's appearance was very similar to that of the young man she knew named Venti. But before she could ask, the Archon told her that it was time to wake. A vision suffused with the breath of wind appeared before Izumi Uchiha. The moment she woke from the Jinjutsu, she knew exactly what had happened. That deranged Itachi Uchiha wanted to slaughter his own clansmen in order to preserve the rule of those few fools who protected Konoha. The eyes that had once looked at Itachi with admiration now turned cold and sharp without a trace of hesitation. She gripped the vision that belonged to her, then deftly gathered a wind bullet to widen the distance between herself and Itachi. Struck in the face by the wind bullet, Itachi burst into a flock of crows and gathered himself anew not far away. Izumi Uchiha took her weapon from her side and held it in her hand. At the same time, thanks to her experience in the Jinjutsu and the silent aid of a certain god of freedom, Izumi's Sharingan spun faster and faster until it formed a pattern resembling the constellation she had possessed in that world. Izumi. No. That's not. Who are you? The tomo in Itachi's eyes whirled rapidly. A yellow skeletal frame began to encase him as he went on guard against Izumi. Humph. If I'm not Izumi Uchiha, then who am I? Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Setting aside the fact that you're a traitor who bites the hand that feeds you, what were you just trying to do? Kill me? Heh. Don't tell me you actually believe what those old bastards in the village said. Let me guess. They put all the blame for the current problems between the Uchiha and the village onto the Uchiha clan, then never breathed a word about what those few dogs have done, right? Even before she founded the Knights of Favonius, she had already seen through the tricks of such politicians. And the way to deal with them was to use the sword in her hand to knock some sense into their heads. Shut up, Izumi. Your thinking is too narrow-minded. The Hokage naturally has his reasons. For the sake of the village, an ugly idea like the clan should simply die quietly. Upon hearing Izumi question the leadership of the village Hokage, Itachi's cold expression, rarely moved, twisted as he roared. One of the skeletal hands around Itachi suddenly slammed at Izumi. Because Uchiha Izumi had dared to slander the Hokage and the Konoha he loved so deeply, Uchiha Itachi's face twisted in fury as he broke down and roared. Only with such narrow-minded thinking can the Uchiha avoid harming Konoha. With a vicious expression, the tomo in his eyes spun rapidly into a pattern as he summoned the third divine power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. Without a second's hesitation, Uchiha Itachi attacked Uchiha Izumi. A colossal torso-only orange samurai appeared, drew its blade, and slashed at the target. Believing the matter settled with ease, he resumed the air of a dark hero shouldering the world's burden. The massive slash of the Susanoo forged from orange ocular power kicked up clouds of dust. Was Uchiha Izumi dead? If Izumi had been the one following Itachi just now, that blow would likely have ended her. But that was not the case now. Izumi's mind was a jumble of memories, yet her hands and feet moved with remarkable speed, even though she had only been a Chunin before. But the merging of memories from a near lifetime spent in the world of illusion left her mind reeling, while the excruciating pain pushed her Sharingan to evolve, and her combat instinct surged. Now, based on the reality of what had just happened, it was clear. This beast Uchiha Itachi truly intended to slaughter the entire clan. Otherwise he would have had no reason to attack her. Damn that idiot son of the clan head. Was the current conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha really something the Uchiha had brought upon themselves? Now the Konoha higher-ups and the Uchiha elders were scheming against one another, rotten to the core, no different from those Lawrence beasts. And they said they couldn't find a candidate for the next Hokage. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that every important coveted position in Konoha wasn't staffed by members of the Sarutobi clan, she would have believed it. Damn it, when the village has a conflict with a clan, you solve the clan. Fine, fine. When a problem arises, instead of solving the problem, you solve the person who raised it. Uchiha Itachi, you little bastard, you're a real genius.
Uchiha Itachi, do you think you're the only gifted one? Arrogant fool.
As she spoke, the Tomo in Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan began to spin and transform, and just like Itachi, her body was enveloped in her own half-body Susanoo. However, Izumi's Susanoo was not a samurai like Itachi's, but rather a female swordsman dressed as the Dandelion Knight of Mondstadt from the world of illusion. After summoning her Susanoo, Izumi immediately entered its final stage, while the Anemo vision in her hand began to glow in sync. The natural wind element channeled through the vision greatly empowered her Susanoo, drastically reducing the strain on her eyes. The sudden appearance of the giant Saiyan female swordsman above the Uchiha compound woke everyone from sleep. The orange Susanoo, which was about half its size, now seemed much less conspicuous. Seeing the Saiyan perfect Susanoo, Itachi gritted his teeth, clutched his eyes again, and unleashed his own perfect Susanoo. Sensing his rapidly draining ocular power, he resolved to end this swiftly. Awakened Uchiha began to scatter. Shinobi were moving everywhere.
Enemy attack!
Some shouted loudly to rouse those still asleep.
Everyone be on guard!
While squad leaders were gathering their forces and issuing orders.
This team of Jonin will escort all civilian clan members to the shrine. Move it, move it! Stop messing around, damn it! Enemy!
Meanwhile, thanks to the coordinated use of her vision, Izumi felt that her Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't draining her as much as it was Itachi. Wiping the blood tears from the corners of her eyes, she spoke again.
Uchiha Itachi, who do you think you are? What right do you have to decide everyone's fate on a whim? You arrogant fool. When a problem arises, instead of looking for its root cause, you choose to eliminate the person who raised it. What do you think you're so clever?
Izumi continued to taunt Itachi because a familiar voice had just whispered to her, explaining why the illusion world she had been trapped in had changed, and what Itachi had originally planned, letting Izumi know she hadn't been mistaken. She had no time to consider whether the voice belonged to someone with ill intentions, because one truly ill-intentioned person already stood before her. Another orange Susanoo appeared, its samurai blocking the Saiyan female swordsman's attack. But only for a moment. The female swordsman's slashes came faster and faster, her techniques growing more seamlessly fluid. The cracks on the orange Susanoo spread and multiplied. The clash of the two titans caused massive destruction to the surrounding buildings. Moreover, Izumi noticed that many people were approaching from all around the compound. After such a... Without giving Itachi another thought, she rushed off to find the dangerous masked man.
I feel like my speed has increased.
And Uchiha Ninja was astonished to find that his hand seals were much faster, and the wounds he had just sustained were slowly healing.
Stop gawking. The enemy is still here. Do you want to die? Attention everyone, except those with 3 tomos, stay back. You're no match for him, don't throw your lives away. The rest of you, do not let that masked man escape today.
The masked man completely ignored the Uchiha's arrangements, strolling leisurely as he picked his next target. Uchiha Fugaku, hearing the commotion, told his wife to be careful and came to investigate. Then he saw the masked man, utterly ignoring the attacks of all the clan members, kill another one.
How dare you? Who are you? Do you dare to make an enemy of the Uchiha?
Fugaku activated his Sharingan and delivered the threat.
Heh. The Uchiha are nothing more than a foolish clan. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to lose. Truly a piece of trash. What? What did you say about Itachi?
The masked man paid Fudaka no attention at all, simply gazing in another direction.
I didn't expect the plan to go wrong because of you. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi couldn't bring himself to strike his little lover?
The direction the masked man was looking at gave no reply. Instead, a wind blade came flying at him. Still, it passed through the masked man without causing any harm. The space around him rippled like water, and he vanished entirely, then reappeared where Itachi lay motionless.
Still far too weak. But now is not the time for you to sleep.
The masked man produced a wriggling mass of black substance that was still screaming and shoved it directly into Itachi's mouth.
I wonder how effective the gift from our leader will be.
The lifeless Itachi began to move. Black aura spread across his entire body. His frame began to twist and mutate. After stuffing that thing into Uchiha Itachi's body, the masked man sat down cross-legged on the ground, as if no one else were present, gazing at a familiar place in the distance, while waiting for Uchiha Itachi to awaken. After waiting for 3 minutes, Uchiha Itachi, originally lying gravely wounded on the ground, opened his eyes, and stood up. His Sharingan shifted from red to pure black. Black eyes, their pattern distorting and fading away. His movements seemed stiff like a revived zombie. When he saw the masked man's back, he revealed an eerie smile. Then, with crisp sounds of bones realigning, his movements returned to normal. The masked man, sensing the sound behind him, said in a tone of certainty,
"Awake! Him."
Uchiha Itachi's ANBU vest had long been torn to shreds, but the awakened Uchiha Itachi paid it no mind, even though his entire body was exposed. It was merely a temporary vessel.
Phew! It truly feels good to have a body and be outside.
Uchiha Itachi muttered with a heavy exhale. This Uchiha Itachi, wreathed in black vapor, had a voice as hoarse as scrap metal scraping together.
Since you're awake, don't dawdle. Itachi-kun, they're already coming. Humph. I know. Scram. You rat-like thing. How dare you think you can command me?
Uchiha Itachi cursed, irritated by the masked man's urging. The masked man wasn't the least bit angry at being cursed. He stopped urging, and with a spatial distortion around him, vanished once more. Because of the unexpected turn in his performance, the rest was not for him to interfere in. Still, fulfilling the leader's request to awaken Uchiha Itachi counted as a completed task. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, sensing the surroundings.
TCH. She's not here. What's coming is only a strange avatar. And some irritating fellows are coming too. Then let me have some fun with these eyesores on her behalf.
Having failed to see the person he wanted, Uchiha Itachi pursed his lips and lowered his head so the newcomers wouldn't notice his abnormal state, waiting to give them a surprise when they arrived. The enormous commotion in the Uchiha district had drawn many people.
What in the world is happening over at the Uchiha?
The 3 clan heads of the Ino Shikacho met and turned their gazes to the Nara clan head, the quickest-witted among them.
Should we go have a look? Let's go check it out, we 3. Notify our people to stay inside and not go out carelessly.
Danzo, in his rude hideout, also sensed the tremendous disturbance from the direction of Konoha, his mind swirling with thoughts.
Have the Uchiha discovered Uchiha Itachi's actions? Or has Uchiha Itachi betrayed Konoha? As expected, there's no use hoping for the Uchiha. They're truly useless. Gone. When? Shui. You 3 go together and see what the situation is now. If there's no problem, you 3 will also do your best to bring me back enough Sharingan. Yes, Lord Danzo.
The 3 root ninjas who responded vanished from the root base in an instant, now at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory. Hiruzen Sarutobi, his aged face furrowed, arrived at the Uchiha grounds with his ANBU and saw Uchiha Itachi, wreathed in black smoke, standing with his head lowered.
Itachi, what has happened with the Uchiha?
Seeing Uchiha Itachi standing there blankly, the Third Hokage took the initiative to ask. Along the way, he had not seen corpses scattered across the Uchiha grounds, so he couldn't tell whether Itachi had begun slaughtering his own clan. Hence, he couldn't display hostility. When the calling voice drew near, Uchiha Itachi suddenly lifted his lowered head and looked at the newcomer. Then he gave the Third Hokage an eerie, sinister smile. A face that looked decent enough when emotionless now seemed ghastly when smiling. The old Third Hokage was startled into a step back. In that instant, Uchiha Itachi with zero startup struck and grabbed him with a skeletal Susanoo hand. Thud. The Hiruzen Sarutobi in that spot turned into a log substitution. As for the other ninjas who had come with him, the Hokage guard's discipline allowed them to avoid the attack with well-timed substitution jutsu. A few unlucky ones, however, were clipped directly by Susanoo and died on the spot. Though the situation, a ninja from the Hokage guard rebuked him.
Careful. Something is wrong with Uchiha Itachi.
It hadn't been noticeable at first, but once he made a move anyone not blind could see it. A person crackling with black smoke simply wasn't normal.
His eyes. They're pure black. Uchiha Itachi might be controlled. Everyone be careful. Watch his eyes don't meet his gaze. Keep an eye out for anyone around you being caught in a Jinjutsu.
Several ANBU familiar with the Uchiha quickly explained these precautions to the younger ANBU who didn't know.
Susanoo.
Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo warrior appeared again, reaching out to seize them. This time it was the complete full-bodied Susanoo. The few ANBU before him were no bigger than insects. Due to what seemed to be the change in his eyes, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo had undergone a drastic transformation. Gulp. The ANBU swallowed hard in unison. So this is the power of the Uchiha's eyes. That was the only thought left in their minds.
Everyone get ready for battle. You, go inform the others to provide support at once. The rest of us will engage the enemy. The enemy is overwhelmingly strong. Uchiha Itachi is likely under someone's control. For the sake of Konoha, do not hold back. Destroy him. Yes, Lord Third.
That ANBU quickly created distance with the body flicker technique, then used shadow clones to dash toward all the ninja clans.
Summoning Jutsu Inma, old friend, it seems I need your help again.
And so the battle began. At the center of the Uchiha grounds, the root ninjas, except for a few who had died early on after Uchiha Izumi defeated Uchiha Itachi, continued their original mission with cold expressions, searching for the eyeballs of the Uchiha clan members killed by the masked man. Then they were discovered by a group of astonished Uchiha. What greeted the root ninjas was a blast of azure wind blades. The scene shifts back to what just occurred. The assembled Uchiha ninja, watching the dangerous masked man flee, all turned their gaze toward the colossal Susanoo swordswoman who had driven the enemy away.
What was that? Elder Teyvat, do you know what that massive figure is? Is it an enemy? I don't recognize it.
Neither the young nor the elder Uchiha knew of this power, a force far beyond what their own Sharingan could typically achieve in an entire lifetime. Murmurs about the identity of that enormous swordswoman rippled through the Uchiha ranks.
It must not be, since her attack against that masked man just now seemed to target the same foe. If she were an enemy, she would have struck us instead. A giant female samurai.
Yet it felt distinctly different from a mere warrior. There was something strangely familiar about it. This is the Susanoo, the divine power belonging to our Uchiha clan.
While ordinary Uchiha could not identify it, Uchiha Fugaku recognized it immediately.
As clan leader, he was required to understand such matters beyond his duty. Furthermore, he himself possessed those three Tomo eyes, though he had never revealed this to anyone. The clan stone tablet also contained precise records describing this divine power.
However, the appearance of this Susanoo is somewhat different. Has that Uchiha girl's Manjikyu awakened? Before the others could continue their thoughts, the Saiyan Susanoo swordswoman dissipated, and a figure slowly descended before them. It's Uchiha Izumi. Uncles and aunties. Brother Teyvat.
Uchiha Izumi greeted every clansman she recognized except for Uchiha Fugaku.
Izumi.
Fugaku did not notice that this young woman, whom he and his wife had always regarded as Itachi's future wife, had omitted him from her greetings.
Clan leader. No. Uchiha Fugaku. I hereby declare your position as clan leader stripped. Huh? Izumi. You cannot speak to a clan leader that way. Uchiha Izumi, you had better consider carefully what you are saying. This time I shall pretend you were merely startled. Izumi. If you have simply been blinded by the power of those eyes, then I can only tell you, child. This is merely the beginning for the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi has betrayed the clan. He conspired with Konoha operatives and that masked man from just now, intending to massacre every last one of us tonight. and I had intended to find him. To my surprise, I discovered him colluding with enemies. Uchiha Itachi used Genjutsu to control me. After ensnaring me with fabricated illusions of an alternate life, he sought to kill me. But he never anticipated that at the very moment before my death, I broke free from his Genjutsu. My Sharingan thereby evolved to its current state. So Mr. Uchiha Fugaku cared to explain. Your son's treachery. Your incompetence has only ever allowed you to wait. Waiting for Hiruzen and Danzo to show mercy. And as for you all, as proud Uchiha, do not let your energies be consumed by squabbling over leadership of this crumbling village. There is no time to explain the rest. Let my word stand today. I, Uchiha Izumi, shall take control of the entire Uchiha clan going forward. Anyone with objections may voice them now. Uchiha Izumi summoned the Susanoo to its full manifestation, once more commanding the colossal sword woman to hover above with arms folded, looking down upon the entire Uchiha compound. No objections then. Then Mr. Fugaku, I suggest you behave yourself. Reckoning with your son will come later. If you keep your family in line, I shall honor past familiarity and spare you further humiliation. Uchiha Fugaku watched in silence as the enormous Susanoo loomed overhead. He had indeed sensed something amiss with his eldest son, though he never imagined Itachi would choose such a path. Izumi, becoming clan leader requires more than raw power alone. Moreover, overusing those eyes will render you blind. Leading an entire clan cannot be achieved through strength alone. That much does not require your instruction. Whether good or ill, I am still far preferable to the ingrate son you raised. As for my eyes, I am already aware. Attention! A Konoha rat has entered the compound. The Uchiha clan members, still reeling from the staggering revelations Uchiha Izumi had just delivered like a god descending from the heavens, barely had time to process the shock before her warning about intruders reached their ears. They quickly spotted several ninjas, who clearly did not belong to the Uchiha, moving about in search of something. Wind pressure sword. Uchiha Izumi unleashed the blade in her hand with a single gesture. The wind element within natural energy answered her call. Turquoise wind blades came howling down from the sky, swiftly cutting Danzo's unseeing meddlesome lackeys to pieces. After wiping out an entire squad of Root that was scrambling to form up, another Susanoo appeared at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, drawing every eye once again. Just before Uchiha Fugaku had explained to the assembled Uchiha the divine power of the Sharingan, the Susanoo, as another clansman's eyes evolved. Before the other Uchiha could start letting their pride swell, Uchiha Izumi's voice came from the female sword woman within the Susanoo. That's no dear clan brother of ours. It's the Susanoo of the ungrateful son of our dear former clan leader. Itachi Uchiha seems to be fighting someone right now. Come over slowly. I'll go see whether our dear ungrateful Mr. Itachi has fallen out with the village he loves so much. Because the Susanoo was too conspicuous, and because her eyes really ached, Izumi did not let herself get carried away. The wind element carried her swiftly to the outer edge of the clan grounds. Here on the fringes there were only abandoned houses. The residents had moved away long ago, leaving only ruins that had yet to be cleared. Hiding in a secluded corner, Uchiha Izumi spied on the scene. She had originally intended to go up and say something heartfelt to her dear childhood friend, who was in the middle of an Uchiha's maniacal laugh. But look, what did she find? A third Hokage being thoroughly humiliated. Let that ungrateful Uchiha give the old coot a proper beating first, she would go out later. As for whether to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, she hadn't made up her mind yet. The shinobi world was only so big, and it wasn't as if she had never been elsewhere. Aside from the recent news that the land of grass had apparently changed a great deal. They all had that aristocrat air, and it wasn't easy to burn bridges. Right now, she only wanted to use her own strength to unite the chaotic factions inside the Uchiha clan, then give those hair-trigger Uchiha minds and their paranoia-prone natures a proper education. Their vision was too shallow, their knowledge too meager. In that Genjutsu there had been knowledge she had never seen. Even a brief recollection just now had produced enormous discoveries, overturning things she had once accepted as truth. And within it, she had become the Dandelion Knight who led an entire nation. She had not the slightest interest in being the dog of a daimyo or some age. Just like my former self. How could I have taken a liking to that pig Itachi Uchiha? I really Something about Itachi Uchiha Susanoo looked a little off. A skeleton frame woven from orange and black was crushing a giant ape in one hand, while its other hand gripped our dear Third Hokage. All around were of course the Third Hokage's closest retainers, except that now they were all dead. They had died miserably, some were burned to ash, others were pounded to death by the Susanoo before they could even use a substitution jutsu. Even a talented jonin from an ordinary shinobi clan was helpless before those who came from Kekkei Genkai families. Such was their powerlessness. Black flames burned over the dead bodies, until even part of the soil was scorched away, and only then were they deliberately withdrawn by someone. Dear Lord Hokage, why have you gone quiet? Didn't you spread the word in the village that you were the strongest Hokage? Look at your subordinates, how valiant they were. And you too, my lord. Come on, staying in this wretched place is no fun. Let's go play at the Hokage's clan compound. Over there. That must be our Third Hokage's lair. Oh! Look what I've found. A snot-nosed little brat. Who are you? Let go of my grandfather. Konohamaru flying kick. Lord Third, let's play a game. I know you love the will of fire most of all. You once said that the spirit of young leaves burning for the great tree was truly moving. So I want you to kill this beloved grandson of yours with your own hands. As long as you let this young leaf of Konoha burn, I'll leave. I'll even throw in a gift. I can revive the people who just died. All this young master Konohamaru has to do is make a small sacrifice. I could even resurrect the long-dead fourth Hokage if you like. Casually grabbing a random extra ninja's corpse, Uchiha Itachi poured black power from his hand into it, refining it in an instant. The formerly limp corpse began to move again. It hurts. Before it could finish speaking, it was crushed to death once more and tossed aside. The extra died without a sound. What the hell is Uchiha Itachi up to? Has he become such a beast that he'd betray even Konoha, the village he claims to protect? Backstab away, I say. Mongrels should bite each other like dogs. So he's actually taking revenge on that old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen. But my final blow should have left Uchiha Itachi half dead. What special jutsu did he use to heal himself? Uchiha Izumi remained hidden in a corner motionless. Hey, great Lord Third Hokage. Have you made up your mind? His tone was thick with mockery. If I remember correctly, aren't you always saying there aren't enough ninja on the frontier? Lord Hokage, you still have quite a few of your own ninja left. Even the Uchiha clan, the largest on the surface, doesn't have this many ninja. So have you made up your mind, dear Lord Hokage? The Sarutobi clan came quickly. The moment they arrived, they recklessly provoked Uchiha Itachi, who was holding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Release the Hokage. Uchiha Itachi let young master Konohamaru go. A squat ugly man standing among the Sarutobi ninja attacking Uchiha Itachi kept shouting, let young master Konohamaru go. Uchiha Itachi, what kind of skill is it to attack a child? Meanwhile, the other Sarutobi ninja, built as brawny as gorillas, kept hurling their signature jutsu at Susanoo. Teacher Ebisu, save me. Why? The sniffling Konohamaru was so repulsive that even Uchiha Itachi, the one holding him was Susanoo, wanted to fling the little snotworm far away. Your household servants are well trained, but they don't have very good eyes. Cough. Cough. Who exactly are you? The Third Hokage did not respond to Uchiha Itachi's words. Huff. Huff. After the Third Hokage caught his breath, the form held by Susanoo vanished into a wooden log with a poof, and he himself appeared not far away. His aged body kept heaving for breath. This substitution jutsu truly defies reason. As if seeing it for the first time, Uchiha Itachi marveled at the wonder of this jutsu. He was not surprised that the Third Hokage had broken free. After all, crushing him outright would have been meaningless. Alright. The game has started again. Those not on the program list should leave quietly. The game begins. A sky-piercing mass of black energy erupted from Uchiha Itachi and spread rapidly, enveloping everyone around. Yet it did not harm anyone. When the black light faded, a colossal chessboard came into view. Half of the board's lines were black, half red. The 31 Sarutobi clan members, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood within the grid, precisely stationed like chess pieces in their proper positions. There's a character above your head. Yours too, a pawn character. Lord Third has the character Shuai above his head.
Does that mean he's handsome? Two Sarutobi clan jonin with the character for advisor above their heads stood on the grid points flanking Sarutobi Hiruzen. The black side, however, was vastly different from the red side. There in the black zone directly opposite the third Hokage stood that same strange unhinged Uchiha Itachi. Beyond the board on the phantom spectator stands that had materialized on both sides, Uchiha Izumi was watching a bard in front of her, who stuck out his tongue and grinned. "Hey. Venti, why are you here?" "No. You're the wind." If Uchiha Izumi hadn't just seen Venti, she wouldn't have remembered that a certain someone had the highest number of appearances in the entire story in this illusion world. "Shoo. My friend. Look over there first. After that, if you still want to ask anything, I'll answer it all. You're all too noisy. Don't move." Every Sarutobi clan piece on the board was sealed motionless in place by barriers that appeared suddenly unable to utter another word. "Lord Third Hokage, I'll give you 3 minutes to take in the game rules." Uchiha Itachi condensed the rules of Chinese chess into glowing words with his power, and displayed them in midair. "Let me say one last thing, Third Hokage. Only by checkmating me can you take all your remaining clansmen out. Every piece that is captured will die on the spot. Of course, if you lose you can come again, and the extra pieces will be rearranged. Alright. The countdown begins." Uchiha Itachi's sinister voice spoke words that sent cold sweat streaming down Sarutobi Hiruzen's back. "This space isn't Genjutsu. It's the dojutsu of the Uchiha Sharingan. Damn it. Check. You've lost again, Third Hokage of Konoha. Do you still want to continue?" As he said this, Uchiha Itachi moved his cannon piece and captured the general piece Sarutobi Hiruzen. In an instant, the remaining red side pieces on the board all let out a scream after Sarutobi Hiruzen's general piece was killed. The characters above their heads shattered, and the Sarutobi clan members beneath turned transparent, lost consciousness, and drifted like spirits into the discarded piece area. My 3,000 shinobi. Who on earth is he? Is he from the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was bleeding. Every new game threw away all the previous pieces. Round 81, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost. His already unattractive old face was now covered with even deeper wrinkles. With a furious expression, the third Hokage kept trying to sort out his thoughts, but his mind was a complete mess. The screams of his clansmen still echoed in his ears. Whether he chose to attack or to ignore, the bored people kept dying. From the very beginning, he had tried to use his strongest ninjutsu to attack the chessboard and rescue his clansmen rather than follow Uchiha Itachi's rules. But the ninjutsu collided with the transparent barriers that kept people pinned to their squares, without causing even a single ripple. Forced to obey the rules and continue the game, he kept searching for a flaw in the board until he lost another game. Unable to find any solution, he sank into silence. In the spectator seats, the utterly unruffled onlookers Uchiha Izumi and Wendy were cracking melon seeds that Wendy had produced from who knows where. They showed not the slightest sympathy for Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for whether the Lord Hokage could see the two melon seed cracking onlookers apart from the board itself, all that met his gaze beyond the board was endless black mist shrouding both sides. Time passed second by second. But the rules of the chessboard would not wait for him to make a slow choice. Because he had spent too long without selecting his next move, he was deemed to have forfeited the round, and one of his pieces was captured. Then control returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands again. "Lord Third, do you see that burning rope in front of you? Stop trying to do useless things. The moment the rope burns out, that means you have forfeited. If after 3 times you still refuse to make a choice, then all the pieces on this chessboard will simply be voided. Honestly, did my being too easygoing give you some kind of illusion? Dawdling and indecisive. This is a game you can win by sacrificing just a few important pieces. What are you hesitating about? Tell me, what are you hesitating about? Aren't you the one who loves to preach the will of fire the most? Now that it's your own family, don't you want to follow the will of fire?" With his legs crossed, Uchiha Itachi lounged sideways on the stone seat of the general piece on the chessboard. Somewhat annoyed, he stretched out his hand and summoned a miniature chessboard. His fingers tapped rapidly through operations that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not understand. With his taps, all the pieces on the chessboard twisted and died in place. How dare you ignore me? Hey, now I'm getting angry. This is the last warning. Uchiha Itachi's voice was sinister, and his personality was full of malicious amusement. Just like a child. Were it not for the fact that she hasn't arrived yet, I wouldn't want to play chess with a monkey. Humph. Uchiha Itachi muttered while yawning. This round Uchiha Itachi did not let the third Hokage choose who would serve as pieces. He directly hauled out the third Hokage's son and grandson whom he had captured earlier and placed them on the chessboard. And this finally made Sarutobi Hiruzen panic, prompting him to make his next move. As usual, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his choice. You are not Uchiha Itachi, are you, sir? Using such methods to distance this old man from his own clan and threatening me with my family. Did this old man unknowingly offend you in the past? This old man knows he cannot defeat you. Whatever demands you have, just say them. Even if you want this old man to kill himself, that is acceptable. I only hope you will spare my good-for-nothing son and my ignorant grandson. Old man. Don't. Grandpa.
Hey. Come on. Is there really something wrong with the brains of you Sarutobi clan folks? Besides looking like gorillas, do your minds work like gorillas too, doing whatever you please without listening to others?
On the stone chair, Uchiha Itachi, legs crossed, propped his head with one hand as he reclined sideways against the stone throne, watching the theatrical performance of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his kin with an exasperated expression.
I know my style comes off as quite villainous, but you're not exactly saints either.
The strange Uchiha Itachi, wearing that familiar face, remarked in a tone utterly mismatched with his appearance.
What have I even done to you? We're playing a perfectly fair game, all right. You win, you get rewards, you lose, you face consequences. After all these rounds, whether you've been given chances, you know it yourself. In this game, where exactly have I targeted you? Don't go around calling me a villain. Use your own heads for once. After so many rounds and still losing, think about your own problems. I've been quite generous. Win just once, and not only can everyone who lost before be revived, anything else you want can also be revived. Yet you all act like I'm some kind of demon. But then again, if you don't want to play this game anymore, we can switch. That's easy to arrange. As for your old life, even if you offered it to me, I wouldn't take it. I'm not your creditor. As for toying with you, I enjoy it. Got a problem with that?
Uchiha Itachi's sardonic remark abruptly cut through Asuma and Konoha Maru, who were in the midst of an emotionally overwhelming moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been bracing himself for a heroic sacrifice, stared in dumbfounded silence. It did seem fair enough. If he won, could his father and mother come back too? Konoha Maru stood there, nose running, lost in thought.
Still, you were right before. It's not right to keep wearing this appearance. And as luck would have it, that person is here. It's time for me to step into the light.
The chessboard vanished in an instant. Apart from Asuma and Konoha Maru, who were closest to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the rest of the Sarutobi clan had been whisked away to who knows where. The ground returned to ordinary earth, though they had not fully returned to the real Konoha. This new barrier space seemed to have become a simple reception room within a house. Uchiha Itachi stood before them completely unguarded, speaking to himself.
She's almost here. The energy absorbed is already sufficient.
Bang. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could even process what was happening next, Uchiha Itachi collapsed to the ground. A massive cloud of black mist emerged from his body. Beside the fallen form, the black mist began to solidify incessantly. When the darkness finally dispersed, a bizarre humanoid creature stood revealed. A sharp bird-beaked mask covered its face. Whether it was its true face or merely a mask, none could tell.
A pleasure to meet you. Third Hokage of Konoha. I was just Uchiha Itachi. You may call me Inju. Before that one arrives, let's play one final game. I must say, you've got real potential for our Abyss Order. Even I have to admit you're better at being shameless than I am. The terms remain the same. Your wager can be their lives. Or you can gamble away this whole place. The more you stake, the more you can demand from me if you win. Win this game and it's all yours. You may choose to revive anyone you wish. Or perhaps you crave restored youth, a long enough life. Or overwhelming power. Of course, you can also choose none of it. This opportunity comes only once.
The being named Inju spoke casually of things that would terrify anyone deliberately stoking the greed within a certain man's heart. And indeed his words sent Sarutobi Hiruzen's long-dead heart pounding wildly.
Being named in Jew? How can you guarantee you'll deliver all that you promise?
Asuma and Konoha Maru had expected the old man to refuse. But then they heard,
All right. It's me and Jew after all. The most kind-hearted of the Abyss Heralds. Allow you to experience a taste of renewed youth for now.
Floating in the air, Inju extended a single hand, and an unseen force lifted Sarutobi Hiruzen from where he stood. A violet-red power continuously melted into Hiruzen's body. As Inju's energy merged with him, his appearance and physique began to transform. Growing younger. Growing strong once more.
There. Feel it, the might of the Abyss. Village chief of the shinobi. This is only temporary. If you wish to keep it forever, make your choice.
Yuan Chong continued to stir up the evil thoughts in Yuan Fei Risen. But before that, let us return to a few days earlier. Now in the Grass Nation ruled by Naxita. Mingren had originally planned to complete the coursework assigned by the teachers at the Jiaoling Academy today, and then go to the Adventurers Guild where Jixinai in Kaiselin's body, and Shuimin in Kaiselin's body were to take on quests, while also spending time with his parents. That world was a false dream, but Mingren's family was not, and what he had learned was not.
Anchor point. Activate.
After waking from that dream of family reunion, Shuimin, who had previously resisted Naxita for the sake of finally understood his earlier mistake. Naxita had asked Shuimin for some ninjutsu at that time. As a deity born with innate power, she did not need them. Every world's power system has its own strengths, and Naxita would not arrogantly believe that everything in the shinobi world was worthless. These anchor points were created by combining the Flying Thunder God technique. With the portable void terminals issued to all citizens of Shumi, the people of the Grass Nation could now instantly reach the corresponding anchor point locations. As for the energy consumed by the teleportation, the stone pillars of the anchor points would absorb it automatically, so there was no need to worry. Just as he stepped out of the anchor point and arrived at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, he saw among the crowd of adventurers a conspicuous white-haired man being lifted up by a yellow-haired Kaiselin. The adventurers coming and going were curious but not at all surprised. Earlier at the very beginning someone had tried to test this Kaiselin lady, who looked exactly the same in every Adventurers Guild, with the only difference being that these two seemed to have different hair colors. The signboard of the Adventurers Guild. Then the one who tested her was killed on the spot by Kaiselin, whose eyes blazed red. Afterward all kinds of rumors spread saying that Kaiselin was not human. Everyone entering or leaving the Adventurers Guild could see Kaiselin, who was always sweetly watching everyone. And she would respond to everyone's greetings. No matter when Kaiselin would stand at the counter maintaining that same appearance. This had become one of the unsolved mysteries for all adventurers.
You. Young lady, what are you doing? I'm a good citizen. A very good citizen.
How could this be? Where was I exposed? Chimu Kakashi, who had infiltrated, finally found a lone Jiaoling Academy student, and used Jinjutsu to control him, learning some common Taiwate language. However, having never been exposed to a new language before, he spoke the Taiwate common tongue with a thick military officer accent. Shuimin looked at the white-haired man dangling in his hand, Kakashi, his former student.
Kakashi, why don't you sleep for a while?
Said in the shinobi language. After slapping Kakashi unconscious, Shuimin gracefully performed a very standard maid's bow. He bowed to the surrounding crowd and explained.
Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just a ninja who sneaked in. I'll hand him over to the guard force.
Lifting the man with one hand, he walked toward the second floor of the Adventurers Guild. The second floor was not open to adventurers. It was ostensibly the living quarters for Kaiselin and the other staff members. Kaiselin was only responsible for the initial registration of adventurer identities and the distribution of rewards. Everything else was handled by recruited personnel. After placing Kakashi on the second floor, Shuimin opened the void terminal. Calling Jixinai? Calling Jixinai? Jixinai here? What's the matter, Shuimin? Kakashi is here. I brought him to the guild's second floor. Do you want to see him? For his own student. After his death, he had not looked after his own child at all. Looking at the dense air of death emanating from Kakashi, he could only silently curse the beastly ninja system again. As the sound of the second-floor door opening came, Shomen, thinking it was Jixinai, turned and saw his son. Mingren looked at the unconscious white-haired man on the sofa, then asked Shomen,
"Dad, this must be someone you knew, am I right?"
"Won't you introduce him?"
"His name is Chimukakaxi."
Meanwhile, Jixinai quickly finished the work at hand, called another Kaiserlin to cover her shift, and hurried up to the second floor. At the highest point in the palace of the grass god, before Naxita, were bound tightly a man and a woman. A man with a character woe written on his forehead protector, and a blonde big-chested woman wearing a green coat. After ensuring the two were captured, Naxita recited the crimes of the two ninja.
Zillai, native of my primary occupation, ninja side occupation, author of lewd novels. According to the records of the Void Terminal, he infiltrated women's bathhouses in the Grass Nation more than 30 times, each time escaping thanks to his extraordinary skills. On his final attempt, he tried to infiltrate the Jingshan Palace to peep at the Grass God, and was captured on the spot. Do you have any objection?
Naxita recited his crimes in a small childish voice. Zillai, whose mouth was bound tightly, could only let out a few muffled mphmh sounds. Naxita was not there to seek his opinion. She continued,
"Today, on the charges of hooliganism and distributing obscene books, I sentence the Ninja Zillai. You are guilty. Ninja Zillai, I shall sentence you to gender transformation, and the power you take pride in will be sealed. You probably think that, as a ninja, glancing at ordinary civilian women loses them nothing, and is even a blessing to them. Then let's see how it feels when this happens to you."
Naxita's finger touched Zillai's forehead, who was bound into a ball. From the point of contact, there was only a blinding light. Power seal. Transformation. When it was over, the old man inside the grass ball was gone, leaving only a delicate and lovely white-haired girl. Her skin was as white as snow, her white hair as soft as silk, cascading gently over her shoulders. Her eyes were large, like two bright stars shining with a gentle glow. Meanwhile, Gongsho, who was suspended in midair, had already widened her eyes. "Don't want to become a man or anything." Naxita's clover-like eyes looked at her handiwork. As for why she didn't simply kill him, an old pervert, it was probably Zillai's decent behavior when he discovered that she was a child that had saved his life.
"Lady Gongsho, don't be nervous. You only owe money, and haven't repaid it. I won't turn you into a man. I'm not that twisted. As for him, he's just going to have his behavior corrected. People always dismiss suffering that doesn't fall on themselves. Your thought was right. I can indeed read minds. Shall. Oh, Grass King."
Before the words faded away, a gust of wind dispersed, and the Ixia youth was already kneeling on one knee awaiting Naxita's command.
"Throw her out of the Grass Nation." "Yes, oh Grass King."
Xiao Rose grabbed the grass bundle containing Zillai in one hand, and once again left with a gust of wind. The worry coming from Gangsho was sensed by Naxita.
"You're worried about him. Do you think she will be in danger?" "Regarding that, the power I left on her will protect her when her life is in danger. Other than that, when she truly acknowledges her mistakes from the bottom of her heart, she will be restored. As for the money you owe in the Grass Nation, don't worry. We'll go to Mai to collect it personally. Someone, book me a merchant caravan that is about to leave for the Mai Ninja village."
Konoha's gates remained as unchanged as ever, with those two gate-guarding ninjas standing watch as always. The streets still bustled with ordinary villagers and ninjas leaping across rooftops. What a familiar place that felt utterly filthy. What were they so happy about? This so-called peace under the ninjas' protection was nothing but a false facade. The memories of being beaten and cursed had remained crystal clear in Naruto's mind. But as for anger, with his current temperament, he wasn't consumed by rage. Revenge would be exacted certainly, but there was no need to lose his temper over a bunch of fools. He had returned solely to settle old scores. Whether they harbored resentment afterward was irrelevant. Just as no one had cared whether he was truly an innocent child back then. Everyone in Konoha besides the ramen shop owner's family could go to hell for all he cared. However, the way they kept exchanging glances wasn't that suspicious. Naruto thought to himself as he pulled back a corner of the carriage curtain to observe the two gate guardians. Just like last time, they stood on either side watching Konoha's main gate. Since ninjas rarely used the front entrance for battles or sneak attacks, this was a safe assignment with little danger and meager pay. their eyes fixed on the man approaching at a leisurely pace. Seeing a man who clearly hadn't received training, they made no attempt to stop him from approaching, eager to see what he was up to. "Honored ninja lords, these are a small token of my appreciation, please accept them," said the middle-aged man in a long robe, his gentle smile never wavering, as he deftly pressed the offering into their hands. The caravan leader's gesture caught Gangzidi off guard. In this world, ninjas and mercenaries alike operated on the principle of completing tasks for fair payment, never spending a cent more than necessary. Being bribed for the first time left them momentarily at a loss. The caravan manager chatted warmly with them, while subtly encouraging Gangzidi and his partner to pocket the gift. After stowing away the money pouches, both men's expressions brightened considerably, and they began chatting with the manager instead of maintaining their stern demeanors. "Ahem. You're quite capable. If you encounter any issues in Konoha, don't hesitate to seek us out. We'll mostly be stationed here." The caravan leader's courteous words were well received by the two guard ninjas, whose presence had previously gone largely unnoticed. The caravan manager continued, with a smile maintaining appropriate decorum. "These are merely small gifts, no trouble to you both at all. While the sum wasn't substantial, it was enough to afford them a decent meal after duty." This gesture meant considerable gratitude to two men accustomed to nothing beyond their guard wages, and the anonymity it brought. Other caravan members from the Land of Grass were busy loading and unloading cargo, several wearing strange glass beads. Yet aside from those in the know, no one would consider them threats. Taking payment to look the other way. After a brief inspection confirmed nothing amiss, Gangzidi and his partner expedited the caravan's entry. Once the carriage formally entered Konoha, those inside finally released the blonde-haired girl who had been bound. "Lady Tsunade, you've arrived home. Be on your best behavior once we dismount, won't you?" The woman spoke softly. Her gentle features complemented her pointed ears, concealed beneath flowing hair cascading over her shoulders. Dressed in a long gown patterned with botanical motifs, she cradled a golden-haired child whose eyes shimmered with the same luminous quality as her own, though glazed and vacant. "Naruto, I leave my sister in your care." Nahida extended her arm, transferring the slumbering Tsunade into Naruto's grasp. As for why Tsunade found herself under control, that story unfolded during their journey. Throughout the trip, Nahida observed Tsunade's shock at the current state of the Land of Grass under her protection, yet, whether driven by ninja stubbornness or some deeper reason, despite understanding Konoha's deterioration compared to her grandfather's era, Tsunade refused to cooperate. So Nahida simply sent her into a dream. No matter how noble aspirations others might depict, without personal experience, they remain nothing but empty, illusory bubbles. Naruto's adoptive parents, the Minato couple, were the first to descend from the carriage. They positioned themselves on either side, waiting for Naruto and Nahida to emerge. Idle Konoha villagers speculated about the carriage's occupants. "I heard a very gentle female voice. It must be the princess of the Land of Grass." "Hush. Keep your voice down. Don't you fear punishment for speaking ill of nobility?" Clad in a jacket divided down the middle with black and white coloring, Naruto's striking appearance and stylish hairdo left the female genin assisting with the caravan's cargo breathlessly thinking how handsome. Thanks to careful nurturing and inheriting Minato's sunny disposition, Naruto, combined with his remarkably mature personality, made him many fellow academe students' ideal partner. It was only his youth that spared him from the advances of the academy's senior girls. Yet numerous elder female students harbored deep affection for this handsome, mature, and reliable junior. Naruto's arrival was only the beginning of the astonishment. A second figure radiating exotic charm appeared. Despite her veil, adult Nahida's presence caused quite a stir, with several peeking passers-by directly colliding with roadside poles. As everyone's attention fixed upon herself, Nahida wielded her power to instantaneously implant mental suggestions. Over years of governance beyond the demon god's own strengthening power, the faith energy accumulated under her rule also grew. The power of governance was peculiar and fascinating, yet it remained too scarce. Her perception instantly enveloped all of Konoha. Detecting an oddity. Venti had somehow ended up in Konoha. No trace of what Blank had mentioned. Then she would maintain this false identity for now. Following the guidance of the two Catherine maids, she arrived at the residence where she would stay these coming days. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Nahida waited quietly in Konoha for several days, waiting for the world-threatening thing that Blank had spoken of to appear. Within Konoha, the friction between the Uchiha clan and the village grew ever more intense. At an inn in Konoha, Nahida, keeping her adult form, held a teacup in one hand, while her other arm cradled Tsunade, who was still trapped in a dream, and had shrunk into a child. Nahida noticed that Tsunadeheim seemed to realize it was a dream, yet was somewhat unwilling to wake. Two figures in maid dresses stood before Nahida and spoke. "You said you wanted to take Naruto to see the house where he used to live." "Well, Nahida, there are many things we left for Naruto inside. Minato and I plan to take Naruto back to see them." "Godmother, if we make too much noise, will it affect your plans?" "It's all right. Just go ahead and do what you want to do. But just in case Naruto take this, you should know how to use it right." Nahida placed a device glowing with green light into Naruto's hand. "If anything else comes up, contact me through the terminal." A firearm-shaped instrument forged from a special metal, and the divine might of a deity capable of producing extraordinary effects. Experimental Dream Terminal No. 1 may trigger an unknown effect upon striking an enemy. Godmother. Nodding, Naruto looked at the information shown on his terminal, and followed his parents out of the gate. Would Naruto be recognized without a disguise? Would he? Even Naruto himself could hardly believe his transformation every time he looked in the mirror. The little orphan, who had barely managed to survive, at the mercy of ambitious schemers since birth, and the dazzling genius senior of the academia. The 6 whisker-like marks on his face had vanished after Nahida separated him from the Ninetales. His once malnourished body had even begun to plump up, slightly nourished daily by his mother's delicious cooking. His hair was kept fresh and neat through daily washing. And with his mother's styling, his clothes matched his temperament so perfectly that anyone could sense his extraordinary aura at a glance. With Naruto looking like this, how many people would still think he was that fox demon who had been trampled by everyone? The matter of the inheritance left to Naruto by Minato and Kushina, and what Sarutobi Hiruzen had done with it, would eventually have to be settled. "Old man Third, you had better not have been too greedy." Catherine cracked her knuckles. With Catherine in front, Minato and Kushina led Naruto toward the home where the couple had once lived. "Here it is. Let's go in. It looks like no one has cleaned this place in a long time." Before Kushina could rely on her old memories to find the hidden spare key, a tall, rugged-looking man blocked them. "3 guests. Who are you looking for? This is property owned by the Sarutobi clan. Please go and find somewhere else to amuse yourselves." The man in the shinobi vest looked at Naruto and the 2 maids behind him. He did not say anything rude, he merely assumed that curious outsiders had wandered in, and tactfully tried to persuade them to leave. Then the rough man was about to say more, when a figure appeared suddenly behind him. One elbow strike, and the obstructing man lost consciousness. The golden-haired Minato, Catherine, watched the man faint, then reached out and threw him beyond the bounds of his home. He wanted to see just how many members of the Sarutobi clan would have the shameless audacity to claim this house as their own. Would Konoha shinobi turn against them? The answer was no. In the land of grass, even the current education offered an analysis of the shinobi of the present age. When nobles hired shinobi to slaughter one another, aside from some very minor nobles, who faced the risk of being killed by shinobi, the great nobles almost never suffered death because of ninja. This was nearly an unwritten rule accepted by all great nobles. They hired shinobi to kill, yet it was always only shinobi killing shinobi. There was no need to feel sympathy for shinobi, because they were nothing more than household servants bought with money. Even if the shinobi they hired lost, it would cost them no more than some money. Knocking out one man was nothing. Even if Minato had killed that man on the spot, no one would have said a word given the amount they had spent in Konoha over the past few days. Pushing open the door, Minato and Kushina did not start cleaning. Instead, they went to the items they had stored away. Nothing. All of it is gone. A thunderous explosion erupted as a towering emerald gleam surged skyward, its colossal reverberations echoing across the entire village of Konoha. The commotion stirred sleeping villagers from their rest, though since it was not at the heart of Konoha, no one dared venture out into the night, clinging instead to the fragile warmth of their homes. On the rooftops, one after another, the patter of footsteps rang out as numerous shinobi dashed past overhead. Aside from the ripple of their chakra, everything else remained utterly still. Sensing something hauntingly familiar, Nahida pulled aside her blanket and slid her long legs out from beneath its warmth. Mindful not to disturb little Tsunade sleeping beside her, she carefully opened the plug-in radar attached to her Akasha terminal. The phantom silhouette traced on the radar at last revealed the objective of this mission. How can something from Teyvat be here? So this was why she had asked me to resolve it. She kept her feet suspended above the ground, careful not to touch even a speck of dust. Nahida walked to the window and slid open the wooden frame. Outside, the evening sky was already dotted with stars. Following the direction shown on the radar, she sensed that it was currently very faint. She could not pinpoint its exact location, nor did she know whether others of its kind had come along. If the people of this world were to come into contact with it, who knew what would happen? A gentle breeze soothed Nahida's restless heart. Naruto, along with his parents, the two Catherines, was staying in the couple's original home. As for communication with Nahida herself, serving as the server, the Akasha terminal naturally remained connected despite their departure, so there would be no major issues. As for whether the Akasha terminal would one day only work in the land of grass, once anchors were set up elsewhere, the network would eventually connect everywhere. That was hardly a problem. Suddenly, a spatial transmission fluctuation emanated from within the room. A blonde Catherine appeared, accompanied by a red-haired Catherine and Naruto. Minato set down his wife and son, then reported the intelligence he had gathered to Nahida. Your Majesty, the Grass King. According to what I have learned, Itachi Uchiha allied with outsiders tonight to attack his own clan. And then Itachi Uchiha got beaten. I did not get close enough to assess the severity of his injuries. And when his former childhood friend was killed by him, her eyes suddenly evolved. One more thing, that former childhood friend of Itachi Uchiha, Izumi Uchiha, obtained an Anemo vision. After delivering his report, Minato looked at Nahida, awaiting her orders. At a single command from Nahida, he would be ready to bring down the 5 great incompetents of Konoha at any moment. Every time he looked at his original home, now stripped bare of all its legacy, he wanted nothing more than to charge over right now and deliver a parting gift to Hiruzen Sarutobi and his entire family. Nahida did not turn to look into the room, nor did she interrupt Minato's report. Naruto, still fast asleep when brought over, had been placed onto the soft couch by Kushina. I already know. As for what comes next, if there is nothing pressing, stay quietly where you are for now. It is better that you do not get involved in what follows. That thing over there is very dangerous. As Nahida finished speaking, a barrier of no particular prominence quietly materialized outside the inn. Meanwhile, she spotted a group emerging from the central high-rise. The third Hokage, clad in what was called the Hokage's robe, was leading his shinobi toward that very direction. It was not yet her time to appear. Is your poem finished or not? Nahida spoke seemingly into the air without context. A gust of wind swept by and a precise reply came back, a world shrouded beneath a black barrier. Enkanomiya's herald spread his arms wide, extolling the glory of the abyss. Then he observed the youthful Hiruzen Sarutobi savoring his restored prime. How do you feel right now, Hiruzen Sarutobi? The being called Enkanomiya, far taller than an ordinary man, gazed down at the young man before him who wore the Hokage's robe. The young man clutched his face with both hands stained with blood, while around him lay the remains of those who had been desperately trying to replace him just moments before. I feel wonderful. This young vigorous body brimming with strength. I lack for nothing now. It has been so long since I last felt like this. As long as you are satisfied. A trace of scrutiny lurked in Enkanomiya's tone. Yet beneath the joy of restored youth, and behind Enkanomiya's utterly unreadable expression, did the young Hokage notice it at all? Under the concealment of his hand pressed to his face, the rejuvenated Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips curled upward in a frenzied grin. From the corner of his eye his gaze upon Enkanomiya grew sharper and sharper, while he did not spare even a single glance at the corpses of his son and grandson lying on either side. Lord Enkanomiya, I wish to trade for other things as well. Come then. There are plenty of people outside we can use as sacrifices. As Hiruzen Sarutobi, moving slowly toward Enkanomiya, cut his words short, 2 more Hiruzen Sarutobis emerged behind and beneath the abyss herald. The ground suddenly softened, and the shadow clones dragged Enkanomiya down into the earth. Without a moment's pause, the other clones, and the original, along with his subordinates, unleashed a barrage of large-scale ninjutsu upon Enkanomiya's position. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless chain of concentrated devastation. He did not stop until his own chakra was nearly depleted. In the deep pit where Enkanomiya had been dragged under, only a strange branch remained. Is that thing dead? The dark barrier surrounding the area shattered as it lost its master's power. Only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing the village restored before him, let out a breath of relief. But the people already outside cried out in shock at the sight of him, and the corpses scattered around. Who are you? Why are you wearing the Third Hokage's robes? The young shinobi did not recognize this sudden young stranger. Only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi feel the weight of the onlooker's stares, and remember the bodies lying beside him. His expression swiftly shifted into grief, as he prepared to explain himself. A few shinobi of Hiruzen Sarutobi's own generation, however, recognized him. Third Hokage, why have you become? Originally the two of them had been watching this farce from the so-called spectator seats. But in the end, all they saw was Uchiha Itachi within the chessboard, apparently striking yet another bargain with the Third Hokage. All those Sarutobi clan members had vanished. Only she and Venti, though unable to see what lay ahead, were still safe. The spot that had been a spectator seat a moment ago had instantly become a man-devouring demon, just as the black mist was about to devour Uchiha Izumi and Venti together. A deep green barrier sealed the two of them off from that black mist. A wind element barrier. Looking at Venti, who was winking at her and playing the fool. How do we get out? Venti's gaze was fixed on a certain spot. Follow me. The wind will tell us the answer. Along the way, something terrifying seemed to lurk within that eerie black mist. Venti, who was leading the way, paused several times and shot out a few wind arrows. Until the final one. The wind arrow pierced through the concealing black mist. They charged out of there frightened but unharmed. Sudden brightness. Familiar scenery returned. They were on the outskirts of the Sarutobi clan's territory. Venti, seeing where Venti's attention was fixed, Uchiha Izumi curiously followed his gaze toward that place. A tall humanoid monster was struggling endlessly, vines coiled around its neck. Hot on its heels came a woman's explosive shout. Where do you think you're running? Abyss Herald. As the Konoha reinforcements and Uchiha ninja arrived following the commotion, they stopped the young Sarutobi Hiruzen. Apart from Uchiha Izumi, that irresponsible bard, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, almost all the Sarutobi clan members who had been dragged into that barrier had died. And because Venti and Uchiha Izumi had not appeared in the same place as Sarutobi Hiruzen, this young Third Hokage appearing amid a heap of corpses became suspected by everyone. On the Xianzhou Luofu, an uninvited guest entered Changle Tian. With clear purpose, he searched for something, and finally found it in Ruomu Pavilion. It was said that on the Xianzhou, there was a man named Lu Quan, who loved collecting strange tales all his life. Every day he would set up a small table outside his home, place a pot of clear tea on it, and invite passers-by to sit down and drink together while discussing wonders. He would then write down these strange tales one by one, polishing and weaving them together. One day, as usual, he set up his tea table before his door. At noon a man walked over. Wearing a bamboo hat, the man asked at the tea table, "I have a story. Would you like to hear it, sir?" Lu Quan smiled and said naturally. The man in the bamboo hat sat down and said slowly, "This is a true story, one that hides the way to save the world. This story must begin at the end of the ancient beast era. At that time, the world was in chaos, the stars shifted from their places, and 28 demonic stars fell from the heavens. Rumble. In a clash that shook heaven and earth, the Beast King was almost torn to shreds. The supreme palm descended, ripping the black sun apart. The azure flames on the Beast King's body were utterly useless against those rebels. Those tricks of yours are no real power, so I will tear your strength apart." Although the Eons had already driven the Beast King into a corner, they still could not destroy him. The Amber Lord surveyed this world of mortals, then turned his head to gaze at the distant light on the far horizon. What a magnificent tree, bearing the birth of countless worlds, no longer to be occupied by an incompetent being like you. The present decline is only temporary. In truth, once this decline passes, an unprecedentedly powerful era will arrive. Pity I cannot live to see that day. Everyone, I will go on ahead. One aeon turned dim, and lightless, finally shattering, but its path was passed down. The Ember Lord saw what lay beyond that light, but he also saw a different future. Within the light, words manifested. The character's ancient beast, which should have been clear, and beyond all doubt, now seemed eerily blurred. And in the faint flames, the characters for Aeon could actually be seen. But there cannot be two suns in heaven nor two masters in the world. The world will go the way it must. Such is its natural law. You should not have rebelled. The Beast King laughed madly, feeling his power rapidly fading. But he was still far stronger than the Eons. Your power is about to vanish. I will inherit the dying wish of the ancient Beast clan forever. The Beast King laughed wildly, but he knew that his strength was no longer enough to sustain the battle. He felt this body of his about to burst apart, dissolve into ashes, and become impossible to reassemble. The ancient beast's power would also be exhausted, and far away the battle of Leviathan, and the others, was about to draw to a close. One ancient beast was slain, perished, killed by the Eons. Abelos the Voracious had expended too much in battle, and chose to flee. The moment he left, the Eons from the other battlefield gathered around, wielding power enough to annihilate countless star systems, and killed the Beast King at any cost. Watching everything at that moment, the Beast King let out a low roar full of fury and unwillingness. This was supposed to be a matter that made the universe tremble. This was supposed to be the killing stroke that plunged all living beings into ruin. The final twilight of the gods was already near its end. How can it end in such a pathetic way? This is my universe. No, it absolutely cannot end here. Indeed, his goal had not yet been accomplished, so how could he stop here? Such an ending was far too disgraceful, wasn't it? A star never goes out, and neither will I. If I am the sun, then the people of this universe would rather kill themselves to drag me down with them. Very well, then let them witness the radiance of the sun. That catastrophe which has never been extinguished since time immemorial. At that moment Clippeth strode across the 5 directions, and caught up with the Beast King in an instant. Blocked by Clippeth, the Beast King only then felt how powerful these beings were. He was far inferior to his former self, and after losing the ancient beast's aid, his strength had plummeted by a huge margin. Without others to help you, can you do nothing against us? You are nothing more than a child who never grew up, knowing only to enjoy the legacy of your predecessors. Even at death's door you still refuse to repent. Clippeth mocked him mercilessly, and the Beast King flew into a rage. Yet when he swung his beast claw down, Clippeth's enormous arm firmly blocked it. Damn it! Damn it! The Beast King stared ahead, growing more frantic. At this moment, the torn space revealed a clockwise rotating abyss. What do you intend to do with the imaginary tree? A great blizzard howled, and an Aeon remarked, deprived of your subjects' protection, and your suppression over us, your power has collapsed. Now you can no longer deal with us. At least 3 people here are no weaker than you. Another Aeon opened his huge scarlet eyes, and looked down at the Beast King. Beast King, you fallen sovereign, who has plagued the universe, you still have the nerve to show your face here. What are you, that you dare to yelp and bark before us? Slaying the Beast King, how amusing. For you there seems to be no need to observe the rights of ruler and subject. We are beings born of the universe, not subjects under your rule. Watch me bear the will of all people, and take your head. The Beast King shook with rage, and let out a furious howl. So-called Eons, you pack of ants. If I had not spent so much energy on this tree, when would it be your turn, you swarm of worms, to swagger before me? I am the royal bloodline of the ancient beast clan, master of the universe. And you, slaves and savages alike, how dare you act so insolently before me? I am heaven, I am the Tao, I am reason, I am the sun of this world. Clippeth said this sun should have been extinguished countless ages ago. What exists now is nothing but gathered embers after dry firewood is burned. At bottom you are only dust and lingering fire before a grave. I have heard that the sun's true body is the golden crow. It takes flight from the tree that supports the world, flying from one world to another, and the afterglow it leaves behind is the eternal undying star. The Beast King was surrounded by the Eons. This was a battle among the supreme powerhouses of the universe. Only at this moment did other living beings realize just how enormous the gap between themselves and the Eons was. The Beast King stared at the light beyond, his hatred surging to the heavens. He had been only one step away, one single step, Yet that damned Clippeth had blocked him. How could this not enrage the Beast King? You won't let me rewrite history. Then I'll take you all to death with me. The Beast King, consumed with hate, snarled to perish alongside ants. What absolute disgrace! But in that instant a vast oppressive might descended. A colossal ice crystal slammed into the Beast King, tearing his body open and carving a huge gash across his neck. You vainly try to stop me, but this body is merely a vessel for my hatred. My hatred for the universe shall never die through all ages. When you all die, I will be reborn from that hatred. The Beast King's power enveloped the area, but the eons with their limits removed were in no way inferior to him. Clippeth sent the Beast King staggering with a single slap, leaving his mind in chaos. All around wind and snow descended, shearing off half of the Beast King's head. Then stars shifted and constellations moved. Stars fell from the sky, drawing all the dim, boundless supreme chi back into the universe. The Beast King's body was utterly twisted by that star-reversing technique. His flesh began to disintegrate by force, so he simply abandoned this physical form. The eons pressed closer, their oppressive might becoming more and more urgent. The Beast King found his power weakening, and his fury began to turn into fear. Who will protect me? No one answered him. Between heaven and earth the clamor of slaughter swelled without cease. But this vastness began to feel unreal. Pushed to his absolute limit, the Beast King finally realized that he could not even withstand a single aeon. Why? Someone protect me. The Beast King panted. I am a royal descendant of the ancient beast clan. I should be the master of this world. I am the sun, the one eternal undying sun that cannot be shot down. His mind was growing delirious. All things in the universe had to find shelter from the onslaught of wind and rain, but the power that appeared at this moment was terrifyingly mighty. It was at this very moment. From within that endless light a world-shaking giant hand broke through all restrictions and reached out from another world. With a single blow the eons were instantly routed. Blood stained the earth. Then, that world-quaking giant hand blotting out sky and sun reached for the Beast King's core, his soul. After this giant hand appeared a crimson star in the far heavens, blazed fiercely, and fell toward the mortal world. The great hand swept across all creation. The eons had braced themselves to face the terrifying palm, but in the next instant the giant hand vanished. Instead, an even greater impact manifested out of nowhere. Among the ancient stars, that fiery red star rapidly approaching was not the westward moving dragon star, but another star extremely similar to it that had blocked the dragon star. Ingwa's star. No good. Listen, all of you now. The words were never finished. That giant hand had already appeared abruptly before the eyes of every intelligent being. When it touched heaven, heaven collapsed. When it touched earth, earth sank. The galaxy was annihilated, the sea of stars dried up, and all things turned to desolation, as if about to return to the primeval ignorance of the universe's beginning. There was no sound, and the silence on all sides was terrifying. But everyone knew that the giant hand was utterly enraged. As the fiery Ingwa descended, 28 stars were seen falling amid the light into the lonely reaches of the universe. The giant hand seemed alarmed by these stars descending in droves. After seizing the Beast King's soul, it began to retreat. Clang! A majestic golden light blazed. The supreme radiance above the firmament was extinguished. In its place the 28 stars streaked across the sky like meteors, and after a time scattered toward the 4 directions. Across the primordial vastness of the universe clamor arose once more. It was a mass of mist surrounded by boundless water, a shallow layer that could support a person standing on it. The eerie mist floated atop the ripples, giving off an extremely ominous feeling. Anyone would have thought that mist was a sign of misfortune, so he did not touch it. But the mist seemed to take a liking to him, drawing closer and closer. He tried to dodge, but as he backed away, he stepped into a deep mire. He could not move, and could only watch helplessly as the mist crept forward to engulf him. A dreadful danger of annihilation seemed imminent. He struggled, but there was nothing he could do. He groped about in panic. Suddenly a meteor flashed across the sky. After a brief pause it rapidly drew near him. Then his vision began to blur. The mist seemed anxious, and he sensed that it had taken on the emotion of anger. What was that thing? The mist flew over, but then stopped as if blocked by something. The last thing he saw was a flood dragon. The days are long and the fire star culminates. Thus is midsummer fixed. Since ancient times heroes have been men of metal. Judge Wei. Hey Judge Wei. You must not go. Jostled awake Wei Yong realized that he had actually fallen asleep in this opera house. He yawned. At this moment, the two performers on stage had reached the climax of the play. How can one fear death, or cling to life? You must not go. Wei Yong rubbed his face and eyes, and only then saw that the one who had woken him was a minor clerk of the Cloud Knights. Judge Wei, how could you fall asleep here? If anyone sees you, it will make a bad impression. The clerk leaned in, with an ingratiating smile. Wei Yong showed no disgust, and said very politely, it was indeed my negligence. Thank you for the reminder. Seeming flattered, the clerk promptly pressed his palms together, and muttered, oh my judge, you truly are a delightful person. Going hence and search, no trace will be found. You must not go. Then in vain has he journeyed between heaven and earth. When the silver-armored divine general delivered the final line of the play, the black-armored divine general could no longer speak words of obstruction. He could only clasp his hands, and bow farewell to that resolute receding figure. Thus the play adapted from the deeds of the Rainbow Arbiter came to a temporary close. The audience below burst into cheers, as if about to shatter the artificial sky overhead. Wei Yong looked around and called out a few cheers as well. The clerk looked at him, and said with feeling, Judge Wei, look, this truly is a wonderful place to forget worry and sorrow. No matter when it is always packed. Year after year, day after day, it is exactly so. Wei Yong nodded in agreement, but the clerk shifted the topic. But officialdom is no welcoming banquet. It is far more dangerous than the killing fields of your front line. Even though you are the marshal's favorite, and enjoy the reputation of the azure sky within reach among the people, if you do not seize this once-in-a-millennium chance to appear before the marshal on his birthday, that is one thing. But if the marshal learns that you deliberately feigned illness, that would be even worse. At that moment a different troupe took the stage. Wei Yong recognized that they were performing the Showing Flowers passage from the Flame Steed. The marshal does not like mediocre people who only flatter. Doing your own job well is the best gift to the marshal. The clerk repeatedly nodded in agreement, then said no more. Only when this grand performance also drew to a close did Wei Yong stand up and stretch. The clerk repeatedly nodded in agreement, then said no more. Only when this grand performance also drew to a close did Wei Yong stand up and stretch. He stretched lazily, then strode briskly out of the theater. Finally he pulled a stack of paper credit notes from his bosom, and casually scattered them into the air. The fluttering banknotes soared through the air, instantly wrenching most people's eyes from the stage toward him. The sharp-eyed petty clerk leaped up, and with a sweep of both hands grabbed a large handful, but that was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the total. Everyone else snapped out of their daze, and pounced forward like wolves scrambling to grab the money. Their eyes saw only credit notes, with not a shred of reason left. They even started trading blows. The instigator of all this, however, cared neither about what he had done nor about the consequences. He simply swaggered off exactly as before. The wind sweeps, and Luofu's Star Lord falls. Heroes of old leave countless regrets behind. A secret vow is sworn for the happiness of 10,000 households. Right and wrong, success and failure compose a mournful song. Paper. Get your paper. Extra. Extra. The Scholar Society has dispatched erudite scholars to reinforce the Xianzhou. The war has reached a fever pitch, and Yuk is besieged. Extra. Paper. Wei Yong spotted the newsboy and reached out to buy a copy, but at that moment a star skiff by the roadside opened, and he had no choice but to give up. This star skiff had evidently been waiting for him. Proof was that a man descended from it, and headed straight toward him. This was not arrogance, it was intuition. That intuition had saved his life countless times, and this time was no exception. When the man came within 7 paces, Wei Yong called out to stop him. Hold on. Are you looking for me? The man was startled and said yes. Did I kill your loved ones? No. Then is there some difficulty you need my help with? No. Then why have you come looking for me? The man replied, I have no personal matter, but at this moment there is an urgent affair that requires Judge Wei's assistance. Wei Yong replied with complete indifference, tell me.
If you need people or money, just say so. Within the Xianzhou Alliance, there are very few things I cannot accomplish. It is indeed people but no money. On the contrary, I have come to obtain wealth for the judge. Wei Yang sneered. All these years, he had only scattered wealth among others. No one had ever come bringing wealth to him. The man knew that Wei Yang held mere worldly possessions in contempt, and would be hard to persuade, so he moved a step or two closer, took Wei Yang's arm, and gestured toward the tea house next door. This is no place to talk, Judge. Why don't we find somewhere quiet, and discuss it in detail? As you wish. When the two stepped into the tea house, its attendant saw Wei Yang, and immediately beamed with a fawning smile. The boss is here. The usual room this time. Wei Yang thought for a moment, then said no. Find me a peaceful, secluded private room. This gentleman and I have something to discuss. Very well, boss. Please follow me. After turning 7 or 8 corners, and passing more than 100 private rooms, the attendant smiled, and pointed to one. Judge, this one is called Longhua Chamber. The soundproofing is excellent, and few people ever come this deep. It's no different from the finest rooms. A white crow cares nothing for Longhua. Fine, this will do. Wei Yang took out a stack of credit notes, and pressed them into the attendant's hand. I've reserved all these private rooms. Don't let anyone disturb me. The attendant stared at the money in his hand, more than he could earn in several years, and trembled with excitement. He said hastily, if you have any further need of this humble one, boss, just call. I'll come at once. Wei Yang acknowledged him with a sound, and waved for him to withdraw. The moment they sat down, the man sighed in admiration. Money. Such a vulgar thing, yet it can make countless heroes bow. What a marvel it is. Wei Yang brewed a pot of fragrant tea, and with a casual wave shut all the doors and windows of the room. Speak then. What matter requires me? The man shook his head. No rush. You do not yet know the full story behind this affair. How about I tell you a story, Judge? Please. The man sat down, perhaps considering where to begin. After a while he said, at the end of the Twilight War, as the Eons rose, the Beast King, arrogant and despotic, savagely resisted the Eons abroad, while ruthlessly suppressing his own kin at home. He declared himself the center of the universe, the eternal undying sun, and demanded that the entire cosmos be buried with him. In the end, even most of his subordinates betrayed him, and the ancient beast race collapsed in defeat, driven to the brink of extinction. It was then that the ancient beast king heard a rumor from somewhere: the world we live in, and the other worlds we cannot reach, all cling to a single tree, and the truth of the universe is born there. He resolved to seize the tree for himself in order to realize his mad dream of ruling the universe forever. But he failed. The tree had no master yet. It was not something he could possess. The Eons who came to stop him destroyed his body, but his spirit managed to flee. And although his wild ambition failed, he did indeed bring into our world things that had never existed here before. Corresponding to that tree is a surging sea. The tree, like a rootless duckweed, is anchored in that sea. They are two sides of the same body, yet locked in irreconcilable conflict. At a certain moment, the sea perceived one of the tree's worlds, and so it summoned 28 demon stars, and cast them into this place. Wei Yang's heart shook. Though the Twilight War and the Beast King all belonged to an era far too distant for him to verify, he still had a faint feeling that the man was speaking the truth. Seeing Wei Yang's expression, the man knew he was half convinced, and pressed his advantage. Once the ancient void tree blooms, the 4 symbols and 7 stars will emerge from the sea of quanta. Trouble arises from ease. What should be peace is not peace. Judge Wei, those 28 demon stars are divided into 4 directions, 7 in each. You are one of them, the Eastern Horn Mansion, the Hornwood Flood Dragon. These airy words struck Wei Yang like a direct blow to the head. The man's lips barely moved as he said, these 4 symbols and 7 stars have wandered for countless millennia. In this amber era, they are destined to appear. Wei Yang composed himself, poured a cup of tea, and blew on it gently. Even if Wei Yang is one of the 28-star mansions, so what? Having said that, he drained the cup. Since Judge Wei is a star lord among the 28-star mansions, a great matter now awaits. A perfect moment for you to display your skill. This is heaven's decree. That sentence jolted Wei Yang. So this is where he was leading me, he thought.
He deliberated for a moment, then asked the question he most urgently needed answered. What do you want me to do? His inner thoughts remained unknown to all. The man continued with a flowing confident air. This humble one has long heard of Judge Wei's reputation for towering righteousness. I now possess wealth worth 300 billion, and I wish to present it to you as a meeting gift. 300 billion. Even Wei Yang felt his mouth go dry at the thought. As a mid-ranking officer of the Xianzhou Alliance, his monthly salary was only a little over 200,000. 300 billion. Are you planning to rob the corporation? Wei Yang forced himself to stay calm, though his thoughts were a tangled mess. He poured the man a cup of tea. The man, having not expected such a strong reaction, hurriedly received it with both hands. While the man drank, Wei Yang looked around for a moment, and unconsciously lowered his voice. May I ask where this 300 billion is right now? The man set down his teacup, and gave a faint smile. Marshal Chen of the Xianzhou will soon have his birthday. That is no secret. Therefore certain treacherous schemers have squeezed countless riches from the common people, and traded them with the corporation for a rare treasure originally meant to be offered to the Amber Lord, a piece of 6-phase ice. They intend to use the Luofu Xianzhou beneath our feet to present it to the marshal. Wei Yang looked at him in some confusion, clearly not having expected this. This? You want me to embezzle this so-called 6-phase ice? Judge Wei, if you do not take what should be taken, regret will come too late. Wei Yang closed his eyes, seemingly tempted, and yet struggling with himself. Then, he lifted his head. Am I truly one of the Star Lords of the 4 symbols, and 7 stars? Absolutely true. If you take it, Judge, there is no harm. Wei Yang found it hard to understand. Then how did you, sir, learn of such an absurd, bizarre matter? Heh. Humble as I am, I do have an ability that might be called bizarre. I can foresee what is about to happen in the future. You are... Wei Yang instinctively raised his voice, but quickly caught himself and lowered it. You, a heinous criminal wanted across the entire universe. How dare you come onto my Xianzhou alone? The man smiled appreciatively. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair? This gamble is only meant to help you, Judge. Enough. Wei Yang slammed the table and rose. I am a judge personally appointed by Marshal Chen, and a mid-ranking officer of the Xianzhou. How could I betray faith and honor by joining a fugitive wanted by the Xianzhou in such a disloyal, shameless act? I take my leave. He turned and started to leave. Frowning, the man rose and tried to stop him. Judge Wei, what exactly do you intend to do? Will you stand by and let something so heinous happen before your eyes? Hearing this, Wei Yang looked back. You're right. I can't simply walk away. Before his words faded, Wei Yang suddenly struck. The man, caught completely off guard, could only dodge at the last moment. Didn't you say you could foresee the future? How could you not foresee my attack? Wei Yang mocked, but his force did not let up. Judge Wei is a Star Lord sent by heaven. Though I can pass through yin and yang and know the past and present, I cannot predict Judge Wei's movements. Not even an Aeon could do that. Perhaps the omniscient Lord could manage it, but I certainly cannot. Even as he spoke, the man seized the opportunity to catch Wei Yang's arm, spun around behind him, and subdued him in a single counter-move, pinning him to the floor. He chuckled. It seems the judge still needs to practice his martial arts. Wei Yang's face flushed red. He muttered, can a hero be judged by the skill of his fists and feet? The judge is right. Though you are pinned beneath me at this very moment, you remain a true hero, while I am still a wanted criminal. But judge, without sufficient martial strength to back you up, even a hero is easy to topple. I am only a judge, an ordinary officer, barely at the minor planetoid level. Above me are Lord Yama and the generals. It is only natural that I cannot match you. Release me. Very well, I'll let go now. But you must not attack again, Judge. I would hate to hurt you. The man indeed kept his word. Wei Yang felt the pressure on his body gradually ease. Knowing the gap between them was too wide, and unwilling to court further humiliation, he offered no more resistance. Wei Yang rose and flexed the arm that had just been pinned, while the man flicked his sleeves as if the scuffle had left a speck of dust upon him. Wei Yang stared at him and suddenly said, if you don't kill me to silence me today, I will report your plot when I return and personally capture you to close the case. The man laughed heartily. I am no bandit coveting valuables. That six-phase ice is interesting enough but nothing more. What pains me is the suffering it caused the people. That is why I sought a righteous knight, to intercept the ill-gotten wealth and return it to the people. I had thought that finding Judge Wei would let us carry out this righteous deed together, but it seems it is still too soon. Wei Yang's face showed the strain of inner conflict, but finally his resolve hardened. When the time comes, I will naturally report the source of this ill-gotten wealth to the marshal. But until the marshal receives this congratulatory gift, I will not permit any mishap to befall it. The man nodded. I was not wrong about you, Judge Wei. But if you are unwilling to do it, there will naturally be other righteous warriors willing to act. He could see that Wei Yang still meant to fight, so he advised think it over carefully, Judge Wei. This involves not only personal honor and loss, but also the fates of countless common people. With that he opened a warp anchor and began to turn translucent. Villain! Do not dare to take my brother Wei Yang's life. A shout came from outside the door accompanied by a hook-sized spear that shot through the door like lightning hurtling toward the man with terrifying speed. Whoosh! The man vanished from where he stood. The hook-sized spear, unstoppable, tore through the walls of several rooms one after another, then cut across half the tea house, flew out of the Xianzhou, and plunged into the boundless river of stars. Big brother. The door opened from outside, and a young man, nearly 2 meters tall, rushed in, anxious. He had a round white face, 2 thin dark whiskers, under his nose a slender waist, and broad shoulders. He looked just like a great bear. He was armored in iron, and carried an HE hook-sized spear. Third brother, thank goodness you're here. Wei Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. What are you saying, brother? How could I let a petty scoundrel like that harm so much as a hair of yours? While listening to the man's story, Wei Yang had been watchful, and secretly sent a message to a brother he trusted asking him to come quickly and back him up. Unfortunately, he had arrived one step too late, otherwise they might have been able to seize the criminal. This was no time for idle words. Wei Yang placed a hand on Wei Jin's shoulder. Third brother, I am going to see General Xiandu now. Rouse all our men and stand by for my orders. Wei Jin was bewildered, but out of trust he agreed. All right. But? Brother, you are a short-lived species. General Xiandu despises short-lived species more than anything. I'm afraid it will be hard for you to see him. Wei Yang patted his shoulder. Ha ha ha, do you know who I am? Wei Yang, known as a step from the azure sky. There is nothing I cannot do on the Xianzhou. Rest easy. Wei Jin hesitated, then nodded. If you have need, brother, I would go through fire and water for you. All right, it's not that serious. Inside the Shen's mansion. Seated upon his throne, Xiandu looked at the petition before him, then glanced at Wei Yang. He took it slowly without opening it. That man who intends to intercept the marshal's gift. What is his name, and what does he look like? Just as Wei Yang was about to speak, the other man's words flashed through his mind. Countless common people had had their blood and sweat squeezed out of them to buy this unrighteous gift, and his heart could not bear it. Though there was still no proof that what he had said was true, Wei Yang did not want to take that chance, so he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and changed his account. I don't know his name, but I remember his appearance. I can draw it right now. Oh no, don't. I'm afraid your portrait would have a negative effect on our manhunt. Wei Yang said nothing, swallowing his anger. He forced back his temper, and said, in that case, I will describe him aloud. Xiandu gestured for his secretary to take notes, then waited for Wei Yang to begin. Wei Yang said a great many things, but they were not merely wide of the mark. They were poles apart. Stop, stop, stop. How is it that from your mouth he is sometimes tall, sometimes short, sometimes fat, sometimes thin? One moment you say he is a Vidyadhara, the next you change your story, and call him a Foxian. Have you got it clear at all? Xiandu interrupted Wei Yang, who was still speaking in a torrent, with visible impatience. It was the second time Wei Yang had been cut off, but since he was facing a general, he did not dare to lose his temper. Then he heard Xiandu suddenly say, from the look of you, don't tell me you've already reached an agreement with that villain, and are now trying to fool me. Wei Yang heaved a long sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Is your excellency saying that I have come to muddy the waters, and buy an opportunity for my accomplice? Wei Yang bit down very hard on the word accomplice, clearly restraining himself. And is that not the case? Wei Yang was too angry to speak. Only after a long while did he force a sentence through his teeth. If I had truly made a deal with the villain, why would I go to the trouble of concealing it only to come here and discuss countermeasures with you, General? Who knows? Perhaps the two of you have fallen out, and you want to borrow my strength to eliminate your accomplice and silence them. Wei Yang now understood clearly that Xian Du was deliberately opposing him. His anger vanished, and he became spirited instead. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Whatever you
think, if you will. You're wasting my time. Farewell.
Xian Du looked down at Wei Yang's receding figure, let out a cold snort, then glanced at the petition in his hand, and casually tossed it into the brazier beside him. Although he had driven Wei Yang away, Xian Du remained cautious.
Where is sword champion Feng Ruoyun?
The youthful hero of the Cloud Cavalry, Feng Ruoyun, swift as lightning, fleeting as a shadow. From among the civil and military officials on both sides stepped a handsome, dignified young swordsman, who saluted Xian Du.
Feng Ruoyun is present. I order you to lead 500 Cloud Cavalry to search the whole of Luofu for suspicious persons. You are granted the right to act at your discretion, and the authority to execute first and report afterward. Do you understand?
Countless gazes swept over him. Under immense pressure, Feng Ruoyun gritted his teeth and said,
I accept the command. Good. Truly worthy of being my personally promoted confidant.
Xian Du nodded approvingly, then looked at the assembled officials.
I know that many of you are on good terms with Wei Yang. But let me advise you, even if Wei Yang is the marshal's current favorite, I am the general of Luofu. My word is the only rule here. Do I make myself clear?
The grand official hall fell utterly silent for a moment, except for Feng Ruoyun's mosquito-like voice.
Yes.
Xian Du shot him a glance, deeply dissatisfied, but could do nothing about it. He simply flicked his sleeves and left. Under the stares of a group of burly men, Feng Ruoyun slipped out silently, as if he had committed some monstrous crime. The moment he stepped out the door, he seemed to hear a colleague jesting.
He looks like a dog. Wait, boss, it's this place.
Wei Yang led more than 80 Cloud Cavalry soldiers, not to mention Wei Jin, the valiant captain, following a shrewd foxman to a small locked courtyard. The foxman pointed at the courtyard and vowed,
My underling saw someone sneak in this morning. After closing the door, that person never came out.
This courtyard is usually vacant. If someone suddenly enters now, there must be something suspicious. Wei Yang looked at the courtyard and couldn't help but praise.
For some matters, you folks are far more reliable. If we'd left this to the Cloud Cavalry, they probably wouldn't have found this place until tomorrow.
The foxman grinned.
Hey, these are but unorthodox tricks. They can't compare with you Cloud Cavalry brothers who risk life and limb.
Wei Yang paid him a handsome sum. The foxman was so overcome that he nearly dropped to his knees in gratitude. Wagging his tail, he said,
If Boss Wei has any further use for me, don't be tight-fisted. I, Hudo, will spare no effort. Don't worry. There will always be places where you're needed. That's wonderful. Ah, well, I won't disturb you any further. Farewell, haha, farewell.
Clutching the fortune, Huda scurried away, leaving the Cloud Cavalry poised for action. With Wei Yang's permission, Wei Jin stepped up and pressed against the door. He gave it a push and found it bolted from within. He then retreated 2 steps and hurled himself against it. The door bolt snapped on impact and clattered to the ground. Wei Jin charged in, with his hook spear, followed by the Cloud Cavalry soldiers pouring in orderly array. Wei Yang stood outside. In less than a moment, commotion erupted within the courtyard. First screams, then several Cloud Cavalry soldiers flew out over the courtyard wall. With sharp eyes and swift hands, Wei Yang caught them in midair, otherwise a fall like that might have sent them to the elixir hall for physicians to treat.
Are you all right?
Wei Yang inspected him. There were no bleeding wounds, but a palm print had been deeply dented into his iron armor. Fortunately, the armor had shielded his body. Had the blow landed on his flesh, he would have been flying out in pieces rather than just battered black and blue.
Judge Wei, that thief inside is no ordinary foe. All 80+ of us brothers couldn't get the better of him. Only Lord Wei was able to hold his own against him.
The soldier clutched his chest, clearly in unbearable pain. Wei Yang looked toward the courtyard. As the noise gradually died down, he quickened his pace and went in. He saw dozens of soldiers piled on top of a single man like a human pyramid, while Wei Jin stood nearby leaning on his hook spear gasping for breath, evidently having just emerged from a bitter struggle, which astonished Wei Yang even more. Across the entire Xianzhou, no more than 3 people below the rank of general could surpass Wei Jin in combat. Yet now, with over 80 well-trained soldiers aiding him, Wei Jin had only narrowly won by a hair.
Ugh! Let me go! You lot, let me go!
Wei Jin, not noticing Wei Yang, stepped forward and crouched down.
What a formidable fellow! If I weren't on duty, I'd love to have a good hearty fight with you.
The man pinned under the Cloud Cavalry struggled with all his might but gradually lost strength. He cursed.
If it weren't for your ambush, I alone could massacre you bunch of rabble. Still running your mouth. Weren't you threatening my brother Wei the other day? You ran fast, but now I've caught you anyway. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that.
Wei Yang walked over to Wei Jin.
No need to bluff him. He isn't that person.
Wei Jin looked at Wei Yang, somewhat troubled.
Brother, if this fellow isn't the thief, we'll lose our only lead. How about?
He made a throat-cutting gesture. Wei Yang understood the implications, but still rejected the idea.
Even so, we cannot arbitrarily condemn someone to death. Better to investigate thoroughly.
Wei Jin bit his lip, resignedly clasping his fists.
I'll do as my brother says. But even if this man isn't the thief who tried to seize the marshal's gift, he hardly seems like a decent citizen. Better to knock him out.
Wei Yang nodded.
That works too. Dawn is near. Let's take him along and go to Executive Officer Song's place at the Earth Balance Bureau to beg a drink of wine. How about it? All right.
Wei Jin took from his subordinate a hypnotic pill provided by the Elixir Hall. This pill, once given to patients in need, could plunge the user into a dreamlike hazy slumber, so that treatment could be carried out smoothly. Later, after the Cloud Cavalry learned of it, they stockpiled this pill in great quantities to subdue dangerous criminals. The man on the ground struggled desperately, but Wei Jin still pressed the pill into his mouth. Soon the drug took effect. His resistance gradually weakened until he lay utterly motionless. To guard against unforeseen events, they also secured 2 extra pairs of handcuffs and shackles on him. Only after all precautions were taken did Wei Jin order the suspect dragged away. At dawn's first glimmer, Wei Jin, leading a squad of Cloud Cavalry, and the captured suspect followed Wei Yang to the district where the Earth Balance Bureau was situated, Changle Heaven. Along the way, Wei Jin remained somewhat puzzled. Why wasn't Wei Yang eager to catch the culprit, but instead was coming to this unfamiliar territory of Executive Officer Song to drink wine? Wei Yang had long discerned Wei Jin's thoughts, yet he hadn't explained during the journey. Now that the Earth Balance Bureau was close at hand, he no longer hid it. Sharing his speculation, he said,
If that thief wanted to intercept the marshal's gift besides deceiving me, who do you think he would approach after failing?
Wei Jin pondered seriously for a moment.
On this Luofu Xianzhou, the one who can stand alongside you, brother, is only this Executive Officer Song.
Wei Yang nodded in agreement.
Executive Officer Song Zhongyi has handled governmental affairs for over 300 years, wielding considerable influence both among the folk and in officialdom. If I were the thief, having failed to win over Wei Yang, I would certainly come to this Song Zhongyi next.
He looked around for a moment, then deliberately dropped a handkerchief embroidered with the character Wei into a corner, unlikely to be noticed by anyone, muttering,
Dear little sister, your brother is doing this for the sake of catching the criminal. Please don't blame me.
Having made sure no one else had seen, Wei Yang pretended nothing had occurred and instructed the others to pretend they had seen nothing either.
Brother, this...
Wei Jin was puzzled again. Wei Yang cut him off.
It's merely a subtle probe. Keep moving. Come, everyone, please don't be reserved. Just go ahead and eat and drink to your heart's content.
Song Zhongyi, not yet 400 years old, bore a spirited countenance and handsome features. He raised his wine bowl high to greet the visitors, drawing a round of cheers, then sat at a table with Wei Yang and Wei Jin.
Judge Wei, I've long heard of your fame. Earlier, when I heard the marshal personally appointed a short-lived one as judge, I conceived the intention to visit you, only to be thwarted by busy official duties. Who would have thought that today Judge Wei would come to my door of his own accord? Truly my humble abode shines with your presence.
Wei Yang clasped his fists in salute.
You flatter me, Executive Officer Song. As a junior, it is only proper that I take the initiative to call on an elder. Unfortunately, I failed to prepare a gift this time. I only hope to make up for it next time. All being so polite makes us strangers. We are both parental officials to the common people of Xianzhou. Such formalities are unnecessary. By the way, I haven't asked, have Judge and Captain come here on some official business?
Facing Song Zhongyi's question, Wei Yang chose his words briefly, then said,
I have been accidentally embroiled in a conspiracy concerning the marshal. Brother Wei Jin and I are now hunting the culprit across the entire Xianzhou.
Song Zhongyi grew interested.
Oh, have you caught anyone?
Wei Yang nodded.
We captured a suspicious individual in a civilian dwelling at the Xingchasi Center. He doesn't seem like an upstanding citizen and may be connected to the affair. I had Brother Wei Jin and his men take him into custody, planning to bring him back for interrogation. But first, it was still early, and second, these matters are ordinarily under the jurisdiction of the Earth Balance Bureau. I therefore came especially to inform the executive officer. The suspect is now detained outside the Bureau's gate. Is that so?
Song Zhongyi was somewhat surprised.
Truly swift and decisive. Such fast progress on leads. If my Earth Balance Bureau had this kind of efficiency, there would be no injustices left in Luofu.
Wei Jin, who had been concentrating on his meal, was suddenly kicked by Wei Yang. Years of cooperation made him immediately understand Wei Yang's intention, so he chimed in.
I heard that Executive Officer Song loves coconut sheep meat. Why is there no such dish on the table?
The scribe standing nearby laughed.
This captain is joking, isn't he? Xianzhou has been at war with the Abundance people for years. All supplies have been transported to the front lines. Those of us in logistics can barely get meat, let alone this rather rare coconut sheep meat.
Wei Yang added.
By the way, on the way here, I carelessly lost a handkerchief. It was embroidered by my younger sister, who admonished me to keep it safe at all costs. It bears my family name embroidered on it. I wonder if it could be recovered.
Song Zhongyi slapped the table.
What's so hard about that?
He pointed at the scribe.
Go fetch a few attendants and search for Judge Wei's handkerchief together.
After a pause he added,
also summon a few more attendants to come with me to the nearest primitive planet to hunt some coconut sheep for our 2 guests to eat. Yes.
The scribe obediently went down to relay the orders. Wei Yang, however, stood up and said earnestly,
Executive Officer, this is too much trouble. There's no need.
Song Zhongyi replied with great seriousness.
Since guests have come to my place, I should fulfill the duties of a host, and do my utmost to satisfy them.
Wei Jin stopped eating and hastily stood up to dissuade him as well.
I was just saying it offhand, Executive Officer, please don't take it seriously. If I can't even handle such a small matter, how can I handle great ones? Wait a moment.
Having said this, Song Zhongyi hurried away. Wei Jin watched his retreating figure and remarked with emotion,
Truly a jade Rui Song Zhongyi, righteous and honorable.
Wei Yang heard him and nodded in agreement.
Indeed, he is righteous.
Meanwhile, as Song Zhongyi stepped out of the Earth Balance Bureau's main gate, he heard someone shouting,
Let me go! You've caught the wrong person. Let me go!
He looked over and saw a tall, brawny man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a sallow face, iron wire whiskers, and a voice like a bronze bell. The man was hanging beneath the eaves, struggling incessantly, but unable to summon strength, because the pill's effects had not yet worn off. A wanderer of the 4 seas, drifting with the tide surging through waves to win wondrous renown. Seeing him, Song Zhongyi immediately realized this was the suspect Wei Yang had mentioned capturing. He heard the man cursing.
If not for your ambush and numerical advantage, I could beat your leader to death with my bare hands. Let me go now!
Song Zhongyi was startled. Wei Jin's strength was known throughout Xianzhou. It would be fair to call him second only to the general in Luofu. If he wielded a spear, even the title of sword champion would change hands. Song Zhongyi then glanced at the expressions of the Cloud Cavalry guards. The claim seemed true. He filed this in his mind.
Come, please have some tea.
Wei Yang took the freshly brewed pot of fragrant tea. He then shot Wei Jin a glare, and only then did Wei Jin reluctantly accept his own cup, consoling himself that it was merely sobering tea. At this moment Song Zhongyi, who had been gone barely half an hour, returned from hunting. He clasped his fists and said,
My apologies for neglecting you. I have brought back coconut sheep, and have already had the kitchen cook it. Judge Wei's handkerchief has also been found in a pile of odds and ends. It must have been accidentally dropped and blown there by the wind.
Wei Yang took the handkerchief from the scribe behind Song Zhongyi, examined it once to confirm it was his, and said,
Much obliged. Thank you. Haha, it's nothing at all.
Song Zhongyi clapped Wei Yang on the shoulder with hearty cheer, then sat back in his seat. Wei Jin looked at Wei Yang.
Amazing, brother. In just a few bowls of wine you've already gotten the handkerchief back. Truly admirable.
Hearing Wei Jin's flattery, Song Zhongyi beamed even more brightly.
It was no trouble at all. When a guest asks something of me, I naturally do my best.
Wei Yang also smiled and said pointedly,
From this it seems that in Changle Heaven there is nothing the executive officer cannot do.
This was no longer flattery, but dangerously close to raising one up only to dash them down. Song Zhongyi looked at Wei Yang somewhat uneasily.
What does the judge mean by this? Please speak plainly.
Wei Yang, seeing it was time, confessed his true purpose.
I'm afraid that you executive officer have taken on a deal you shouldn't have.
Song Zhongyi was puzzled.
What deal?
Wei Yang sighed.
This deal is truly tempting, enough to make one's heart itch. Even I almost couldn't resist. It turns the benevolent unkind, the righteous less righteous. Executive Officer Song, your righteousness reaches the heavens. It would be best if you didn't value wealth and riches too much.
Song Zhongyi sniffed coldly.
Those wealthy merchants are heartless in their riches. Their minds are full of nothing but business. Even with oil practically dripping from their mouths, they refuse to supply provisions to clothe and feed the soldiers at the front. They've been rich all their lives, yet they leave countless common folk impoverished forever.
Wei Yang agreed wholeheartedly.
But you must not act on impulse, and do something you'll regret. A lifetime of good reputation is hard-earned but easily lost.
Song Zhongyi grew more puzzled.
What exactly is this deal you fear I'm doing?
Wei Yang smiled.
Earlier I mentioned being accidentally embroiled in a conspiracy concerning the marshal. It is this very deal, intercepting the gift prepared for the marshal.
Sensing danger, Song Zhongyi picked up the conversation.
What is all this about? Wei Yang never tells lies. The day before yesterday, at the Xingcha Sea Center, a stranger suddenly approached me saying he wanted my help to intercept the marshal's gift. As a judge personally appointed by the marshal, I naturally refused him, and later he managed to slip away. This time Brother Wei Jin and I are making a big show of it precisely to catch him and bring him to justice. If he comes to your residence and speaks of something like the 4 symbols and 7 stars, you must not believe him.
Song Zhongyi was stunned.
4 symbols and 7 stars, what is that? If he comes you'll naturally find out.
After eating and drinking their fill, Wei Yang took his leave. Song Zhongyi immediately enthusiastically offered to see them out. Outside, the Earth Balance Bureau snowflakes were drifting down from the artificial sky. Wei Yang breathed warm air into his hands, then thrust them into his pockets. Wei Jin stepped forward and ordered,
Release the prisoner. Yes.
The man had been shouting all night until his throat was parched. He let his head hang wearily, but still protested his innocence.
Let me go. I haven't broken any laws.
Wei Jin explained to Song Zhongyi.
This fellow is the thief I caught.
Song Zhongyi leaned in to look and feigned surprise.
Little San, what are you doing here?
The man didn't immediately realize he was being addressed. Wei Yang's deep gaze fixed on his face, but it was Wei Jin who in his impatience exclaimed,
What? You know the executive officer.
Hearing this, the man understood they were referring to him. He hastily raised his head, located the unfamiliar one among the 3 faces in front of him, and cried out,
Uncle I.
It's the villain, save me. Wei Yang said, Who is this? Song Zhongyi said, This is my nephew Wang Shusan, my elder sister's son. In the past I only ever saw him as a youth. Later he followed his mother to Zhuming. He's already grown this big. Little San, what are you doing in Luofu without even telling me? What, instead of coming to your old uncle, you went off to be a thief? The other man protested, Uncle, no, I wasn't stealing. If you didn't, then why did Judge Wei and the others arrest you? Tell the truth. As he spoke, he drew his blade and set it against the man's neck, killing intent bristling. Wei Yang immediately rushed out and held Song Zhongyi back. Since we're family, don't act rashly. Hear him out first, won't you? The big man wept with tears and snot running down his face. Uncle, I got drunk yesterday and wandered into a private home. Seeing no one there, I lay down and slept. I only woke at dusk and realized I'd caused trouble. Just as I was about to leave, these Cloud Knight soldiers charged and gave me a beating and tied me up to bring me before you. Song Zhongyi heard him out, feigned anger, and kicked the big man over. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Do I not feed, clothe, house, and supply you with drink? For a bit of rice wine you stirred up this much trouble. Wei Yan stopped Song Zhongyi. Steward, please calm your anger. Your nephew has caused no real disaster. These are merely extraordinary measures for extraordinary times. Had I known he was your nephew, we would never have resorted to force. Untie him at once. Since the misunderstanding is resolved, we'll take our leave now. Song Zhongyi said sincerely, Judge Wei, you're too kind. In days to come, when you who stand a handspan from the azure sky perform righteous deeds, I still have some money and goods here. For my sake, please accept them. Wei Yan was about to decline, when Wei Jin suddenly reached out and accepted them for him. Then many thanks. Ignoring Wei Yang's reproachful expression, he pocketed the gift without hesitation. Wei Yan cupped his hands again. Farewell. Song Zhongyi returned the salute. Forgive me for not seeing you out. A group came, a group left, -1 suspect plus an unexpected windfall. Wei Jin smiled and handed the money to Wei Yang. Brother, you're just too thin-skinned. From now on, leave this sort of thing to me. I don't care about face. Wei Yang pointed at him in displeasure. You? Next time, no more rudeness like that. Ding dong. A notification came through on his terminal. Wei Yang opened the message screen and saw that it was from a contact saved as Cloud Knight Soldierly Silang. Judge Wei Feng Jianzhou has spotted a suspicious person near the Taibu Bureau. Please come at once. He remembered last time, this Cloud Knight soldier had come to him saying that his mother was gravely ill and needed treatment. But the war against the Abundance people had just begun. The front line had sent back countless wounded, and the Danning Bureau was short of both hands and medicine. It was Wei Yan who arranged a chaos physician for him, and pulled his mother out of danger. Now the man had come to repay the favor. Wei Jin read Wei Yang's message, and said, Brother, all the people you've helped all these years are finally starting to pay you back. Wei Yan laughed heartily. This is what they mean, one who holds the way gains many helpers. I'll go to the Taibu Bureau now. Take the brothers back to rest, and meet me there later. Wei Jin tugged at Wei Yang's sleeve, and said with concern, Brother, you're in the open, while the enemy is in the dark. With your little brother not by your side, be sure to stay careful. If you have no certainty, better wait for me. Wei Yang clasped his hand, and smiled to reassure him. Rest easy. Your elder brother isn't so easy to ambush. Hearing this, Wei Jin was full of worries, but ultimately let go. Understood. They split into two groups, and our tale turns elsewhere. Back at the Dihing Bureau, after Song Zhongyi had courteously seen the guests off, he turned to the big man kneeling on the ground, and asked, You look unfamiliar to me. You've never come to Luofu before, have you? Where are you from, and what are you here to do? Confess everything, or I promise, you won't fare much better in my hands than in Wei Yang's. The man was deeply grateful for Song Zhongyi's rescue, and did not dare lie. I came with good news, seeking to pledge myself to a hero. Who are you talking about? Where does he live? Cheng Yuan shook his head. I don't know where he lives. I only know that everyone on the Xianzhou calls him Jade Rui Song Zhongyi. Song Zhongyi's eyes lit up. I am Song Zhongyi. What business do you have with me? You are Song Zhongyi. The man had not expected to stumble by luck onto the very person he had come to join, so he immediately explained, My surname is Cheng, my given name Yuan. I used to work under the corporation. Because I walk the path of immortality, people call me the heaven-overturning dragon. I have come especially to bring you good news. Last night, I passed out drunk in a civilian house, only to be seized by the Cloud Knights, bound and brought here. Truly those bound by fate will meet even across 1,000 li. Those without fate will not meet even face to face. Fortunately today I was saved by your excellency. Song Zhongyi ordered someone to fetch several sets of new clothes for Cheng Yuan. When he addressed Song, asked, You said you had good news for me. What good news? Cheng Yuan said, I have drifted since childhood, and made friends with many heroes. I have long heard of your reputation, which is why I dare to speak. There are no outsiders here, so I can open my heart to your excellency. Song Zhongyi said, these are all my trusted confidants. Speak freely. Chung Yuan said, I have learned that the Maha General of Fanghu has gathered 3 quadrillion in treasures purchased from the corporation, offerings originally meant for the star god but Ian Siming, and is sending them forth to celebrate Marshal Chen's birthday. Last year he also sent countless gold, silver, and jewels, but the marshal refused them all. This year he has again bought up tribute for the star god, and is preparing to set out any day now, rushing to deliver it to the Luofu flagship this month to await the marshal's arrival. I thought to myself, this is ill-gotten wealth, and should be taken and returned to the people. So I came to discuss with you a way to seize it. I know you are a true hero, surpassing others in both strategy and martial skill. I may be unskilled, but I have learned some abilities. Let alone 30 or 50 Cloud Knight soldiers, even amid 1 or 2,000 cavalry, I would not fear them. If your excellency holds righteousness, and the people in your heart, I wish to undertake a righteous cause with you. What is your decision? Song Zhongyi had already made his calculation. If the matter was exposed, at worst, he would lose his post. If it succeeded, it would be a blessing for countless people. He immediately said, very well. Since you've come here, you must have suffered a great deal. Go to the guest room, and rest for a while. We'll discuss it at length later. Song Zhongyi had a scribe lead Chung Yuan to the guest room to rest. Once in the room, however, Chung Yuan thought to himself, I suffered this calamity for no reason, and thanks to Lord Song I was rescued. But those Cloud Knights swindled the Lord's money for nothing, and kept me hung up all night. Better to chase after them, wrest the money back, and return it to the Lord. That will also vent my anger. With this thought, Chung Yuan nodded, slipped out, while the sky was just about to lighten, and hurried toward the direction Wei Yang and the others had gone. Night-faded roosters crowed long, the red sun rose, and the world grew bright. The heaven-overturning dragon Chung Yuan hurried for nearly half an hour, turned through 6 or 7 neighborhoods, and saw Wei Jin leading the Cloud Knight soldiers. But the leader, Judge Wei, was nowhere to be seen. Chung Yuan caught up and shouted, don't go. Wei Jin was startled, turned around, and saw Chung Yuan charging toward him. Wei Jin raised his hooked spear, and shouted, you scoundrel, what are you here for? Chung Yuan panted, you. Leave the money, and give it back to my uncle, and I'll spare you. The money had already been handed over to Wei Yang in full. Even if he still had it, Wei Jin wouldn't return it. He laughed. The money was a gift from Steward Song. What business is it of yours? If not for the fact that Steward Song is your uncle, I would have killed you long ago. How dare you ask me for money? Chung Yuan said hatefully, you hung me up all night for no reason, and swindled my uncle's money out of him. It's one thing for you to offend me, but you've cheated my uncle out of his money. If you don't return it, I'll make you regret it. Chung Yuan's words were truly sincere. He had long admired Song Zhongyi's renown, and had originally come to pledge himself to him. After being rescued by him, he was already wholly devoted. I see. Has that leader of yours already run off with the money? Wei Jin grew angry too. Insult him all you like, but insult Wei Yang, and he was the first to flare up. He pointed at Chung Yuan, and cursed, you rude, worthless scum. Say one more bad word about my big brother, and I'll tear your mouth to shreds. Chung Yuan said, you are a pack of military thugs who prey on the people. What if I do curse you? Wei Jin cursed back, thieving head, thieving face, thieving eyes. You're bound to bring disaster on Steward Song. Watch me take you down, and haul you back to the Dihing Bureau. Chung Yuan flew into a rage. Last time wasn't enough of a fight. This time let's settle who's superior once and for all. He swung his fist, and charged straight at Wei Jin. Seeing Chung Yuan charge, Wei Jin laughed heartily, thrust his hooked spear forward, and met him. The two battled on the main road back and forth. One threw a punch, the other answered with a spear thrust. Chung Yuan was agile, and Wei Jin could not land a hit. When Chung Yuan threw a punch, Wei Jin raised his spear to block. After dozens of exchanges, they were still locked in a fierce, inseparable struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. Both only fought more ferociously, as if they would not stop until blood was drawn. Seeing Wei Jin and Chung Yuan deadlocked, the Cloud Knight soldiers were about to swarm in and attack him together. But then someone rushed out from a side alley wedged between the two and slashed a long saber against Wei Jin's spear. The shock numbed Wei Jin's hand, and he involuntarily stumbled back more than 10 paces into the Cloud Knight soldiers. Then came a vertical slash behind, forcing Chung Yuan to leap back, yet half a lock of his hair was still sheared off. The newcomer said coldly, enjoying the fight. "Want to try me?" Holding the long saber crosswise between them, she made both men steady themselves and stand still. When they looked at her, her skin was like jade, and snow, her features like hibiscus. Truly a natural beauty, impossible to hide, a peerless bloom whose charm could topple a kingdom and delight all who saw it. Golden armor gleamed, scale plates shifted. She had fought north and south, and always won. Wei Jin stared hard, and when he finally recognized her, he was shocked. He stepped forward at once and saluted. "Wei Jin, valiant guard of the Cloud Knights, pays his respects." "I pay my respects to the Yanjun of the Ten Kings Bureau, Lady Iwashu." Iwanshu put away her long saber, and glanced at Wei Jin. "Keep fighting, why stop? If you keep going, the whole of Changle Heaven will get to see the magnificent side of you." Earth-splitting spear. Wei Jin, unable to handle a petty thief. Hearing this, Wei Jin was briefly at a loss for words, but he still had to admire Iwanshu's ability to fight two people at once. In martial arts, she was indeed far stronger than him, so he did not retort. He only said, "Milady is right. My skill hasn't reached that level yet." Humph. Iwanshu did not keep pressing Wei Jin. Instead, she turned to look down at Chung Yuan. "Daring to attack the Cloud Knights, you've got quite the nerve." Chung Yuan seemed cowed by Iwanshu's earlier slash. He swallowed hard and began to think of retreat. Wei Jin stepped forward to explain, "Milady, there's something you don't know. Yesterday this fellow broke into a civilian house and fell asleep. I captured him and brought him to Steward Song Zhongyi at the Dihing Bureau. It turned out he was the steward's nephew, so I released him out of respect for the steward. The steward treated us to wine and gave me gifts. This fellow behind the steward's back chased after me to demand them. How could I just let that go?" Iwanshu thought to herself, "Song Zhongyi and I have been close since childhood. I know all his relatives and acquaintances, and I have never seen this nephew before." Something was wrong. Iwanshu did not expose him in public. Instead, she said to Chung Yuan, "Song Zhongyi and I are childhood friends. I know him very well. He often does favors for people. If you come demanding one back, you'll only embarrass your uncle." Chung Yuan did not dare act rashly. "Milady, you don't know. My uncle didn't give it to him willingly. He tricked my uncle out of that money. If he doesn't return it, I can't answer to my uncle." Wei Jin smiled lightly. "Unless the steward comes to ask me in person, I'll return it to him, but not to you." Chung Yuan said angrily, "You falsely accused me of theft and swindled him out of his money. Why can't you return it to me?" Wei Jin said, "This isn't your money. I won't give it to you. Absolutely not." Chung Yuan said, "If you won't return it, then I'll fight." He glanced at Iwanshu, and the words caught in his throat. "Fight. Take you to court." Iwanshu was also eager to go find Song Zhongyi. Losing patience, her fierce expression emerged. "If you two want to fight, fine. But don't blame me if I beat you both together. And if one of you ends up dead, don't say I didn't hold back." Chung Yuan was genuinely afraid, but still refused to let the matter drop. He insisted, "Have him return the money, and I'll leave at once." Wei Jin gritted his teeth. "If not for the steward, I would have run you through with my spear long ago. It's only that killing you would besmirch my reputation." Chung Yuan clenched his fists, fury blazing, and was about to resume fighting when someone suddenly pressed his shoulder from behind. Without a second thought, he swung his full strength backward. Bang! That punch, strong enough to crack half of Changle Heaven, was caught firmly. Chung Yuan saw that the one who caught it was none other than Song Zhongyi, robe draped loosely over him, anger written across his face. Song Zhongyi bellowed, "You beast! How dare you act so rudely toward my honored guests?" Chung Yuan's anger vanished at once. Knowing he had shamed Song Zhongyi, he did not dare speak. Iwanshu said, "It had to be you to put an end to this farce." Song Zhongyi also saw Iwanshu, and was startled that even she had been dragged into this. He asked, "Why have you rushed all the way here to fool around with these juniors?" Iwanshu said, "Your nephew is new here, and seemed to want to show off for you." He went to Wei Jin and demanded back the money you gave him, and then the two of them started fighting. I happened to pass by, so I stopped them." Seeing that no one was hurt, Song Zhongyi sighed with relief, and said to Wei Jin, "I didn't know this beast had come here. Valiant guard for my sake, please don't take it to heart. Another day I will certainly come to your door to apologize." Seeing how thoroughly courteous Song Zhongyi was, Wei Jin found it hard to press further. He cupped his hands and saluted. "Steward, you're too kind. I know this has nothing to do with you. Anyway, there was no real loss, so there's no need to visit. I take my leave." Yi Wanshu looked at Song Zhongyi and said, "If you hadn't come, this could have become a real disaster." I watched from the side for a while. That boy Wei Jin learned his spear art from General Wanhua of Yaoqing, and is himself a master of the great stellar body level, rarely matched on the Xianzhou, and yet even he found it hard to take your nephew down. That punch your nephew just threw, I wouldn't have had time to catch it. I could only have cut him in half, at the waist first. Hearing the first half, Chung Yuan was still defiant. Hearing the second half, he was even more disheartened. Yi Wanshu pointed at him. "Where does this nephew of yours come from? In all my previous visits to Luofu, I've never seen him before." Song Zhongyi said, "Let's set that aside for now. You've come just in time. I was thinking of asking you to join me in a major undertaking. I was just about to send for you when I found the young man missing. The scribe said he saw him leave and hurry straight toward Judge Wei, so I chased after him. Fortunately, you stopped them. First return with me. There are matters to discuss." Yi Wanshu nodded and followed the others back to the Dihing Bureau. Setting her long saber on the weapon rack, she said, "I was wondering just now, who is this Judge Wei you mentioned? Why have I never heard of him before?" Song Zhongyi sighed. "This Judge Wei is named Wei Yang. More than 20 years ago, we conquered a planet enslaved by the Buli people. To honor our forces for defeating the Buli, the marshal personally went to that planet to console the troops. There she happened upon Wei Yang still swaddled as an infant, and thus brought him back to the Xianzhou to raise at her side. A few years ago Wei Yang passed the Cloud Knight officer examination. But since there was no precedent for a short-lived being becoming a Cloud Knight officer, the marshal made a special arrangement for him to enter the Ten Kings Bureau. At first, I didn't pay him much attention. But by the time I noticed him, he had already earned the title a handspan from the azure sky and gained immense prestige among the lower and middle classes of the Xianzhou. Even a senior officer like Wei Jin had become his sworn brother." Yi Wanshu became interested. "A short-lived being? Do all the people under him obey him?" Song Zhongyi smiled. "In the years you've been away, the Ten Kings Bureau has become his one-man show." Yi Wanshu's heart tightened. She silently committed the name to memory, then asked, "And who exactly is this nephew of yours?" Song Zhongyi said, "This man's surname is Chung, given name Yuan. He was once an employee of the corporation, and has come especially to defect to me. Last night, he was drunk and asleep in a civilian house. Wei Jin caught him and brought him to me. I acknowledged him as my nephew, and only in that way did he manage to get free." On a small hill, a purple-black crack split the ground. An Abyss Herald who had just been killed by Yuanfei Risen's sneak attack flew out, turning toward the direction of Yuanfei Risen, who bore the power of the Abyss. Sensing the increasingly violent fluctuations of abyssal energy, the power of the Abyss was no trivial matter. How greedy mortals are! He inwardly congratulated himself for having ruined yet another foolish ally. Just like those dragon lizards, perishing in the grandeur of the Abyss. Yuan Shang, after once more confirming that his masterpiece had not gone awry, summoned the gate to the Abyss before him, feigning that he, the mastermind, had already died.
"As the princess ordered, the mission is complete. All that remains is to avoid being noticed by that one."
He stepped forward slowly, intending to enter the portal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Yuan Shang was about to slip away, from the ground where Yuan Shang had concealed himself, several verdant grass chains burst forth, like pythons striking their prey. They bound him tightly in place, even dragging him away from the portal's direction.
"Who?"
The grass-formed chains looked fragile. But despite Yuan Shang's violent struggles, none of them broke. He felt the incredibly dense power of Dendro.
"Turn to ashes."
Yuan Shang's body began to glow crimson. Flames laced with pitch-black abyssal force burned the entwining grass to cinders.
So I've been found out. Dendro Archon. You've come. Since you've discovered me, then let's fight.
His red glowing eyes glanced at Naxita without hesitation or immediate retreat. He launched an attack. Yuan Shang looked up at Naxita hovering in midair, swung his arm blades in a flash, and sent 2 pyro energy blades flying at her.
This moment is the time of wisdom.
Naxita drew her weapon. It was not her previous signature teapot, as the Lesser Lord Kusanali, but a crystalline scallion-shaped one-handed sword. With a single slash, she dispersed the 2 blades. The battle raged on. If it were the Abyss twin, Naxita might have been wary, but an Abyss Herald was hardly enough to make her lose.
Perfect chance to test those ninjutsu I modified.
After obtaining the ninjutsu of the ninja world from Shuemin and Jixinai, Naxita had memorized a great many, and had completely reworked them. Ordinary soldiers still couldn't practice them, but those with visions could. Further improvements would surely come, and the progress of all her people would become possible. As for Naxita herself using them, she didn't need to form hand seals like regular ninjas. With a simple clap of her hands, natural energy shaped itself into the desired effect according to her will.
Dendro Clone.
Naxita used the Dendro Clone. Puff. 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 Numerous clones of Naxita materialized out of thin air around her. After exchanging nods, they raised their scallion swords and swarmed Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang raised both hands high.
Praise the Abyss.
Yuan Shang summoned his protective shield. Naxita's Dendro attacks had little effect against a pyro shield. Realizing she could do nothing to his shield, Yuan Shang provoked her. Naxita's sanity decreased slightly. Naxita's attack power increased. Naxita bit her finger. A mass of water appeared out of nowhere above Yuan Shang's head. His shield was shattered. Naxita's clones performed a coordinated strike. Yuan Shang suffered severe physical damage. Yuan Shang resorted to begging for mercy.
Stop! Please, Dendro Archon, stop! If you keep hitting me, I'll truly die. Dendro Archon. My name is Yuan Shang. Although I am an Abyss Herald, I don't believe I have done anything wrong in your nation. Nor have I harmed anyone connected to you, have I? Can you let me go? You? Your name is Yuan Shang.
Abyss mages, Abyss Heralds, and such. Ordinary people couldn't tell them apart except by the color of their skin. However, in her memory, the name Yuan Shang was still quite clear. At that time, she was a blonde traveler who loved to hit the pillow and sleep. In some plotline, an Abyss Herald named Yuan Shang had appeared.
You know me.
Yuan Shang lowered the hand that had been covering his masked face, surprised that Naxita seemed to recognize him. Naxita did not answer him. Instead, she was deliberating, based on her memory of the game's plot, whether she should kill this guy, or ask him about the reason the Abyss had appeared here. Abyss beings usually just return to the Abyss upon death, but this one named Yuan Shang seemed remarkably tenacious, like a normal person. She had encountered other Abyss Heralds in Teyvat before. Those heralds would loudly sing the Abyss's praises, and then charge at her. Apart from reciting those same few lines, they would fight those who opposed the Abyss without an ounce of fear. They would never beg for mercy like this fellow.
As per the princess's orders, Dendro Archon, you win. You've captured me. You're qualified to obtain this.
Yuan Shang took out an object that seemed meant to be handed over. The thing in his palm radiated light. It was a glowing puzzle piece. The pattern on the piece was a little girl. With only one corner, nothing useful could be discerned. Seeing Naxita lost in thought, Yuan Shang stepped back slowly, intending to open a portal and flee while she was distracted. But what greeted him was only the scallion sword that pierced straight through his heart.
Must an Abyss Herald die?
Yuan Shang wanted to argue a bit more. He wasn't afraid of death, for their death simply meant returning to the ley lines. He just still wanted to ask Naxita that question. Naxita took a candy from her little space and replied,
Obviously. If you don't die, should I die instead? Once an Abyss Herald, always an Abyss Herald.
The battle ended. When no more sounds came, a few figures emerged from the ruins of the clash to observe Naxita floating in the sky. Seeing the curious ordinary folk and the ninjas who had rushed over, Naxita sighed wearily. With palms outward and hands pressed together, they began to glow.
There! The bad guys have been driven away.
Naxita's authority combined with her voice swiftly calmed the expressions of the people on the ground. In the dark night, the sudden cyan glow drew countless eyes. Then everyone who saw it, commoner or ninja, fell into a daze. Each person touched by the light in Naxita's hand broke into a childlike smile. This was a special illusion formed by combining her authority over consciousness. The headpat ray. It could be used on a single person through direct contact, or as just now directly on a group. Those who were patted would have most of their adult memories blurred, while their pure childhood memories would be greatly awakened and strengthened. Meanwhile on the other side Wendy and Yuzhibo Quan, who had been watching from the shadows, and slacking off ever since Yuan Shan appeared suddenly left and hurried back to the center of the Yuanfei clan. They were heading to another battlefield at the center, even without witnessing the endo.
Let's go!
With a pluck of the lyre in his hand their speed increased again as they leapt from rooftop to rooftop. Yuanfei Risen saw the scrutinizing suspicious gazes around him, and felt great anger rising in his heart.
What are those looks? Are you doubting me? I told you. That monster was killed by me. They all died because of the monster possessing Yuzhibo Yu.
With his young powerful body, every word Yuanfei Risen spoke was charged with strength. The arrogance he had in his youth, when he towered over his peers, had returned.
Humph. Who allowed you to question me, the Hokage? For your doubts, this is your punishment. Kneel.
Aside from the restored youth, from abyssal power his strength had also been elevated. When he unleashed his killing intent and pressure, most of the ninjas standing before him dropped to their knees trembling with cold sweat. However, the Uchiha ninjas who had come were resolute, each one glaring with their Sharingan struggled to support themselves on shaking legs, some bracing with a single knee. The clan heads at the very front still stood straight under the pressure.
Yuanfei, what on earth is going on here?
Seeing these clan heads defy his order to kneel, Yuanfei Risen was greatly displeased. He detested disobedient people. When his body had aged, he lacked the strength to act, but now he was no longer like that. The clan heads, enduring the pressure, fixed their eyes on Yuanfei Risen. Out of their usual deference to the Hokage, they did not act immediately, until the rejuvenated Third Hokage began to speak through gritted teeth.
The Uchiha clan has rebelled against Konoha, and Yuzhibo Yu has committed suicide out of guilt. Now everyone kill all the Uchiha. Why aren't you moving? Or do you refuse to heed me, your Third Hokage? You disobedient dogs, then go die. You traitors of Konoha.
The Inoshikacho and the other clan leaders watched the nearly insane Third Hokage. Fighting was certainly not an option. It was hard to say whether this Third Hokage was even the real Hokage. They could only try to subdue the young Third. No one noticed that after he spoke an ominous red glow began to spread in the depths of Yuanfei Risen's eyes. And as Yuanfei Risen moved, just as when Yuzhibo Yu had been possessed, black power oozed from his body, looking utterly eerie. Tuanzang had also come to check after hearing that something had happened in the Yuanfei clan. As soon as he entered, he saw his blasted old friend R.A. rejuvenated with a murderous glare fixed on him.
Tuanzang, my old comrade, you've finally come. Send word for your route to come here. These traitors are plotting a rebellion today.
Yuanfei Risen felt a slight pain in his head. But it was fine with his youthful physique, it was just minor discomfort. Looking at the Konoha people confronting him in his vision, the Uchiha were sneering at him with crazed smiles, and even the worried looks in their eyes stabbed at his heart. When he saw his old friend, he swiftly used the body flicker technique to appear beside Tuanzang, and with an air of being bullied by everyone he poured out his grievances.
Old pal, come and touch the abyss with me. Look, I've regained my youth. Let's kill these traitors together, the two of us. Dedicate everything to the abyss. I mean Konoha.
The bandaged, ugly old man Tuanzang was startled by Yuanfei Risen's sudden approach.
Good grief. Yuanfei Risen, what have you done?
As Yuanfei Risen drew close, Tuanzang only felt something writhing in his heart, some hidden thing about to emerge. Something sinister. In an instant, he used a substitution technique to appear on the other side among those who were confronting Yuanfei Risen. There he saw the ground littered with corpses of the Yuanfei clan. Tuanzang asked sternly what had happened. The Uchiha, who naturally detested the old man Tuanzang, did not bother to explain. The other clan heads, however, gave an explanation.
Elder Tuanzang, after we received the Hokage's support signal, we came here. Let's subdue this Yunfei first.
Honestly, he knew they couldn't be unaware. Tonight should have been the Uchiha clan's turn to ascend to heaven, but now the Yunfei clan was the one ascending, clearly an unexpected turn of events.
All together now. Knock out the third Hokage first.
If Yunfei Risen had not been enhanced, the combined efforts of these many Jonin and clan heads would have sufficed. However, after they finished speaking, when Yunfei Risen turned around again, he had already mutated.
You lot. Tuanzang, even you have betrayed Konoha. Then for the sake of Konoha, I can only ask you to die too. Everyone. Disobedient dogs don't deserve to live. So what if they were the first Hokage's kin? Even they could die. The same goes for you Uchiha. Why don't you just obediently die? Die.
Yunfei Risen's mind was already in complete disarray. He felt the scenes before him constantly shifting. They were mocking him. He was being scolded with his head pinned down by the second Hokage. It was the truth that all the blame he had once shifted onto Tuanzang was actually his own doing.
Abyssification.
Yunfei Risen launched an attack. Yunfei Risen summoned an abyss-corrupted summoning beast. The beast, its eyes gleaming scarlet, transformed into a staff.
Earth Dragon Bullet.
An Earth Dragon head suddenly burst from the ground, spewing mud and rock that injured many who were too slow to react. Yunfei Risen used a charge. Yunfei Risen used a cage. Yunfei Risen used Fire Dragon Bullet.
This is bad. The young Lord Third Hokage's strength is extraordinary. Even going all out while holding back, many of us might still die today. Go all out. No more holding back. The Third Hokage has been overtaken. Everyone fight with all your strength. Ninjas below Jonin, withdraw. This is not a place where you can participate. Hey, you in the tight bodysuit. You should leave too. This is no place for you.
Maite-kai looked at the person who had advised him to retreat, revealing his hearty, healthy smile.
The blue beast of Konoha is about to take the stage.
Soon, under a barrage of ninjutsu from the rampaging Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of the shinobi present, only a few were still standing. The sealing squad tried to confine the third Hokage with a four-symbol seal, but this Sarutobi Hiruzen was unexpectedly powerful, almost worthy of the rumored title of the strongest Hokage, even though this version of him seemed intent on killing everyone in Konoha. An ironic joke, he kowtows to outsiders, but lashes out fiercely at his own people. Some unfortunate ninja, not even having time to release a substitution, were bombarded to death by the abyss-tainted Hiruzen the moment he saw them. With a miserable scream they died. From the corpses, a blood-tinged white vapor was absorbed into Hiruzen's body. However, ordinary ninja, who couldn't perceive it, noticed nothing. Fragile as they were, few shinobi could manage to save such unlucky wretches, who hadn't prepared their substitution jutsus from the hands of the veteran Kage-level Third Hokage, who possessed a youthful, vigorous body and a lifetime of ninjutsu experience. Danzo, after being ruthlessly taken care of by Hiruzen, spat out a mouthful of old blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he panted heavily and summoned his summoning beast. Damn it, he wanted to run away. He wanted to slap himself. What had possessed him to leave the root base and come join this circus around that bastard Hiruzen Sarutobi? The clan leaders were also running low on chakra. As for who was now fighting Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was Might Guy, the blue beast of Konoha. Many people only now noticed this special Jonin, the weirdo, in the green spandex jumpsuit, and finally understood why the Hokage had approved him as a special Jonin. Holding back Hiruzen was Guy, who had not yet opened the final gate. With the seventh gate open, he barely managed to send the Hiruzen, who was attacking the wounded, flying with his fierce taijutsu. As for the final gate of the 8 gates, he could not sustain it for long, but today, if there was no other choice, he was ready to unleash the last strike no matter what.
I can't go on. This third Hokage seems to have no fatigue at all. Do I have to go all out? I was going to save this move for my dear rival Kakashi.
A colossal female samurai of Susanoo suddenly appeared in front of Might Guy as he charged in to get close and fight for his life. With one hand, she threw Might Guy aside. Izumi Uchiha with her Susanoo active stood in front of her clansmen. As for the others in Konoha, a bunch of fair-weather bastards. Izumi casually intercepted Hiruzen's attack, though cracks did appear on the surface of the Susanoo.
Third Hokage, Sure enough, you're the one who caused all this. This ghastly form, are you being devoured by that accursed thing? And that beast Itachi Uchiha. We'll settle the score properly today.
Coincidentally, Itachi Uchiha, supported by several Uchiha ninja, also regained consciousness and looked up at Izumi. His eyes were filled with deathly stillness. What he saw while controlled, only he himself knew.
Izumi, be careful of the Third Hokage. In this state, he can't be controlled by Jinjutsu.
Tekka Uchiha approached, shouting to Izumi the intel they had gathered from fighting Hiruzen.
Got it. You all fall back. This monster in the shape of Hiruzen is not something you can handle. You too. You ungrateful beast. Once everything is settled, we'll settle our account. Ignore me. They dare ignore me and keep blabbing over there. Evil Uchiha. Death. Offer everything to the abyss.
After attacking the Susanoo and not getting the result, he wanted Hiruzen switch targets. It was obvious now that this younger Hiruzen had completely lost his mind. A strange hatred toward all living beings surged in his heart. He let out a beast-like growl from his throat. In an instant, he moved to the side of an injured ninja, and his purple-black hand pierced through the ninja's heart. Then he brought the heart to his mouth and began to gnaw on it. Through her Mangekyo Sharingan, Izumi saw that after Hiruzen devoured that heart, the power coursing through his body grew even stronger. No. She couldn't let this go on. Otherwise no one would be able to handle this guy today. Where the hell was Vinny?
Someone save me!
Ahem. For certain reasons, you know, I've never actually governed, so I'm pretty weak at the moment. As Uchiha Izumi turned her head looking for Vindy, that voice reached her ears.
Barbados, do something useful.
When Hiruzen tried the same trick again, Izumi forcibly stopped him with her Susanoo.
Take them far away. Every person killed by the Third Hokage now only powers him up. Huff. Yes. Please, Miss Izumi.
Danzo thanked her between gasps. Although Izumi would rather have cut that old dog Danzo to death, Hiruzen rushed over again. His movements grew faster and faster. The monkey demon staff in his hand struck the Susanoo, leaving cracks all over it.
Damn. My eyesight is getting worse. He's actually become this strong.
Although the giant Susanoo provided excellent defense, it also gave Hiruzen a perfect target. Seeing the Susanoo on the verge of shattering, Izumi stopped maintaining it, because Vindy had said reinforcements were already on the way. She could only hold on with her swordsmanship and her vision. Bloody tears dripped from her eyes. Her ocular power was being drained severely, even with the vision's help to reduce the burden. Her blade cut apart Hiruzen's ninjutsu. The wind brought her agile speed and sharpness. As the fight dragged on, Izumi's condition began to worsen. Might Guy, after resting again, wanted to rush forward at any moment to save her. Everyone else stretched their necks to watch the battle from a distance.
Vinny, how much longer? I can barely hold on. Coming. They're coming, my friend. Her lack of stamina caused her to fail to block this attack. At that moment, a golden light flashed repeatedly.
When Uchiha Izumi opened her eyes again, she saw only a golden-haired figure in a maid outfit looking at her with concern.
You're safe now. Rest, Miss Izumi. Leave the rest to us.
The golden-haired maid bowed, then disappeared in another flash of golden light. And in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi stood a woman in a maid dress, who was identical, except for her hair color, along with a golden-haired boy. Naruto, looking at the rampaging Hiruzen, felt a wave of emotion. Then he took out that experimental item, and stabbed it viciously into his own body. The emerald energy fluid embedded in Naruto was quickly absorbed. A violent storm surged around Naruto's body. Strictly speaking, this thing was merely an accident born from Nahida's experiment. Seeing the boy with the red and gold hair color, and a disturbingly familiar face, the deranged Hiruzen Sarutobi, his mind already a chaotic mess, let a name slip from his lips.
Minato. Kushina.
You're back. Back? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm the Hokage. I can't be wrong. I simply chose the choice that was most beneficial to Konoha.
The maddened man, having once promised Minato and Kushina on the brink of death that he would take care of Naruto, yet failed them due to selfishness, now stood before the couple. For a few seconds he froze, stunned with guilt. But after muttering a few more lines, he returned to that frantic state.
I did nothing wrong.
No.
Then Naruto used what Nahida had given him on himself. As the smoke storm that had materialized around him dispersed, a tall golden-haired young man appeared bearing an uncanny resemblance to Minato Namikaze, or rather even more handsome. A warm heart-melting smile graced his face. He looked around at the situation.
So I've been summoned to this time. TSK. I only have 3 minutes. Godmother isn't here either.
But at this moment the black history of his chakra father serving as a maid. Such a pity there's no camera to record it. I can't even log into my terminal here. He recognized the two Catherines as well. The golden-haired young man struggled to hold back his smile, blinking at his parents, the two Catherines. Before he could greet them, he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi charging at him, and the Catherine beside him with a staff, and the golden-haired youth burst into laughter. But this smile was one teeming with danger. Someone was about to meet his doom. If not for his lady wife waiting for him to go shopping, he wouldn't have minded staying longer to thoroughly devastate that old wretch Hiruzen Sarutobi. So when I used it back then and blacked out, it turned out I had temporarily summoned my future self. He saw the still backward little broken village, and the corpses scattered all over the ground. Truly a backwards, ignorant, and utterly appalling ninja village system, and its slaves. Looking at the ninja not far away, who despite having been killed in droves by the so-called Hokage were still worrying about the insane Hiruzen Sarutobi. The ninja standing on high ground, who had been observing the battle, also spotted the golden-haired young man.
That's the fourth.
That man looks just like the fourth.
It hadn't been too long since the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze had passed. Many of those present knew, and had seen that spirited figure.
No. The fourth died long ago. Could he be the fourth's child?
He's already this old.
Naruto's fists clenched with a cracking sound. But even with limited time, it gave him the chance to beat the hell out of that bastard Hiruzen Sarutobi. Damn it. Later through the Void Terminal, he had observed so many world lines. In them all, he had been brainwashed by that scum into being their family dog. And had even inherited some crappy Hokage position. What ambition. Though he couldn't blame his isolated brainwashed self, the grudge against Hiruzen for brainwashing him had never faded. Afterward he'd even engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat with aliens for the sake of a broken village. What, Hokage grandfather? Did he deserve it? On a bead disc hanging at his waist, 7 beads of varying colors began to shine. The golden-haired youth skillfully lit them up. With each bead lit, the oppressive pressure of natural energy radiating from his body increased. Then everyone present lost sight of the young man, leaving only Hiru. The state of his sudden collapse proved the golden-haired young man's existence just now. The young man could easily crush Hiruzen Sarutobi. But he played with him in a sarcastic manner.
The Hokage. You the strongest Hokage. Today I'll let you know what it means to act tough. And make you fly.
Having rarely been angered into cursing because of his wife's request, he once again lashed out at Hiruzen in rare fury. With command of the natural energy of 7 elements, handling a fellow like Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been twisted by a sliver of abyssal power, was far too easy. Of course, if left alone, he'd only die anyway, corrupted into a demon.
Damn, time's almost up.
The golden-haired young man stopped his taunting. He clenched one fist, facing Hiruzen. He didn't plan to kill him outright, for a ninja death was no humiliation. Instead, the young man intended to save him, but not to fully save him. With several heavy strikes he pulled.
Let Hiruzen Sarutobi have all the fun. Gee, godmother.
Before the golden-haired young man could greet the one he felt approaching time ran out. He instantly dispersed, returning to his 7-year-old form unconscious in the arms of the blonde Catherine Minato.
Lord of Grass. The matter has been handled. Then let's go. Those ninja. They're about to come over.
As he fell to the ground, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes regained their clarity. His body shriveled back into that aged, withered state. When he tried to move, he could not feel his hands or legs at all.
When
he tried to speak, all that came out were muffled grunts. It seemed the man had even destroyed his throat. When they approached once more, they only saw a few streaks of light shooting across the sky.
That child of the fourth doesn't want to come back to the village.
The Nara clan head sighed, then instructed the ninja to take the third Hokage and the surviving ninja to the hospital.
You? Everyone don't go look for him. For him to have dealt with our compromised Third Hokage is already considerate. What matters now is to swiftly decide the 5th Hokage candidate and rebuild Konoha.
After the Nara clan head gave his commands, the 3 elders, who had arrived late, and Danzo whose hearty. At the sight of Jiraiya being transformed into a white-haired girl by that strange little girl and carted off by her underling, Tsunade's heart was steeped with worry for his safety. Then she heard Nahida's explanation, and saw Nahida's gaze turn toward her. Tsunade couldn't be certain whether this self-proclaimed grass god was truly a deity, after all her grandfather had once been hailed as the god of shinobi. Titles of godhood were hardly rare. Tsunade's eyes were filled with wariness and hatred as well. These strange vines bore a striking resemblance to grandfathers with style. She was also certain that the little girl before her who called herself the grass god could not be of the Shinja clan. Was she some byproduct of an experiment? Hearing the jumbled thoughts in Tsunade's heart, Nahida said no more. Knowing that a person's convictions could not be changed by mere words in such a short time, she decided that Tsunadeheim would have to experience it for herself. Tsunade's gaze was drawn to Nahida's 4-leaf clover eyes. Those eyes were a special Kekii Jinkai. Then before Tsunade's eyes, Nahida's pupils glowing with cyan light grew brighter and brighter, until the bursting light forced her eyes shut. By the time she realized Nahida might be using Jinjutsu, it was too late to dodge. She lost consciousness. Nahida walked to Tsunade, who was bound tightly by grass chains, and seeing she was already in her dream set her down. What troublesome obstacles. Let's make her smaller. When Tsunade regained consciousness again, opening her eyes, the tiny Tsunade looked around in confusion. A little bed? She was tucked under a quilt. Around her were displayed a few strange badges. Where is this? It feels so familiar. The soft, sweet voice of the little girl drew the attention of the people in the room. Tobarama, I heard a voice. It must be little Tsuna awake. Little Tsuna, if she wakes up and doesn't see her parents, she may cry. Big brother. Soon as the voices from outside drew nearer, 2 familiar large men appeared before her. One was a man with a mushroom-cut hairstyle with a white-haired man following behind him. Grandpa. Little Tsunade's crisp cry of grandpa filled Hashirama Senju, who had pushed his way to the front, with delight. Tobarama, look. Tsuna still recognizes us. The white-haired man looked at his silly older brother and teased him. Big brother. Be serious. You're already a grandfather. Tsuna. You might not remember because you just woke up. Your parents have gone off to be adventurers. They've left you in our care for a while. Huh? Tsunade's mind was replete with question marks. Nahida had not sealed away Tsunade's memories of the shinobi world. Tsunade had spent a very long time in the greatly transformed land of grass, and had been exposed to many things. In her heart, she had actually grown accustomed to the current ways of the land of grass. Far superior to the Konoha, her third Hokage teacher had turned into a place of power struggles. The only obsession left in her heart was the wish to see Konoha, the village her grandfathers built, not destroyed. Hashirama Senju deftly set little Tsunade onto his shoulder. Tsuna. Don't cry. Grandpa will take you out to play. Once your Grandma Mito finishes making dinner, we'll come back on time. Having been carried by her grandfather in her memories for so long, Tsunade was startled to suddenly be on his back again. Grandpa. The entire world seemed remarkably real. Unlike the crude Genjutsu world she knew. Little Tsunade clung tightly to the hair of her grandfather Hashirama Senju, and stared at the tiny figure that had suddenly appeared before her. It was the girl from the land of grass who had captured her. Do not be alarmed. They cannot hear our communication. Within Tsunade's dream, a projection of Nahida, fabricated from her own mind, spoke with her. Princess Tsunade. I perceive that you carry a rather heavy psychological ailment. Please do not take that joke just now to heart. I make no demands regarding control of Konoha. Having lived in the land of grass for so long, surely you understand my ideals. This world is built from your memories and your experiences in the land of grass. Do you want me to seal away your current memories and let you live through a beautiful dream of growing up once more? Why did she want Tsunade to relive a beautiful dream? Nahida couldn't say either. As for the story of Naruto, honestly at least 1,000 years had already passed. Aside from being familiar with a few characters, she had no extra memories of how this world developed. And as for knowing ninjas, like Tsunade, it was only because when she first came here nearly every ninja village kept records and archives. Many things, though only a few knew of them. But whether it was the wind, or other nature spirits, all recorded everything. As long as it was Nahida, the vast majority of ninjas could not observe her. Ever since she planted the Akasha terminal servers in the Land of Grass, Nahida had been able to some extent to view information on every person in the shinobi world. Nahida felt that this shinobi world seemed ready to treat her as its own world tree. Moreover, a few days earlier, she sensed a space connecting to her little world, a space filled with deathly stillness. Nahida could feel that she controlled the gate to this newly connected space, deciding whether to open it. Then she took a look inside. There were many soul bodies lacking all consciousness. And in the very center floated an old man. She saw a strange old man holding a monk's staff. The old man seemed to want to babble something, and attempted to control the space to expel Nahida. Sensing that this old man with lower-level authority actually dared to try expelling her, Nahida seized control of that soul space and cast him out. She had no idea where the old man's soul ran off to after being thrown out. But in that space, she picked up the soul of an acquaintance, Naruto's birth mother. After circling around several times, and confirming that she couldn't find the soul of Naruto's father, Nahida withdrew. After Kushina's soul was brought out, it automatically merged with the chakra self inside Catherine's body. And then, for reasons unknown, Kushina didn't seem to realize that her soul had returned. Since Naruto's father's soul wasn't there, Nahida was in no hurry to mention it to Naruto. Moreover, Konbai's presence had been very low recently. Apart from the automated task issuing reminders, Konbai had left, it rarely appeared. And just now, after a quick look at the images of family constructed from Tsunade's memories, Nahida, recalling that there were similar souls in that space, placed them into Tsunade's dream as well. With the dream constructed by the Akasha terminal and Nahida's authority, all the souls were made to grasp the common sense of life in this dream world. And relevant memories they might not recall clearly, but the memories would tell them they existed. Nahida nodded upon receiving Tsunade's reply. She altered some of Tsunade's perceptions, only in the dream world, so that Tsunade believed she had been reborn. Tsunade looked at her familiar grandfather. "Grandpa, are we going to a gambling house?" "Ah. Shoo. Suna. Who told you Grandpa is going to a gambling house?" "Grandpa, I'll take you to listen to opera. Grandma Mito has been saying it all the time lately." "Gambling is wrong." "Suna, tell Grandpa, did your second grandpa say that I secretly went to the gambling house?" Little Tsunade, sitting on his shoulders, burst into laughter at the sudden shift in Hashirama's expression. Grandpa was still Grandpa. Grandpa Tsuna will remember that. Grandpa absolutely did not go to any gambling house or anything. Taken from the house to the outside by Hashirama, Senju Tsunade observed the surroundings with wide eyes. It was Konoha, familiar yet unfamiliar. But several conspicuous buildings were missing, and several large ones had appeared. The missing ones, such as the Hokage Tower. People came and went along the streets. At every intersection stood soldiers in uniform guarding and patrolling. Little Tsunade didn't see a single ninja wearing a forehead protector. Even the people she knew well in her memories. They wore green clothes and carried travel packs. There was a building marked with the Adventurers Guild. Many people dressed in green were entering and leaving the building, a lively scene, smiles on every face. At the front desk in the hall stood a woman in a green maid outfit smiling. She was receiving some younger visitors. "Tsuna. That's the Adventurers Guild. It's a rather good organization. It replaced the traditional ninja mission office. Your parents are high-ranking adventurers too. When Tsuna grows up, you'll definitely become a great adventurer. But we're not going there today. I've arranged to meet a friend. He should be there now. Your second grandpa isn't coming with us. He's got too much work to do. Grandpa is second grandpa going to take care of Hokage business." "No. A village chief's affairs aren't enough to keep him busy. There is no Hokage now. Little Tsuna, did you sleep yourself silly? I remember elementary school taught some of that." "But? A child shouldn't think about such things. Hold on tight. We're about to take off. Hashirama Senju sped up. It wasn't the ninja-style travel from Tsunade's memories leaping from rooftop to rooftop. But the sensation was rather pleasant too. Soon passing through the crowds, they arrived at a place that looked like a tea house. Many people sat at tables sipping tea. Several folding screens were placed inside, and a man holding a fan was speaking. In the last chapter, when Rex Lapis went forth on his expedition, he declared, Ahem. Cough. He declared, though I have no desire for conquest, I know the hardships of the people. Hashirama was delighted to hear this. Hoisting little Tsunade from his shoulder to tuck under his arm, he sat down beside two familiar men at the tea table. Madara. Jonli, so you're really here. A man with a wild mane of hair turned and glanced at his old friend Hashirama. You're late. But after a glance at the man in the rock-yellow robe, he restrained his emotions, and offered only a subdued complaint. No need to worry, young friend Hashirama. Young Madara and I haven't been here long, and you had your reasons after all. Is this your little granddaughter? This is our first meeting. Please accept this as a meeting gift. From his hand Jonli produced a blank bead. An unclaimed vision. No. Brother Jonli. This is far too precious. Now the path of cultivation had been adjusted by several deities. Most people, even without so-called chakra seeds or Kekkei Genkai, could make progress through unceasing practice according to the established methods. But a vision still held tremendous significance. After cultivating to a certain stage, further advancement required mastery of certain truths. With a vision, becoming a god was not merely an unattainable self-explored dream. As an external magical organ, even for those with physiques ill-suited to cultivation, it could facilitate the conversion of natural elements. Young friend Hashirama, no need to be courteous. This object has little use in my hands. I trust little Tsunade will be able to light it anew. Moreover, let us say no more. The storyteller has glanced this way many times already. Disturbing his performance would be quite impolite. Little Tsunade was placed on a long bench. Sitting on the bench, tiny as she was, she still couldn't see the table, but fortunately storytelling didn't require watching, only listening. A waiter poured a cup of sugar water for little Tsunade. Some elderly patrons would bring the younger members of their families here, and the owner had long since instructed the waiters to prepare tea suitable for the children. What the adults drank was inevitably too bitter for small children. The storyteller's tale captivated the crowd. Passers-by kept stopping out of curiosity and taking seats in the audience. When at last came the phrase, "If you wish to know what happened next, listen to the next installment," the audience reluctantly rose from their seats. Let's go. It's still early. Let's continue to look around. Let's go to the opera house. Jonli tapped his Akasha terminal and checked the performance schedule for the nearby Fontaine Opera House. The Fontaine Opera House chain had open branches in many places, but the one in the Nation of Water was the most luxurious and beautiful. Madara, keeping a stern face, took advantage of Hashirama's distraction to slip his little gift into the arms of little Tsunade, who was draped over Hashirama's shoulder. Wearing a stern face, Madara had expected little Tsunade to be frightened into tears by him as well. After giving the gift, he walked off without a word. He didn't see the look of curiosity in little Tsunade's eyes. Hashirama, however, was not utterly obtuse. Hearing his little granddaughter's voice, he also noticed the extra item in her hand, something very much in a certain someone's style. He let out a foolish laugh, told little Tsunade to take care of it, and hurried toward his friends. Halfway there, a white-haired child appeared, blocking Jonli and Uchiha. Madara and Senju Hashirama stopped as well. Mr. Jonli, are you going to the opera house? Yes. Little Jiraiya. Would you like to go in and have a look? My treat. The little white-haired boy looked at the opera house, from which waves of applause and approval came. As a child of an ordinary family, he had no spare money to spend there, and his mother had said he shouldn't trouble others too much. Mr. Jonli. I'd better not. Let's go. Little fellow, I'm treating today, so don't worry. It's only a matter of money. My younger brother is quite skilled at inventions and creations. It's nothing. The three continued on, and along the way members of the Senju clan appeared from time to time, greeting little Tsunade, the family's little darling. When they reached the entrance of the opera house, they also met a family with unusual pale skin. Orochimaru. You've come with your family to watch a show. Teacher Zhongli. Yes. Yes, I came here with Mom and Dad today. At this moment Orochimaru was still a child. A few words. Wow. They filed into the theater in an orderly line. The grand theater was extremely lavish. One could still faintly see a few hurried actors rushing past them to the backstage. Seeing that there were children with them, Shinju Hashirama no longer kept little Tsunade on his shoulder. Holding her hand, he led her greet children of her own age. Nahida followed the merchant caravan, bringing Naruto's family along, and leisurely headed toward Konoha. Along the way, Nahida kept wondering whether what she was doing could be regarded as fulfilling a dream for those whose lives had been incomplete. Even if the world was false, to grow up anew accompanied by family should be a wonderful thing, right? Companionship. It was like the Tree King and herself. Probably. When she first arrived in Teyvat, she had also been lost. For some reason her memories from Blue Star were vague. Apart from a few memories of games, she could not remember anything clearly. Thinking too much about things that cannot be verified is meaningless. So Nahida sat there on the swing holding the Aranara that accompanied her, and observed Tsunade's dream world. Nahida had merely blurred part of Tsunade's perception. But judging by the current situation, Tsunade herself no longer seemed to want to dwell on that initial desperate urge to return to reality. There was no rush. Once the dream world evolved to the point where Tsunade had lived through a normal cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, she would wake up on her own. As for those souls from the space that resembled this world's underworld, they also seemed exceedingly content with such a world. Bringing Tsunade along to Konoha. She did not know why, she simply did it whenever the thought occurred. To Nahida, this world was also just a game. There was no need for any reason. Perhaps it was because of Nahida's inexplicable pity for her. Tsunadeheim still seemed to have a little follower left in the land of grass, so I might as well instruct someone to send word. Calling. Catherine. Please notify the patrol to explain the situation to a girl carrying a piglet. Hang up. Feeling bored, Nahida also joined Tsunade's dream world. Watching people come and go. Humans really are complicated, as expected. By the time Nahida had taken a stroll and returned to find Tsunade, they had already come out. The little ones chattered noisily about how stunning the performance had been. However, just as they were wondering what to do with the remaining time, Shinju Hashirama's Akasha terminal rang.
Wait a moment, Brother Zhongli and Madara, I'll take a call.
Little Tsunade tiptoed and fumbled for the answer button on the terminal, only for Shinju Hashirama to switch it to display mode. The Akasha terminal on his ear projected a call interface showing an incoming call from a contact named Sun. Little Tsunade, seeing the projected image, stepped forward and tapped the answer icon that was flickering non-stop. The image changed once again. A man and a woman with smiling faces appeared on the screen.
Hi, good afternoon, little Tsuna. Child's father. It seems little Tsuna was the one who answered the call. Father still seems rather unaccustomed to this kind of technology.
After being teased by the children, Shinju Hashirama squatted on the ground again, sulking as he planted mushrooms. Then Madara came over and delivered a heavy slap to the back of his head.
Hashirama, it's just that you're unfamiliar with a thing like this. Are you already admitting defeat? Get up. Ugh. Madara.
Spurred on by Madara, Shinju Hashirama seemed to enter a strange state. Meanwhile, at a corner not far away, a certain brother-obsessed man and a white-haired man were glaring at each other.
Evil. Pa. Although the Uchiha clan now has quite a few soldiers who join the army to defend the nation, don't think you're just like the Mizuna. You coward with a severe brother complex.
As they talked, the two grown men started wrestling again. Then a kind passerby thoughtfully called the patrol for them.
Stop. Huh? You two again. What is the matter with you two?
The patrol officer who came to check happened to be an acquaintance of both of them. Seeing the pair once again, with faces black and blue swollen, like pig heads, he actually felt relieved. It wasn't an outsider deliberately causing trouble. As for Uchiha Izuna and Shinji Tobarama, members of both of their families were leading figures in their respective professions, so they could not go too far. But as for the number of times these two fought, Suffice it to say that in this area whenever a report came in about someone brawling it was almost certainly the two of them. After being caught both would ask the officers to keep it secret and not tell their families. For all kinds of reasons, they compromised and following procedure notified members of their respective families to come and take them home. Seeing that the two had only hopped around and swollen each other's faces, they did not impose too much punishment. Before leaving, they could only give them another verbal lecture. Dewdrops fell from the leaves in a steady rhythmic patter. A swift emerald breeze swept through causing the surrounding branches to sway. Deep within a remote silent forest, the verdant sphere of wind came to a halt and dispersed, revealing a youth with blue hair carrying a figure tightly bound within woven vines. With a casual toss Shao cast the grassy bundle onto the turf, then without a second glance activated his wind technique once more and departed. Lately ninjas from several neighboring nations seemed to have caught wind of something slipping into the land of grass like rats. Unlike the stray minnows, who had initially attempted to infiltrate the land of grass, ordinary soldiers were a different matter entirely. Even with the aid of a void terminal to pierce through transformation jutsu, they proved impossible to capture, leaving the task for him to handle. Admittedly, those distinguished elders could have handled it as well, but these were merely minor nuisances. They hardly warranted disturbing the sovereign of grass and the seven lords. Once deposited upon the ground, the binding vines gradually loosened on their own, and soon dissipated entirely, leaving behind only a slumbering girl with long white hair cascading to her waist. Her garments were less a testament to simplicity than to rags, clearly marking her as one from humble origins, yet her captivating features suggested she was no ordinary peasant's daughter. A few curious creatures, startled by this sudden new presence, crept closer to observe the lovely human. Upon her a peculiar aura seemed to gently emanate. A fierce roar reverberated through the forest, sending the small creatures curiously gathered around the white-haired girl scattering in all directions. Soon after the source of the roar came into view, a tiger in rather sorry shape, its fur matted with blood and marred by several gruesome wounds. It caught the scent of prey upon the wind. It was the unmistakable odor of a biped. Owing to the peculiar nature of this world, the beast had attained a measure of sentience. Some of those bipeds were straightforward to hunt, but others were dreadfully terrifying, the very creatures responsible for these wounds. Its modest intelligence could not ascertain whether this seemingly slumbering white-haired biped might suddenly lunge and harm it. It almost instinctively let out a low growl. But just then a brilliant flash of azure light erupted from the white-haired woman resting beneath the tree. Startled, the already wary tiger let out a yelp, scrambled away like a frightened house cat, and vanished into the deep woods. The forest gradually sank back into silence. As dusk settled, a low gurgle from his stomach finally stirred the white-haired girl from her sleep.
Cough. I'm so thirsty.
Rubbing his head, he awoke, and the moment he spoke he immediately noticed something was wrong. Why had his voice transformed into such a melodious female tone?
Hey, where's my chakra? And where's my manhood?
The figure who had appeared so gentle and refined while unconscious suddenly sprang to her feet with abrupt crudeness. Memories flooded back. This was the reason for her current state and everything that had transpired. It had all stemmed from mere curiosity and a desire to scout out the latest developments in the land of grass. But she never expected such ill timing, to stumble upon someone bathing and get captured outright.
Could that woman truly be some sort of deity? Ah, it's gone, truly gone. I'm sorry, my poor manhood.
She frantically scratched at her long white hair, then still refusing to believe it, yanked down her trousers for another inspection. He did enjoy admiring beautiful women and gathering material for his writings, but he never wanted to become this. Jiraiya could feel that this transformation was not the result of a forced substitution jutsu. No, it felt as though she had been born this way. Initially, while inspecting her new form, his lecherous streak resurfaced. He intended to examine himself more thoroughly. But before he could, the parched ache in his throat and the gnawing hunger that rippled through his body conquered his desires.
I can't sense any chakra. Cough. So thirsty. Water. My body feels so weak.
Prolonged deprivation of food and water had pushed this frail body to the very brink of collapse. Yet Jiraiya had been so stunned by the cascade of physical changes upon waking that he hadn't registered these symptoms earlier. His years of disciplined ninja training quickly steadied him, though now leaning heavily against the tree behind her. A persistent dizziness plagued him.
Cough. Damn it, how has my body become so frail?
As the initial shock faded, the sheer discomfort of his transformed state became overwhelming. The jutsu he had once prided himself on were completely unreachable. Furthermore, though he had never been particularly adept at taijutsu, his body now felt utterly like that of an ordinary civilian devoid of chakra. He couldn't even pinpoint his location. All that met his gaze were endless trees. What had once been a trivial task, leaping effortlessly onto forest branches to survey the surroundings, now seemed impossibly towering and daunting. Aware that the jungle offered little safety, after dark, he dared not venture in any other direction. From the darkness among the grass came a rustling sound. Instinctively he sought to evade it. But as he tried to rise abruptly, dizziness overwhelmed him once more. With a dull thud, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground. Or rather, she wanted to sit up, but truly, the weakness radiating from her limbs mocked every struggle. Before losing consciousness, all Jiraiya could manage was. The voices drew ever closer. Several figures bearing torches were drawn by the sound of his collapse.
Shall you hold the torch steady? There seems to be something over there. From the noise it sounds like something's been captured. I'll go check it out. You two stay put and don't move. Understood. Father!
An elderly man, his face crisscrossed with several scars, and wielding an axe, cautiously inched forward step by step toward where Jiraiya lay. Remarkably, it was just one person. The elder tested the breath of the unconscious woman. She was still alive.
Boy! Come here! Coming, father!
A young man trailing behind the elder, along with another middle-aged man whose appearance carried a rather sleazy demeanor, quickly rushed over upon hearing the call. Only upon drawing nearer did they truly see. What lay on the ground was not prey but a woman, and quite a strikingly beautiful one at that. The elder showed no particular emotion toward the unconscious woman, but the young man following him was momentarily spellbound by her allure. The sleazy middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. Watching the unconscious woman, he could barely suppress his salivation, his gaze dripping with lewd intent.
Shall we? Take her with us, we're heading back.
The elder, noticing animal tracks surrounding the woman on the ground, gave the order without looking back.
Yes, father.
Within the dark night of Konoha, over the territory of the Sarutobi clan, a lingering stench of blood still hung in the air, unable to dissipate. Corpses beginning to putrefy littered the ground everywhere, with only the buildings remaining as they were. The once vacant territory, steeped in a silent, chilling aura, made even passing ninja shiver. Beneath the dim lighting, a Jonin accompanied by 3 of his Genin students on a special mission had arrived to clear away the unfortunate bodies scattered about.
Could it be? The ghosts of the Sarutobi clan have returned.
One of the younger Genin boys, unaccustomed to such violence, muttered to his teammates, and the Jonin leading them.
Clean it up faster. Honestly, Atai, what are you doing? You're a ninja, act like one. Let's finish this quickly, and leave, though this damn place is genuinely creepy. Is the Hokage truly disabled? Master, did you hear something?
Another boy from the Genin trio, equally restless, casually conversed with their Jonin instructor, who observed them from the rooftop after incinerating a corpse with his fire-release jutsu. The reclining Jonin's lips twitched faintly as he surveyed his 3 peculiar students, one timid, one dismissive of his teammates, and one reckless enough to pry into matters beyond his knowledge.
I don't know. Mind your own business. There are things in this village you shouldn't be asking about. Focus on your C-rank missions, or if you'd rather not, we can return and continue with D-rank work. Oh. No, sensei. We'll do it. I refuse to go back to weeding and babysitting.
After receiving their ultimatum, the 3 Genin finally fell silent and got to work. Konoha's dramatic upheaval of the evening came to an abrupt close. The Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Izumi, departed after leaving only a single statement that the Uchiha would not intervene in the matter of the Hokage's succession, before taking away Uchiha Itachi the traitor. Danzo likewise remained uncharacteristically silent, offering no provocation, as he needed to return and prepare for the forthcoming bid for the Hokage position, with no time to waste on the treacherous Uchiha. At this moment, none in Konoha capable of challenging him for the Hokage's position were present, only to silence those elderly obstacles. The Konoha Ninja Academy. Everyone had already sensed something was amiss, yet the teachers on stage continued their instruction.
Hey! Did anyone else notice? Irika-sensei is deliberately stalling, right? Yeah. Irika-sensei has repeated that same line 3 times now. True. I wonder how much longer this will take.
Do you want some snacks? Ino and Shikamaru idly reached over to grab a few potato chips from Choji's hand. Meanwhile, the infatuated girls kept sneaking glances at the brooding Uchiha Sasuke, who rested his chin on his hand, already eager to return home to his brother. The sky outside had grown quite dark. Yet the person they had agreed upon still hadn't appeared to signal anything. Most of the students had already realized they were being kept past dismissal without reason, and their patience was wearing thin. A sudden bird call at the window of the Ninja Academy finally allowed Irika to breathe a sigh of relief as he announced, "Class dismissed." Upon hearing this, the students no longer cared about the reason for the delay and eagerly rushed out the door. Take Sasuke, for instance, who could barely contain his urgency to return home and check if his brother had been waiting for him. He immediately activated his barely mastered body flicker technique to quickly exit the classroom, appearing on the street before sprinting toward home. In the dim night, something felt off. Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that it was far too quiet. As he rounded another familiar corner, Sasuke, who had assumed everything would remain dark like the outside world except for his own home, stopped in his tracks. Every house in the Uchiha district was ablaze with light. Those familiar uncle and aunt figures, whom he would normally ignore, were now fixing their gaze intensely upon him.
Lord Izumi Uchiha Sasuke has arrived. Bring Uchiha Sasuke forward.
Sasuke heard these words echo from within the crowd. An Uchiha Jonin swiftly materialized behind Sasuke, binding the still academy student with practiced efficiency, then led him by the rope toward the shrine. The ordinary Uchiha citizens watched them depart, their gazes toward Sasuke filled with unmistakable disgust. The Jonin moved with remarkable speed, and while he had previously addressed Sasuke with the respectful title of Young Master Sasuke, that would change from this day forward. Sasuke gazed helplessly around him. Naka Shrine, the same place where Fugaku had brought him on several occasions for Uchiha clan gatherings. This Jonin, who had always treated him with warmth and courtesy, seemed completely different today. Had something happened at home? Brother, where are you? Soon a sight so maddening appeared before Sasuke. The lights within Naka Shrine burned all the brighter. Whether perched on the rooftops or standing in various positions, a large open space had been cleared in the center, and where his father Uchiha Fugaku typically sat, there now resided the woman Sasuke despised most among all Uchiha. And there, bound tightly with his hands reversed behind his back, and kneeling before all the Uchiha, was Sasuke's dearly missed brother Uchiha Itachi. His body was covered in blood and mud. His distinctive flowing hair was disheveled like a nest. He remained utterly dazed, head bowed in silence. Behind Uchiha Izumi followed Sasuke's parents, both bowed heads etched with sorrow. The woman Sasuke loathed most sat in the place of honor, regarding his family with stern gravity. Watching Sasuke stand confused on the verge of demanding answers, someone beside him dumped a massive pile of evidence onto the ground, proof that Uchiha Itachi had planned to slaughter everyone. These were the very documents Itachi had concealed on his person to protect Sasuke from Konoha's threats.
No! Impossible. My brother wouldn't.
Yet somewhere deep down, Sasuke still clung to the belief that his brother was being coerced by Konoha's manipulation. The weight of Konoha's supposed coercion weighed heavily on his heart. Both sides of Uchiha ninja gaze pierced through him, making him extremely uncomfortable. Unable to bear it, he runs silently toward the bound Uchiha Itachi, wanting to ask something, but his brother's resigned demeanor suggests he is hardly innocent. Sasuke's eyes darkened visibly, and he raised his head once more, determined to confront the woman seated where his father and clan leader had always sat.
Sis Izumi, save it! I'm not your sister. And don't give me that look like I'm planning to harm your family.
Sasuke's eyes glanced at his silent older brother, and at his parents, who knelt beside him with heads bowed. Many thoughts churned in his mind. Gazing at the girl seated high above, his voice faltered as he tried to call out Sister Izumi again, attempting to draw close to Uchiha Izumi, whom he had always detested for stealing his brother's attention. But he was swiftly cut off by Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, The word sister, still unfinished in his mouth, was swallowed back down his throat. The eyes of the Uchiha on both sides were fixed intently on his family. Uchiha Izumi's expression was grave, and she said nothing more. Her refusal was merely to teach this thoughtless boy a lesson. Sasuke, who had never been interrupted or rejected by anyone except his parents and brother, felt his face burn with shame. He felt the burning gazes of his clansmen like searing flames threatening to consume his entire family, along with the deep contempt hidden in their eyes. What on earth had happened? Something must have happened to his brother. Sasuke, overwhelmed by the scene before him, cared about only one thing: why were they bullying his brother? His mind raced with wild speculations. The Uchiha must have framed my brother. She must be jealous of him, and used some despicable trick to deceive everyone. Unbeknownst to him, Tomo had appeared, in his eyes spinning and evolving at an ever faster rate. Uchiha Itachi's condition was terrible. Ever since that thing had possessed him and drained something from him, upon being brought back he was nothing but skin and bones. Because of explicit orders, no reckless Uchiha had dared to inflict private punishment on him. And as for his constant suffering, would anyone care? This was only what he deserved. Death was too easy, living was the greatest torment for him. No one would pity him, this foolish, self-righteous, ungrateful wretch. It was all his own doing. Ah, the eyes have awakened. Are you resentful of me? Oh, I forgot. No one ever told you. Your dear big brother planned to slaughter us all, leaving only you alive, as a bargaining chip to trade for peace with Konoha. Your brother even claimed he did it all for the great family of Konoha. How touching, isn't it? A truly moving and utterly idiotic foolishness. A well-trained dog of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Having experienced so much, Uchiha Izumi felt she had mastered her emotions, but whenever Itachi was mentioned, an inexplicable fury still blazed within her. Her voice trembled as she explained the cause of this situation to the second son. Uchiha Fugaku and his wife had already been privately summoned by Uchiha Izumi before Sasuke arrived. This transformed Uchiha Izumi had refuted his past actions word by word, and her step-by-step analysis made him realize his own failure and incompetence as clan head. She was not wrong. Back then, was he not himself merely a dog to be toyed with by the village's higher-ups? Sasuke, however, upon hearing the insult to his brother, strained his newly awakened Tutomo Sharingan, and face flushed red, charged toward Uchiha Izumi in a frenzy. He was kicked back to his original spot by a Jonin standing guard at Izumi's side. Stay still. Uchiha Mikoto, who had been bowing her head and enduring the clan's resentment, rushed to Sasuke's side and held him tightly, trying desperately to restrain and calm the furious boy. Uchiha Izumi curled her lips, and with a tone full of mockery laid out Itachi's utterly foolish plan in complete detail for the slow-witted boy. Sigh. And Mikoto, no need to look so resigned to fate. Uchiha Itachi is a traitor and a deranged thing. But you should be grateful. Honestly speaking, besides harming me, he hasn't hurt anyone else. Also, I'd like to say that the temperament of this second son of yours, you really ought to discipline him more. Weak yet impulsive. Alright, Sasuke is here. Let's continue the clan meeting. All Uchiha, listen well. What I'm about to say next applies to you no less than it does to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izumi suddenly rose to her feet with a grave expression and the commanding aura she had honed as a dandelion knight in that illusionary world silenced every Uchiha present. Yes, Lady Izumi. The crowd of Uchiha shouted in unison. First, I have a few questions. Tell me, what is Konoha village in your eyes? I ask you, all of you, your family included. Traitors will suffer what they deserve. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. For now, think it over. Don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Having finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi sat back down, with an air of poise, crossing her legs, one hand resting gracefully beneath her chin while the other tapped rhythmically against the armrest of her chair. A short while passed, and the Uchiha, who had never given much thought to matters they had long overlooked, began to realize a great many things from what Izumi had brought to the surface. But as everyone's gaze returned to her, Uchiha Izumi continued. You must have many thoughts. But it's getting late today, so first listen to my perspective. You might also wonder why I suddenly understand so much. That day when I was about to be killed by him, some being altered Uchiha Itachi's jutsu.
In that world of illusions it taught me all of this. And today, I will pass it on to all our clansmen. The original Uchiha Izumi might have held no sway in clan meetings, but not this one. Behind her loomed the faint vast silhouette of a great female swordsman, and every word she spoke carried a composure that inspired trust. No Uchiha was foolish enough to jump out and cause trouble. Konoha, not too big, not too small. In the days of the previous Hokage it deserved praise. But now it does not. The present Konoha is nothing more than a household ruled by Sarutobi Hiruzen with Danzo, and the other so-called Hokage advisors, as his servants. Some of you may have seen it on the Sarutobi clan's lands. Even with the equal share of resources that every clan should receive based on their shinobi population, not even OU. On the earthen platform, a trace of emotion flickered within Uchiha Izumi as she continued. Where did the Sarutobi clan get their resources? Use your heads. And that's only one Hokage's family, not counting the families of those so-called Hokage advisors. Then compare the Shinja clan of the selfless first and second Hokage. Look at how many of them remain. Guess why only Tsunadeheim is left now. In every position in the village, members of the Sarutobi clan and the other advisor families were placed in easy, well-paying posts. Youngsters from all the middle-ranking shinobi clans were deliberately assigned as disciples and subordinates to their core members. Now look at us Uchiha. As a shinobi clan that Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo cannot control, what did they do? They sent our people to the places fraught with hardship, bitter labor, and heavy casualties. They silently permitted our Uchiha to enforce the law impartially, until the villagers branded us as arrogant and overbearing. Does anyone not know the reason for the Uchiha clan's pride? Even with the so-called conflict with the village, let me ask our dear clansmen, did any of you even once truly wish to overthrow Konoha? Even the most radical faction among our internal split only wanted to gain power and become Hokage, so the Uchiha might receive their due recognition. Think about it. Does any of this make sense? In this vast village, because we upheld the law, we were reported and vilified until the wrongdoers become our own people. And look at those families who line their own pockets. What of them? They are never questioned or reported by the villagers. But those of you who have dealt with them have seen the greed on their faces. Why is this so? Konoha was originally like the first Hokage, envisioned a place where everyone lived together. But that has changed. It is no longer the Konoha of old. Hiruzen Sarutobi is weak and incompetent, brutal toward his own, timid before outsiders. Not long ago, Konoha, though victorious, was forced to apologize to the defeated. And what did those beastly so-called elders do? You say, when they need you, they call you heirs of the will of fire and add, everything for the sake of Konoha. If it's truly all for the sake of Konoha, why don't they go? How old are they? Would you believe that hollow slogan about there being no suitable successor? If there's no successor, then train one, instead of sitting there and muddling through. Starting tomorrow, all of this becomes the top priority for every Uchiha shinobi. The reason none of us could understand these things is because our vision was too narrow. As for our police force duties, have some people spread the word later. That is nothing but a trap designed by Konoha to harm us. We don't need it anymore. Give it back to the village. That will be all for today. Some of you may still not fully understand. Starting tomorrow, we'll go through it session by session. Her voice from the platform reached the ears of everyone present. Those below sank into deep thought. To be loyal to Konoha. Or to be loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi's Konoha. If the will of fire means old leaves illuminating a new world, why do? In the past, clansmen would flatter Uchiha Itachi as gifted, but Sasuke. Many had long whispered behind his back how inferior he was. Uchiha Izumi said nothing, seeing no point in blaming a child, impulsive immature, having read few useful books, and with only meager ninjutsu talent. A single kick should teach him a lesson. Alright. Sasuke, don't look like your whole family died. As for whether your foolish brother deserved his fate, I've discussed it with the clan. Though that masked man killed some unfortunate Uchiha, we will press no further charges against Uchiha Itachi. Apart from harming me once, he killed no one else before I ended him. His miserable life we'll spare for your sake. From now on, your family will move to the graveyard area. Keep vigil for all the Uchiha who fell in battle. If you want to attend that ninja school, go ahead. But Uchiha Itachi and your parents will stay there,
and are forbidden to leave. Understand, Fugaku-san. Uchiha Itachi did not defend himself again. When he heard Izumi's ultimatum, he simply uttered a quiet before his family. Supported by Uchiha, Fugaku Itachi finally made one request to Uchiha Izumi. Lady Izumi, may I also attend your future lectures? He had realized that he had indeed, as Izumi said, been a fool who trusted the wrong person. You may. But after each lecture you're to go straight back. Then she didn't spare him another glance, and continued giving instructions on other matters. Alright, the traitor issue has been settled. After this we'll arrange new matters. Surely the elders have no objections. Under the dark night inside the Uchiha's Naka shrine, the torches in the corner burned in quiet stillness. The regular meeting ended after Uchiha Izumi delivered her final account. Tonight the Uchiha had been forced to absorb too much at once. Each of them looked dazed, as if they had somewhat grasped it, and yet had not fully processed or reacted to it. Yet a few who had always considered themselves quite intelligent did manage to glean certain things, and with a knowing look seemed to be taking mental notes. After the meeting the Uchiha, all wearing the clan crest that resembled a ping-pong paddle, filed out in orderly fashion. But the elders of the Uchiha's two rival factions did not leave. Instead, they once again stopped Uchiha Izumi, who had been about to head home. Izumi. Wait a moment, Izumi. The elderly men exchanged glances, and secretly nodded. Rarely unanimous, they blocked Uchiha Izumi's way. They had all witnessed Uchiha Izumi's heroic turning of the tide today. Not only had she awakened the Sharingan, her power had also become unfathomably deep. She would lead the Uchiha well. Uchiha Izumi's words about Konoha's withholding of 500,000 in compensation from the Uchiha awakened something within their hearts. They began to look into the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Moreover, the words spoken a moment ago had calmed the two factions that had been locked in conflict. Did Konoha truly have anything to attract them? Why had they been clinging to this obsession? The fools they encountered while in the police force had already left the Uchiha utterly speechless. Why had they fought over the seat of a mere village chief? They could never pry that position away from those old dogs anyway. So why not listen to the thoughts of this girl who had changed? As for the former clan head, every Uchiha was thoroughly disappointed in his family. Forget leading the clan to glory with wisdom and valor. The very fact that he had sired an accursed wretch who wished to slaughter the entire clan to prove his loyalty to Konoha made them all want to send the whole family to meet the Sage of Six Paths. No one was foolish enough to support Uchiha Fugaku's family, the former clan head's household, any longer. They had even let their son offer the heads of every clan member to Konoha as a token of loyalty. Who could say whether the clan head himself gave the order? After all, was there truly a beast vile enough to slaughter his own family, old and young, for the sake of outsiders? As for that great filial son Uchiha Itachi, the reason his family could still live peacefully today was that Uchiha Izumi had shown them a measure of mercy, and because death would be far too cheap a fate for him. Izumi, just go ahead and do what you must. It's time for us old-timers to listen to the young. The elder, who was more familiar with Uchiha Izumi, spoke first, even though her prestige no longer required their acknowledgement. Besides, your position is different now. Why not move into the central residence? You want me to live in the central place where the clan head should reside? No need, no need. It's not that I mind it, but these old outdated customs should be left in the past. I already have my own arrangements. Uchiha Izumi refused the elder's request that she move from her original home to the central residence. She waved her hand to stop the elders, who were still crowding around her. Elders, say no more. From now on the Uchiha will have no use for those old conventions. Also, don't forget to attend tomorrow's lecture. It's getting late, so I'll be going back. Elders, please return early and rest as well. With that, Uchiha Izumi vaulted onto the wall and hurried home. It was not that she was eager to sleep, but rather that she felt someone calling for her. Following the direction indicated by the streak of cyan light in her elemental sight, she swiftly made her way to her own residence. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It seems you weren't caught up in it. Izumi, you're back. The door was open from within. A green hat with a single feather tucked into it, the breeze stirred by her arrival carried the fragrance of apple wine. A girl with braided hair poked her head out, dressed entirely in green, holding a bottle of spirits from who knows where. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the drink. She was waving and greeting, while still looking behind Uchiha Izumi. Seeing that no child was following Izumi, the girl relaxed and took another gulp. Izumi rested her chin on one hand, watching the carefree ways of a certain Dendro Archon. Ah, it's truly hard to imagine. A drunk youth I happened across on the street turned out to be a... But? Thank you, Venti. Uchiha Izumi suddenly reached out and hugged Venti. Venti seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, in a drunken haze, he swayed and tried to collapse onto the floor to sleep. Izumi caught him with swift hands and brought him inside. Having Uchiha Itachi's kunai pierce her body had not been a pleasant feeling. Moreover, had it not been for Venti, she alone could never have awakened before being killed. To dream of a fabricated lifelong love in the arms of the enemy who had killed her, the thought alone was revolting enough to make her wretch. Although she had not clearly known who had altered the illusion for her within that world of Jinjutsu, the liar player who had appeared again and again to help that Vanessa from behind the scenes, and the Dendro Archon, who in that same form had finally called her awake, who would believe it wasn't Venti helping her? Unexpectedly inside there was also a family waiting for her arrival. And a departed person she remembered as having vanished long ago. In her living room, two maids, dressed alike except for their different hair colors, stood gracefully on either side of a woman in a green and white gown. The pointy-eared woman in the gown was savoring the tea the maids had brought, her eyes closed. On the other side sat the youth who had appeared during the battle with the deranged Third Hokage. It's you, the Fourth Hokage's child. Weren't you all leaving? Hello, big sister. Leaving? Are you serious, ninja sister? Naruto's tone sounded rather astonished. That was just a necessary lie to throw people off the scent. Nice to meet you. Hello. Uchiha Izumi. I am Nahida. Consider me, in a manner of speaking, as godmother. Nahida stopped Naruto from saying anything further, took a sip of tea, pointed a finger at Naruto, and then took the initiative to greet Uchiha Izumi and answer her questions.
Please have a seat. Miss Izumi, there is no need to be nervous. The King of Grass has not come with any ill intent.
As the yellow-haired maid spoke, she pulled out the chair beside Uchiha Izumi, while the red-haired maid poured a cup of tea for her as well.
Please try the tea we brought from the land of grass. We apologize for the sudden visit.
Nahida added another apology after the two maids had finished pouring the tea. Nahida then turned her gaze to Venti, who was pretending to be drunk on the other side. Then he showed no reaction. Nahida had brought Kushina in her puppet state, and Minato also in his puppet state originally to meet Venti, but then a certain bard had suggested they go see this Miss Izumi, who had sparked sudden change. Watching Venti playing dumb, Nahida helplessly pressed a hand to her forehead.
Miss Izumi, Venti must have told you about Teyvat, the story of that world. Venti, and I have come to understand you. The reason we have come today is to know your thoughts. You wish to change Konoha, don't you? My power is more than enough to wipe out every ninja in the village, but that would be meaningless. This is, after all, not my world.
Nahida's aura suddenly flared, and then vanished, her voice filled with loss.
By now you must also recognize the sickness of this world. I never sought to contend for dominion, yet I cannot help but feel the suffering of all living beings. I want to change this world. I can guide all of you, help this world make a change. But I do not wish to handle everything myself, leaving you like children who never grow up.
Nahida glanced at the progress bar that only she could see, the task left to her by blank. Even though it had become little more than a way to pass the time. It was enough that she had family in this unfamiliar world, so her heart was no longer restless. Though even the Dendro Archon had merely sent an avatar. But that was enough. The connection between the avatar and the true body let Nahida know that nothing major had happened in her home of Teyvat, so there was no need for her to hurry. Moreover, recently Nahida had sensed a certain consciousness watching her. The consciousness of this world itself was automatically accepting Nahida, wanting to absorb her as the world tree and make her the administrator of this world.
Little grass, please, pretty please, stay in my world. I can give you the greatest authority beneath me. You may do whatever you wish. The realm of death has already been given to you. What else do you want? Dear little grass, just stay here.
That childish voice was once again acting spoiled with her. A light orb visible to no one, but Nahida was circling around her looking as if it would cling to her no matter whether she agreed or not. As for why it acted this way, it was because someone as kind-hearted as Nahida, who would never recklessly meddle with the world, a child of the world by nature, was simply too captivating to it. The creatures born of the ninja world itself fought among themselves, and beyond the planet, the Otsutsuki clan spread, like a virus draining the life of planets, to empower themselves. And yet, due to certain issues, it could not personally strike down those rebellious children that were like a plague, until it discovered Nahida, who had wandered in by accident. As for Nahida's own thoughts, though the world's recognition meant that if she so wished she could become its sustainer without any trouble at all, being confined here was simply not acceptable. Even if the world itself was throwing itself at her, it was a no. As for the beings born of this world, who had strayed onto an evil path, if they used vile sacrificial methods, she could spare the time to help the world clean them up. As for the crude system connected to the task panels, unify the world, was not something she absolutely had to complete. Had never demanded that she do it. But the life of an Archon was long enough that having some goals and plans was always better, wasn't it? Before all that, however, Nahida finally learned the name of the transit space where had left her to stay, though identity was still unknown to her. It was the consciousness of the ninja world that had told her. As for any other information, it hemmed and hawed, refusing to reveal even a shred. Nahida did not press further. Encounter domain, Nahida's transit station for teleporting to other worlds. It was not too large, a floating island. Each time a world was guided to proper order, one of the ancient stone gates would be lit. But back to where we began. After finishing her words, Nahida waited for Uchiha Izumi's answer. Her gaze returned to Izumi.
So, Miss Izumi, besides changing the Uchiha, would you also be interested in changing Konoha?
Uchiha Izumi looked at the gentle young woman, then at the drunken Venti. She was about to say something when she noticed Nahida seemed to recall something.
All right. Some time ago, Venti happened to save a person. You might know him.
Because the bodies the 7 Archons used in the ninja world were avatars created by Nahida, she also possessed the authority to open the path to Vanarana. And a certain young man whose eyes had been gouged out had been found by the god of freedom and placed there. Nahida snapped her fingers, and an Aranara with a flower growing atop its head appeared. She instructed it to bring that person over. Uchiha Izumi did not feel particularly wary of Nahida. She just let out a few soft hums, then blinked at Nahida, her gaze clearly asking her to go on and tell her more. She was no longer the love-struck fool who had been cajoled by Uchiha Itachi before. Even if this person had been brought by Venti, that did not mean she had to trust them. Still, she was curious about who this person they spoke of could be. Soon a cyan vortex appeared within the room, and a young man stepped out wearing clothes very similar to Naruto's. White cloth was wrapped around his eyes. From the moment he appeared, Uchiha Izumi's eyes were fixed on his face. She recognized him.
Shursui and I.
Uchiha Izumi stared at the man who, according to rumors, was already dead, and rose to her feet in agitation. At first, the man who had appeared moved as if to hug Izumi, but realizing that would not be proper, he reached out a hand instead, and shook hers. Shursui, who had just come through the portal, was still wondering why the King of Grass had summoned him. The moment a familiar voice reached his ears, he understood.
It's Izumi. So is this Konoha now?
Shursui replied to Uchiha Izumi in the same gentle tone as always. Yet on closer observation, with a white band across his eye, Shursui's brow furrowed slightly. When he mentioned Konoha, the man before her had changed profoundly. His aspiration was no longer directed toward what could only be called the foolish, or more precisely the idiotic, goal of mediating between the clan and the so-called peace of the village. The Konoha controlled by 5 great good-for-nothings was no longer the home everyone had sworn to protect. The Will of Fire was nothing but a lie used to deceive all ninja. In Vanarana, besides the Aranara, there also lived many people Nahida had saved in Teyvat, those who had been fated to die. Unwilling to face the outside world again, they had made their home in Vanarana. And Shursui, sent in by the Divine One, was noticed by the leisurely people of Teyvat living there, who often looked after the foolish boy whose eyes had been torn out. During his stay there, the thoughts revealed in their words left Shursui astonished.
Little Shui, have you been getting used to life in Vanarana? It so happens that the Uchiha have been thrown into upheaval once again. From today on, rest assured and go home.
Nahida continued after Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shisui had finished greeting each other. Shisui's expression, however, looked somewhat like that of a child being cast out of the house. Still, he wanted to go back and see the clan. And he wondered how Itachi was doing now. At my hospital.
Oh dear. Lord Third Hokage, you've soiled yourself again.
The plump caretaker heard the noise from the hospital bed. Angry, she kicked the bed. Bang. The bed let out a loud clatter, but since this was a private ward, it drew no one's attention. The plump caretaker understood, obviously judging from the past many days, and her previous experience caring for people. Something had clearly happened to the person on the bed just now. With undisguised disgust, the plump caretaker yelled at the severely paralyzed old Third Hokage once more. Realizing what she had just done, she tossed aside the picture book in her hand, and cautiously looked around. Good. No ninja had suddenly popped up to give her a heartfelt lecture. Relieved, she went back to cursing.
Damn old bastard. Since you're crippled, why don't you just go die?
The once glorious ninja lord, now scolded by her, a weak common woman, secretly pleased her a little. When she first arrived, she'd heard that the Third Hokage was injured and needed care, thinking it was a good job. She was also puzzled why they hadn't issued a mission for ninjas, but instead asked among ordinary people. Were ninjas so busy? She thought it was a good chance to curry favor, and since no one else took it, she assumed they simply disdained caring for the severely wounded. But after a few days, she finally discovered. This Third Hokage was truly finished. She had tested him for days. Apart from drooling, he never responded with a single word. His eyes held plenty of emotion. But in the end, he was just a dead tiger that could only roll its eyeballs. She had overheard the medical ninjas when they came. Even if this Third Hokage were healed, he would still drool. At first, when he couldn't control his bowels, she still took care of him dutifully for a few days. Now thinking back, she just wanted to curse Yunfei risen to death. That hateful old thing, filthy beyond belief.
His whole family is dead, and he didn't tell anyone earlier.
As for the other my ninjas, these past 2 days, they had all been busy arguing over the position of Hokage. Few people had time to visit Yunfei risen. Besides, many clan members present that day had witnessed what happened. Even a fool would be wary of Yunfei risen by now. Who knew whether he had been controlled, or whether their dear Third Hokage had practiced forbidden arts he shouldn't have. The exposed corpses of the Yunfei clan had all been examined. They had wanted people to probe the bodies to see what had actually happened within. Further examination was impossible, but they found several relatively intact corpses, missing hearts, all blood relatives of the Third Hokage. This gave many who knew of certain sinister arts a rough idea of what the Third Hokage had done. At that time, the my ninjas watched as the Fourth Hokage's child, who had suddenly appeared to support them, left. In Mingren, they saw the image of that little son. After watching Mingren beat the crazed third into defeat, they found that Yunfei risen was still alive, and in the end brought the third back. Several jonin examined him. He was gravely injured all over, but for some unknown reason his life still hung on. So they sent him to my hospital. And then, he was forgotten by everyone. The ninja clans had recently been preparing to contend for the position of the next Hokage. No one had time to care for a man who had lost everyone, a paralyzed old man who couldn't even control his bowels. At first, a few die-hard loyalists brainwashed by the third came to check on him. But all they heard from Yunfei risen was,
"Mm.
His jawbone and throat had long been destroyed. How could he still speak? The die-hard loyalists looked at one another. After a moment, they each hurriedly left a remark about having missions, and departed. Meanwhile, the caretaker, who had noticed all this from the corner, curled her lips. Seeing the third still trying to mumble, she came over and slapped him, while cursing endlessly. Yunfei risen, wrapped in bandages, started gushing blood again from the caretaker's slap. As for medical ninjas, the entire my hospital had only one high-level medical ninja. The rest were merely genin who could barely assist. As for why there were so few, of course, when Gang Ho Ji first proposed medical ninjas, everyone said
there weren't enough funds. The 5 old bastards used every kind of excuse to cut the medical ninja resources. Especially Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who managed logistics, was particularly opposed to funding the training of medical ninjas. In the end, only one Chunin, who had once followed Gangs Ho for a time, could barely take on the important duty. As for what happened if ninjas weren't properly trained and got injured on missions, of course, according to those few, they give them a grand funeral. After all, those few would never send their own clansmen on dangerous missions. They simply gave the dangerous tasks to the eyesores they detested. Training medical ninjas cost money. That was like cutting flesh from them. As for civilian ninjas, they could live or die for all they cared. Anyway, ninja battles rarely left intact corpses, and had there been any spare money, it would long ago have been divided among those few. The other Hokage advisors had come to see Yuanfei risen at first, but after confirming that the third was utterly useless, they all left citing business. The coldness of the empty hospital room filled Yuanfei risen with regret. That child had beaten him into this state just to make him feel the same. To make him face all this. Asama. My Wan. Only boundless remorse spread through his heart. Yuanfei risen wondered if back then he had cared for Mingren with a little more attention while he grew up. Would Mingren not have hated him so much that day, and would he have been willing to come back and help him? 3 Rasengan scattered Yuanfei risen's immortal soul.
Mingren, I am the Hokage's man.
Outside the hospital window, 2 maids watched all this with a blonde boy. After pleading with his godmother Naxita, Mingren, who had temporarily acquired mind-reading ability, looked at the crippled Yuanfei risen. Humph. He had finally let go of that thorn. Yuanfei risen. In the days ahead, Yuanfei risen would only be able to breathe painfully and wretchedly in his hospital bed. No punishment could suit him better. As for the remaining Hokage advisors, the game had only just begun. The Void Terminal had already calculated several plans that would make them suffer the most. When all your selfishness comes back upon yourselves, how will you react? That masked man. There is still a long time ahead. Don't let him catch you. Because of the discussions held days ago, at the Uchiha household, Nahida had taken on the role of a guest teacher within the Uchiha clan. Seated on her swing, Nahida leafed through some of the Uchiha's collected records, while the neatly arranged adults below all sank into dreams. For children, unless their suffering was truly extreme, Nahida preferred not to force them to grow by creating a dream world. She tapped her small chin as she continued browsing. According to the clan records, the Uchiha were not truly wicked, they were simply exceedingly proud. Well, except for Uchiha Itachi. That one was a singular figure. Even Nahida could not guarantee that any education short of a complete rewriting of consciousness could correct someone capable of slaughtering his own family. Nahida mused thus after listening to Izumi's account of the Uchiha clan's general circumstances. As for how to win over the other Uchiha clansmen, that was hardly a difficult problem for her. A beautiful dream about that other world would allow their rigid minds to understand the correct path. Shouting slogans about things most of them had never even imagined would be meaningless. It was still that dream of a new world. Not a complete fabrication either. It was built upon the rule of the gods of Teyvat, allowing them to understand what a truly humane existence looked like, rather than taking pride in being executioners. Nahida had thoughtfully placed all the Uchiha in the same dream. Wouldn't using the same method all the way through be a bit too ordinary? There was no helping it. For the same reason again, adults were unlike children, each having formed their own stubborn convictions. This was Nahida's approach to make them grow up all over again step by step. If she rushed things, certain dangers that could have been eliminated would only go into hiding. This way, they would also come to understand the world Nahida envisioned. She glanced at Tsunade, who had woken up and was quietly sitting off to the side. Nahida did not intend to interrupt her days. Instead, she logged into the back end of the Akasha terminal. Since her departure from the grass country, it seemed a new uninvited guest had appeared within its borders. A portable Akasha terminal was sending her an alert. Meanwhile, in the forests of the grass country, a chase was unfolding.
Wind will dance, twin slash. Damn it! Who are you? They were just a few ordinary samurai. If you wanted to protect them, fine, but why have you been hounding me for so long?
Behind him came the same relentless sound of pursuit. Damn it!
not a hint of hesitation. There was no feeling of chakra, but those wind blades felt very similar to those of the white snake sage and his ilk. His interest piqued. Confident in his survivability, he fled while observing and pleading with words.
If I've offended you, sir, I deeply apologize. I have some money that could serve as compensation.
The half-man half-snake creature writhed through the grass, fleeing while trying to communicate and show weakness to the presence chasing him, all to no avail. Until in another gust of wind from behind, the half-human half-snake being was pierced clean through. A thunderous crash. The pursuer observed the spot for a long while before turning and leaving. Only the shredded broken remains cut apart by the wind blades were left behind. In a dim hideout among the rubble, a small snake slithered out from a corner. The entire area had been sliced to pieces by those fierce wind blades. The little white snake swiftly darted into the forest, and only after returning to a place he deemed safe did he begin a strange transformation. Then he spat out a larger white snake which opened its mouth wide. A pale-faced being, half man half serpent, crawled out from within. After another round of snake spitting, a pale-faced man emerged. Ignoring the slime coating his body, the man wore a sinister, terrifying grin. He spat something from his mouth into his hand. It was something shaped like a leaf. Truly astonishing. So this was what they used to see through his transformation technique. He had never imagined the grass country would undergo such a monumental change. A powerful being had descended. Humph. A god. Whether it was real or not,
it should still yield something. Could the god they speak of let me uncover the secret of immortality? Or is it perhaps something similar to the leader of that organization?
He extended a long tongue serpent-like and licked his lips.
Humph. Whatever it is that has appeared in the grass country now, I have to admit, this information has caught my interest.
He spread open his hand. The leaf-shaped green object lay quietly in his palm, stained with a bit of blood, though not blood spilled from killing someone in the grass country.
I wonder if this thing can help me dig out something useful. And that masked man, this grudge, I will remember it.
Orochimaru, who had originally intended to go to his own base in the grass country, had instead, after great hardship and humiliation, only managed to find a very well-hidden nearby base that remained intact. When he had first arrived in the grass country, he had planned to snatch an ordinary samurai soldier as a test subject. Unexpectedly, a person suddenly appeared and blocked him. Time after time, his substitution jutsu and transformation jutsu were seen through by a masked man who killed each decoy outright. Only he, Orochimaru, could truly be called the ninja who was hardest to kill. Fortunately, that masked man seemed to think he had died when his body was shattered. Any other ninja would indeed have been done for. While escaping, he had also snatched a device worn by a passerby. Originally, he had intended to kill the man to prevent his identity from being revealed, but the moment he moved to strike, he sensed an immense sense of crisis. Acting on caution, he left decisively. Several more days passed. In a highly concealed underground base within the grass country's borders, Orochimaru, after layering multiple safeguards, controlled a low-ranked ninja resurrected from his subordinates, Edo Tensei, making the puppet where the stolen green Akasha terminal. His main body from a great distance away activated the controlling jutsu over the Edo Tensei puppet and began sharing its vision. The Akasha terminal emitted several red flashes. On the terminal, only a single sentence written in the language of the ninja world appeared. Orochimaru, you are quite bold. Bluish-green particles surged over Orochimaru's Edo Tensei Pawn Ninja. The regenerated Pawn Ninja had its control seized directly. Sensing that something was coming for him through the connection, Orochimaru hastily cut the line.
Damn it! What was that thing? It actually chased me.
Without hesitation, he left a shed snakeskin behind and dispersed into a swarm of white snakes to flee. What he did not know was that a snake-catching cage formed of dendro energy had long been prepared, its opening already aimed at him. The little white snake slithered for who knew how long. Just as he was about to stop, he heard a little girl's voice.
You ran a bit farther this time. Even without the relevant memories, you can still vaguely remember certain things, can't you? Too tired to run anymore.
The bald-headed white snake stared toward the direction of the voice.
This is not an illusion, Orochimaru.
The girl's voice, soft and gentle, the voice typical of a young girl, continued.
Are you curious? This is the 94th time you have feigned surrender. I do not think I can easily believe that your confession this time is sincere.
Orochimaru, gritting his teeth, flicked his tongue and pressed his lips together, facing the direction of the voice in weariness.
Those poor people, except for the most ordinary among them, were almost all saved by this kind of love. Truly, that is still quite terrible.
The little girl's words continued.
The game should end now.
In the morning, Nahida, who had been in Konoha taking care of various matters, had just finished handling some affairs requiring her approval, when she sent someone probing for loopholes within the space she had recently obtained. When she arrived, she saw a certain pale-faced man controlling a resurrected Edo Tensei ninja studying her Akasha terminal. Orochimaru, who was exceptionally skilled at clinging to life, ultimately met his downfall. In his base, from the moment he began studying the little thing he had snatched, he had already prepared himself mentally. Since that thing dared to be handed to ordinary people, it must have been thoroughly rigged with countermeasures against being spied upon. He had assumed it would have an anti-theft configuration, like an explosive self-destruct. What he had not expected was that someone would trace the thing all the way to him. Where exactly was the enemy? If that voice had not sounded, he would not have sensed anyone approaching at all. Could it be the spirit transformation technique, or some space-time ninjutsu? The information he could obtain was still too little. From the moment that inexplicable sense of danger had arrived, he had decisively withdrawn. Along the way, he had left behind many misleading clones. It had been a bizarre relay of a man vomiting snakes, and snakes vomiting men. Now, in his half-snake state, he stopped and surveyed his surroundings. I've shaken them off now. The scene before him began to twist. He had believed he'd escaped, yet the view in front of him changed. He was back in the exact place where he had hidden. He did not try to break free again. With his living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru could say that there were quite a few people who could defeat him, but almost no one who could truly kill him. Even if he was destined to fall today, as he saw it, it would only mean that the soul fragment in this body was gone. Moreover, he had realized that his earlier desperate escape had been nothing but an illusion. He could not tell whether the other party's illusion had been dispelled, or whether this was still an illusion. The pale-faced Orochimaru, with his snake-like vertical pupils, stared at his surroundings with absolute focus, while continuously searching his memory for a method to wake from the illusion. Then the voice that had been hovering at Orochimaru's ear suddenly came from behind him. "Hello, are you looking for me?" Nahida summoned the Dendro element, materialized a physical form, and poked the snake-like man. Behind him, Orochimaru felt someone touching him from behind. He spun around, hurling a swarm of venomous snakes behind him, and prepared to form the hand seals for the substitution jutsu. But the venomous snakes passed straight through the figure behind him. He had not even begun the hand seals for the substitution jutsu. In the end, all Orochimaru saw was that pair of four-leaf clover pupils. Then, along with that ethereal little girl in jade green, he lost consciousness. The feeling of his body losing control, as though caught in an illusion transmitted from the spiritual plane, made him understand. It's over. But it doesn't matter. He had already planted quite a few curse seal fragments. He hoped his subordinates would not be too late in resurrecting him. He still could not figure it out. Someone could actually follow that thing over. He had covered himself in layers of shells, yet he was still caught, and he had felt no spatial marker at all. When Orochimaru, who had stood motionless, opened his eyes again, his pupils had already become the same style as Nahida's. As for why, naturally it was because Nahida had logged into his body from afar. Such fragile mental energy, it was far too easy for her to catch him. Had this man chopped himself into pieces? His soul was incomplete. Out of habit, she controlled Orochimaru's body, condensed a swing, and sat down. She wanted to see this man's little secrets. A sudden intuition told Nahida that he would be very useful. It was like the way Archons created avatars, except that for a human to do the same would cause tremendous damage to the spirit that could never be recovered. Wait. This man. I remember that he appeared in Princess Tsunade's memory space. He seems to have been her friend. Cold Lord Orochimaru. Then let me see what you have done. Researching immortality. Is he worth straightening out? He looks a bit like one of those wretched dogs of the Fatui. If he is like the Fatui's doctor, casually grabbing people for disgusting experiments, then it would take a little more effort. She had killed the segments of that thing before. From a single fragment, she could also find the rest. As long as it was not killing for the sake of killing, Nahida would not go out of her way to punish anyone. She was only a little grass god, just a little grass god not that capable. All she wanted was to shelter the pitiful children she could see. Let everyone simply live well. As for those who died in war, if the living because their loved ones die continue the hatred, it was fine. Nahida would not speak of letting go of hatred, but she could make most hatred cease. Every day the world consciousness whispered at her ear to remain. When she had become the world tree of the ninja world, the world consciousness said this. In this world no god managed resurrection. As long as Nahida could do it, she could resurrect people freely. It would not interfere. It had even forced the small world that contained the dead into Nahida's care. The world consciousness was a small ball of light. Very few could observe its existence. The ninja world's consciousness had said such things to Nahida, but it was very reassured. This little grass god might say with her own mouth that these were not her people, and that she could not care less about a world that was not hers. But what she was actually doing did not lie, and she would never abuse the authority of death. Right now all Nahida had to do was quiet the conflicts across this land. The peaceful days of those daimyo and nobles should come to an end. On the day unification is completed, she will grant all living things a new beginning. Although she certainly could not revive everyone for certain reasons, the longing born of losing loved ones could be revived. So this was where the thought of immortality began. Like adjusting a recording, the images in Orochimaru's memories shifted rapidly. Frowning, Nahida watched through all those distressing things. He had wanted to change Konoha, but believed it was still rotten, so he decided to take another path. Playback speed doubled. Through that caring facade, he won the death-devoted loyalty of those little ones. There was love but not much. Toward his goal in life, however, he was extremely resolute. Konoha, at the very center of the Uchiha clan district. The residence once occupied by the former clan leader's family had been demolished and reconfigured. It was just beginning to dawn. Uchiha Izumi, having completed her morning training, wiped the sweat from her forehead. She looked at the new shrine before her with satisfaction and nodded.
It looks quite nice.
This shrine would serve as the Uchiha's new place of worship going forward. As for the Naka shrine, it housed the memorial tablets for all the fallen Uchiha. The Uchiha needed a true guiding principle, not merely the impulsive desire to preserve what they believed to be peace. What precisely was the great value Vindi had spoken of? Let's see what happens. The answer would reveal itself in time. She had finally located a worthy divine statue. Without one for the Dendro Archon to honor each day, she would have grown utterly desperate. Yet she understood clearly. It was not romance she felt for Vindi. Her devotion mirrored that of the people of Mondstadt, reverence and longing for the free will embodied by their god of freedom. The scars from her romantic folly still remained. No one could make her fall into that trap again, especially not that ruthless Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izumi had asked Vindi about the people she encountered throughout the lifetime shown in the Jinjutsu. The allusions left many details vague and condensed. Uchiha Izumi deeply admired them, and longed to become like that person. She wished to become the lion of the west wind of the new nation described by Nahida. An authentic Dendro Archon statue blessed by the Archon himself proved far more spiritual than the crude wooden carving she'd shaped from memory. The Dendro element drew toward the shrine naturally as though magnetized.
May the Dendro Archon protect the Uchiha.
After placing the statue separately in its own space, she closed her eyes and prayed in the traditional Mondstadt manner. Thump.
Ouch.
A small figure at the entrance landed awkwardly from the wall, using the body flicker technique, stumbling and crying out from the ungraceful landing. Noticing Uchiha Izumi hadn't noticed her embarrassment, the little one forced herself up despite the soreness in her bottom. Uchiha Izumi heard the commotion behind her without turning around, but the upward curve of her lips made it clear how amused she was.
Sister Izumi, the clanspeople you asked us to notify have all arrived. Good. I know. Go play.
Dressed in new clothes, Uchiha Izumi carefully polished several divine statues. Upon hearing confirmation that everyone had gathered as requested, she gave a brief acknowledgement and bowed her head once more to whisper to the wind-infused shrine. On a table adorned with ninja motifs, 7 glowing statues were arranged in sequence, each radiating its own distinct light. 7 pillars of energy erupted skyward from the statues. Then dispersing through the air, differently colored beads carved with strange patterns materialized out of thin air at various locations throughout the Uchiha district. Nahida, seated in the classroom, gently held one of the emerging green beads between her fingers. She tilted her head slightly.
God's eye!
A few days prior, Konoha. The affairs of the Uchiha clan had largely stabilized, and the abandonment of the Konoha military police force's authority had surprised many clans and villagers. The villagers who had previously celebrated the disappearance of those harsh enforcers remained jubilant. Uchiha Izumi shook her head indifferently. The clan's enforcement methods were indeed somewhat crude, but beneath the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi clans and shinobi had formed collusive networks. The common folk believed the so-called Hokage truly cared about their fate. Those who harbored such illusions would face severe consequences. As for leaving afterward beyond the village's boundaries, dangers, like wandering ninja and bandits, lurked. If they refused to abandon the village's protection, they would simply wait to have their bones broken. The success of complaints against Uchiha enforcement was nothing more than what certain high-ranking officials deliberately intended. The time had come for today's training. Let the wind guide. She had acquired these statues through a secretive exchange with Venti the previous day, along with newer clothing styles from the land of grass that she had only heard rumors of from her clansmen. When Venti arrived, Uchiha Izumi was already deeply focused on carving a statue, striking it rhythmically.
Hey! Izumi, what are you doing?
Uchiha Izumi quickly shielded what she held, her hands moving instinctively behind her back.
You Venti, I'm not doing anything special.
Venti's luminous green eyes flickered with curiosity, but he didn't press further. Instead, he placed a box into her hands.
The traveling bard has brought back something wonderful for a friend.
Then he said with an air of mystery.
So do you have any sake? You need to trade with me. Otherwise I can't just give it away for free.
Venti extended his hand, and Uchiha Izumi, as if this was a familiar exchange, simply pulled out a bottle of sake she always carried and placed it into his palm.
Deal. Venti, I'll have someone fetch it for you.
The items she offered in return were indeed the various sakes the Uchiha had procured from the Land of Fire. The ninja clans weren't foolish enough to rely solely on missions to sustain their people. They understood commerce. However, farming remained untouched, whether out of shinobi pride or other considerations. Before dawn broke, Uchiha Izumi, now dressed in fresh attire, carried the divine statues on a tray to the newly prepared Uchiha Academy. At the center of the main hall, following Venti's instructions, she arranged the 7 small statues. Among them, a cloaked girl holding a spherical statue seemed to catch a flicker of light in her eyes. While Uchiha Izumi officially unified the clan's factions, some traditionalists plotted in secret. When they attempted to criticize the statues, she brought the appearance of a massive azure figure behind her, silenced them immediately. Uchiha Izumi personally visited the Hokage Tower, and submitted her resignation from the military police force directly to Danzo Shimura, the acting 4th Hokage.
Hokage-sama.
The title made the gloomy Danzo crack a rare smile, momentarily forgetting her Uchiha heritage, as he engaged in cordial conversation. After Uchiha Izumi's practiced courtesies, he approved the Uchiha's request to take over the military police force. A small-time figure like Danzo was far easier to manage than those aristocratic Oran brothers. The Uchiha clan had been remarkably stable over the past few days, maintaining only essential shinobi activity. Their composure astonished anyone familiar with the clan's typical temperament. There was, however, a peculiar habit of late watching others. Many families reported being observed, and the watchers would mutter cryptically about how their instructor had been right all along. Eventually complaints reached the top, and only after Danzo himself visited Uchiha Izumi in person did the behavior finally subside. The others merely found the Uchiha even more enigmatic than before. Once the statues were positioned, the wandering gods scattered across the world sensed the change. They continued their tasks, yet Izumi felt the air growing denser with power. The former clan leader's residence had been completely renovated and divided into several spacious classrooms. These spaces served as the Uchiha's learning halls, organized into small, medium, and large classes. However, due to age and physical limitations, not all could participate in Nahida's dream world method of experiencing Teyvat's life. While the prime-aged Uchiha underwent extensive dream training, children and elders were guided toward alternative instruction. Elders were rare in the ninja world, where their lifestyle rarely allowed them to reach old age. Often the elders' influence on the children proved most significant. The young would discover the right path in life once their mentors understood. Nevertheless, Nahida required even the scarce elders to attend, and hear that the learning requirements remained unchanged. Some stubbornness in the old could easily lead everyone astray. As for the children, they had no choice but to follow their family's arrangements. Nahida maintained contact with her wise advisors back in the land of grass as well. She listened to their reports, and during her time in the Uchiha compound, when not teaching, Nahida would wander through Konoha. Having reverted to her child form, she prepared to continue exploring the village. She discovered an orphanage, and surveyed the surroundings, with a thoughtful expression, one hand resting on her chin.
This place is rather remote. From the look of it, the economy must not be very good.
Yet the tattered gate suddenly swung open. A woman in a faded white robe emerged carrying a basket.
Oh! Little one, what are you doing here alone? Tell big sister why you're by yourself.
Watching the solitary child Yamato, you assumed the girl had been abandoned. Yet the luxurious quality of her clothes suggested she wasn't from an ordinary household. Nahida understood the woman's intention. Nahida simply nodded and shook her head without speaking. The woman glanced around before lifting the child and leading her into the courtyard. A new day began with classes in session at the academy. Everyone learned diligently, including Uchiha Sasuke, who sat beside his elder brother, with a strained expression, forcing himself to absorb Nahida's teachings. One young Uchiha child crept over after Nahida allowed independent discussion, extending a small hand and asking her to bend down to listen.
Teacher Nahida, Grandpa says he doesn't want to come to school anymore.
Nahida smiled. She had already noticed. She had intended to visit in person after class anyway, but with the child reporting in, she gave orders immediately.
Izumi, check on this. Several of your clan elders are late and haven't arrived for class. Yes, Teacher Nahida.
She swiftly made her way to the elder's home.
Izumi, aren't you being unreasonable? We old ones don't need to learn anymore.
Clad in Uchiha family attire, Izumi simply gazed at the elder.
Elder, you have 1 minute. If you're not ready by then, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. For the Uchiha to transform, everyone is essential. You cannot be missing either. Everyone is waiting. Fine, fine. Get lost, you little girl. I'll be there shortly after I tidy up.
The old man's face flushed red as he barked the words. After bowing once more, Izumi exited the room and headed back to check on the others. This elder was the most prideful among the Uchiha, not a bad man, merely embarrassed at the prospect of learning alongside his grandchildren. It wasn't because he scored lower than his grandchildren on Nahida's assessment and felt too ashamed to return. Amid the boundless starfield, within a somewhat battered and worn space station, of being surrounded by a cluster of red smiling face masks, sensed that someone had taken their leave, and in an instant it vanished and teleported into that very place. The smiling face mask neither destroyed anything nor lifted a finger to interfere. It merely transformed into a girl with a fox mask tucked into her hair, then began typing away at a computer. Retrieving file. Name Nahida. Physique. The original body was willingly cast off to nourish Teyvat, which had already fallen into a perilous state. The branch of the new body was provided by the enigmatic blank, taking root in the new world and integrating seamlessly with its native power, growing with remarkable stability. An Archon's innate authority. If the current world holds no being wielding the same authority as one's own, one will naturally draw parallels and master the equivalent authority of the new world. Note: if beings in this world already hold the same authority, a contest will ensue. The opposing deity's hostility will surge to its peak, and they may attack at any moment, igniting a divine war. Nahida's power. Elemental power. Every world possesses its own elemental power along with corresponding authority. Due to differences in world completeness and world-level, elemental power varies in strength, and it goes by different names depending on the world. Authorities wielded by Nahida: Teyvat's Incomplete Dendro Authority 1. Teyvat's Incomplete Wisdom Authority 1. Teyvat's Incomplete Dream Authority 1. Currently mastering the ninja world's Dendro Wisdom and Dream Authorities. Abilities mastered. Various divine arts and immortal techniques learned from the 7 gods in Teyvat. Improved versions of ninja world jutsu. The Lesser Lord Kusanali's private realm, Vanarana. A space filled with the departed, Nahida has yet to learn its name, the Pure Land. An interworld transit space, the Meeting Place. Regions of the ninja world currently under Nahida's control. Nation Land of Grass. 7 gods, who have manifested in the ninja world. Originally they were merely 7 incarnati.
That concludes today's lesson.
Class dismissed. As she said this, Nahida in her adult state, and with her hair tied in a high ponytail, tapped her lesson plan on the lectern, tucked it under her arm, and dismissed the class.
Goodbye, Teacher Grass King.
Most of the adult Uchiha present had all gone through a one-lifetime speed run of the Dream World Teyvat. Some had become adventurers, or random other classes, and under Nahida's design met the 7 Archons of the Dream World by chance. Having seen the 7 Archons walk the world of mortals, they retained their honorific titles for the divine. Nahida did not stay long. She still had too much to handle. Her appearance in class today was itself the mobilization rally she had prepared beforehand. The classroom, which had been filled with a quiet rustling of pages and study, now erupted into lively discussion.
Is it about to begin? Destroy the evil Konoha, for the world belongs to everyone. There is no need for a Hokage, no need for a daimyo. Peace will come under the Grass King's leadership. Ninjas should not be the lackeys of fat big daimyos.
In a corner of the last row. To command such concentrated worship, what terrifying charisma. Yet the wind of change was finally about to blow apart Konoha, that rotten leaking boat. A figure with purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, and a straw hat surveyed the scene.
Konoha, I've come back again. I thought my next visit would be to send the old man off in person, but it seems I'm already too late. That kind of breathless lingering on a sickbed must have been ugly, old man.
He had been staying in Konoha for a few days, and had heard a fair amount of news. Nahida had not imposed restrictions on him. She simply told him to take good care of his subordinates. Except for those rotten to the core, all the others had been transferred to the Grass Country Literacy Base. Orochimaru, for his part, received an Akasha terminal of his own with which he could look up what Nahida intended for him to look up. And that had successfully made Orochimaru behave. He had also met the former Ninetales Jinchuriki, the 4th Hokage's child. That extraordinarily familiar face reminded him of the high-spirited man of that time, along with the 2 puppet-like maids beside him. It was obvious. Others may not recognize them, but how could he, who often switched bodies, fail to recognize the 4th Hokage and the 4th Hokage's wife? So this was the Grass King's work. The knowledge she taught was quite good, but plainly Orochimaru was no inexperienced youth, and he would not be stirred into action by mere lectures. He watched the reactions of those present with some boredom. Since there was no solving what had been implanted, he might as well go greet his dear old friend. Having finished those reflections, Orochimaru, who had been brought to class for the first time today, noticed that his old teammate Princess Tsunade seemed to be absent-minded, and he walked over. In the end, Nahida had ultimately chosen not to kill Orochimaru. The truth was that the local talent in the shinobi world was simply too scarce. Most of the important positions in Grass Country still depended on a group of people Nahida had brought out of Teyvat, people who would otherwise have lived only in background stories. With only that many people, they could not support the continued expansion of the country's territory. That was also why Nahida had been keeping a lid on the enthusiasm of her Grass Country subjects to unite the ninja world. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru's actions were not really a problem. When choosing people for experiments, he did not simply grab them and force them to be his materials. After all, those poor little things had such malnourished bodies that, let alone serving as test subjects, they would barely even make decent firewood. As for those with physiques good enough to catch Orochimaru's attention, the grown ones, with excellent bodies, or Kekkai Genkai, were out of his reach, so he simply went around picking up children with good bloodlines and brought them back. Those children he had kept alive full of personality problems were far easier to use in experiments. But their quality was poor too. The only good one, with a dead bone pulse, also had a bloodline disease. Those strange people with animal claws were adopted, and there were also members of small clans who had willingly followed Orochimaru and voluntarily modified themselves. Seeing Nahida enter the base with Orochimaru bound, they roared and moved to attack.
Stop! She is not an enemy.
Orochimaru immediately ordered his men to halt.
Forgive me. My subordinates were too rash and rude. Milady, please wait a moment. I need to instruct my subordinates.
Nahida nodded. She sat on a swing she had conjured. As for those grotesque human test subjects, Nahida left the rational ones untouched, and all the others, the insane ones, were destroyed. Those little ones, even if they had not been turned into that ghastly state by Orochimaru's experiments, would have starved to death, or been killed by bandits from nowhere. Tsunade was binding a kunai to an explosive tag. Orochimaru had originally wanted to say hello. But because it was class time, as soon as he entered under the pressure of Nahida's teaching gaze, Orochimaru had not dared to be distracted and greet Tsunade. But now that class was over, there was no such concern. He walked a few steps from the back of the classroom towards Tsunade in the middle. Tsunade also wore one of those things in her ear that had caused his downfall. Orochimaru coughed lightly and sat in the empty seat beside her.
You got captured by her too. Oh, it's you. I can't believe she didn't kill you,
Tsunade said, disconnecting from the Akasha terminal, crossing her arms and looking at her old friend. The familiar pale face, purple eyeshadow, snake-like vertical pupils, and dusty robe. His expression was much like it had been when the three of them had been on the same team. There was less ferocity in it.
I didn't expect it either.
Orochimaru, with a complicated expression, looked at Tsunade sitting in the classroom seat beside him.
Tsunade, what were you looking at just now?
Orochimaru sighed again and put an end to his recollections.
Where's Jiraiya?
He only then realized that, normally speaking, where Tsunade was, that guy should also have been there. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Tsunade's expression turned a little strange.
Well, about Jiraiya. Forget it, look for yourself. Since she let you live, she must have given you one of those terminals too.
Tsunade tapped again with her right hand and summoned the previous image. Then she looked at Orochimaru beside her and tapped screen sharing. Then Orochimaru saw a sight that even he could not keep a straight face at.
This. Are you sure he's Jiraiya? Did he change bodies too?
Tsunade shook her head, and with the motion those two enormous mounds swayed as well. But was that the issue? If it were the Jiraiya of the past, he would definitely not have been able to control himself, but the one before her now was not Jiraiya. It was Orochimaru.
Jiraiya would certainly never use that kind of ninjutsu of yours. This is that person's punishment upon him. A punishment for his inability to control his lecherous heart.
On the emerald green broadcast screen of the Akasha terminal, Tsunade and Orochimaru watched. After an initial moment of embarrassment, both settled back into their usual state of mind. Concluding that he had nothing pressing to attend to, Orochimaru made no move to leave his gaze fixed on the Akasha terminal. As for the immortality he had once pursued, well, what Nahida had revealed to him had already allowed him to abandon the living corpse reincarnation, a technique he himself had come to find distasteful. This very body had been shaped for Orochimaru by Nahida on the spot. As for the old one, he had tossed it aside. Its shelf life was nearly over, for the flaw of living corpse reincarnation was the constant need to switch bodies. And that was certainly something Nahida would not permit. She had also issued an absolute decree: even if the host body willingly accepted Orochimaru's possession, it was forbidden. Then the topic returned to the broadcast feed. After waking from the dream Nahida had shown her, Tsunade's final stubbornness faded. She then forced herself to rally and asked Nahida what she could do to help. Nahida did not say much more. Some things she planned to reveal to them at the very last moment. She simply instructed Tsunade to keep watch after class each day to see whether that perverted teammate of hers had awakened. In the depths of an unnamed forest, a girl was busy working with two others. Apart from a head of white hair, she bore no resemblance whatsoever to that old comrade Jiraiya. They were busily dressing a wild boar. A large wound on the boar's forehead gushed blood, and its eyes had already been destroyed by arrows. The leader was an old man with a long scar across his face. It was under his direction that they had succeeded in the hunt. Everyone wore delighted expressions. Uncle, today's food should last us a long while. Jiraiya, in his female form, also looked very pleased. But in his heart, he was still anxious when it came to sensing chakra. He had made absolutely no progress. That was why Jiraiya, after all this time, had still not truly found a way out of this place. Even his physical strength was like that of an ordinary girl. Yes, yes, Dad. A young man who bore a strong resemblance to the old man chimed in happily. In a spare moment, he glanced at Jiraiya, who was over on the other side starving after having gone so long without meat. The day after tomorrow, I'll ask Father personally to make the match. Sister Jiraiya kept trying to head outside. Did she really not want to stay here? But it was too dangerous out there. She was just a girl, not a ninja, and so beautiful. What if something happened? At those thoughts the young man's face flushed inexplicably. Silently he made up his mind. The old man looked at his son's lovesick foolish expression, then at Jiraiya, who though equally greedy and drooling had eyes that remained exceedingly shrewd. He was not about to play matchmaker recklessly. What was meant for his son would happen naturally. That woman was beyond his grasp. Her identity was still a mystery, and she had simply fainted in that place for no apparent reason. After all these days, that woman had become a huge problem. He could no longer hold back those lust-crazed men. Xiaoyi, just when will you let me hand this burden over to you with peace of mind? They were all refugees. The only reason they had managed to enter this place was that he in this one respect had had a chance or two to learn from someone. In this isolated remote depth there were no troublesome nobles nor those detestable ninja who served as the nobles' lackeys. Xiaoyi, tell everyone that we'll eat together tonight. Little Jiraiya, come help me. I'll take care of dressing it. Ah, okay uncle, I'm coming. The moment young Xiaoyi left, the old man's expression changed. He said very bluntly, little Jiraiya, after this meal leave tonight. You have been looking for a way to leave, haven't you? Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. You have also noticed Xiaoyi's feelings, haven't you? And those other men as well. Your appearance is a serious problem. Once you leave, you'd better smear your face to make it uglier. This place is not suitable for someone like you to stay. I went outside a few times in the past few days. I heard the land of grass is good now. If you have nowhere to go, try going there. I'll prepare a map for you, and I'll put your bundle over there. Uncle. Jiraiya was caught off guard by the old man exposing what he had been doing all along, and he did not know what to say. Thank you. He had underestimated others too much. His powerless probing had been discovered. The old man did not respond to Jiraiya's thanks. The old man could talk and work at the same time, his hands no less quick. In a few strokes, he divided the meat with the only weapon available in this place. Jiraiya, of course, was not going to refuse this opportunity. He had indeed noticed those vile men who crouched not far from his wooden shack every night trying to peek in. His still sharp eyesight, one of the few things he had kept, allowed him to see those men's faces clearly. They were exactly like him when he used to spy at the bathhouse for material. No, they were far more malicious. But whenever those men tried to get closer, the sound of the old man's door opening on the other side sent them scattering. Those filthy predatory gazes. In the past few days, even the old man's warning voice had nearly been unable to hold them back. So this is that little girl's punishment to me. Only by inhabiting the body of a real girl could I feel how utterly disgusting my past actions truly were. Leaving tonight will put an end to it. I wonder if Konoha has sent anyone to look for me. I have become like this now. Even an ordinary person's life is unbearably awful. His search for the child of destiny would have to speed up. He had no idea whether the old man could break the jutsu that had left him in this state. After all the necessary warnings were given, the boar was quickly cleaned. The young man Xiaoyi, who had gone to fetch the others, returned with several people. Once the meat was divided, everyone was about to begin. Come, come. Here you go, Sister Jiraiya. The young man tried hard to fawn over the pretty girl, only for his father to smack him on the back of the neck. In the middle of this lively scene, a few sleazy, villainous-looking men were whispering to one another. Hey, 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 look at that. It really makes a man's heart itch. That old codger, honestly, he protects even a stray he found. He must be planning to make that woman a wife for his own family. With those shifty-eyed expressions, they and their cronies began muttering filthy guesses under their breath, all while stuffing themselves with cooked meat. A band of refugees hidden deep in the dense forest. After living here for so long, they had gone from penniless wretches to accumulating a little wealth, and some of them whose wicked intentions had been suppressed by hunger, and by the fact that they were no match for the old man were beginning to stir once more. They were in the very deepest part of the forest. When they first wandered here, they had come to take a gamble. At that time, the nobles had once again begun levying taxes. The streets of Konoha. The wind howled past. The provisional Hokage Danzo did not return to his home after the sky darkened. Instead, he came to his secret base. Back in the familiar darkness of Root, his face was filled with satisfaction. Only within his own lair did he feel a sense of security. Konoha will be like this in the future as well. Apart from him, no ninja in Root will possess the ability for independent thought, let alone any notion of so-called humanity. Everything for Konoha. In the dark corners of Root, Danzo, his half-face wrapped in bandages, let out waves of sinister laughter. Thinking of that day when he faced those clan heads. There is someone better suited than me, isn't there? The position of Hokage belongs to this old man. He had never been so close to the position of Hokage. Another candidate. Then I shall extinguish your hopes. The direct lineage of the Hokage are all elusive. Some are nowhere to be found, like Kakashi. They may already be dead. If they are not, I will ensure they perish outside. Nothing can stop me from accomplishing my mission. At this moment, the Root base was nearly empty. Not because they had finished work and gone home. Root ninja, unlike A and B, you could not simply clock out. Once they entered Root, they became Danzo's personal servants. Of course, if any ordinary Konoha ninja asked Elder Danzo whether his actions were justified, he would merely reply that everything is for Konoha. Should they still harbor objections, they were invited to personally visit the Root base. Root had already suffered heavy losses during the assault on the Uchiha. Recently he had dispatched most of the remaining members to search for and ambush the missing Jiraiya and his companions. For Konoha, you must obediently die out there. When this old man becomes the 5th Hokage, I will right the wrongs done to you. And Hiruzen, you too were surely victimized by those wicked Uchiha. I will purify Konoha into the finest village it can be. Hiruzen Sarutobi, oh Hiruzen Sarutobi, your cowardice has turned you into that grotesque figure. This old man will never follow in your footsteps. Those damned Uchiha must be eradicated. Danzo's fantasies about the future remained unfinished. He had grown impatient. The Root base, now emptied of personnel, was eerily quiet. Even the sounds of training had vanished. It was time to replenish Root with fresh blood. Where are those 3 useless idiots? It has been so long. And still no sign of them. Kenwen Shui, where are you? I told you to bring back new recruits from the orphanage. Where are the people you were supposed to bring back? Several voices answered, but Danzo did not consider them intruders. After all, even this place, however empty, still had Root ninja guards. Silent infiltration was impossible in his opinion. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Danzo slammed his fist onto his throne again, and glared at the 3 subordinates, who had appeared. Get over here and explain yourselves. If he were not so short-handed these past few days, such failures, who had botched multiple missions, would have already been forced to commit seppuku. In any case, he could always demand more from each ninja clan. Would they dare to resist? Humph. Even you trash would dare to defy my orders. But those who had approached did not answer a single word. Sitting upon his throne, a specially commissioned piece, Danzo had forced his subordinates to craft exclusively for him. He waited. Shimura Danzo angrily crushed another corner of his throne. Useless. All of you are useless. Danzo did not suspect why the ones who had arrived refused to respond. He had no need for Root ninja to offer explanations. If they failed, the original punishment was death. Root had no place for the worthless. Still wearing the clothes of the Hokage, he could not bear to take them off. Danzo's attire featured a cape without the Hokage insignia. Although he had proclaimed himself the 5th Hokage, many clans opposed it, and even the remaining 2 Hokage advisors believed there were more suitable candidates. In the end, he had merely become the provisional Hokage. Those damn bastards. When I become the 5th Hokage, I will settle scores with each and every one of you personally. 3 Uchiha masked Root ninja, battered and wounded, appeared before Danzo's eyes. They were the very 3 Root ninja he had summoned. Seeing the wounds on their bodies, Danzo flew into a rage. The masks concealed their expressions, And aside from the faintest glint of their eyes, Danzo noticed nothing unusual about the three. Detestable. Those innately evil Uchiha truly cursed. Refusing to die obediently, causing this old man such great losses. The masked root ninja moved stiffly like puppets. Danzo, lost in thoughts of how to gain more support, failed to notice that the three summoned root ninja continued to draw nearer, not stopping at the steps to kneel and await orders, as they always did. The strangely behaving root ninja drew kunai and swung them toward Danzo's head. What are you doing? By the time Danzo realized something was wrong with the three controlled root ninja, they were already far too close. From the shadows, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Naruto's family watched Danzo calmly. The three Uchiha members each controlled one root ninja, and began to mercilessly beat them. Why were they here? Remember a few days ago. The Uchiha compound. Outside the classroom. Sister Izuna, brother Shisui, please wait. The golden-haired Naruto leaned calmly against the classroom doorframe, blocking their path. Despite being just a child, his words carried more conviction than many adults. We cannot talk here. Let us go elsewhere. Naruto was using the Flying Thunder God technique. That is all. Sister Izuna, brother Shisui, Danzo's filth is disgusting. Judging by the final piece of intelligence, he intends to become Hokage. Under the blessing of the otherworldly deity who had stumbled into this realm, Nahida, the entire world of shinobi was granted a new life. At the courtroom of the Grass Nation, a court modeled after the Fontaine Tribunal itself, patterned on the template of Teyvat. Seated solemnly at the center of the presiding throne, Nahida had transformed into her adult form, her face grave, as she began the judgment.
Now I pronounce the crimes of the 5 feudal lords and their ilk. Crime number 1, tyranny. They hired shinobi to wage war under the pretense of dividing spoils for amusement. Crime number 2, greed. They exploited the downtrodden under the authority of their noble titles. Today I sentence them to death by decapitation. I, Nahida, the god of grass, hereby declare from this day forward no person or entity may use noble birth as an excuse to sow discord or commit evil. Should anyone do so again, I shall personally execute them as I do today. Guards, escort them to the execution ground.
Soldiers stationed around the courtroom swiftly stepped forward and dragged the feudal lords away. The 5 great lords of the 5 great nations, obese as pigs, their faces twisted in hideous desperation, tried to beg for mercy, but could not utter a single sound. Tears and snot streaming, they cowed out endlessly. Yet to the soldiers, who had already embarked on the path of elemental cultivation, it inspired nothing but disgust. At the execution ground, civilians gathered around, wide-eyed with curiosity. 2 flying machines with wings, like verdant leaves, were broadcasting the scene to every Akasha terminal in real time. The Akasha terminal would apply blurring effects for those who should not witness gory images. A daimyo being executed. What an utterly inconceivable occurrence. In this world, war had forever raged, yet the daimyo of the 5 great nations had always remained daimyo, or so they had always believed. But when they saw those 5 obese pig-like daimyo lose their heads upon the executioner's block, they felt something deep within their hearts. Some shackle snapped free. A daimyo was not inherently superior. Nobility was not inherently noble. The minds of all people began to truly change. Several more days passed. After today, the shinobi world would welcome the new year of the grass god's first year. To commemorate the feats of the gods, people spontaneously began assigning zodiac signs to children born in 7-year cycles based on the elements, symbolizing the 7 deities. And remarkably, many children born in the year of a corresponding element did indeed master that elemental power after beginning their training. People said this was the god's blessing to humanity. The era name was established by the earliest arriving god of grass. The new year, beginning from the day of unification, would be known as the first year of the grass god, symbolizing the end of the era of ninja villages and the 5 great nations. Unless faith in the future ever faltered and Nahida vanished, the new year calendrical reckoning that honored the god of grass would continue onward, with the first year of the grass god as its dawn. Looking down from the sacred tree at the heart of which stood Nahida's palace, every door and gate on the ground below was already festively bedecked in red. Though the weather was still a bit chilly, quite a few little ones bundled up warm could hardly wait to dash out of their homes, firecrackers and sparklers in hand.
Come on, come on. Yuta, let's go play.
A boy in new clothes, his face already filling out with flesh, flung open the door of his best friend's house. After paying New Year's respects to his friend's parents, he clutched his bounty of red envelopes and charged into his friend's room. Yuta, his friend, was lying around in boredom in his own room. Seeing his buddy arrive, he quickly rolled over, threw on a coat, and got ready to head out.
Oh right. Grab some snacks. We can eat them on the way. Alright, I'll go get them. Wait for me. I'll let my mom know too. Mom. My friend's here, I'm heading out. Okay. Got it. Just remember to come back early. You still need to go to your grandpa's house to pay New Year's greetings.
Yuta's mother, busy in the kitchen, popped her head out to acknowledge. As it was the last day of the year, aside from the warriors stationed at the most critical posts, only Lady Catherine of the Adventurers Guild remained on duty around the clock. As for everyone else, upon the Grass King's decree for a full holiday, those with families packed up their things and headed home from their workplaces. Meanwhile, those who had lost their homes to the wars of the past took their prepared belongings and set off toward the palace where the god of grass resided.
Konan, are you sure we should go see Godmother dressed like this?
Yahiko, looking utterly befuddled, held up the frog onesie set and stared at Konan in disbelief.
Didn't Godmother send us clothes to wear for the new year before? Why not wear those instead?
Nagato eyed the frog onesie, which was eye-catching just by looking at it. He tried to voice his opinion tactfully. He had no idea what kind of work Konan had been up to lately. She was increasingly secretive, but whenever she got angry, her aura was positively terrifying. In the end, Nagato and Yahiko paid the price of 2 big lumps on their heads as they put on the 3-person frog onesie set. Each carrying gifts for the new year, they set off. They knew that she would have prepared everything as she awaited them on this day.
You little ones, don't aim those firecrackers at people or houses. Alright. I know you don't like being lectured. Just stay safe and go play.
The squad leader signaled to a team of patrolling soldiers. Under his direction, a squad stepped out and quietly stationed themselves nearby to keep watch. Grass Nation Residential District. Inside Minato Namake's home.
Naruto, come on, let's go put up the Spring Festival couplets. Once we finish tidying up the house, we need to go pay New Year's respects to your little godmother Nahida.
Kushina and Minato Namake's had truly been resurrected on that special day. It had been completed on Naruto's very first birthday.
Minato, you'll be holding down the fort today.
Uzumaki Kushina gave her little son a hug. Then, waving, she took Naruto by the hand and headed toward the front door. The door opened, but the space outside was far from empty. A girl with a red gauze scarf over her face had her hand raised, about to knock. Her 2 braided pigtails swayed lightly back and forth. In her other hand, the girl held a large gift box, which she offered to Kushina.
Happy New Year, Sister Kushina.
Then she stretched her neck to greet Naruto, who stood behind Kushina.
Happy New Year, Naruto.
Avril, the desert girl with nerve to spare, and no idea what shyness meant, very warmly threw her arms open and hugged the still-stunned Kushina. Because of Naruto's circumstances, their family did not have many friends dropping by. As for family, both she and Minato had none left.
Little Avril, come on in, come and have a seat.
Released from Avril's embrace, Kushina's face was wreathed in smiles. After all, the bond between Naruto and this girl. From her coat pocket, she took out a large red envelope and slipped it into Avril's hands.
Don't be polite with your big sister. It's New Year's, it's for you, so take it. Okay. Thank you, Sister Kushina. I won't come in, but I'm borrowing Naruto for the day.
Avril snatched the other spring couplet from Naruto's hands and neatly stuck it onto the other side of the door.
Avril.
After finishing with the couplet, Naruto looked at the girl before him. Kushina, meanwhile, was already mentally scheming with Minato about discussing the children's marriage later.
Goodbye, Sister Kushina. Give Uncle Minato my New Year wishes.
Then Avril reached out, interlocked her fingers with Naruto's, and pulled him along as she walked out. Grass Nation Palace of Purity and Goodness. Nahida had been very busy these past 2 days, not because anything major had happened, but because she was preparing a surprise for the children, and also a great gift for all her newly unified people. As for those Nahida herself needed to pay New Year's calls to, there were not many: the Dendro Archon, the 7 gods, and a few of the elder generation, such as the stove god of Liyue, who was busy bustling around the kitchen. According to the registered records in the Akasha terminal, the numbers could basically be matched to the souls within the Pure Land. The Pure Land was the realm of souls that the world had forcibly shoved into Nahida's hands. Originally, souls collected within the Pure Land would remain frozen as if suspended in time. But upon confirming that this was the crude underworld of this world, Nahida had thoroughly renovated it. Despite the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the underworld had merely been a rigid mechanical King Yama manipulated along with a laughable Grim Reaper. Nahida stripped them of their authorities and destroyed them. The power of life and death had been casually manipulated by powerful shinobi, yet the true purpose of the underworld was nowhere to be seen. She simply separated a few avatars to serve as the governing leaders of the Pure Land. Then Nahida came to the place where the souls in the Pure Land dwelled. After the renovation, the Pure Land no longer simply froze souls, and so they could once again possess consciousness.
Hashirama, so you're here.
Nahida stopped beside 2 souls that were clearly much stronger than the others. Hashirama, Senju, and Madara Uchiha both respectfully bowed to Nahida.
Madara, are you sure you won't return to the living world to see it again? This is the last exception I will make. At the dawn of the new year, I want the hatred born of mutual slaughter to truly cease. This is the first time and the last. Those souls who still have family in the living world, those who died young because of war, may all return to the realm of the living. This is one of the gifts I am giving them for the new year. No. What I once pursued was to truly achieve peace, yet in the end I was deceived by those fools. How could I have the face to be resurrected? But if it is possible, please let Izuna and the others, the younger ones, be revived. Let them also experience this hard-earned peace.
Nahida said nothing, only nodded, then awakened the souls that had been dwelling in the dream world within the Pure Land. After all, apart from ordinary civilians, almost every shinobi was a born fighter, unwilling to trust in anything like peace.
Where is this? Wasn't I just at home? So that's how it is. I see. Peace, how distant that word once was.
The souls had just awakened from the dream world Nahida had created, and she transferred some basic knowledge to every soul that would be resurrected during the new year. Paying no heed to the souls now lost in silence, Nahida bade farewell to Hashirama and Madara, then instantly appeared before the avatar that had fashioned itself a small crown, the King Yama Nahida. The time until the new year was running short, and everything was being prepared in perfect order.
This one is for Naruto, and this one is for Konan, and this one is for Nagato. The preparations for the Pure Land are complete as well.
Nahida crossed her arms, then rested one hand on her chin, wondering what else was still missing.
Little Grass, I've got everything ready over here.
The orange eye-patch-wearing little bear walked over to Nahida, who was busy wrapping gifts, carrying a plate of delicious specialty snacks. A small bear paw nudged Nahida as she wrapped gifts. Nahida looked up at the Liyue stove god in bear form, then noticed what was on the plate. Her eyes lit up.
Oh! Wonderful! It's candy to Jillanak nuts.
Nahida took a small bite, and a satisfied look spread across her face.
Delicious. The sweetened kind suits me best.
Marcosius had, as in the original tale, sacrificed himself to the land of Liyue. However, the final wisp of his consciousness had been carried off by Nahida, who had been planning it all along, and he had been sleeping ever since. Later, after unifying the nation, Nahida discovered that many common people lack proper experience cooking at a stove. It was nothing but rice balls and grilled meat. And then, driven by her craving. And now that she was fully prepared, remembering that she had also spirited away a stove god, whose account had been scrubbed clean, she created another account to spread the concept of the stove god. Afterward, she succeeded in waking Marcosius. A deity does not depend on the faith of followers, but for the blank slate Marcosius, the power of faith was still extremely useful. Besides, faith in the gods of Teyvat genuinely worked. The only thing it would not grant was a wish born of empty daydreaming. In the reception hall of the sanctuary of Surasthana, the sky had grown completely dark and lights were beginning to glow in every home. The sanctuary of Surasthana was now the most conspicuous building in the nation of Dendro. Rising from the summit of the immense sacred tree, the divine palace had been radiating a faint holy light since nightfall illuminating the way forward for every child coming home.
Happy New Year!
A student wearing an academia uniform sat alone on a bench beside the winding road that led down to the town below. Hearing someone greet him, he returned the greeting politely, then stared blankly at the lights of the households below.
Hey, with that teal academy uniform, senior, you're from the Wind God House, aren't you? Me too. But I'm from the Thunder God House. You're looking into the distance, huh? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Raiden. I'm an orphan. The Archon gave me this name. Before that I didn't have one.
A boy in a purple academy uniform, who was clearly a chatterbox, sat down beside the melancholy young man and began his self-introduction.
What about you? What about you, senior?
The boy in the teal academy uniform looked at the noisy fellow beside him with dead fish eyes, and the expression of someone who no longer had anything to live for.
You have nowhere to go either, right? Then why not visit the Archon? My name is Kakashi.
Kakashi in the teal academy uniform shifted from his earlier dead fish stare to a somewhat fierce expression.
Can you be quiet for a while? Yes, exactly as you said. I have nowhere to go either. Now would you kindly shut up?
The grievance bottled up in Kakashi's heart burst out in a loud roar. That stream of angry shouts brought the endlessly chattering boy Raiden to a stop. Seeing the boy's stunned expression, Kakashi's tone abruptly softened.
Sorry. I've been under a bit too much pressure lately. Don't mind me. Let me stay here for a while. I'll go to the banquet held by the Grass King later.
Then he went back to staring blankly into the distance. Father, perhaps you never knew, in the end, what you insisted on, and the direction I believed in were both wrong. The mission, the comrades, in the end everything was a mistake. Kakashi didn't bother checking whether the boy behind him was still there. After being scolded for no reason, the boy must have surely left. Minato's family never blamed him. It was just that when he learned from Obito that his master and mistress had fallen into disaster due to information leaked because of him, he couldn't forgive himself. The deadly combat with Obito had long since nearly shattered him, a man who was already drifting aimlessly. No small number of people carried such wounds everywhere. Peace had arrived, but a peace of solitude meant nothing to those who had been left utterly alone.
Naruto, look, those are Aranara. There are so many Aranara. Happy New Year, Purple Nara. Happy New Year, Golden Nara.
Among the Aranara, one brown Aranara that was clearly more mature than the others floated in midair. He greeted the arriving guests. The Aranara, who had originally been content to stay only in Vanarana, had now put on the gift scars their deity had given them her cherished attendants, and were pushing small food carts back and forth through the banquet hall. Other Aranara, each carrying a red lucky pouch, burrowed into the earth and vanished. Those were New Year presents the Aranara had prepared for their friends. Because they did not need to use memory to sustain the forest, their memories had been preserved very well. They had also made more friends. In a private room within the sanctuary of Surasthana, the gentle mature tree king greeted her colleagues and old friends. 2 extraordinarily long sofas were crowded with people. After all the polite pleasantries, Zhongli, though he very much wished to decline, was still invited to the central seat of honor. Then amid the boisterous atmosphere they began to playfully roughhouse. Most of the male deities, who had been mature and steady for many years, had little interest in such antics. For instance, a famous, and among the gods of Teyvat rare, married couple of deities were being lovey-dovey in the corner. A brawny man in eremite style held a woman who was as vivid as a blooming flower. A girl in an old U.S. skirt carried over a dozen strange stone locks, and shoved them into the arms of the upright old gentleman Zhongli. He felt a little weary, but reuniting with old friends today was still a rare joy. They began the game of unfastening the stone locks. The Tree King moved back and forth refilling the guests' drinks. After all, Little Grass wasn't at home, so as her mother, she had to keep an eye on things. 2309, the last day of the old calendar in the shinobi world. Nahida condensed her divine power into a screen large enough, preparing to count down. The last minute had arrived. The seat left for Nahida at the enormously long dining table remained vacant. Everyone was waiting. The final 30 seconds. Finally a vortex appeared beside Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. 2 figures almost alike except for slightly different shades of green stood together.
Sorry, I'm a bit late.
There was also a slightly smaller countdown display at the top of the banquet hall.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Everyone and the gods shouted in unison. At the same moment, a teal-green radiance burst from within Nahida, carrying countless small gift boxes of every color out in all directions. Gift boxes were scattered across the sky.
What is this?
Kakashi, dead-eyed and lost in gloom, reached out and caught one. The screen in the sky changed once more, and a message from Nahida appeared.
My subjects, Happy New Year! Do not be alarmed. Those things are gifts for you. There is no need to fight over them. The gift meant for you will appear before you on its own.
After the Nahida on the screen finished speaking, Kakashi found that the gift box in his hand had opened by itself. Thick smoke billowed outward, as if a ninja had just unleashed a jutsu.
Cough, cough.
Kakashi was not worried that anything Nahida had prepared could be lethal. Then, he froze.
FF father.
The person in the smoke wore an outfit very similar to his. No, to be precise, the man was dressed like Kakashi.
Son, I'm not the only one here. If you don't notice her soon, she's going to be angry. Era Kakashi-chan, you haven't noticed me at all.
A gentle voice that was clearly teasing came over. Kakashi looked toward it. From behind his father, a rather petite figure emerged. He stammered, almost unable to believe it.
Mom.
The family embraced. The old Shinja clan estate. Tsunade was watching the screen in the night sky. She had declined every invitation card sent to her, even those from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Seeing the box flying over, she caught it. The box opened by itself. Smoke filled the entire old estate. Before the smoke had even dispersed, she heard several voices that should not have been possible.
Tsunade, Happy New Year. Big sis, Happy New Year.
On one of Konoha's commercial streets, a party of 4 grown-ups and 1 child, having come over from the Uchiha district, found a relatively inconspicuous corner in a storytelling tea house and sat down. Konoha had never had the profession of storytelling before. In fact, the entire ninja world had never had it. Naturally, it had been spread from the words of the people of Teyvat. But it had not been taught by Nahida. It had been passed down by Mr. Chonli, that teacher of the Geo Academy. Naruto had followed his family to watch him at the time. Watching how a single person relying only on his mouth could make the scenes feel so vivid that people became fully immersed, Naruto himself fell in love with this performance. When he had free time, he would also invite Avril to come along and show support. As for storytelling, that too had come over from the current Grass Nation. While listening to the storyteller, they waited for the arrangements they had set up ahead of them to begin. After raiding Root and teaching Danzo a lesson, removing the things he had no right to touch, both Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shisui had originally thought that simply killing that old villain Danzo would eliminate all future trouble. Naruto, however, offered a new opinion. As ninja, would you fear quick pain or death?
No.
All 3 shook their heads at once. Death was what they valued least. But what if the most important obsession in your hearts is destroyed, leaving you alive but half dead? Like the Third Hokage now lying on a hospital bed. Naruto used a calm tone to lead them into reflection. Although the Uchiha in front of him had been learning for a while, some things still would not turn around in their minds. Watching Naruto tell them all this at an age when he should still be in the Ninja Academy, they did not look down on him in the slightest. Truly, in that situation I would go mad. After all, a single slash from a certain person is something I would remember for a lifetime. Izumi was the first to offer her opinion. As she said this, Uchiha Izumi glared at Uchiha Itachi with a gnashing teeth expression, wearing the look of someone turning dark and corrupted. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Izumi, then lowered his head and fell silent. Shisui wiped away sweat that was not actually there, trying to ease the mood around Uchiha Izumi. Naruto watched Izumi emitting dark aura without the slightest change in expression. After all, compared to his mother Kushina's temper, this was nothing at all. As if reminded of the topic, Shisui said, "For the past me, the only thing more painful than death was the peace I longed for between this village and this clan. In the end, my vision was too limited. I failed to see that these people leading Konoha had already grown rotten. Thinking day and night about peace between the village and the clan, believing that awakening the Koto Amatsukami Jinjutsu would preserve peace, I trusted too much in the very people who were truly causing the conflict between Konoha and the clan, and so my eyes were taken. With my beliefs shattered, I wanted to kill myself. That child Itachi nearly did something foolish as well. If we had not met you, we would have kept suffering over all of that forever. So Naruto wants to make Danzo's beliefs collapse too. Sometimes living is the greatest suffering of all. Dying would be letting that Shimura Danzo off too easily. As for Uchiha Itachi's opinion, well, there was no place for Uchiha Itachi to speak here. She had brought Itachi along only because she wanted him to open his dog eyes wide and see what a real good thing looked like. According to the intelligence, it's obvious that the old thing Danzo and the other two useless advisors all love to brag about acting for the sake of Konoha. But their so-called actions for Konoha are just stuffing things into their own pockets. They've said it so much that they've even talked themselves into believing it. Step by step we tear their lies apart and strip away all their power. The so-called leaders of Konoha's current generation are selfish and self-serving, chasing power and enjoyment, while always waving that false righteous banner of acting for Konoha. What we need to do is destroy them body and soul. They love putting labels on others, but in a village no bigger than a speck of dirt, all they know is fighting over power and scheming against one another. What the hell do they know about political tactics? Even though Nahida, after waking from that dream, had worried it would hinder Naruto's growth and had cut off most of the personal connections from the dream, certain sensations would not be forgotten. Judging only from the history recorded on the Akasha terminal, history Naruto himself did not recognize. The methods of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo were not even worth mentioning. But that did not mean they could be forgiven. As for whether talking about such things at a roadside stall might leak out, a perception affecting Jinjutsu had been maintained around them the whole time. Naruto's young face frowned slightly. He saw quite a few familiar people, the ones who had bullied him. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto called up the Akasha terminal and began searching whether their relatives really had suffered an incident there. They had better pray that they really did. If they did, he would give them face and treat them as people deceived by Hiruzen Sarutobi and the old dog Danzo. If not, there would be no good outcome for them. As the last chapter said, in Konoha, two heroes, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the Shura of the ninja world Madara Uchiha, put an end to the chaos of the Land of Fire. These two heroes shared a longing for peace in the future. A fated promise made in their youth let them shake hands and reconcile, even though they belonged to hostile clans. But life was unpredictable. In the early days, after Konoha was founded, everything between them was still wonderful. Lord Hashirama and Madara trusted each other without reservation. But as the number of clans Konoha took and grew, some people with vicious hearts were accepted into the village during that period. Lord Hashirama's nature was soft, and he was unwilling to make a great slaughter. Lord Madara was decisive. He believed that a few sacrifices could be borne for the sake of eternal peace, and he had always planned that those sacrificed would not be Konoha's own people. These two heroes, who had once overwhelmed every ninja of their era, began to have differences. And certain people who had harbored ill intentions from the time Konoha began accepting clans started to move. They knew perfectly well that Lord Hashirama was gentle toward everyone, and unless they crossed his bottom line, he was simply too easy to deal with. But Madara Uchiha, the other one, was different. He had his own considerations in how he acted, and he would never calmly tolerate certain people's filthy methods. They feared him and dreaded him. So they began spreading rumors in the newly built Konoha. When the storyteller reached this point, several masked ninjas suddenly appeared. Then in the tea house, everyone blinked again. The masked ninja were already gone. Kill these people or... The moment we've just started, and they couldn't wait any longer. If it were not for the fact that there were too many illiterate people, they would have simply distributed the already written stories. It was not just this one tea house. With specially allocated funds, many places had started offering free storytelling at the same time. Produced by the Akasha terminal, the story of the mastermind behind the scenes, The Pot Shadow, was extremely gripping. Danzo, meanwhile, was in the Hokage's office wanting to flip the entire desk. Damn it. Who did this? Those things aren't true at all. Who? What about the Umbu? Have you found anything yet? Where are the people sent to stop them? That old bastard Danzo Shimura is truly an animal.
Both of the two great lords were deceived by the weaklings they had never deigned to notice, all because of their own arrogance. Damn Danzo Shimura. If not for his fault with the overwhelming power of the two great lords back then, Susanoo clad in the great Buddha, two men subjugating 4 nations, the entire ninja world should have belonged to the land of fire. Woo, my poor two great lords. They only sought to find a true path to peace, yet they were tricked by a creature like Danzo into turning against each other. Even in Konoha's current records, the accounts of Lord Madara still depict him as a bloodthirsty killer who finally died together with Lord Hashirama. Something like that actually happened. To think he was already so scheming from such a young age. Elder Danzo couldn't possibly have really done all this, could he? I know. Let me quietly tell you some inside information. On the night of the Demon Fox incident, although rumors everywhere said it was the Uchiha because not a single Uchiha came to defend the village, Elder Danzo himself never showed up until the very end either. That's absolutely true. Throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha, strolling townsfolk were discussing it as they walked. Thanks to the extra money Naruto had paid the hired performers, acts were all successful. Of course, to prevent anyone from desperately lashing out, the other storytelling venues were also guarded by Uchiha elites. Sister Izumi, can the other Uchiha handle the remaining root ninjas Danzo still has? Of course. That segment in the Grass King's tale specifically about unawakened Sharingan caused quite a few of our people to awaken on the spot. They became much stronger and all awakened formidable dojutsu. Although when I asked them about it later, they all kept their mouths shut about what they experienced, I'm certain no one fell into any dangerous emotions. But I did hear from the Grass King that we shouldn't say something in front of those clan members who awakened during the lessons. What was it again? I remember it was something like, Wu Yang, the machine is already dead, or something like that. Yes, that was it. Naruto, do you know the reason? Also, they say that if an enemy utters that phrase, those clansmen who took the lessons will become terrifyingly resolute no matter how bitter or exhausted they are. After saying this, Uchiha Izumi revealed a gentle smile and elegantly brushed the dust from her clothes. Naruto returned a smile and shook his head. Since he had confirmed the Uchiha wouldn't cause any trouble by dragging their feet, everything was fine. As for the script specially made for the Uchiha, he didn't know it either. But it was certainly brilliant. Although it had only been a dream to every one of them, it was a tremendous change. A change that would transform their lives from then on. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi were in charge of these 2 streets. Konoha village was not very large. Each person was responsible for 2 streets. As for the idle chat just now, it was merely to confirm things once again after knocking out the Umbu who had passed by. Naruto had always found it hard to gauge the combat strength of traditional shinobi. They had tremendous destructive power, but their bodies were far too fragile. Unlike them now, cultivators in the land of grass, where the physical body simultaneously influenced their cultivation. P.S. in the U.S. some people can cultivate an immortal art, but it requires a fate with the immortals. In the ninja world Zhongli, and the others further refined it. How much things have changed now. Earlier they had still been worried about the conflict between the village and the clan. But now that the Third Hokage had been disposed of, even with the Uchiha openly pressing forward, few people dared to utter a word about it. He understood even better what Nahida had meant, that their conflict had never truly been with the village, but rather with those rotten Konoha elders. Today this area of Konoha was Naruto and Uchiha Izumi's responsibility. It was a few days ago that Naruto had begun composing the vile autobiography of the treacherous little man Danzo Shimura. Everything was pinned on him. Thus began the tale of Danzo Shimura, the evil of the ninja world. Information in the ninja world spread with astonishing speed. Danzo's story, as that infamous man, began to circulate. The whispers in the village grew louder day by day. The clan heads ordered their members not to have any contact with those materials. Yet the clan leaders' wariness toward Danzo had already become glaringly obvious. Although some of it was fabricated, there was still a great deal that clearly could not have happened without Danzo's involvement. Exposing Danzo's deeds had not deviated from Naruto's plan. He had dragged the rat lurking in the shadows forcibly into broad daylight. As expected, those blind and gossip-loving villagers began to believe the storyteller's tales. Quite a few ninja could be seen busily coming
and going from the Hokage building. Danzo had sent Anbu to suppress the spread of the rumors. What he wished for more. But those Anbu no longer dared to go anywhere near the performance venues. As for forcibly using his authority, as acting Hokage, to crush them, that was even more impossible. He Danzo was only an acting Hokage, he couldn't send people to their deaths. If he lost the people's hearts, he was finished. At least the Anbu still listened to some of his orders for now. With his meticulously trained root ninja suffering heavy casualties, Danzo had very few useful hands left under his command, and he flew into a thunderous rage. He would go meet those two old friends of his. He would seek some sponsorship and crush those spreading the rumors. Only a few days had passed. The discourse in Konoha had already been steered into extremely dangerous territory. The shinobi of the ninja clans had heard more than enough. What astonished them was, under normal circumstances, the moment such words appeared, Anbu should have paid a visit and invited the speaker to Anbu headquarters for tea. Those who belonged to clans, or who had a Jonin team leader, had been sternly warned to watch their tongues. Those beneath waited to see what those above would do. Meanwhile, the three people who currently had the power to manage the village were still locked in petty schemes against one another. Because the Uchiha had assigned people to take turns keeping watch over the Anbu and root operatives under Danzo's command. The more Danzo tried to suppress the rumors, the more powerless he became. He even tried going into the village to put on a display of kindness and approachability, but before he had walked far, he lost consciousness and found himself back in the Hokage building. Frustrated and humiliated, he was nearly driven mad. Then terror gripped him. What kind of technique had sent him back? Cherishing his life, he wished he could immediately flee back into his root lair. Afterward, he kept dispatching subordinates to investigate. In just a few days, Danzo was nearly a commander without an army. The clamorous rumors grew so severe that even the daimyo of the Land of Fire issued an order for an inquiry forbidding the wicked Sumeru Danzo from laying a hand on the Hokage's authority. Konoha was held accountable. The existence of someone like Sumeru Danzo posed a threat to their safety. Then the remaining two Hokage advisors grew so weak-kneed that they could hardly restrain themselves from throwing Danzo out to appease the public's anger. Those rumors, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Miyokado had read them too. Without a doubt. Among the accusations against Danzo, they could not speak to those they had not personally witnessed, but the rest, which were no different from the inside information they knew, were exactly the kind of thing Danzo would do. They made a conspicuous show of leading the clan heads of Konoha's ninja clans to the Hokage building, a clear declaration that they had no connection with Danzo. Inside the Hokage building, seeing the letter delivered by one of his few remaining subordinates, his face darkened with malice as he ground his teeth. Damn it, everything I have done was for Konoha. It must be those wicked Uchiha. Those evil Uchiha, who only ever rely on that accursed power, have actually learned such dirty tricks. And Koharu Yutane, Hamura Miyokado, you two deserve to die. Those accursed fools actually tricked me. Are they already coming? I have to leave now. The people of Konoha have already been fooled by those spreading the rumors. I will definitely return. That densely packed compendium of the shinobi world's misdeeds had all been vividly portrayed, with Sumeru Danzo as the shadowy mastermind behind it all. He wanted to explain, but the problem was that he had actually done those things. Danzo wished he could tell everyone that everything he did was for Konoha, that no one had the right to doubt his sincerity. Sarutobi had no right, not even their teacher did. Besides, this matter was most likely the work of those Uchiha he despised above all others. After leaving a shadow clone in his seat, Danzo began his desperate flight. Outside the window, the one who had been waiting for this scene wore a look of satisfaction. Help! Acting Hokage Lord Danzo has fled to escape punishment. Somebody! The noisy crowd, who had been heading to the Hokage building to condemn Danzo, while scheming over how to seize greater power in Konoha, suddenly heard someone shouting. The prize in their mouths was about to fly away. Several of them rushed forward and began questioning the shouting shinobi. Did you really see acting Hokage Danzo defect? While some stayed behind to question the shinobi, those among the rest, who were skilled at the body flicker technique, had already slipped into the Hokage building and searched it. They also found the shadow clone. Someone lunged to strike it with a fierce blow, but it dissolved into smoke. They immediately alerted those outside.
Everyone chase him. Sumeru Danzo has become a missing nin.
Further questioning was meaningless. With powerful leaps, all the assembled shinobi launched into pursuit. Explosive tags were being tied to soldier pills.
Let's go! Danzo can't hold out much longer.
Right, and make sure to take all those things along. Uchiha Itachi carried a device specially meant for broadcasting images. On Naruto's Void Terminal, a model map of Konoha was unfolding. On the Void Terminal, a red dot representing Sumeru Danzo was rapidly closing in. They stood directly in the path he had to take, waiting for the rat to walk right into the trap.
Just a little farther. Once I pass through there, I can get away.
A flying thunder god kunai was hurled toward Danzo. Danzo tried to knock it away with his own weapon, but the person who appeared alongside the kunai shattered that plan. Naruto pressed a Rasengan, long since prepared in his hand, against Danzo's back. Naruto was wearing an outfit his mother had found for him, very much like the one his father Minato Namikaze used to wear. This look was the centerpiece of today's performance. With a thud, Danzo turned into a wooden log.
Oh my, oh my! Dear Grandpa Danzo, where are you off to?
Naruto was not surprised that Danzo had evaded the Rasengan, because that would have been far too boring. Pairing the Flying Thunder God with the Rasengan was only meant to jolt the memories of those who had forgotten his late father. The scene here today was going to be broadcast to many places. At the same time, on streets all over Konoha, a group of people in emerald green robes were fiddling with a square device beneath the curious gazes of the watching villagers. On the side facing the crowd, images and sound began to appear as the operators made adjustments. This drew the idle villagers together to watch. The people adjusting the equipment not only did not drive them away, but deliberately stepped aside to give them a better view of the screen.
Isn't that acting Hokage Lord Danzo? What's the matter with that arm? How disgusting. That arm.
Damn, Uchiha. So it really was your doing. And you Ninetales Jinchuriki. Danzo reappeared from his substitution, his aged face twisted with rancor, ignoring how Naruto looked like a younger Minato Namikaze today. Naruto did not answer a single word of Danzo's accusations. Instead, it was Uchiha Izumi who spoke. Lord Danzo, where might you be heading so late at night? Before Izumi's words had even finished, a blade light flashed behind Sumeru Danzo. Its target was Danzo's neck. A red-eye crow high in the sky recorded the entire scene as it soared. Shursue's figure appeared from behind the blade flash. Danzo's head dropped to the ground. The villagers on Konoha's streets saw the image, and cried out in shock that Lord Danzo was dead. Yet the scene did not play out the way everyone had expected. Shursui neatly severed Danzo's head, and before the skull could even hit the ground, Danzo's headless form twisted violently. In a burst of white smoke, Sumeru Danzo's intact figure appeared once more, glaring viciously at Uchiha Shursui, the very man who had just killed him. Uchiha Shursui, you're actually alive. As he spoke, he instinctively touched the eye hidden beneath his bandages. After confirming that the eye was unharmed, he turned his gaze back to the three in front of him. Following the script they had agreed upon beforehand, Shursue's face broke into an amiable smile. Lord Danzo still remembers me. Shursui teased him without any pretense. Once Danzo saw clearly that his attacker was Shursui, he no longer seemed to care about being ambushed. Instead, he forced his expression to become as gentle as possible, intending to defend himself with the same words he had once used to fool Shursui. Shursui, oh Shursui, you are a splendid inheritor of the will of fire. Back then, I never wanted to hurt you. But Sarutobi still couldn't trust you. The eye technique of those eyes of yours was simply too terrifying. Sarutobi forced me to take your eyes. In the end, I was pressed into setting up an ambush with my men and keeping them in my care. If you still have resentment, you can take it out on Sarutobi. This old man still has some matters to attend to. Shursui, can you let me leave first? Danzo lowered his head as he spoke, as though lost in memory. Step by step, he drew closer to the three. Once he reached a suitable distance, Danzo revealed his disguised true face. I never expected you to come back alive. Then today I'll kill you again. At some point Danzo had already covered his body with explosive tags. He violently ripped the bandages off his arm, revealing the squirming eyeballs embedded beneath them. The tomo on the eyeballs clearly proclaimed who their original owner had been. One of the 6 eyes had already closed. Not counting the eye of Shursui in his eye socket, he now had only 5 Sharingan on his body, meaning 5 lives remaining. The time his last 2 subordinates could buy him was limited. Led by Mitokado Hamura and the others, the ninja force was closing in. If he was held up too long, he would not be able to leave safely. As the leader of Root, he had done plenty of dirty things for the sake of Konoha. If he was caught and held accountable without Sarutobi to smooth things over, he would definitely be purged and thrown into prison. Mitokado Hamura and Yutaten Koharu would absolutely throw him out as a sacrificial pawn to please the new Hokage. Would release explosive tree spear? Feigning repentance and begging for mercy, he had drawn everyone's attention. After confirming that this distance was enough to blast Shursui to death, Danzo did not forget to add a would-release technique. If time had allowed, he would have preferred to rip out Shursui's remaining Konoha Tsukumi eye as well. Boom! A skyward explosion blasted a deep crater into the ground. Danzo reappeared intact from the smoke. Uchiha Shursui had vanished. Ha ha, stupid Uchiha are still this easy to deceive. Why can't you Uchiha just die properly? Become my dog. The Konoha Tsukumi I originally meant for something great could only be used for now to control this Uchiha woman. Danzo removed his eye patch, revealing that the eye socket he had told everyone was useless actually contained a Sharingan. Widening that Konoha Tsukumi eye, he gave an order to Uchiha Izumi. Hurry and grab the Ninetales Jinchuriki, then take me out of Konoha. Uchiha Izumi said nothing and began walking toward Naruto standing nearby. Under Danzo's excited gaze, the hand holding the kunai stopped halfway in its approach to Naruto. Then Uchiha Izumi turned to Danzo with a hee. Just kidding, you didn't actually believe it, did you? Impossible. Do. A burst of urgent alarms rang out. The eye Danzo believed to be Konoha Tsukumi was blinking with a red light. Before he could react to the fact that something was wrong with the eye exploded. Danzo was blown into pieces. Then in the smoke the intact Danzo appeared once more. Damn it. When? Decisively Danzo tore out the eye that had been so precious only moments before. Only then did the belated Konoha pursuers arrive on the scene. Yutaten Koharu was just about to shout a stop when 3 unexpected figures appeared. A golden-haired woman standing atop a giant slug. A white-haired figure standing on a toad. And the last a cold androgynous figure standing upon a giant serpent. Tsunadeheim. What are you and those 2 trying to do? Are you trying to betray Konoha? To think he'd actually be with the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Before Yutaten Koharu could finish slapping on the label of betrayal and troublemaking, Tsunade released her Een seal, cracked her knuckles, and leaped down from the slug. She threw a punch straight at the old faces of Yutaten Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Jiraiya, who had only recently returned from the cursed trial of Nahida's lesson, distributed the prepared scandals of Konoha's worthless leaders to every Konoha ninja who had followed along. The ninja who had initially wanted to stop this one-sided beating stopped instead, then burned with anger. The record showed how Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had each seized and embezzled vast amounts of resources. They also recorded the targeted suppression plans aimed at the various clans. No clan other than their own was ever allowed to rise too high. Those with fiery tempers wanted to join Tsunadeheim in beating these remaining 3 old bastards to a pulp. Orochimaru meanwhile headed toward Danzo. A loner by nature, he had only his 2 teammates and the old Third Hokage. The only thing that could truly be called hatred was the matter of his former disciple. Even he had never expected that Nawaki's suspicious death had truly been orchestrated behind the scenes by Danzo. It was all for the sake of would-release experiments. Thinking of how that child had looked back, then Orochimaru quietly appeared behind Danzo. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Naruto, he gained the right to take one of Danzo's lives in revenge. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Venomous snake surged out. A single bite immobilized Danzo, and then 2 silver scalpels appeared in Orochimaru's hands. Aya. Orochimaru, this old man will definitely kill you. Ignoring Danzo's furious yapping, Orochimaru used his masterful skill to carve out all of Danzo's internal organs before allowing Danzo to trigger his revival once again. Danzo had only one final Sharingan left. Everyone in the encirclement tensed up, because this old dog was about to go mad. Naruto and the three Uchiha watched expressionlessly as Danzo was dismantled by Orochimaru into a Mount Danzo. Death was the lightest punishment for Danzo. Orochimaru's perpetually cold and pallid face betrayed no trace of emotion. But anyone who had been present when Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki died would have noticed. The internal organs of that Mount Danzo had been torn apart exactly like Nawaki's back then, as Orochimaru's last chakra scalpel descended. The last scarlet eye on Danzo's arm closed. Danzo revived once more, his eyes already blood-red. He was readying his final killing move, prepared to fight them to the death. Orochimaru, however, did not step forward to intervene in Danzo's battle again. Instead, he returned to Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were holding back the Konoha ninja who had come from the village. I never thought we would still have a chance to fight side by side. I didn't either. But are you not planning to change back from that form? I don't know how to change back either. Jiraiya scratched his head. Then with practiced ease he tucked his loose long hair behind his ear. He did not know what to say either. He only felt that the old man had ruined himself, and the three disciples he had raised were beyond saving. If the old man saw this now, he would probably die of anger. He had thought he no longer had any feelings for the bonds of the past. After mincing Danzo into fine pieces, he felt that heart clinging to immortality begin to beat again. Then stand far back. Keep an eye on those Konoha ninja. There are still two most important people missing from this play. I'm going to wake those two up. Orochimaru pressed his palms together. His hands began forming seals rapidly. Summoning jutsu. One hand slammed against the ground. A summoning circle appeared on the ground. But what Orochimaru summoned was not Manda. It was two coffins. The coffins bore the characters first and second respectively. Orochimaru's gaze turned to the battle on Naruto's side. It was not yet time to awaken those two. The scene cut back to an enraged Tsunade confronting Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Tsunade. Stop. You can't do this to us. Stop. I am a Hokage advisor. I have rendered meritorious service to Konoha. Ah. The agonized scream did not earn anyone's pity. Tsunade clicked her tongue, landed a final punch that drove them both into the ground, and then used her superb medical ninjutsu to cripple the hands and feet of those two old wretches. Then one in each hand, she hauled Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado in front of the two coffins. She waited for Nahida to arrive. Danzo's face was already savage, like a trapped beast. With no warning he made his move. Summoning beast. Baku. Go. Hold them back. The instant Baku appeared, it opened its enormous mouth toward Naruto, Uchiha Izumi, and the others. A tremendous force of suction tried to pull the enemies up. At the same time, Danzo's hands were frantically trying to form seals. He tore open his tattered half-robe. A curse technique long prepared on his body was deliberately awakened. As he neared the final desperate gambit of mutual destruction, Danzo recalled his past. That time he and the others had been hunted down with their teacher, the second Hokage. The cowardice he had shown when choosing the decoy had left him bitter for most of his life. That one moment of timidity back then had cost him the position of Hokage. This time, this old man will not be a coward. For the peace of Konoha, all of you will stay here today. The sealing curse inscribed on Danzo's body released a vast black light, seeking to shroud and absorb everything. Flying Raijin. Naruto reacted quickly, grabbed the people around him, and evacuated using Flying Raijin. On the ground where Danzo stood, several green vines shot up, binding Danzo, and the curse technique he had triggered tightly. They bound him until he was a grass ball mummy, then stopped. The cyan light on the vines swiftly devoured the black light. Danzo's curse technique came to a halt. Naruto looked at the person who had appeared and greeted her respectfully. Little mom, you're here. The three Uchiha also bowed slightly in greeting. O great king of grass. Naruto, this man is not dead. I have sealed him with divine power. He can still perceive the outside world. Once this matter is settled, you can settle accounts with him. Now come with me to take care of what needs to be resolved in this place. The Konoha ninja watched in confusion. Those who had already figured things out also played dumb. Who would be foolish enough to risk their lives for these old wretches? After all, the acting Hokage and the elders had been beaten half to death by none other than the first Hokage's granddaughter. In her hands were also the disgraceful deeds of these three old men. Getting involved on either side would be pointless. But whose orders were they supposed to follow now? From the look on Tsunade's face, the first Hokage's granddaughter clearly had no wish to remain close with the rest of Konoha. The people from that side came over. Greetings, Konoha ninja. You seem full of doubt. So please remain quietly where you are. In the places throughout Konoha where the scene was being broadcast, Nahida's voice also began to ring out. Orochimaru began. There is no problem with the medium I gave you to awaken them, right? Nahida looked at Orochimaru, who was waiting for instructions, and nodded as she asked for an update. No problem, Lord Kusanali. Those snake pupils looked calmly at Nahida as he answered. Shall we begin, my lady? Orochimaru looked extremely cooperative. Wait a moment. After saying this, she turned and informed Naruto. Naruto, go bring that paralyzed third Hokage here. Okay, little mom. Naruto vanished from the spot in an instant. Nahida then stretched out her hand again, and in her palm appeared a skeleton draped in a tattered robe holding a scythe. Originally, this so-called death god could have been even uglier. Nahida, thinking it too ugly, had replaced it with the form of a skeleton. Give it here. Nahida stretched out her finger and tapped the motionless little death god. The death god in her hand still gave no reaction. Sure enough, this thing had no intelligence of its own. It was simply too stiff. She reached out, took the scythe from the death god, and gave its belly a single swipe. A mass of yellow spiritual essence flew out and shot towards some space. Those present had no idea what Nahida was suddenly doing with her palm, but they guessed that something truly was in that hand. The medium needed to summon Minato Namikaze should also be there, right? It must have failed before. Try it now. Nahida was determined to settle the affairs of this village today. She had already stayed here too long. According to what the 7 Archons had revealed to Nahida, the abyss had appeared elsewhere again. There was no time left to keep playing with the little ones. After hearing the order, Orochimaru immediately used the summoning jutsu again and summoned a coffin. On it was carved the character for Dodenserakiko. The 3 coffin lids instantly fell to the side. 3 figures with fissured faces appeared. One wore crimson armor. Another, white-haired, wore blue armor. The last was a blonde-haired man wearing a Hokage robe with the words Fourth Hokage written on the cape behind him. A flash of golden light appeared beside Nahida, and Naruto emerged once more. He carried an old man whose mouth was still drooling. Yet his eyes were fixed on the blonde man, who had been revived from the coffin, his biological father.
Huh. I think I should be dead. Can someone explain what is going on right now? And who are you?
Hashirama Senju, clad in red armor, scratched his head. After asking the Nahida before him, he did not wait for her answer, and instead turned to his younger brother.
Tobirama, you're here too. Brother.
Tobirama Senju took a deep breath. Though his reincarnated body felt nothing at all, he felt utterly powerless, and at a loss for words. He paid no more attention to his eccentric elder brother. Instead, he turned his gaze to the people present, especially scrutinizing Nahida, who stood at the very front of the crowd surrounding the 2 brothers, wearing no ninja forehead protector. There was no sensation of chakra. Tobirama Senju cast a sidelong glance at the Konoha shinobi wearing Konoha forehead protectors. They did not appear to be controlled either. After surveying the scene, he finally looked at the paralyzed old third Hokage being carried by Naruto.
Monkey! You've ended up looking like this. Old. Master.
Kid, did you do this? After saying that, Tobirama Senju suddenly released an overwhelming pressure. His face twisted into a ferocious expression. His disciple had ended up like this. He remembered that he had personally appointed the monkey to be the third Hokage. What is wrong with this generation of Konoha? Or was it this kid, the one holding the monkey in such a humiliating way, who did this? The pressure Tobirama Senju released stirred up a cloud of dust all around. As for its effect, it had absolutely no impact whatsoever on Naruto, and the others behind Nahida. Nahida meanwhile had been observing the first and second village heads of Konoha. The first Hokage in red armor, though not yet fully reanimated and awakened, still appeared quite imposing. He seemed deeply blessed by the spirit of Flora. Under her elemental vision his entire body resembled a Dendro elemental life form. When Hashirama Senju noticed Tobirama's urge to act, he wanted to speak up and stop him. This made Nahida feel that the first Hokage of Konoha was a little slow-witted.
Big brother, take a good look. The current situation is highly unusual. These people are clearly not from our Konoha.
After seeing that his pressure had no effect on those behind Nahida, crossing his arms, Tobirama Senju stopped his actions and grumbled to his elder brother, who was still trying to calmly raise his questions. Through the connection with the caster of the impure world reincarnation, Tobirama Senju looked at Orochimaru.
You are the caster, aren't you? Second Lord, please don't be hasty.
Orochimaru looked at the two great figures with a fawning smile.
Konoha has not been invaded. Reviving the 3 Hokages was her idea.
Edo Hashirama looked at Nahida with a simple, good-natured expression. Edo Tobirama's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with scrutiny.
Hey! So who exactly are you, young lady?
Seeing that things had finally settled down, Nahida greeted them.
You 2 former Hokages of Konoha. My name is Nahida. As for other matters, I will explain in detail later. First, please take a look at these.
Nahida tossed the stack of scrolls chronicling the atrocious misdeeds of Tobirama Senju's beloved disciples into his hands. The 2 Senju brothers picked up the scrolls.
Great-grandfather. Second great-grandfather.
Tsunade, who was carrying the 2 genius disciples of her second great-grandfather, greeted them. Since his awakening, Minato Namikaze had understood the whole course of events from the chakra's memory. Today's matters were something he had no right to fully intervene in before, and now he did not wish to get involved either. After all, Naruto would least want to see his own father risking his life for this village. Edo Minato paid not the slightest attention to the people of Konoha chatting with Naruto somewhere at the back. What Nahida intended to settle today had nothing to do with Minato Namikaze. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju briefly greeted their granddaughter, looking at the 2 aged disciples held in her hands.
How could Konoha have come to this?
Tobirama Senju had still wanted to ask Tsunade why she had beaten those 2. Then he heard his elder brother exclaim. Tobirama Senju swiftly picked up the scrolls behind and read them.
Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, after the first Hokage's death, wanted to study would release all remaining Senju clan members in Konoha, voluntarily signed human experimentation agreements, and died as a result of the experiments. That would release Kekkei Genkai easier to integrate if one's blood is closer to the first Hokage's. Conducting research using the flesh and blood of the first Hokage's own grandson. Records of suppressing all clans except the Sarutobi Utatane and Mitokado clans. Detailed rules for distribution of Konoha's resources. The Hokage and the Hokage's 2 assistant families hold most of the resources. Numbers of shinobi from ninja clans occupying important posts in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dream of 3,000 shinobi. After the 4th Hokage took office, the 3rd frequently interfered with the new Hokage's decisions. Shimura.
Tobirama Senju directly asked Tsunade.
Great-grandfather, second great-grandfather. Now there is only me left in the Senju clan.
Tsunade's mood sank as she said this.
So this is why you, Tsunade, joined these people to treat my dear disciples like this?
Tobirama spoke through gritted teeth, glaring at the 4 wastes. After hearing that the 2 had figured out what they needed to know Naruto directly through Hiruzen Sarutobi at Tobirama's feet. Disgusting. Behind him, the Uchiha, who had long been eager to see the 2 Hokages personally cleanse their own ranks through the Danzo that Nahida had bound next to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the 2 beaten into pig heads in Tsunade's hands.
Teacher, we didn't. It's all fabricated by these outsiders. Teacher, I have done nothing wrong. Everything I did was for Konoha. Those were necessary sacrifices.
Besides the paralyzed Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tobirama's other 3 disciples kept trying to exonerate themselves. The heir he had chosen was a fool. Among his 4 disciples, the only one who admitted his actions still did not think he was at fault. The enormous mess upon awakening made him want to strangle his past self for having watched over these fools so well. The heavy pressure radiating from Tobirama Senju surprised even Hashirama, who was still dejected over how far Konoha had strayed.
You lot deserve death. But I as your teacher failed to teach you well. Was this what I intended when I told you to lead Konoha?
With a kick, he sent the sobbing Yuriten Koharu and Mitokado Hamura to the side. Danzo tied up was wriggling like a worm. His disciples had done plenty of rotten things, but clearly this was not the time to discipline them. These strangers he didn't recognize had been watching the farce all along.
So, we've read them. What do you want to say? Given that Tsunade trusts you, then can you now answer my question? You there, do you want to become the next Hokage of Konoha? Or what is it you want?
Tobirama Senju said with narrowed eyes.
Lord Second.
Nahida reached out to stop Tsunade's attempt to explain.
No, I do not want to be the village chief of your ninja village. I awakened you two only because I wanted you to witness a new future. Let me introduce myself once more. My name is Nahida. I am for now something of a deity. I am now the ruler of the Grass Nation. Please step into my realm.
A vortex-shaped teleportation portal appeared. On the other side of the portal a giant tree, and the buildings built against it were clearly visible. Nahida led the way at the front. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama exchanged a glance, then followed. The anonymous ninja of Konoha were once again forgotten by the wayside. Nara Shikaku chewed on a blade of grass he had casually picked, silently signaling to the other two clan heads of the Inoshikacho to stay still. Now even the most authoritative first and second Hokage had appeared. It was enough for them to stay quietly on the sidelines and wait for matters to conclude. As for the other shinobi clans, those summoned today were mostly clan heads, and they all knew very well what they were supposed to do. Naruto. Minato Namikaze scratched his head, fumbling for words. I only go by Naruto Uzumaki now, Dad. When you go over there, remember to speak the common tongue. If you want to go and see, then go. I just hate certain people in that village. I know exactly whose fault it is, Dad. After today most of those old scores will be settled. If you want to go, then go. He turned his sulky face away, refusing to look at his father, who loved this village a little too much. Seeing that the portal was still there behind him, Naruto used the body flicker technique and slipped through, returning to the center of the land of grass. TCH. Adults really never change. Was that village really worth so much? Well, if he wanted to go, let him go. The Konoha of the present no longer had his dear Hokage grandpa stirring up trouble. He had barely stopped resenting that rotten village. He walked aimlessly through the streets of Sumeru City. He didn't want Mother or Avril to see him in this state. Sumeru City was the city Nahida had built around the giant tree after planting it in the land of grass. The name, of course, was carried over from her old home. That way Nahida could try to convince herself that she was still in Sumeru and wouldn't miss home so much. Naruto. Out for a stroll. Yes, Auntie. You go ahead. I'm just wandering around. Come try a freshly picked sunsetia. Thank you. The fruit is delicious. Aren't you going to school today, Naruto? We can't even find our Wind Academy teacher ourselves. Auntie, I really didn't skip school. Naruto, a child raised by Catherine, was a household name throughout the city. After barely managing to deal with the enthusiastic neighbors, another person appeared. Hi. Naruto, did you just get back from a trip? In the stream of adventurers coming and going, a bald man appeared carrying a vegetable basket. It was only when he was tapped on the shoulder that Naruto snapped back and looked at the newcomer. Oh, it's Uncle Wei Yang. Wei Yang's name was very different from the naming style of Naruto and the others, which made it obvious that he really wasn't a native of the shinobi world. According to him, he was a militant soldier. For the sake of a nation called Liyue, he had followed an adeptus to a place called the Chasm to fight monsters. Later he was rescued by Nahida, who was always rushing around putting out fires. He was on good terms with Shonli, a teacher of the Geo Academy. Uncle Wei, are you out buying groceries? I just went to the ninja village with little mom. I'm just taking a walk around town. Come on, why don't you come sit at your Uncle Wei's place? Your uncle has prepared quite a few good things today. You're in for a real treat. Let's go, let's go. Don't be polite. In the end, the bald uncle invited Naruto to his home as a guest.
If anything comes up, I'll contact you directly through the Akasha terminal from home. But why do you look so listless today? Did you have a fight with little Avril? No, Uncle Wei. It's just that some old scores from the past have finally been settled. With that old obsession suddenly gone, I feel a little lost. Uncle Wei can't let you work alone. I'll help too. In the shinobi world atop the giant tree, at the center of the land of grass, the portal's exit had been set by Nahida to a waypoint in her own chambers. Leading the two revenants, Nahida cast a perception-blurring veil over herself to avoid drawing too much attention from passers-by. This is the land of grass as it is now. And these two things should be helpful to you. Nahida produced two canned knowledge items. These had originally been extracted from them by Nahida herself. Now, it was time to return them to the two of them. On important occasions to carry more authority, Nahida maintained an adult female form. The ability to change her own form was nothing difficult for an Archon. This is canned knowledge. After using it, you can obtain the knowledge stored inside. These two were originally your own, you simply forgot them. Nahida handed two canned knowledge items, and two portable Akasha terminals to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Canned knowledge. How do we use it? This place is more prosperous than the capital of the Land of Fire back then, by I don't know how many times. Yosh. Those big things, the ruined guards, are they puppets? I didn't see any puppeteer controlling them. Senju Hashirama looked like a young man seeing a huge city for the first time. This tree is pretty big. It's releasing very rich natural energy. Senju Tobarama, meanwhile, was inspecting the items in his hands. Then he saw that his older brother had already put one on. The contents of the can visibly fused into their two impure world reincarnation bodies. When Senju Hashirama opened his eyes again, there was no longer any surprise in his eyes at the current state of the land of grass, but he still had that silly simple look. Tobarama, no problem. This just contains some everyday knowledge. Tobarama's gaze rested on his older brother. He hesitated for a moment. Then Senju Tobarama used the canned knowledge. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at his older brother. You remember now, don't you? Then you two go ahead and take a look around on your own. See whether this place now differs from your memories. With that, Nahida left with peace of mind. She sensed that the flower goddess and Fufu, who had gone to the other four nations, had returned. Sister Ai had gone to the land of lightning. Fufu had gone to the land of water. The Scarlet King and Sister Flower Goddess had gone to the land of wind. As for her mother, the Tree King, she had been working overtime in her place all along. Shonli had gone to the land of earth. Nahida vanished from where she had just been standing. When she appeared again, she was already back in the sanctuary of Surasthana. Hey! Nahida, come give me a hug. Farina rushed toward Nahida with open arms before she even reached her. Little grass, we've settled ours too. By the way, come meet the kid your sister Flower picked up. The flower goddess, her red hair making her look like a living flower, was being held by another burly man dressed just like the eremites Nahida was familiar with. This burly man, with a strong desert style, was of course the desert deity, the Scarlet King. Once the forbidden knowledge had left Teyvat, it could be analyzed. There had been no major effects. Behind the Scarlet King and the flower goddess stood a child with the character love printed on the left side of his forehead and a gourd slung on his back. He looked about the same age as Naruto. Hello. I'm Nahida. Why you? Hello. Big sister. I'm Gaara. Little grass. You were right before. The thoughts of humans in this world truly are something even a god can't understand. Let me tell you, when we found Gaara, his father was abusing him. All because of a little kitten sealed inside him. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? That stupid father of Gaara's really showed me the diversity of humanity. Don't be angry, Sister Flower. Nahida reached out her hand to soothe the flower goddess, who was getting angry on her behalf again. The world of Kalmbai belonged to her space station. Oh, my dear friend. How are your preparations over there? Came the voice of the golden-haired man, as insufferable as ever. The entire space station held only the gray-haired woman and the golden-haired man she had picked up. With his long golden hair and a bishop's robe, Otto looked at the gray-haired woman before him. He seemed to see the version of himself from several hundred years ago.
His plan was already complete. Finding a teammate on the road to bring back the Holy Maiden wasn't a bad idea. With such overwhelming power, could it really be impossible to reclaim his regret? Kombai walked over to the incubation pods. She looked at the body inside, repaired yet still empty. In that battle against the destructive Aeon, she had both won and lost. Naxita, knowing almost nothing about this world, had rashly attempted to ascend and become an Aeon for certain reasons. In the end, she was ambushed by an Aeon of a similar path, who sensed her presence. The newly born path was devoured. Yet the time she bought allowed Kombai to successfully attain the position they had hoped for. Finally, she tore destruction apart with her own hands. Carrying the only things they had left behind, she came here. She could do everything now. And she could do nothing. Kombai lost herself in her memories. Seeing that Kombai was ignoring him, the golden-haired man didn't get angry. He simply kept that infuriating expression and talked to himself. This exceedingly powerful god was now nothing more than a pitiful creature, just like he himself had once been.
My friend, I didn't lie. Since our future selves cannot interfere with our own past, we find someone who should not exist in the first place, namely this young deity. She can. To break the failed ending, a player must reload and fulfill every hidden condition. That is what we must accomplish. In the end, your power will allow us to guide the young deity of the past onto the path we desire. I will guide her. She needs to grow until she is flawless before re-entering this world, a future in which they do not exist.
Kombai's voice was tinged with sorrow. The golden-haired man said no more. After an elegant bow, he left and walked toward the research lab allotted to him. He wanted to keep researching certain things. Kombai looked at the instrument monitoring Naxita. The crystal symbolizing the first world was already full. The gate to the second world would open. As Aha had said, the virtual world was a ridiculous joke, and this world too was the same. She would continue to wait. Wait for the arrival of the true future. Even if her own future was destined to become a bubble.
Naxita! Naxita! The gate to the new world has opened. When you are ready, go take a look at Yujing.
There was no reply, but Kombai saw what she was doing. Naxita was holding a video conference through the Akasha terminal.
Lord Dendro, these matters require your review. Problems have appeared in the newly incorporated regions. Many nobles are demanding that the station officials treat them better. Lord Dendro, how should we handle the captured daimyos?
Because several great nations had been flattened within days, several armies of the Grass Nation had launched attacks. The shinobi villages of the great nations had all pledged allegiance to the gods. The shinobi villages of the small nations couldn't even deal with those ruined guards. On the very night the daimyos tried to declare war on the Grass Nation, they were invited to the Grass Nation as guests by horned beings wearing Nua masks, who called themselves Yakshas. The young men and women who had been trained and nurtured over so many years yearned to achieve great deeds. As for the common people at the bottom, they lived each day in a daze. Under those spirited voices, the people of the entire shinobi world welcomed transformation. Naxita, still on the video call, quickly scanned each submitted issue and began resolving them one by one. At a base in the Rain Nation of the shinobi world, a man wearing a white mask appeared in a dim space after a swirl of distortion.
Abyss Princess, I've returned. When will you be ready to launch the attack? That outsider is about to unify the entire world now.
Dressed in a purple-crimson gown, Ing gazed blankly at the sky before her, her eyes lifeless. The Abyss Herald guarding Ing appeared directly behind the masked man. Its claw wreathed in dark power lunged at him, while it spat insults at the masked man.
You clown-like thing, how dare you question Her Highness the Princess?
Ing sat on the Abyss throne holding a doll modeled after Naxita. With red light in her eyes, she tore the doll's body to shreds.
Shuanglu. All right. Go make preparations. It's time to meet my dear little grass again.
With a Yandere expression, Ing threw the Naxita doll to the ground, rose, and issued orders. Night fell. Busy people were preparing to rest. In the shinobi world outside every town, one dark portal after another opened. The monsters began their charge.
Enemy attack. Attention! Monsters are invading. Combatants, cover the civilians' evacuation.
The defending warriors began to fight. On the giant tree at the center of the grass nation in the shinobi world, with the opening of a deep dark portal, Aang wearing a robe appeared at the great gate of the bedchamber. She knocked on the bedchamber's door.
I'm sorry. It's already late, and the Archon is not meeting guests.
A palace maid looked at the stranger, and explained the reason. But before she could say more she collapsed feebly. Aang wiped the blood from her hands. That faint scent she would never forget. Step by step, at the right distance, she vanished and reappeared beside Naxita on the bed woven of dendro elements. Without a hint of hesitation she clawed at Naxita's heart. With a bang the Naxita on the bed dissolved into smoke. Then Naxita appeared behind Aang.
Aang, you're here. Don't call me that name. A demon god like you isn't worthy of it. You liar. Enjoy watching your nation be destroyed by me. Just as you destroyed Kenria.
Ying's emotions were boiling over. Raising the sword in her hand, she clashed with Naxita. She saw the alert from the Akasha terminal. She had also instructed Tree King and Fufu to go help. The battle was fierce. Fighting erupted everywhere, and casualties continued to mount. Those once tender warriors improved quickly. The rescued ancient Lilith of Teyvat, and the warriors of the Seven Nations all fought and died heroically. They said they should have fallen in battle back then. Since they had the chance to be heroes once more, they wouldn't back down. Even with the help of the seven gods, as avatars, the newly incorporated regions of the Grass Nation still suffered devastating losses. As for Naxita and Aang, Naxita, having the upper hand, tried to cleanse something that was affecting Aang, but she was ambushed from behind. When she woke, she saw the returned Tree King looking after her. There was no trace of Aang. This monster invasion silenced the places that had been subdued by the gods' might. Hatred among people seemed to be temporarily forgotten by choice, as they fought shoulder to shoulder. Students from the elemental academies traveled everywhere to rebuild this world. Naxita also saw the message Kombai had sent. After confirming that Aang would not return to this world, she stepped alone through the gate to the new world. And using the second stone gate opened. Naxita touched it and disappeared. In the second world, Naxita appeared in the wilderness. After extending her senses, her brows drew together. An unfamiliar place. There were so many monsters. After flying a long distance, she found a town. As soon as she entered, she saw many people who seemed to be fighters. They each had a little girl with them. Unlike the cleanly dressed adults, the gun-carrying adults were accompanied by little girls in dirty clothes. Naxita also sensed that the children were exuding an aura similar to the strange monsters outside. The adults treated the children with the most vicious resentment. Only when Naxita saw a little girl crying and wailing as her body began to mutate did she understand. Those monsters outside were actually these little ones transformed. Naxita instantly teleported in front of the girl, who was mutating. She used divine power to suppress the genes in the girl's body. Under the continuous cleansing, the girl who had been half-mutated returned to her original form. From the little one, she had saved Naxita, learned the general structure of this world. Then the little girl assumed Naxita was in existence like herself, and brought her to their hiding place. They couldn't enter the city. If they did, they would be beaten to death. Naxita thought it was an orphanage, but what left her at a loss was that the rescued girl took her hand and pointed at a sewer. She saw the small young gazes one after another in the sewer. There was also an old person. Naxita lifted them out one by one. She examined their unstable bloodline genes, flushing out the unstable factors with divine power. Under the little girl's dazed gazes, she opened a door to Vanarana.
Let's go!
Naxita, who had grown larger, brought these poor children back to that dreamlike world. She asked the Aranara and some people she had brought to take care of the girls. She planned to enter the cities to bring back the remaining children. This world was beyond saving. The people who received protection, being too timid to take out their anger on the monsters, came to resent the ones they were sheltering. The fact that they could attack children without any hesitation already proved there was nothing here worth saving. This trip showed her many more things. The malice and filth of humanity. Yet she also saw how worthy the little ones were. After rescuing those who were worth saving, Naxita unleashed the most powerful attack she had ever released just before leaving this world. The worlds that followed were not as complicated as the shinobi world. They were all places where various flaws had emerged in the course of human development. Civilizations developed differently. Only when Naxita reached the last gate did Kombai disappear. Kombai left only one sentence.
Naxita, after you open your eyes again, the first person you meet will be me. Don't lose this time.
Crossing the final gate, Naxita summoned an emerald green barrier around her. This time the exit was in outer space. Many strange creatures lurked in the starry sky, attacking a space station. Naxita charged into the swarm of monsters. Unable to find a place to land, she noticed a hole in one direction and flew in. The place seemed to be a storage room. It was completely unremarkable except for a person lying unconscious in the corner. Naxita skillfully prepared to treat the unconscious gray-haired girl. Just as she reached the gray-haired girl's side, the girl woke up. Her eyes were empty like a newborn baby.
What's your name? Where is this place?
The gray-haired girl tilted her head and thought for a moment after hearing Naxita's question.
My name is Xing. Mommy, my name is Xing.
For some reason once, she remembered her name. The gray-haired girl hugged Naxita's small body. Then rubbing against her like a well-behaved baby, she called Naxita.
Mommy.
Startled, Naxita wanted to turn and run. Then she saw that after she didn't respond, the gray-haired girl began rolling around on the ground like a child. Seeing the pitiful little gray-haired girl, Naxita held her forehead and let out an
mm.
Meanwhile, the two people who had been clearing the strange humanoid monsters outside also hurried in. The capital of the Dendro Nation, Sumeru City. At the Adventurers Guild counter. Good morning, Miss Catherine. At Astra Abyssosk. Good morning. Leader of the Fire Lion Adventurer team, welcome to the Adventurers Guild. The red-haired Catherine stood gracefully by the counter, smiling as she greeted the familiar adventurer. Then she resumed her previous posture and watched the people coming and going on the street. Catherine's duties were only to receive novice adventurers and hand out commission rewards. There was nothing else for Catherine to worry about. She was the puppet to which Naruto's mother Kushina had once been attached. On the first New Year's Day of the Dendro Archon's era, after Naruto's parents were resurrected, she still ran according to her original program, as the family had wished. Captain, there are quite a few commissions today, and the rewards are excellent. Two burly men wore identical weather-beaten cloaks. A fiery red lion's head was emblazoned on the cloaks. Looking at the mission forms neatly posted on the mission board, he picked an A-rank commission, took the slip down, tucked it into his clothes, and turned to walk toward the door. On the streets outside Sumeru City, students who had just finished their holidays were heading toward the academia in scattered groups. Have you heard? The expeditionary force has also finished liberating the last region still oppressed by the nobility. That's really great. Everyone is safe and sound, and life these days feels like a dream. There is always ample food at home. Mother and my younger siblings can all wear nice clothes. May wisdom guide us. Wearing scholar's robes, the young man walked slowly toward the academia atop the great tree at the center of Sumeru City, while chatting with his friend. They were always filled with hope now that their days were improving one by one. A young couple playfully bickering stood at a fruit stall. I'm so hungry. We should head back. The girl said this very seriously. But the boy's attention was elsewhere. Not hearing the answer she wanted, she turned and saw the young man absently staring at the terminal. Hey. The girl carrying the fruit basket looked at the boy beside her. The Akasha terminal on the boy's ear flickered on and off. The girl narrowed her eyes into a thin line, then struck the boy's head with a hard fist. Ayu squatted on the ground holding his head. A large red bump somehow appeared on his head. What were you looking at? I was talking to you, and you pretended not to hear. After thumping Ayu, who had been absorbed in the Akasha terminal, the girl asked in a good mood. It's the broadcast of the Dueling Arena Grand Tournament. Today is the opening ceremony of the Dueling Arena. So many legendary figures from books have appeared. Hey. The Dueling Grand Tournament. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? Did I misremember? Then hurry up. I want to watch the live stream too. Is Lady Dendro Archon attending today? Yes. I saw it on the attendance list. Before you could say anything else, the girl grabbed the boy and hurried toward home. Sumeru Dueling Arena. After the scattered allied shinobi forces were defeated by the legions of the Dendro nation, the shinobi world became unified. People who revered martial might now felt lost without battles. With the approval of the king of Dendro Nahida, the Academia RD team used the Akasha terminal to develop a virtual combat system. Welcome to the first Dueling Arena Grand Tournament. This event is co-hosted by the 5 administrative regions. At the center of the great dueling arena was an enormous stage. All the spectators' eyes were fixed on the judges' seats opposite the stage. A gentle goddess was standing there. As the woman walked forward step by step, beautiful flowers blossomed wherever her pure white feet stepped. The goddess wore a divine robe adorned with patterns symbolizing the Dendro element. Her lips parted slightly. I have kept you all waiting, my people. I need not repeat any redundant words. Now let us look forward to the performances of our brave warriors. After saying this, Nahida's avatar sat in the seat reserved for her and watched the central stage. Fireworks soared into the sky. The fierce battle then began. We thank the king of Dendro for everything she has done for us. Now let us begin the first round contestants' entrance. The host with his eye-catching hairstyle shouted into the microphone, stirring up the atmosphere. First round contestant, the young man from the Dendro administrative region Uzumaki Naruto. And the young man from the Pyro administrative region Uchiha Sasuke. As the host finished speaking, the two already in the ready room quickly logged in. Beams of green light swept across the stage from 2 directions. The 2 figures materialized from elemental particles. The dim lights around the stage slowly came on from darkness. Sasuke, you still haven't given up. Years had passed and Naruto's face was filled with determination. Blessed with his parents' excellent genes, he was handsome and gentle. With a proper education, he proved remarkably well-rounded. Whether it was fate's doing or something else, his bond with a certain someone caused Naruto to clash with Sasuke while visiting the Uchiha clan. Even now Sasuke still remembered. Naruto had been exactly like that back then. Whether it was Sasuke's parents or his older brother, they all looked at Naruto with absolute trust. Seeing Naruto's eternally unruffled composure compared with his own, Sasuke felt inexplicable anger rise in his heart. Then his gaze met Naruto's. At the same time, though, his brother and Shursui grabbed him and held him back. He instantly regained his senses, and that moment of losing control made him apologize to Naruto rather awkwardly. But unwilling to accept defeat, he asked Naruto if he could challenge him later. And so it continued to this day. To date, he had challenged Naruto 78410000 times, without a single victory. Because he had disrupted the dates between Naruto and Avril enough times, Avril had also beaten him up on quite a few occasions. Sasuke had changed considerably after his family went from being the clan leader's household to prisoners. At least he no longer acted impulsively and thoughtlessly over every word as he used to. Konoha's ninja education had ceased after the village was taken over. All the children started over in the new style academies. Yes, Naruto, I am sorry, but I want to try one last time. Although Uchiha Sasuke's life had changed dramatically, overall his quality of life was still much better than before. Because all of Konoha had changed even more. Besides the audience present, those who could not attend for various reasons were watching it all through the live stream. Ah, they're so handsome. It's Senior Naruto. Go Senior Naruto. Go Sasuke. Go little brother. As the preparations began, the 2 figures started moving swiftly. Clang. Thud. The clash of weapons. At the start of the battle, a health bar appeared above both of their heads. When one health bar was emptied, the surviving side would be the winner. The initial warm-up taijutsu exchange ended. The golden figure flickered rapidly across the stage. With lightning swirling around him, Sasuke smashed toward the area where Naruto's figure had appeared. With such a fast-moving flying Raijin, he could not determine where Naruto would emerge. Damn. He's only using space-time ninjutsu. He's looking down on me. Lightning, Kirin. The stage was completely enveloped in lightning. A huge cloud of dust burst up. The sound of soft clapping came from behind Sasuke. Sasuke, you have changed a lot. To be honest, if I had not studied under Master Zhongli for a time, I really would not have been able to dodge that attack of yours. As the dust dispersed, Naruto appeared behind Sasuke, a geo-yellow shield surrounding him. Several purple crystal shards on the ground glinted with an eye-catching gleam. Sasuke blurted out the crystallized reaction. Yes. You have lost. With another flicker, Naruto threw out a mark from his hand. It struck Sasuke, who was too late to dodge. Naruto vanished again. He appeared above Sasuke's head and slammed down a Rasengan that had long been prepared in his hand. What an intense and thrilling battle. It seems the outcome has been decided. Now we announce the winner of the first match, Uzumaki Naruto. With a flash of golden light, Naruto disappeared and reappeared above Sasuke's head, then pressed a Rasengan down onto him. The Rasengan burst open rapidly on the field. From the instant Naruto vanished from the spot, the Tomo in Sasuke's eyes spun wildly. Because this was a virtual world, he could use his ocular powers without any burden. Aided by those eyes, Sasuke reacted in time. Purple skeletal armor materialized around him, as he raised lightning in his hand to clash with Naruto's Rasengan. As the Rasengan exploded, smoke rose everywhere. It dispersed a moment later. Standing in place were Naruto, whose clothes were slightly torn, and Sasuke, whose virtual body had already begun to break apart into particles. You lose, Naruto said calmly. Sasuke already knew very well in his heart how this match would end. He merely stood silently watching Naruto, who stood with arms crossed on the battlefield, while his virtual body gradually shattered piece by piece. Only after Uchiha Sasuke's virtual body had completely shattered on the battlefield did he wake up in the docking pod outside. From the very first time he met Naruto, and inexplicably clashed with him, Nahida had already noticed that something was wrong with Uchiha Sasuke's condition. No one knew what Nahida had done afterward, but from that point on everyone noticed that Uchiha Sasuke's personality had undergone a tremendous change. Sasuke held onto the shell of the docking pod and stood up. His face didn't show the desolation of defeat. His strength and Naruto's were simply destined to be worlds apart. After all, he was someone nurtured by the deity who had changed this world. Now victory or defeat no longer mattered, because a more important existence was waiting for him. Outside the docking pod, Fugaku and Mikoto were dressed in plain clothes. Like ordinary parents without the old demands of raising the clan heir, they looked at Sasuke with gentle eyes full of affection. As for his brother Uchiha Itachi, he was probably now following the expeditionary force step by step, bringing change to the most remote places in the ninja world. The task assigned to Itachi was not that of teaching others. Even if his behavior and his thoughts had been corrected, he was still unsuitable for educational work. He was only meant to bear the identity of a sinner, who would be called upon to serve as military force when necessary. Nahida made him experience, the world made him learn to see with his own eyes, and never let a single bit of labor go to waste as she put him to hard work. Once his sentence ended, Uchiha Itachi's movements would no longer be interrupted. As for when it would end, how long that would be, no one knew. Uchiha Itachi had no objection to Nahida's arrangements, nor had he ever tried to defend himself again. He had already begun to reflect on many things. During the time he had lingered in the era when the previous Hokage governed, his vision had been short-sighted, blind, and arrogant. The changes of the world were also a sharp slap to his foolish thoughts from the past. Being sent to the most remote region might perhaps be a good thing for him. In Naruto's contested room, on the other side, his family had already arrived as always. Naruto had just sat up from the docking pod. The first thing he saw was his mother Kushina practicing with Avril, a characteristic dance that almost all the desert children like Avril could perform. Avril, wearing the costume of the Gilded Brigade, taught her step by step while chatting with Kushina. Minato, from the moment the two girls, one older one younger, had started, had been obediently watching the monitor overhead. After seeing the battle end, his gaze shifted to his son in the docking pod. The sound of Naruto's pod opening also drew the attention of the two women. Naruto, who had just risen from the docking pod, was wrapped in a big hug by Avril, who strode toward him.
Welcome back, Naruto. Congratulations on winning again.
Kushina and Minato merely smiled as they watched the scene before them.
This is your reward.
The girl, who had never known what it meant to be coy, boldly pressed a kiss onto Naruto's lips. After a moment, she broke the kiss and said,
The Grass King instructed that after the match we should go find her.
Naruto's face was already flushed. Still being in front of his parents made her a little shy. Avril wore a red veil preventing Naruto from noticing the sly gleam in her eyes.
Naruto, spend some good time with our dear little Avril. Mom and Dad still have things to take care of. We won't be back for a few days.
As she spoke, Kushina bustled away, dragging along her husband, who was still dazed. After watching them leave, the two turned their gazes back to each other. Ding dong. You have a new message. Hearing the notification from the void terminal, Naruto turned on the external display of his void terminal and sat down with Avril on a nearby bench. Nahida, Naruto, come over here. I have a task I need you to complete.
Let's go!
Rising to his feet, he lifted Avril in a princess carry and disappeared from the spot using the Flying Thunder God technique. With the flickering teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto brought Avril with him and appeared before Nahida's sanctuary of Surasvana. It is worth mentioning that after mastering the arts, Nahida had asked the 7 archons to teach one could unleash them directly without the hand seal requirements of traditional ninjutsu. The interior of the sanctuary of Surasvana was not lavish as Nahida had requested. After entering from the main hall, potted plants of all kinds grew naturally along both sides, while many people in academia's scholar robes scattered through the reading areas. Several guards took turns patrolling in various places. Apart from the very central area reserved for Nahida, every other part of the palace was filled with the breath of nature. Besides being the god's public residence, the sanctuary of Surasvana was an unusual grand library in both Teyvat and this place. To enter the first few library floors, one only needed to verify their identity at an Akasha terminal. The central area, however, required a summons from Nahida. Alternatively, family from Teyvat or children adopted here could freely enter. At this moment, inside the sanctuary of Surasvana, the match had ended long before, and there was still a while until noon. On the sofa, in a side lounge, Nahida sat in the main seat together with a white-haired woman. She took a gentle sip of tea, then turned her gaze toward the arrivals. Naruto, Avril, you're here. Please make yourselves at home. Your performance today was quite good, Naruto. I didn't call you two over for anything important, so don't worry. Just watch quietly. Got it, godmother. Lady Dendro Archon. Avril reached out from Naruto's arms and greeted Nahida. Naruto's face flushed red as he held Avril, gave an and sat on the other side close to Nahida. The others arrived as well. You few too. Take your seats. The two leading men exchanged a nod with their eyes, then locked gazes once more. Madara. Hashirama. Both of them were filled with mixed emotions. After passionately calling each other's names, they obediently sat down in the seats on the other side. Clearly Nahida had also notified the Uchiha and Shinja clans today. From the moment they appeared, a gaze beside Nahida had been fixed firmly upon them. Hagoromo. My child. The white-haired horned woman looked at the people in the hall with eyes full of complicated emotions. Nahida also noticed that this single mother was being overly stubborn. Nahida gently nudged Kaguya with her elbow. Are you ready, Kaguya-hime? Laughter she could barely suppress sparkled in Nahida's eyes. This white-haired woman was the ancestor of all the shinobi in this world. Following the guidance of the ninja world's consciousness, they had brought the sealed grandmother of the shinobi world down from the moon. At first, after being freed, Kaguya only wanted to gather her power. Then Nahida gave her a thorough lesson in proper thinking. Because Nahida had earned the favor and recognition of the ninja world's consciousness, her power grew at a terrifying pace. Adhering to the principle of avoiding a fight whenever possible, Nahida realized that this woman named Kaguya Otsutsuki, though gifted with a body born of immense strength, was somewhat lacking in the knowledge that made one human. Using her authority over dreams, Nahida gave Kaguya a supplementary course through 100 lifetimes of dream reincarnation. When the lesson was complete, Kaguya, upon waking once more, was finally willing to listen to what Nahida said. After another very long period, Kaguya no longer planned to leave in a hurry. On the contrary, her daily interest was simply to stay by Nahida's side. Today she had gathered everyone partly to resolve the issues left behind. Whether it was because Nahida had been a little too thorough, or for some other reason, Kaguya refused to be separated from Nahida aside from constantly demanding to find her children. She kept pulling Nahida into her arms, making even greater Lord Rukkhadevata a little jealous. I am ready. Kagaya looked at Nahida with tender eyes, and reached out to stroke her head. Those eyes shifted to the reincarnations of her two grandsons. Her gaze finally settled on Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha, or to be more precise, on the chakra of the reincarnations of her two grandsons within Naruto and Sasuke. After confirming that Kagaya was all right, Nahida stretched out a hand, gathered her power, and tore a rift in the space beside her. A Nahida wearing a blood-red gothic Lolita dress appeared. In her hand was a chain formed of power. As soon as she appeared, she yanked hard on the chain, and an old man's spirit emerged, bound tightly by chains of ghastly red energy. He is handed over to you. No. 1. Do not resurrect people on such a large scale again. This disrupts the normal operation of death. Got it, death? But I will do my best. After all, you know as well as I do, whether it is us or the original body, we cannot bear to watch the children remain trapped in the pain of the past. Their exchange except to Kagaya was not observed by the others because of their special state. Nevertheless, everyone's attention was drawn to the newly appeared spirit. The old man's spirit had horns of the same type as Kagaya's. Hagoromo. My child. Kagaya instinctively flew over to embrace the old man's spirit. Hagoromo Otsutsuki's spirit, which had just escaped from the little devil, who had seized control of the Pure Land, trembled violently at the sound. And mother? You have come out of the seal. Yes, Hagoromo. That is enough. Kagaya. Wait until they have completed their education before speaking with them. Taking small steps, Nahida seized Hagoromo Otsutsuki's spirit, as if grabbing a balloon, then used her free hand to pat the head of the somewhat overly naive Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan, like the demon gods of Teyvat, were born with tremendous power, and were favored by the world, yet, for some unknown reason, their temperaments were vile, like some gathering of little demons. Who knew how the heavenly principles of this place worked? Although Teyvat was incomplete when nurturing demon gods, it still knew to add the setting that gods love the world. That is the general situation. Tracing by bloodline, she truly is the source. This ancestress of yours. As the source of chakra, 2 chakra masses, 1 red and 1 blue, withdrew from the 2 men's bodies under Kagaya's control. Seeing that the chakra clusters disturbing their minds had finally been removed, she looked at them with concern. Naruto and Sasuke, how do you two feel now? Mom, I'm fine. Great Grass King. Sasuke Uchiha nodded with a cool, aloof expression that indicated he was perfectly fine. And indeed, there was no problem. More precisely, Sasuke felt simply wonderful right now. Now then, let's continue. Hagoromo Otsutsuki. And your 2 sons. Starting today, all of you will go to the academy. From the lowest grade. Kagaya, you too. All of you will go back to school together. You are all ancestor-level figures, yet you only do foolish things. Kagaya looked at Nahida with a simple, unassuming gaze, and without refusing only said, I understand. Nahida plucked out one of Kagaya's hairs and flicked it onto the floor. The hair rapidly split apart into 3 bodies. They formed 3 vessels identical to the spirits of Hagoromo Otsutsuki and his 2 sons. The 3 powerless bodies opened their eyes once more. They knelt down in front of Kagaya. At the Kagaya residence in Sumeru City, the sun had barely peeked over the horizon early the next morning. Kagaya carried the still half-asleep Nahida, holding her with one arm, as she made her way to the kitchen. She set the needed ingredients before Nahida. Little Nahida, wake up. I require your assistance. Feeling the touch, Nahida slowly opened her eyes. If one were to ask why Nahida was sleeping at Kagaya's home, the answer is simply that this Otsutsuki Kagaya, aside from her innate powers, was a pure naive fool, and leaving her to fend for herself would only lead to trouble. Moreover, Kagaya's maternal instincts were overwhelmingly excessive. She simply refused to let go of Nahida's clone. Fortunately, Nahida had left many clones behind in the sanctuary of Surasthana, though this particular clone had been assigned to guide the Kagaya. Kagaya clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture while quickly explaining the reason. In short, she now understood why her children had once sealed her away. She held no resentment about it. Now Otsutsuki Kagaya merely wished to be with her children, just like the ordinary mothers and children in Sumeru City. Today she intended to mend family ties. Without waiting for Nahida's answer, Kagaya hoisted her onto her shoulder and hurried toward the kitchen. There was no time to dawdle. She and her children all needed to change. The eldest Hagoromo and his family had been revived, while the second son Himura had announced he would travel alone. My children, deep down are you also afraid to see me? Transition to the kitchen. Many things in the house remained unchanged. Yet surprisingly something terrifying seemed to have occurred in the kitchen. On the ceiling on the walls large stains were clearly visible. Nahida tried her best to pretend she hadn't noticed, turning her head toward the window. The Nahida clone who had been carried over Kagaya's shoulder shifted from lying to sitting perched atop Kagaya's shoulder. Cooking shouldn't be dangerous, right? Nahida kept the conversation going, looking at the ingredients and recipe prepared on the table. Kagaya, you prepared quite thoroughly, haven't you? Is this the dish you want to make? Nahida picked up the menu Kagaya had prepared in advance and glanced at it. Some snacks that children enjoy. That's fine. Kagaya's children were essentially being raised anew anyway. Kagaya nodded and began to work, not using her supernatural powers. Instead, she handled everything with her own hands, just like the ordinary mothers she had observed. She seemed quite skilled at most steps, likely from practicing many times. But at moments of uncertainty, the naive fool would turn her pale, Byakugan eyes toward Nahida with a look begging for guidance. The Nahida clone flew from her shoulder onto a tiny swing she had conjured, dangling her short legs, as she watched this Kagaya Haim, so inexperienced with child-rearing, cook breakfast for her children. After many lifetimes of education within dream cycles, Kagaya had largely corrected the bad habits she had learned from the Otsutsuki. Kagaya, for this dish you need 2 more spoonfuls of sugar, then coat it with the sauce. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Keep going. Although she had Nahida guiding her, Kagaya, who had never eaten or dealt with these things before, still seemed somewhat flustered. Nahida occasionally used words she couldn't understand. Kagaya blinked her overly innocent eyes at Nahida. I still truly cannot grasp how much exactly 1 spoonful is. Is it like this or like this? Kagaya scooped out different amounts with the spoon, then looked at Nahida with a wise expression. The Nahida clone controlled the spoon and scooped up a spoonful of sugar. Unless it explicitly says a full spoon or a scant spoon, you just need to get it just right, neither more nor less. But more importantly, it depends on your family's tastes. You can adjust accordingly. Nahida brought out a special pastry made in tribute to herself, the Dendro Archon. For instance, my personal preference is for very sweet flavors. She broke off a small piece and fed it to Kagaya for a taste. Kagaya smacked her lips, savoring the flavor. Lost in thought, she began to get into the zone. After a clattering session, the cooking was done. At the door of the room, where the revived members of the Kagaya family were staying, Kagaya, wearing an apron printed with a cartoonish face of Nahida, raised her hand and knocked. Hagoromo, little Azura, little Indra, are you all awake? I'm coming in. Grandmother, we're all up. You can come in. Azura glanced at his stern-faced father and his taciturn elder brother, then took it upon himself to respond to this grandmother they had once sealed. Her pure white eyes looked at the 3 little ones on the bed. In her hand, she held 3 brand-new handmade school bags, slightly imperfect in stitching, but clearly sewn with great care. Hagoromo, are you feeling unwell? Sensing her son's dazed state, Kagaya instantly appeared by his side and carefully examined his body. It didn't seem like anything was wrong. Kagaya recalled the actions she had observed in ordinary human mothers. She used her hand to check her child's forehead temperature. Her hand was ice cold. That jolted the sage of 6 paths, whose entire mind was buzzing back to his senses. His 2 sons had been revived. His mother had been revived too. Fortunately, the world was still safe, with no sign of the 10 Tails or the divine tree. When had his mother become like this? It must be the fault of that evil little brat. That outsider midget was simply insane. Still, at least the little brat wasn't here now. Having spent so many years in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who styled himself the Sage of 6 Paths, never imagined he would be captured so easily, and the authority over the Pure Land was taken from him. He would not surrender so easily. What does this outsider know about peace? Releasing this mother of his who once wanted to destroy the world, did that little brat understand how dangerous this was? The future of the world could only be safeguarded by having Azura and Indra settle their true conflict. Unlike that wicked midget, who had allowed so many ordinary farmers to gain a voice in affairs. Hagoromo's forehead temperature is normal. Bending down, Kaguya blinked, looking at her son, who stood frozen. The temperature of his forehead wasn't burning hot as she had imagined. But then, as if remembering something, Kaguya pulled out another item from behind her. A fragrant roasted chicken leg. Before meeting her child, Kaguya had followed Nahida's advice, and spoken with ordinary human mothers about raising children. Kaguya wanted to make up for the time she had missed with her children. Yar. Hagoromo, are you hungry? Here, eat it. It's very tasty. Would you two also like to try? As the legendary sage of 6 paths in the ninja world's tales, Otsutsuki Hagoromo dared not look at the person before him. Several times he tried to open his mouth to greet her, but the words got stuck in his throat. Azura and Indra, however, calmly said their thanks, and reached out to take the other 2 chicken legs. He hadn't slept all night last night. In the past he hadn't needed sleep, but now their bodies were only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. It was only because that strand of Kaguya's hair contained considerable energy that he could stay so alert. Once you've eaten your fill. Here. These are the school bags I made for you. Do you like them? Nahida said you'll need them when you 3 start school. And these are your Akasha terminals. They have many uses. She was like a mother long separated from her children, showing off newly learned knowledge in front of them, hoping to find common ground with her children. As for the school bags, Kaguya had studied all night and finished making 3 shoulder bags. Her powerful mental strength made her learning ability quite impressive. With the pressure of being an Otsutsuki lifted, Kaguya felt at peace. Now she only wanted to resolve the conflict with her children. In the past her pressure had left her with no patience, and no idea how to make her children understand, but now she no longer bore such a heavy burden. Nahida had shown her through action the power she wielded to protect this planet. In that laboratory, she had even seen her former comrade whom she had thought devoured by the divine tree. Otsutsuki Ashiki, trapped in dreams, immersed in an eternal slumber. Through her own methods, Nahida had successfully convinced Kaguya that she could deal with the threat of the Otsutsuki. As for the Otsutsuki, Nahida truly felt no pressure. Their parasitic, undying, and immortal nature was something inherent to gods. To try to parasitize and possess Nahida, a god one, would need to be an overwhelmingly powerful mental-type deity. In Teyvat, it was only because the world was incomplete that dead gods could return as grotesque, hateful resentments. If the Otsutsuki dared to parasite Nahida or other ordinary children like Naruto. Nahida, the god of wisdom, was also quite adept at parasitizing herself. She would ensure they had no good outcome. Regarding this so-called Otsutsuki clan, according to the intelligence Nahida obtained from that world consciousness that frequently went offline, they were naturally born with rule-based abilities bestowed by the world's blessing. However, without guidance after birth, they had completely strayed down a wrong path. They were accustomed to the evil path of repeatedly extracting the life force of various planets to further enhance themselves. It was also this world's fault. After nurturing its beloved beings, it failed to guide them correctly and let them develop on their own. Under normal circumstances, as beings born from the convergence of authority beloved by the world, growing stronger should have merely been a matter of time. There was no need to go to such self-defeating extremes as draining the world's life force and being resented by the world itself. As for that so-called Ten Tails divine tree, given the increase in authority power gained from their stay here, since it was a tree, it would now be under the jurisdiction of her mother, Greater Lord Rakudevata. Even without Nahida's intervention, this world would have eventually given birth to a child of destiny to deal with them. In the guest room, the 3 boys of the Kaguya family were all dressed in matching white ninja-style short robes. The boy standing in the center, the former sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, silently wiped the corner of his mouth before taking the backpack from Kaguya's hands. Indra and Azura, with composed expressions, took their bags and said, "Thank you, grandmother." While within their reincarnated bodies, their chakra influencing the vessels also allowed them to perceive their experiences. Even after being sealed by Nahida, they could still sense much, and they were aware of the state of the world under Nahida's rule. The 3 of them walked in silence, guided by the Akasha terminals on their ears, toward the academia. Today they would begin their studies at the elementary level. It wasn't about unhealthy competition. Rather, these new bodies of knowledge would thoroughly wash away their old-fashioned ways of thinking. The baptism of wisdom was nothing like battle. It could be even more formidable, and far more transformative. The terminal at their ears guided them toward the registration area. As they followed the directions, and near the great central tree, they heard someone calling out. "Hey, hey, hey! You three little juniors over there! Over here, over here! You three must be the new students that Captain Naruto informed us about, right?" Before they could say anything, the gold-haired man carrying a strange toolbox had his Akasha terminal chime with a notification confirming their identities. A brief summary of the three Kaguya family children appeared before the blond man's eyes. "Oh ho, so that's how it is. Because of some problems, there was a big conflict at home, huh? It's fine, little juniors. My name is Burn. Once you study more, you'll understand everything. Come on, come on. Time to head in." Having never truly been this close to anyone outside their family, nor ever entered such strange and exotic buildings, the three old fossils felt even more tense under Burn's enthusiastic welcome. On the circular road leading to Jialingi, when a girl clutching her coursework dashed past Bowen, lightly patting his shoulder. Seeing that she had caught his attention, she gave him a playful smile. Bowen said, "Good afternoon. See you later, Junior." He wasn't even sure if she heard him. His gaze lingered tenderly on the girl's retreating figure after her greeting. I guessed that the girl's thesis topic had probably been sent back again. Hey, Bowen, she's already gone, and you're still staring." Behind the crowd, another orange-haired youth, who had appeared out of nowhere, greeted Bowen with a boyish pat on the shoulder. Bowen deftly raised his hand to block it. "Me Yen. It's you guys. Looks like the three of you were also dragged here by Mother to be freshman advisors today." Behind Bowen and the others appeared Mi Yen Chongmin and Xiaonan, also wearing their academy uniforms, followed by several freshmen with naive eyes. All three of them also wore advisor ID badges around their necks. Xiaonan leaned against the railing with a folding fan in her hand, looking like an elegant senior magic student, smiling as she watched the familiar banter among her old friends. Then her gaze fell on the three designated freshmen beside Bowen. She gave a slight wave as a greeting. Beside Xiaonan, Chongmin stood with his arms crossed, showing no reaction to the freshman. His eyes were fixed on his two old companions. Axiulo had noticed Mi Yen and his group approaching. Sensing no ill intent, he lowered the hand he had raised. Seeing Xiaonan's wave, he responded with a simple-minded wave. Yanchualuo, on the other hand, showed no reaction. After all, danger. This place was completely under the watchful eye of the Lesser Lord Kusanali. Even their old father had failed here. The grandmother, whom their father had called a world-ending danger, seemed to have completely changed her temperament. So they only needed to quietly follow the arrangements. As for competing with his younger brother to decide a winner, he had already asked Naxita about that question. The answer he sought, the one he had contested in every reincarnation. Back then his father had said he was wrong, but it was obvious that his father himself was not accurate either. The state of the world during each life of his chakra reincarnations hosts, and its changes ever since Naxita appeared. His father's ideal of mutual understanding when founding the ninja sect ultimately only brought about more wars, a notion that seemed childish. Although the nation established by this Lesser Lord Kusanali still had greater shortcomings, the real changes were undeniable. Regarding the question Yanchualuo wanted to ask, Naxita gave a partial answer, but did not give the complete answer, only pointing out the misconceptions he had fallen into before. For the remaining answers, Naxita told him to experience and learn them personally. The leisurely chat time passed quickly. A notification from the Akasha terminal on their ears urged them to continue guiding the freshmen. Hey. I brought back a group of poor children. All personnel on campus are to report to the Central Plaza to receive them. Repeat. Everyone's Akasha terminal displayed this message, ending with the signature, the Dendro Archon Nahida. An emergency broadcast. They all knew more or less the inside story, that Naxita, currently residing in Jingshan Palace, was a clone. Mi Yen Chongmin Bowen, you three go and check it out. I'll take the others over and then come find you. Xiaonan quickly adjusted the plan and made the decision. Judging that Naxita's summon must be urgent, they did not delay. After a quick word to the freshmen, they were responsible for they all blazed with elemental light and leaped toward one direction. Xiaonan flicked her folding fan, and several paper birds appeared on the ground. She then beckoned the freshmen present to sit on them.
Our senior students have to deal with a sudden emergency. I will take you freshmen to register. You three over by Bowen come over too.
Looking at the flimsy paper birds, the ordinary freshmen, though a little doubtful, still sat on them out of trust in the deity. Though the paper birds looked fragile, touching them set their minds at ease. Once they were seated, the paper birds spread their wings like living creatures and flew toward the academy. Xiaonan brought the group on paper birds to the main gate of Jialingyuan. The great palace Jialingyuan was built upon the divine tree summoned by Naxita, the Dendro Archon. The palace itself was built spontaneously by her people. Miraculously constructed atop the giant tree, it attracted the eyes of all the freshmen. At the entrance of the palace sat a man in a brown long robe. Beside him were many packaged academy uniforms, and some daily necessities gift packs. Hearing the commotion, he took a sip of the tea in his hand, then spoke upon seeing the arriving students.
Boys' uniforms are here, girls' uniforms are over there. Don't take the wrong ones.
All the freshmen answered in unison, except for Daitongyui, who was scrutinizing the man.
Yes, teacher.
The man looked very young, but his bearing made the freshmen unconsciously address him as teacher.
After taking your items, come to me, and use your own terminals to join the group. Anything that comes up will be announced there. Also, don't casually visit other dormitories. This is the location information for your dorms. Once all freshmen have arrived this afternoon, a welcome meeting will be held. Check the notifications for details.
The freshmen nodded and queued up to collect their items.
Teachers only, do you know what happened at the plaza? Don't worry, there are just some poor children over there. I'll handle things here. Xiaonan, you should go help too.
72 hours had passed since Nahida crossed the stone gate. She had already fully grasped the situation of this world, except within the last safe zone where humanity still survived. In other regions, a virus known as the gastroanima coursed through the world, birthing monsters that had seized more than half of the earth. After civilization collapsed, the remnants of humanity retreated into shelters forged from special metals. Nahida had originally intended to reveal herself only after finding someone with sufficient authority to guide them in saving this world. But the attitude of the people here had infuriated her. Those so-called gastroanima were clearly the result of some filthy individuals losing control over their own creations. And within this shelter, the attitude of these so-called protected people genuinely sickened her. Cursed children! On what face did they utter those words? Displaying the utmost malice toward the little ones who protected them. The infected children possessed power, yet they were stifled by the words of others too afraid to resist. Obviously, they understood this principle well. There was no longer any need for further investigation. Nahida fully unleashed all of her power. Centered on Nahida, a collision of cyan light surged straight into the clouds. A formidable shockwave rapidly radiated outward in all directions. All the monsters lingering beyond the perimeter were instantly reduced to powder by the impact.
Report. A powerful cursed child has appeared in the central area.
One of the so-called patrol officers, accompanied by his own cursed child, immediately launched an attack against Nahida. But before he could say another word, his vision went black.
Ed?
The girl shouted her partner's name. Watching her partner collapse unconscious, she bared her teeth at Nahida and charged at her furiously.
They are hardly partners.
The girl swiftly lunged toward Nahida.
You best just go to sleep.
This nightmare is not the fault of any of you. Even such a twisted bond for these children, who had never known love, was their only salvation. However, wrong was wrong. Humanity's domain had been compressed, but not the plants. After the Wisdom Hall had marked all the children referred to as cursed children.
What happened to that cursed child? Has heaven finally grown tired of them and decided to wipe them out?
Beneath the fat man's cruel gaze, pure excitement filled his features. The cursed children were far too easy to bully. As for the dangers posed by the monsters outside, having been protected for too long, they had forgotten them entirely, foolishly believing that the military's preservation of them for so long meant they were safe. Instead, in their eyes, this group of cursed children was the greatest threat. Under the foolish yet excited gazes of these people, the cursed children were each wrapped in emerald green light.
You are beyond redemption. And beyond forgiveness.
Sheltered within the protection field, they had no idea what was about to befall them. All they knew was that every cursed child had vanished. Completely and utterly disappeared. Thrilled, they rushed out of their rooms. They began to celebrate. Although Nahida's outburst had cleared a portion of the surrounding area in the distance, the monsters were drawn toward the tremendous commotion. Days passed in a flash. Juan and Lana. A crowd of little girls stood together, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Nahida. Narrow figures suddenly emerged from the earth, waddling on their tiny legs to play alongside the children. Watching these little ones she had brought back from that hopelessly lost world, Nahida saw that each of them had been deeply shaped by what they had endured there. Nahida cast a slumbering effect upon the children. Then within the dream world, she personally raised them from childhood up to their present ages. Within her private chambers, Nahida's clone sensed a certain connection re-establishing itself.
Main body, you're back. How was your journey to that other world?
Nahida shook her head, looking at this clone, the most composed among all her avatars.
It was hardly beautiful.
Upon seeing the main body shake of her head, she said nothing more, simply bursting into white mist to return to the original. The ninja arts of that world were difficult to describe in any case. Even when Nahida wielded them, they retained many of their peculiar characteristics. For instance, while the shadow clone would never betray and possessed considerable autonomy, requiring no direct control from the main body, it was perhaps too independent. Each one possessed its own distinct temperament. Even though it was lunch break, everyone arrived in neat order after the Grass King issued the summons. The acting sages of each branch academy stood at the front of the ranks. In the central circular plaza of Sumeru City, a statue of Nahida stood at the center. On the whole, the lifespans of those in the shinobi world were far too short. The acting sages were merely the most outstanding members of the first generation of children. They were still young, but they had already experienced quite a few such occasions. They had received a private instruction from Mother. They are all little sisters that Mother brought back. It looks like a few of them were raised with terrible temperaments. The delicate-featured female sage pushed up her glasses and delivered her verdict, looking at the few conspicuous troublemakers with ugly expressions among the little girls before her. The other male sage, who always carried a few pieces of candy on him, looked at the scrawny little ones and said our academy should send people to help the cafeteria make something special for these little ones. The time since the war had truly ended was neither long nor short. At first the wars of the 5 great nations had been extinguished, and the world unified under Nahida's unyielding will. The people silently swallowed the hatred the wars had sown. Then came Nahida's birthday, when the Grass King bestowed upon all people the blessing that made that hatred fade away. Those who had been lost to war returned, but they would never forget the pain of losing their loved ones. The other teachers and students in scholar robes looked on with tender eyes. Unaware of the true circumstances, they simply thought that the Lord Grass King had once again rescued this group of war-stricken children from somewhere. They're there. Come here, and let Big Sister examine you. What a good girl. She habitually stroked the hair of the little one before her. The female student looked at the little one, who was already clinging to her from a simple head pat. She quickly glanced around at the eyes of the little girls surrounding her. Dependent gazes. These children all have deep psychological wounds, so mind your boundaries. Got it, Sister Lien? Just how badly did these children live before? Their physical condition is terrible. They're just little ones under 8 or 9. We need to have the medical institute folks examine them first. Outside, the people of the present world were bustling about in a flurry. But Nahida no longer needed to take full charge of what came next. There was a more important trouble she had to confront. The white-haired woman before her, the one true rabbit goddess of the shinobi world, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was behaving like a strange woman, her cheeks flushed, holding Nahida and her clone in her arms, and nuzzling them without pause. Aya, look what I've found. A second Nahida. A double dose of little Nahida. I have double the joy. Nahida had just sent the little girls out and arranged the follow-up work, but before she could figure out why Kagaya was counting her, as if she were an animal, she was pulled into an embrace. Nahida's clone covered her face with both hands, not daring to let the original look at her. My dear clone 050, can you tell me what exactly happened while I was away? Nahida said, one hand fending off Kagaya's baby-holding gesture, keeping her voice low and staring at the clone as she spoke word by word. But before Nahida could lose her temper and shout the last sentence, the Nahida clone, who had been keeping Kagaya company all along, just stuck out her tongue, said "Ehe," and with a poof dissolved into a wisp of smoke. As the clone returned to her, the memories of what it had experienced during that time surfaced in Nahida's mind. Seeing that the clone had taught Kagaya all sorts of absurd behavior, after she left, she apologized for her carelessness in choosing that clone before her departure. This uncontrollable clone technique, she decided she would never touch it again. Commanding space itself, she opened a great doorway beneath her feet. Kagaya, still holding Nahida, made no attempt to flee. Kagaya and Nahida appeared high above Sumeru City. Their extraordinary vision allowed them to clearly see the situation below. Kagaya looked at Nahida, who seemed simply to let herself be carried along, smiled, then pulled Nahida toward the top of the sanctuary of Surasthana. There she began silently watching the bustling scene on the ground.